Chapter 98. The Laborers' Gathering Area. This is a cramped room of less than 15 square meters, where the sole bed leaves little room for anything else. The atmosphere is stifling. Lacking ventilation, air conditioning, or even a fan, there is no place to bathe. For individuals are crammed together, practically on the verge of overheating. And Fat Wei is nearly incapacitated. He has repeatedly suggested that they seek refuge in a more comfortable hotel to enjoy the cool air and take a refreshing shower. But Mina has consistently dismissed his proposals. Even when Fat Wei proposed going out to purchase some fruit to quench their thirst, Mina refused once more. She explained that the foot traffic in this area is quite complex, with numerous vagrants around, and they, as a group of Asians, could easily attract unwanted attention, leading to troublesome circumstances. For the time being, they must endure this discomfort. She promised to stealthily guide them to their previous hideout during the quiet hours of the night. Although that place had been burned, the underground space remained intact, and the surviving extreme thieves were waiting for them there. Fat Wei, however, found Mina's caution excessive. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he grumbled, "Mina, is it really necessary to be so paranoid? What can these Egyptian thugs possibly do? They are just a bunch of petty hoodlums. Even if they confront us, what's the worst that could happen? I'm no delicate flower. There's nothing to fear. Are they going to drag me here to marry one of their Egyptian women?" At this thought, Fat Wei suddenly recalled the stout, dark-skinned Egyptian proprietress he had encountered earlier, which made him feel slightly nauseous. He spat a couple of times. "Now that's truly frightening. If it comes to that, I'd rather meet my end." "You don't understand the situation here," Mina said sternly to Fat Wei and Chen Zhi. "The security is exceedingly chaotic, and the rule of law is alarmingly weak. Many individuals here are undocumented laborers. Their mindset is primitive, and they have long abandoned any notion of legal order. Moreover, the religious organizations in this area are quite intricate, with many being local power players. If they discover a few Asians operating in their territory, they may very well set their sights on us. We are unarmed and far too few in number. We must avoid any confrontation at all costs." Sister, rest assured. Do you not yet grasp the situation?" Fat Wei wiped the rain-like sweat from his face, growing somewhat impatient. "We are no longer the timid versions of ourselves from that time in Thailand. Allow me to speak candidly. Our team is currently an invincible force." After uttering these words, Fat Wei gestured towards himself, Chen Zhi, and Ji Ying. "With our team, we possess both the ability to deal damage and the capability for magic, not to mention my unparalleled support. Do not even mention the petty thugs lurking around. Even if that damned Sphinx were to rise again, we could swiftly bring it to its knees. So, there's no need for you to be constantly fearful. If any foolish ruffian dares to trouble us, they are truly in a rush to meet their maker." Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Mina felt a significant sense of reassurance. Yet she cast a doubtful glance at Ji Ying and Chen Zhi. Having previously encountered the Ghost Blade, she was well aware of the prowess of these Chinese warriors. Being an astute individual, she recognized that Ji Ying was akin to the Ghost Blade, yet she remained skeptical of Chen Zhi's capabilities. To this day, she still felt no sense of security regarding him. Even with Fat Wei's confident assertions, Mina resolutely shook her head, refusing to let them go out. And the idea of changing hotels was out of the question. Thus, throughout that sweltering afternoon, the four of them remained cramped in the stifling little room, devoid of food or air conditioning, with only a clay pot of water, the age of which was uncertain, and a few filthy, tattered towels. Fat Wei had reached a state of utter despair. He felt as though his flesh was melting away. Draped with a towel and lying on the bed, he incessantly lamented about this accursed country. The torturous passage of time stretched on, as they endured the oppressive heat and monotony for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the sky began to darken. This lodging was likely part of an illicit trade, as by nightfall, various colored-skinned illegal laborers returned to this establishment. They drank and gambled in their rooms, the cacophony ringing loudly, while numerous prostitutes escorted clients here for rendezvous, the awkward sounds incessantly echoing. Chen Zhi and his companions, within their room, were rendered speechless by it all. However, once night enveloped the surroundings, the clamor gradually subsided. Mina informed them that although this residential area was exceedingly chaotic, it was populated by many foreign laborers who, engaged in manual labor, had a habit of retiring early, by the dead of night. Not a single soul could be seen outside. Should anyone be spotted wandering about, they were either a thief or a ghost. Mina was exceedingly cautious. waiting until around 1 in the morning to ascertain that the outside was completely deserted before she led everyone down the stairs quietly. This inn was, after all, a den of iniquity, with no management at night, allowing free entry and exit, devoid of any security. Thus, they slipped out the front door unnoticed. The alleyway at midnight was eerily quiet, littered with the remnants of the day, and the darkened shops cast an unsettling aura. As the group followed Mina through the narrow alleys, they ventured deeper into the heart of the night, where the desert climate of Africa offered a modicum of relief from the oppressive heat. Nevertheless, remnants of dust and sand clung to them, mingling with the sweat of the day, causing Chen Zhi to feel as though his body was enveloped in a sticky layer of mud, with an incessant itch as if countless ants were crawling upon him, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. They traversed the winding pathways, akin to navigating a labyrinth in the dark, until at last they arrived before a modest building. This structure, compared to the surrounding architecture, exuded a sense of opulence, displaying a hint of Babylonian style with its rounded columns supporting 2 balconies. The 3-story edifice boasted upper levels adorned with railings, while a charred gate, encased in copper, stood resolutely shut. The walls were stained a deep blackened hue, and the wooden embellishments had been reduced to char, unmistakably the aftermath of a recent conflagration. Mina scanned the surroundings for any signs of life before she gently rapped on the scorched door, producing a rhythm of 3 long knocks followed by a short one. After a brief moment, the door creaked open just enough to allow a single person to pass through. The group, trailing behind Mina, slipped inside, and the door promptly sealed shut behind them. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, the acrid scent of charred remnants pervading the air, obscuring their vision. The pungent odor of gunpowder was unmistakable, stinging their nostrils. They dared not turn on their flashlights, instead following Mina as she led them deeper into the shadows. They navigated through the grand hall and into the chaotic backyard, which was littered with the remnants of destruction, debris strewn about, making it difficult to discern whether it was overgrown weeds or discarded items. Mina began to sift through the rubble, and with a determined tug, unearthed a chain from beneath the debris. A resounding clank echoed as she pulled it, revealing a partially open cellar door hidden behind a mound of blackened ruins. Turning to her companions, she waved her hand and whispered, "Let us go. The survivors are below, but we must be cautious. I've been away for so long. I hope they are safe." Chapter 99. Survivors remember, be extremely careful, Mina cautioned, her vigilance palpable as she surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, the impatient Fat Wei could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, snatching the chain from Mina's grasp and yanking it forcefully. "Emma, let us hurry. I'm about to melt from this heat. Do you Westerners always have to play the role of secret agents? Stop being so mysterious. This is hardly a big deal." With a loud clang, Fat Wei flung open the heavy iron lid of the cellar, revealing an iron ladder that descended into the darkness below. "Shoo!" Mina remained serious, hushing him as she glanced around cautiously, leading the group into the cellar with utmost care. This is a common cellar found in Egyptian households. Due to the ravages of war, many families have established underground shelters. The subterranean environment remains cool, where they often dry various items. In times of conflict, the entire family can seek refuge within, which is why cellars are typically quite spacious. Wealthier families even design bathrooms and showers within their cellars, storing ample provisions to last them for a year or more without needing to resurface. Following Mina, they descended the ladder into the cellar, which turned out to be far more expansive than they had anticipated. Upon reaching the bottom of the iron ladder, they entered a vast single chamber, sparsely furnished with a few everyday items and several dilapidated chairs, surrounded by moldy walls that seemed to have reached their limits. Mina approached a corner, tapping on a stone slab, and she reached inside to activate a mechanism. With a click, a metal floor revealed itself. Beneath the seemingly old earth lay a completely metallic surface, camouflaged with a black coating to resemble the ground above. After Mina opened the entrance in the corner, the wall collapsed to create an opening, and a synthetic metal ladder appeared before them. This ladder descended directly into a well-lit space illuminated by bright electric lights. Under Mina's guidance, they followed the ladder down, and their vision expanded instantaneously, revealing an astonishingly different world beneath the cellar. The space below was even larger than the house above, characterized by modern alloy structures reminiscent of a pilot's quarters inside a spacecraft. The interior was adorned with sleek, contemporary furniture, and all necessary electrical appliances were present. The air conditioning was abundant, creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere. Large LCD screens were mounted on the walls, monitoring activities above, while the front of the hall featured an open kitchen, dining area, bathing facilities, and recreational spaces, resembling a luxurious hotel. However, upon entering, the hall was eerily deserted, silent as the grave. After Mina coughed a few times in the center of the hall and called out several names, a group of individuals emerged from various rooms. These individuals were clad in full-body work attire, their faces marked by the fatigue of prolonged exposure to darkness. A few of them bore familiar expressions, seasoned thieves who had undertaken missions in Thailand. Their excitement upon seeing Mina return was palpable, and they rushed to embrace her, akin to family reunited after a harrowing ordeal. Among them was a woman in her late 20s, whose countenance reflected deep sorrow, her frame emaciated as if composed solely of bones. Upon seeing Mina, she hurried over, grasping Mina's arm and inquiring about her child, tears streaming down her face. Mina introduced Chen Zhi and the others to the group, and then she presented the weeping woman to Chen Zhi, revealing that she was his wife, the mother of the abducted child. Chen Zhi scrutinized the woman before him. To speak candidly, his wife was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a movie star from the 1980s. Though time had rendered her gaunt and unrecognizable, her eyes were deeply sunken, and she appeared to be in a daze, likely having not slept since the loss of her child. Upon seeing her, a pang of discomfort surged within Chen Zhi, following the tragic events in Thailand. An incessant sense of guilt had lingered in his heart, and witnessing her suffering only intensified that remorse. A few of the extreme thieves recognized Chen Zhi and were taken aback by Mina's decision to enlist his assistance. In their eyes, he remained the timid novice who had hesitated to fire a weapon in Thailand, and since his demise, their attitude towards him had grown decidedly unfriendly. Mina shared the bounty from the Bao family with them, revealing that they were willing to alleviate their troubles with the authorities. At this, the thieves finally relaxed, their frowns lifting as they greeted Chen Zhi with smiles. Chen Zhi's team had traveled a great distance and was weary. Their immediate priority was to rest before collaboratively devising a plan for the future. Fat Wei finally indulged in a long-desired hot shower, gradually regaining his composure in the cool air after an afternoon that had nearly turned him into jerky from the heat. He was on the verge of heat stroke. The cellar was well stocked with food, and the thieves had prepared a lavish banquet for them, featuring sliced ham, roasted chicken, and the region's famed barley bread. Mina even opened a bottle of red wine. Chen Zhi and his companions had not eaten since boarding the plane and were ravenous. As the platters of food were laid before them, they eagerly dug in. While dining, Mina tore at her bread and discussed the plans for the following day. With the child's life hanging in the balance, every minute was excruciating for the mother, and time was of the essence. "This is my plan," she stated, drawing 2 circles on the table with her wet finger. "There exists a powerful gang in this area, deeply involved in human trafficking. It is likely that the kidnappers are connected to them. They also engage in drug and arms dealing in the underground market. I know where this place is located. Tomorrow, we will go under the pretense of purchasing arms, while simultaneously gathering information about the child, hoping to uncover some leads." As Chen Zhi listened to Mina's words in silence, he raised his head when she mentioned gathering intelligence. "Has anyone come to demand a ransom thus far?" he inquired. "None," Mina responded despairingly, shaking her head. "Although we have refrained from showing ourselves, the child's mother has remained here, and no one has come to seek a ransom. Since there has been no demand for ransom, it indicates that they are not motivated by money," Chen Zhi murmured softly, his gaze lowered. "This is precisely the most terrifying aspect," Mina replied, glancing back at the child's mother before continuing in a hushed tone. "This suggests that after the child was abducted, it was intended for trafficking. Egypt is a severely underdeveloped region. Many abductors maim children by severing their limbs, then send them out to beg. In a moment of unexpected vulnerability, the child's mother heard a faint sound, causing her to cover her face and weep uncontrollably. Yet, her tears had long since dried, leaving her trembling all over. Mina gestured for the other thieves to escort her to a private chamber, ensuring she would no longer remain in the open. Turning to Chen Zhi, Mina continued, "I never intended to engage with these underworld elements. The locals are predominantly adherents of the ancient god cult. They are peculiar and exceedingly radical, utterly unyielding in their assistance to foreigners. It is a desperate measure, but in this vast nation, a significant portion of the lower class is unregistered, and these brigands possess no records, making any inquiries futile. Thus, I am compelled to rely on the underworld to gather information about the child, hoping that the allure of dollars might sway them. That is of no concern, Chen Zhi replied, setting down his knife and fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin. As long as the child is alive, no matter where he is hidden, I shall find him. Chapter 100, Egyptian Gangsters, Part 1. By this time, the night had deepened considerably. After a long day of travel and the exhaustion of a lengthy flight, fatigue descended upon everyone following their dinner. The sweltering heat of Egypt had drained their bodies of moisture, compounded by the challenges of adjusting to a new time zone, necessitating rest for Chen Zhi's team. Each member was assigned a bedroom in the spacious underground shelter, which boasted numerous specialized rooms with bulletproof metal walls, an elite refuge. The bedrooms were equipped with air conditioning and soft beds. Fat Wei collapsed onto his bed, finally discovering his haven. At around 2 in the morning, the disorientation from the time difference only intensified their weariness. Fat Wei quickly succumbed to sleep, while Chen Zhi found himself restless, unable to find slumber. Ultimately, he left his room and made his way to the surveillance station. Ji Ying, possessing keen auditory senses, heard the sounds and promptly followed Chen Zhi from her room. At the surveillance station, several thieves on night duty, alongside Mina, were reviewing the external surveillance footage from the time she had gone out for help. Despite the building being reduced to ashes, the hidden cameras remained operational. The footage revealed that individuals had indeed searched the residence during that time and discovered the existence of the underground shelter. The video depicted figures draped in thick headscarves, their faces obscured except for their eyes. Armed with rifles, they stealthily infiltrated the building under the cover of darkness. The Egyptians possessed an intimate knowledge of the cellar's architecture. Even though its location was cleverly concealed, they managed to uncover it. The subterranean level of the shelter was ingeniously disguised as an abandoned cellar, crafted to appear convincingly authentic, while the true secret base lay beneath. After a thorough search, those intruders found no mechanisms and harbored no suspicions before departing. In a still frame captured on video, Mina noticed a man without a headscarf. He was 34 years old, a one-eyed individual, with thick eyeliner adorning his intact eye. This man brandished a handgun, serving as a guide for those behind him. Mina instantly recognized him as a familiar figure among the local Egyptians of this era. His name was Astute, nicknamed the One-Eyed Worm, a notorious gang leader in the mixed residential area, primarily engaged in thievery and the drug trade. He oversaw the vagrants and thieves of the region, occasionally trafficking women and children, and was infamous within the community. Typically, he refrained from personally executing crimes in private residences unless there was a substantial deal at stake. Thus, Mina was somewhat taken aback to see him. This simplifies matters considerably, Mina remarked, observing the one-eyed Egyptian on the screen. The target is now clear. It is indeed the local gang's doing. Tomorrow, we shall bring a few more people under the pretense of purchasing firearms to meet the one-eyed worm and inquire about the children's whereabouts. If he is amenable to resolving this matter with money, all the better. If not, we shall resort to force. How much profit can be made from trafficking a child? Chen Zhi pondered silently, his gaze fixed on the group of Egyptians on the screen. Is such a commotion truly necessary? You do not understand these Egyptians, Mina replied to Chen Zhi. The local thugs are largely adherents of the ancient cult, harboring extreme moral views. They perceive all foreigners entering their land as guilty marauders. Even without justification, they might attack outsiders. Moreover, in recent years, many Chinese arriving in Egypt have been affluent, leading them to believe that Asians are generally wealthy, often possessing considerable cash reserves. In this place, nighttime murder and robbery are commonplace. Such occurrences are hardly surprising. Perhaps, Chen Zhi conceded with a slight nod. At that moment, Mina patted the shoulders of the extreme thieves. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow, we shall pay him a visit. They enjoyed a restful sleep in the underground base. Perhaps due to exhaustion, this slumber was profoundly rejuvenating. As Ping-Wei would say, he had never slept so soundly. Upon awakening the next day, Mina selected several compact firearms. The stock of weapons in the base was dwindling. She retained one for herself, handed one to Ping-Wei, and then offered another to Ji Ying. However, Ji Ying shook her head, indicating she had no need for it. After a moment's hesitation, Mina passed it to Chen Zhi. Initially, Mina intended to bring along a few extreme thieves, but Chen Zhi declined, asserting that there were insufficient personnel at the underground base, rendering their presence unnecessary. Thus, Mina, Chen Zhi, Ping-Wei, and Ji Ying, under the cover of several extreme thieves, cautiously emerged from the cellar into the outside world. At this moment, daylight had fully emerged, and the outside was once again filled with a cacophony of voices. The air was laden with dust, oppressive and scorching, while a putrid odor permeated the atmosphere, inciting irritation in everyone. The mixed residential area was indeed chaotic. As they entered the street, children with bowls tugged at their clothing for alms, while the locals cast sideways glances at the Asian newcomers, their eyes brimming with hostility. Women, peering through their headscarves, cautiously averted their gazes, and heavily made-up prostitutes swayed provocatively before them. After walking for a while, the sun's rays beat down mercilessly, soaking their garments in sweat, and Chen Zhi felt as though his skin were ablaze, imbued with the acrid scent of perspiration. Following Mina, they traversed a narrow alley and descended a stone staircase into an underground space, a veritable subterranean city. This underground realm seemed to date back to ancient Egypt, likely a remnant of its subterranean architecture. The air was stagnant and stifling. In the pitch-black corners, small groups of individuals appeared to be engaged in clandestine dealings, while drug addicts, marked with needle scars, lay motionless in the shadows, their fates uncertain. Clusters of men stood in the dim passageways, adorned with headscarves and bearing long rifles, casting watchful glances at Chen Zhi's group, whispering amongst themselves. Not long after they advanced with Mina, they were abruptly halted by a hooded figure. The man raised his rifle and, addressing Mina in English, inquired about their purpose for being there. Mina responded fluently in Arabic. The man shook his head and, with an unfriendly demeanor, uttered a few words, seemingly urging them to leave. Mina conversed with him once more in Arabic, and after regarding Chen Zhi's group with a hostile glare, he slightly nodded and turned to retreat further inside. Mina then turned to Chen Zhi and the others, stating, "He just informed me that they do not conduct business with foreigners and instructed us to leave. I told him we seek to engage in a substantial transaction with the one-eyed worm, which could make him quite wealthy overnight. Only then did he agree to send a message. Once we enter and encounter the one-eyed worm, let us keep our meeting confidential. You must remain silent while I negotiate with him." At that moment, the messenger re-emerged, gesturing to Mina and Chen Zhi. He spoke in English. Chapter 101, The Egyptian Gang, Part 2. They followed the masked Egyptian deeper into the underground, where the surrounding individuals regarded them with flickering eyes. This place appeared to be a dilapidated subterranean city, perhaps once a prison or a slave quarters in ancient times, permeated with a nauseating stench far worse than that of a sewer, making one wonder how these souls endured life in such squalor. Continuing in the wake of the hooded man, they navigated countless turns until they arrived at a grand entrance, in stark contrast to the dilapidated environment. This door was a heavy, steel airtight barrier, discordant with the subterranean decor. After rapping on the door several times, it was swung open. The door was opened by a half-naked Egyptian giant, whose skin exhibited a rich coffee hue, and a small braid adorned his head. His lips, ears, and nose were studded with numerous piercings, while his body was a canvas of intricate tattoos. Thick eyeliner framed his eyes, giving him an imposing and brutish appearance. Chen Zhi had previously encountered information online stating that in ancient Egypt, social hierarchies were starkly defined. The true Egyptians possessed coffee-colored skin, whereas those with darker complexions were predominantly descendants of Hebrews, who, for an extensive period, had served as slaves to the Egyptians. It was only when Moses parted the Red Sea, leading the Hebrews to freedom, that they escaped their bondage. However, Egypt retained a significant lineage of Hebrews, resulting in a disdain among the indigenous populace towards interactions with foreigners. Upon noticing their entrance, the hefty Egyptian rudely shoved Fat Wei's shoulder and uttered something in Arabic, seemingly demanding something from him. Fat Wei's brows furrowed, ready to retaliate, but Mina swiftly intervened, engaging the Egyptian in a few exchanges of Arabic before advising Chen Zhi and the others to temporarily relinquish their firearms. Although they could not conceal the weapons on their bodies, they complied and set their guns down, though they left their daggers hidden within their pant legs untouched. Fortunately, the Egyptian was not particularly astute. He glanced at the firearms, appraised Chen Zhi and his companions with a cursory look, and then turned to lead them further inside. The room was elongated and shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern its true size. The walls were smeared with a sticky, colorful substance, remnants of vibrant murals hinting at its former status as a residence for the elite. In the innermost corner of the room, several Egyptian women draped in sheer fabric lounged, their upper bodies bare, adorned with golden anklets and extravagant jewelry. Their long, curled hair entwined around their forms, and their expressions were dazed as they leaned together, giggling, likely under the influence of narcotics. Behind these women, an Egyptian armchair with a high back was occupied by a one-eyed man who incessantly toyed with the women below him. A greasy smile plastered across his face as he muttered something in Arabic, his tone suggestive of lewdness. After the hefty Egyptian approached the one-eyed man, he turned and stood behind him, remaining still. The one-eyed man appeared oblivious to Mina and the others, continuing to flirt with the women until Mina cleared her throat several times, prompting him to finally lift his head in irritation. He scrutinized Mina from head to toe before spitting and uttering a few words in Arabic, his voice akin to that of a drunken man shouting, laced with impatience. Mina furrowed her brow, clenched her fist tightly, and then turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "He claims he does not wish to negotiate with a woman. You may speak with him, and I shall serve as your translator." Upon hearing Mina's words, Chen Zhi took a few steps forward, scrutinizing the one-eyed Egyptian. His facial hair was thick, adorned with a bushy beard, and his visage appeared so greasy, as though it had not been washed in a century. In front of Chen Zhi and his companions, he unabashedly groped the bosoms of the women nearby, describing the Egyptian's lifestyle as challenging. This one-eyed man donned a brick-red Egyptian garment, stained with remnants of food and alcohol, yet his hands were surprisingly clean, with neatly trimmed nails adorned with an array of colorful gemstone rings. Upon noticing Chen Zhi, the one-eyed man nodded slightly and spoke a phrase in Arabic. Mina translated, "Asian, what business do you wish to conduct with me?" Chen Zhi regarded the one-eyed man calmly, responding, "I seek to purchase firearms, the finest available, and gather some intelligence while I am at it." After Mina conveyed his words in Arabic, the one-eyed man replied with several phrases in the same language. Mina then turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "He states that good firearms are reserved for the faithful, and that base Asians are unworthy of quality weapons. Asians have already seized much wealth here and deserve to be shot at. However, if we are willing to pay double the price, he may sell us some superior submachine guns." Agree to his terms, Chen Zhi replied with tranquility. Mina subsequently relayed Chen Zhi's intent to the one-eyed man, who then lazily sat up, wiped his hands with a nearby cloth, and exchanged a few words in Arabic with Mina, seemingly instructing her to collect a deposit first. Mina produced a stack of American dollars from her pocket and placed it on the table. The one-eyed man examined the money, then tapped the armrest of his chair. Shortly thereafter, a group of locals entered, carrying a wooden box. Upon opening it, they revealed 4 or 5 handguns, all of antiquated design, but 2 submachine guns of German manufacture that were relatively decent. The box also contained some ammunition, though it appeared damp and indistinct. The men allowed Chen Zhi and his companions a brief glance before promptly closing the box and placing it in front of the one-eyed man. He placed his foot atop the box's lid and extended his other hand toward Mina, indicating she should pay the remaining balance. At that moment, Chen Zhi stepped forward. Addressing the one-eyed man, "We also wish to inquire about a matter concerning a child. Do you know if someone has recently taken a child from an Asian single mother?" As Mina translated this inquiry into Arabic, the one-eyed man erupted in fury, forcefully stomping on the box and spitting heavily on the ground. He shouted several coarse phrases in Arabic, seemingly cursing, before pointing at Ji Ying with a lewd expression, beckoning with his finger. What did he say? Upon witnessing the one-eyed creature gesturing towards Ji Ying, Chen Zhi promptly turned to inquire with Mina. After a moment's hesitation, Mina translated, stating that he was exceedingly enraged, claiming that the Asian child had been taken by the disciples and that he wished to extract information regarding the child's whereabouts from him. He added that unless this beautiful Asian woman spent the night with him, he would divulge nothing. Chapter 102. The thoughts within a dead man's brain. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi's eyes instantly transformed, resembling the fury of enraged demigods. As a misty veil clouded his gaze, Ji Ying, upon hearing those words, was instantly provoked. She stepped forward with a cold demeanor, although she remained silent. The moment her hand moved to her waist, an aura of lethal intent radiated from her. The Egyptians immediately lunged forward, brandishing firearms, aiming at Chen Zhi's team. When Chen Zhi and his companions had entered, they had already relinquished their weapons, leaving them defenseless, akin to caged birds in the eyes of the Egyptians. "Huh, Asian fool!" the one-eyed creature exclaimed, swelling with arrogance as he retrieved a handgun from beneath the chair, pointing the dark muzzle at Chen Zhi's head, his face contorted in malice. "Die? Damn Asian fool, thank you for your dollars. It seems you know the whereabouts of that child. Chen Zhi, disregarding the gun aimed at him, inquired fluently in English. Are you prepared to tell me? This way, you need not perish. However, the one-eyed creature failed to comprehend Chen Zhi's words, remaining oblivious to the precarious situation. He found Chen Zhi's remarks amusing, believing the advantage lay with him. He mocked Chen Zhi in Arabic, then cast a glance at Ji Ying, uttering in clear English, "Chinese whore, accompany me tonight," while making an obscene gesture. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly appeared before him. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall seek the truth myself." After declaring this, he casually traced a curve in the air with his hand. In that instant, the one-eyed creature erupted, his head swelling immensely. He leapt up, mouth agape, crimson blood gushing forth as he spewed a torrent of gore and shredded flesh. His tongue had been severed into myriad tiny pieces by the intricate barrier, rendering him utterly crushed. As the sensation of pain coursed through him, the one-eyed creature writhed on the ground, incapacitated. The Egyptians, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, hastily pulled the triggers, aiming at Chen Zhi, only to discover they had already been ensnared. Their bodies were trapped within transparent barriers, and as their bullets discharged, they ricocheted back, striking themselves. They screamed in agony within the barriers, their cries stifled, their faces contorted in suffering as they collided against the barrier walls. In that moment, Chen Zhi waved his hand, causing the barriers to sink swiftly into the ground, taking the Egyptians with them, leaving not a trace behind. Mina was momentarily stunned, her large blue eyes wide with disbelief. She could not fathom whether Chen Zhi's recent act was a mere trick or genuine sorcery, having instantaneously buried those individuals alive. The shock left her utterly speechless. While the one-eyed creature was equally taken aback, its tongue utterly crushed, rendering it voiceless and spewing blood in agony as it shook its head in despair. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, it knelt on the ground, raising its hands in a plea for mercy, seemingly beseeching Chen Zhi to spare its life. At that moment, Chen Zhi approached, one hand resting upon the creature's hair while the other tightened around its throat. "Wait," Mina urgently called out, "spare its life. We still need to inquire about the child." "No need," Chen Zhi replied softly. "Humans have a penchant for deceit. It is a waste of time. I shall delve directly into its most primitive memories." Upon finishing his words, he gently pulled upwards on the throat he had grasped. A crisp snap resonating as the windpipe was severed. The one-eyed creature's head instantly drooped in Chen Zhi's grasp, lifeless. Subsequently, Chen Zhi silently chanted the heart infiltration spell, collecting a flow of energy that he placed upon the creature's head, swiftly penetrating into the cerebral cortex to explore the depths of its most fundamental memories. The deceased offered no resistance to the heart infiltration spell, allowing an unobstructed passage for the energy. Within the confines of the creature's mind, Chen Zhi uncovered a plethora of information. The one-eyed creature had spent most of its time in a drunken stupor and under the influence of narcotics, its mind far from lucid. The most vivid memories were filled with debauchery and chaos, devoid of any significance. In a fleeting thought, Chen Zhi glimpsed the creature's wife within its mind. She was not nearly as frail as she appeared now, cradling a 2-year-old child, exuding gracefulness and charm, engaging in polite conversation, and drawing the attention of many local ruffians. Furthermore, she was a single mother, a role subject to lewd advances within the moral framework of Egypt. The one-eyed creature had long coveted her, seeking opportunities to draw near. Yet she resided in a grand house, making access difficult. After some time, a group approached the one-eyed creature, promising a substantial sum of money in exchange for its assistance in infiltrating that very house to abduct the child. This aligned perfectly with the creature's desires. And from that moment forth, it trailed the wife, studying her routine. One fateful night, alongside the group, it stormed into the house, forcibly snatching the child from the wife's embrace. The subsequent memories were fragmented. Chen Zhi witnessed the one-eyed creature and its accomplices entering the house, where only the wife was present. In a desperate attempt to protect her child, she fought fiercely, calling out for help, but was soon rendered unconscious. At that time, the one-eyed creature was consumed by lust for her beauty and sought to violate her before making its escape, yet its companions sternly curtailed such intentions. Chen Zhi observed that those individuals were strikingly different from the Cyclops. Their appearance was peculiar. Although they donned Egyptian headdresses, the craftsmanship of their headscarves was exquisite, with some even embroidered with pure gold thread. Their demeanor was exceptionally refined, exhibiting a trained quality that starkly contrasted with the thuggish nature of the Cyclops. After seizing the child, these individuals took him away, while the Cyclops watched as they drove off in a truck towards the desert, ultimately vanishing into the vast expanse. They had compensated the Cyclops handsomely, instructing him to set fire to the building. In the following days, that same group returned, requesting the Cyclops to lead them into the building to conduct a search, eager to uncover what lay in the cellar. Chen Zhi had witnessed the scenes of the cellar search in surveillance footage from the underground base. The individuals descended to the basement level but found no trace of the secret base below. Subsequently, the Cyclops escorted them out, and the footage came to a halt at that moment. However, within the Cyclope's mind, Chen Zhi beheld an astonishing scene. The footage continued in the Cyclope's consciousness, revealing an unimaginable and grisly spectacle. Chapter 103. The Western Desert. Chen Zhi placed his hand on the Cyclope's head, closing his eyes for an extended period. He observed the visions within the Cyclope's mind. The logic of Egyptian thought diverged greatly from that of the Chinese. The Cyclope's mental processes were often bizarre and vague, lacking concrete moral principles. Yet, it was palpable that he held deep respect, even reverence, for those masked individuals. "What have you seen?" Mina inquired, noticing Chen Zhi standing there with a grave expression, unable to contain her curiosity. "Can you glimpse his memories?" From within his mind. "Is this an Eastern sorcery? It is truly extraordinary. What did you perceive? Is there any news regarding that child?" "Indeed, there is," Chen Zhi replied softly, retracting the airflow before turning to Mina. "Are you aware of any undeveloped oasis in the desert near Cairo? There are rows of tin houses, an adjacent gas station, and at the center of the oasis, a fast food establishment with iron road signs indicating its presence." "Yes," Mina nodded. "That is the expanse of desert behind us, which we refer to as the Western Desert. There are no scenic spots there. The troop never passes through, making it quite desolate. The oasis was previously developed by the government, but was abandoned due to lack of profitability. Now, it merely serves as a temporary stop for desert traders to refuel or hire camels. Can you guide us there?" Chen Zhi asked Mina. "Absolutely," Mina readily nodded. "I frequently visited there during missions and am quite familiar with the area. If necessary, we can reach there before tonight." "That is splendid. Let us proceed there immediately," Chen Zhi declared, releasing his hand from the Cyclope's head. The one-eyed creature's body immediately collapsed, tumbling to the ground and rolling beside the Egyptian women clad in sheer fabrics. Its grotesque demise was marked by a severed throat, bloodied mouth, and eyes wide with terror. The Egyptian women, who had previously refrained from uttering a sound, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of screams, their high-pitched cries jarring Chen Zhi's composure. A surge of uncontrollable rage coursed through him, manifesting as a whirlwind of energy that threatened to cleave the screaming women into pieces. However, as clarity returned, Chen Zhi swiftly reined in his fury, retracting the sharp energy with a casual gesture that sealed their mouths with delicate streams of air. "Why so serious?" Mina, perceptive as always, regarded Chen Zhi with a hint of suspicion. "Did you see anything in the creature's eye?" "No," Chen Zhi replied, meeting her gaze and shaking his head. "I merely witnessed the kidnappers stuffing the children into sacks before heading into the desert. They passed the oasis and paused near a fast food establishment before driving deeper into the sands. I remember the location. Once we arrive there, we can trace the children's whereabouts." "Did you see their faces?" Mina probed, still skeptical. In this vast Western desert, a person becomes as insignificant as a grain of sand. We could not even glimpse their features, nor can we inquire about their path. How could we possibly find them with such scant information? "Trust me," Chen Zhi urged softly. "This information is sufficient. I can locate them." "Very well, Chen. I believe in you." Mina nodded, a smile breaking across her face. Since witnessing Chen Zhi's formidable prowess, her perception of him had shifted dramatically. She was astute and now understood Chen Zhi's paramount significance. He was likely the strongest among them all. Regardless, knowing the general direction of the children was indeed a positive development. As the urgency of the moment pressed upon them, they swiftly retrieved their firearms. The Egyptian assailants had been dragged underground, leaving their weapons at the entrance along with the wooden crates they had brought. Fat Wei opened one of the crates and rummaged through its contents. The Egyptians had proven to be deceitful, as all the handguns were rendered inoperative, the ammunition damp, and most boxes empty. However, 2 submachine guns remained in decent condition. "Excellent," Mina exclaimed with delight. After the base was attacked, All the firearms were taken by those individuals. With these 2 submachine guns, our situation has improved significantly. Fat Wei found a large cloth mat nearby, wrapping the submachine guns within it. Though he couldn't discern the Egyptians' hygiene practices, the mat was smeared with grime and exuded a foul, decaying odor. They paid no heed to their surroundings, swiftly carrying the fabric-wrapped cushions as they made their way outside. A few figures loitered in the shadows, indistinct in the darkness. But the advantage of this pitch-black underground city was that I could not see you, nor you me. Moments ago, there had been no gunfire. As they emerged through the airtight door, onlookers presumed these Asian individuals were merely wealthy fools who had spent lavishly on counterfeit firearms, and thus, no suspicion arose against them. Moreover, the one-eyed worm had long been notorious here. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi's team emerge, no one paid them any mind. They traversed the darkness, hastily departing the underground city and returning to the surface. Once back in the alley, the throngs of people immediately concealed their presence. Mina suggested they return to their secret base with their weapons, where the extreme thieves awaited them to discuss their subsequent plans. However, Chen Zhi promptly dismissed Mina as proposal, offering no room for negotiation. Mina was perplexed by Chen Zhi's decision. Why not return to the base first? My team is waiting there for us. And the child's mother is also present. If she learns of her child's well-being, it would bring her solace. Do you not comprehend the anguish of a mother who has lost her child? No, Chen Zhi replied decisively. We must find a reputable hotel and procure the necessary equipment. We will depart immediately. We shall not return to that underground base for now. Why are you so stubborn and peculiar? Mina exclaimed, her face flushed with frustration. The underground base is nearby, equipped with everything we need and ample personnel. Why seek distant aid? Do you remember the promise you made to me? Chen Zhi suddenly fixed Mina with a serious gaze. Since you have enlisted my help, you must follow my commands in our subsequent actions. You cannot disobey my orders. Forget about that secret base. We are leaving this place at once. Chapter 104. The Western Desert, Part 2. Chen Zhi's words were unacceptable to Mina, yet he offered her no chance to retort. He turned back, signaling to Fat Wei and Ji Ying, and together they hoisted the submachine gun concealed within the fabric, blending into the crowd. Meanwhile, a multitude of armed Egyptians surged from the underground, likely having discovered the corpse of the one-eyed worm and emerging to apprehend them. The chaotic alley remained a cacophony of noise, blaring vehicles, chanting, and the clamor of bustling shops displaying a myriad of goods. Oblivious vehicles weaved through the throngs, while boys balanced trays of flatbreads atop their heads, all seemingly caught in a whirlwind of activity. Once Chen Zhi and his companions merged with the crowd, they were engulfed in the tumult, their ears and eyes overwhelmed. In an instant, they were lost to those behind them, and they swiftly navigated through the throng. Departing the disordered neighborhood, they traversed their path with remarkable speed. Mina attempted several times to pose questions to Chen Zhi, yet he deftly evaded her inquiries. After navigating through a series of narrow alleys, they emerged onto a main thoroughfare and summoned an electric vehicle to the bustling urban center. Cairo's vibrant cityscape was resplendent and teeming with life, adorned with numerous high-end, luxurious five-star hotels. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, seasoned travelers accustomed to minimalistic living, carried all their necessary documents and essentials with them. They located an opulent five-star hotel and secured a spacious suite, transporting their 2 submachine guns into the room. By the time they entered, they were already drenched in sweat. The sweltering heat of Egypt was no trifling matter. All of them were perspiring profusely, their skins swollen and parched, as if they had been subjected to a steam bath. Upon entering, Fat Wei rushed to take a cold shower, while Ji Ying stood guard at the door. Mina, still grappling with Chen Zhi's earlier orders, incessantly urged him to allow her to return to the underground base to inform everyone, particularly the child's mother, to alleviate her worries. Chen Zhi provided little elaboration, simply conveying the urgency of their situation. The child had been taken to the desert for over 10 days, where the climate was perilous and the intentions of their captors remained unknown. Every second the child spent in the desert was fraught with danger. The child's mother would only act emotionally. Notifying her would delay their efforts. Everything else was secondary. The paramount objective was to locate the child without delay. After hearing Chen Zhi's reasoning, Mina found merit in his words. Since witnessing Chen Zhi's capabilities, she had developed an inexplicable sense of reliance on him, and with a nod, she ceased her objections. Upon entering the room, they first retrieved the 2 German-made submachine guns to assess their performance. Indeed, they were exceptional military-grade firearms, fully loaded with ammunition. Model 949, akin to the commonly known German MP5, but better suited for desert warfare. During the Middle Eastern conflicts, these had been extensively procured by the American military, making them readily available in the current market. This type of submachine gun boasted a high rate of fire, minimal recoil, and impressive accuracy, compensating for slightly lower power. And its compact design effectively prevented sand intrusion. With substantial firepower capable of overwhelming resilient adversaries in a short span, it was often favored by Middle Eastern field assault teams. They had brought only a limited supply of specialized ammunition, as it was quite precious. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei carried standard 9mm rounds, compatible with both the German pistol and submachine gun models. Chen Zhi loaded one of the submachine guns with the specialized ammunition and also placed it into his and Fat Wei's pistols for contingencies. The ensuing moments were fraught with urgency. Chen Zhi instructed Ji Ying to accompany Mina to an outdoor supply store in Cairo to procure desert travel gear, ensuring that Mina remained under Ji Ying's watchful eye and did not return to the underground base. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei ventured out to locate the nearest Chinese pharmacy to purchase several herbal remedies and some grains. As they returned to the hotel after completing their purchases, the clock approached noon, and the sun outside seemed capable of melting anything in its path. They opted for a simple lunch within the hotel before embarking on their journey into the desert. Ancient Egypt, strictly speaking, was an oasis nation, with its history tracing back approximately 7,000 years, coinciding with the complete formation of the Sahara Desert. It is inconceivable for ancient Egypt to have emerged in a barren desert. The presence of the Nile River provided a vital water source, creating a slender oasis upon which the entirety of Egypt was established. The territory of the modern Republic of Egypt roughly assumes a pentagonal shape, with 90 comprised of desert. However, the original expanse of ancient Egypt encompassed only a small portion of present-day Egypt, consisting solely of oasis regions. Consequently, the majority of contemporary Egyptian land is dominated by rolling sands, with only the areas nourished by the Nile forming a green belt that houses over 90 of Egypt's population across just 130 square kilometers, leading to a significant density. The western desert of Egypt extends westward from the west bank of the Nile to Libya, borders Sudan to the south, and reaches the Mediterranean Sea to the north, covering an area of 2.8 million square kilometers, which constitutes 2/3 of Egypt's total territory. This vast desert remains tranquil and desolate, largely untouched by human presence. Often referred to as the desert within a desert, countless travelers have mysteriously vanished after entering, with mortality in the desert being a light and familiar burden for many. Despite its seemingly barren appearance and sparse rainfall, this desert harbors abundant underground water sources, fostering a scattering of oases throughout the expansive arid landscape. Mina, well acquainted with the local desert terrain, guided the group along a shortcut between the oases, revealing that these oases were connected by asphalt roads. A bus ride from here to the oases in the western desert would take no more than an hour. Due to the lack of tourists on this route, the Egyptian government has not invested in improving infrastructure, resulting in dilapidated public buses that rattled along the way, far bumpier than any broken-down vehicle in China. The bus was filled with masked Arab individuals, exuding the pungent odors of sweat and camel dung, which nearly overwhelmed Chen Zhi and the others as they squeezed amidst the crowd, reminiscent of Aladdin and the 40 Thieves. Nevertheless, the journey proved remarkably efficient. Within less than an hour, they reached the very edge of the western desert. The scene before them matched precisely what Chen Zhi had envisioned in the mind of the one-eyed worm. A swirling tempest of yellow sand engulfed the air. The blazing sun beat down upon the earth, and the landscape was strewn with vehicles encrusted with sand. A group of merchants, their heads wrapped in scarves, congregated around a gas station, queuing for fuel, while a procession of camels encircled them, with their drivers negotiating prices. Behind the gas station stood rows of tin houses, where numerous locals waved to passing merchants, beckoning them to enter, resembling quaint lodgings. Behind those ghost houses stood the fast food sign that Chen Zhi had glimpsed in his vision. Chapter 105, The Western Desert, Part 3. The vicinity of the gas station was a cacophony of chaos, with vehicles weaving in and out of the throng with utter disregard for order. The discordant symphony of car horns erupted intermittently, while Arab men, adorned with headscarves, shouted amidst the tumult. Each vehicle bore its own scars, both large and small, creating a scene that was almost frenzied in its liveliness. Amidst the thick fumes of exhaust and the blazing sun, Chen Zhi felt as if his head might burst. Fat Wei, covering his ears, exclaimed that the raucous Egyptians were exceedingly boisterous. If a deity of the land existed, it would surely have succumbed to madness. After circumventing the gas station, they hastened forward, and as the cacophonous vehicles receded into the distance, tranquility returned to their ears. The corrugated iron structures ahead drew closer, and beyond them lay an endless expanse of yellow desert. The sparsely populated sands bore witness to a few camels swaying gently as they ambled along. The air, devoid of noxious fumes, was now infused with a fine, transparent scent of sand, heralding the arrival of the fabled western desert. The sky had noticeably darkened, and in the desert night, a place to rest was imperative, for the passers-by were a motley crew, including those of dubious character. The desert night offered no semblance of safety. Should someone vanish by dawn, it would scarcely raise an eyebrow. Thus, the iron structures ahead became their sole refuge. Those buildings appeared much farther than they seemed, and after approximately 20 minutes of trudging, the small houses finally materialized before them. It turned out that this location was not only a guest house, but also a small shop and a long-distance rest stop. The exterior was clad in iron, stark and square, with the green paint long faded, rendering it quite shabby. Upon arrival, Chen Zhi stretched his stiff, sore body as the desert wind, infused with its distinctive aroma, enveloped him, bringing a refreshing chill. The attendants at the entrance eyed the Asian visitors cautiously, hesitant to approach. However, an Egyptian woman clad in revealing attire twirled around them, attempting to entice evening patrons. On the porch in front of the shop lay 2 or 3 plastic chairs, haphazardly strewn about and covered in sand, their original colors indiscernible. Mina guided them towards the guest house area. She had frequented this place numerous times before and was quite familiar with it, leading them to a guest house she knew well. The interior was dimly lit, with the bottles and snacks behind the counter shrouded in a layer of fine dust, giving them an antiquated appearance. An elderly Egyptian man, over 60 years of age, greeted them warmly from behind the counter, inquiring after Mina in halting English and exchanging a few pleasantries. A few individuals entered the metal shelter to rest momentarily, awaiting their employer to assign them rooms. Although the exterior was clad in tin, the interior boasted a robust framework of steel and wood, rendering it remarkably wind-resistant, impervious to collapse even amidst fierce sandstorms. However, the interior design was rather rudimentary, reminiscent of a large tent, with draped curtains partitioning small areas. The employer led them to a chamber divided by fabric walls, where men and women slept in close quarters, devoid of any semblance of privacy, and the space was exceedingly cramped, permeated by unpleasant odors. There were no bathing facilities. Even the necessity of using the restroom had to be addressed in the desert itself. Yet, despite such conditions, the cost was an astonishing $300 per night, a price considered reasonable for accommodations in this arid region. Once everyone settled in, they retrieved their firearms for inspection, subsequently wrapping them in cloth for concealment. The chaos surrounding them necessitated that weapons remain out of sight and shielded from excessive heat. Mina then inquired of Chen Zhi, "We have located the place, but the desert is vast and directionless. We cannot embark on a search without a plan, can we?" "Rest assured, I have a strategy," Chen Zhi replied, without lifting his gaze from his task, as he rolled up his pant legs to cool a dagger he had drawn. He continued calmly, "First, we shall find a place to dine, and then we will set out at midnight." The lodging did not provide meals. In the proprietor's words, "If you desire beautiful women, we can accommodate. We have them with various eye colors. But for food, you must venture to the establishment ahead." The establishment referred to was the sole restaurant in the vicinity, originally a massive fast food chain from Egypt, established during the government's investment in the oasis. However, following the cancellation of tourism initiatives, the chain was acquired by private owners. In this desert, there were unwritten rules. 2 industries could not profit from the same venture. The lodging profited from overnight stays, while the restaurant owner was responsible for food revenue. The restaurant's owner, a burly Egyptian man with a bushy beard, spoke little but was exceedingly polite, showing familiarity with Mina. Upon meeting Chen Zhi and his companions, he extended a handshake, and Chen Zhi noted the thick calluses on the owner's index finger, indicative of frequent handling of firearms. Most patrons, having just disembarked from long journeys, appeared exhausted. Merchants filled the restaurant, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a 1960s cafeteria. In contrast, Mina was treated as a guest of honor. The owner ushered Chen Zhi's group to a small dining table in the backyard designated for family meals. The owner's eldest daughter served them. Adorned like other Egyptian women with a thick veil, yet her eyes revealed her beauty. The owner's kitchen indeed delivered on its reputation. As Chen Zhi and his companions enjoyed an authentic Egyptian lunch, roasted pigeon, grilled fish, traditional whole wheat bread, and sweet, delectable wine. The days spent in the desert are indeed imaginable, yet the uncertainties of the journey ahead leave one pondering whether sustenance will be sufficient. Therefore, it is prudent to replenish energy while the opportunity presents itself. After dinner, the proprietor's daughter served them a pot of tea, seemingly quite fond of Chen Zhi, as she generously added 2 heaping spoonfuls of sugar to his glass. Upon tasting it, Chen Zhi found it exceedingly sweet, reminiscent of Chinese black tea. By this time, the dinner hour had passed, and after finishing his tasks outside, the proprietor entered with a platter of figs, warmly addressing everyone in English. He expressed his apologies for the busyness of the day and offered the fruits as a gesture of hospitality. In the arid regions of the desert, figs are considered a rare delicacy. The proprietor's willingness to present them indicates that Mina and her companions had spent a considerable sum in his establishment. As they bit into the figs, the sweet, juicy flavor delighted them, particularly impacting Fat Wei, whose heart seemed to bloom with joy. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly inquired of the proprietor, "Excuse me, I wish to inquire about a certain matter. Is there a well-trained group within the depths of the desert?" Their attire is quite distinctive, adorned with golden embroidery on their headscarves. No sooner had Chen Zhi spoken than the proprietor's complexion turned pale. Chapter 106. The desert guide. The restaurant owner appeared to be in his 40s, distinctly different from the dark-skinned Egyptians, possessing a robust masculinity. His physique was sturdy, with a coffee-colored complexion, tattoos adorning his right arm, and earrings accentuating his brow, exuding an air of resolute pride. Although familiar with Mina and amiable towards Chen Zhi's team, his demeanor shifted palpably at the mention of the desert army. "Why do you ask about this?" "I am merely a businessman," he replied in English, placing the figs back into the basket and tapping the table. "The desert is devoid of anything but sand and scorching sun. Our caravans traverse these sands, and no military presence resides here. If you intend to venture into the desert, it would be wise to set out early. I shall not accompany you any further." With that, he tapped the table once more, stood, and turned to leave. In Egyptian culture, such a gesture at the table signifies an unwelcome farewell and is quite impolite. Mina was taken aback by this abrupt dismissal and hurriedly pursued him to ask a few more questions. However, the proprietor's responses were less than satisfactory, leaving Mina dejected upon her return. "Why did you have to ask him so bluntly?" Mina reproached Chen Zhi. "We are in Egypt, and the locals are understandably sensitive to foreigners. If there truly is an army in the desert, your direct inquiry would elicit silence from him. It would have been wiser to be more diplomatic, perhaps offering him some money first to gently extract the information. Furthermore, the proprietor has been conducting business here for years. If he has connections to those who abduct children, your indiscreet questioning might well alert him, leading to unintended consequences. This individual holds little regard for the dollar." Chen Zhi, sipping his tea, replied with a nonchalant demeanor. On his index finger, 2 thick calluses were evident, and his gait leaned slightly to the left, suggesting a propensity for swift movement along the edges. His knee and waist exhibited remarkable agility, characteristics emblematic of a marksman, indicating that he had undoubtedly once served as a soldier in the field. For someone of his training, it would be impossible to conceal the stationed troops in the desert from his discerning eyes. Should he directly answer my inquiry, it would imply that the forces in the desert are indeed official military units, thereby entangling the matter in diplomatic complications. However, his deliberate evasion only serves to confirm the existence of a clandestine group in the desert. So what? Even if we are aware of this group's presence, we remain unable to locate them, Mina questioned, perplexed. "Do not fret. I possess the means," Chen Zhi replied, rotating the earthen cup in his hands, watching the tea swirl languidly within. "Yet, the vastness of this desert is daunting. If we aim to reach our destination swiftly and smoothly, we must have a guide well acquainted with this terrain. This individual seems promising." "Huh, you are truly peculiar," Mina laughed, unable to comprehend. "This proprietor has lived here for many years and is naturally familiar with the desert. As far as I know, he frequently leads caravans between oases. But you just mentioned he is not swayed by dollars. What compels him to willingly guide you in? Ah, he is indeed inclined to assist us. Chen Zhi suddenly lifted his gaze to Mina. For I perceive that his deepest yearning is to await an opportunity to venture into the desert and rescue someone dear to him. How do you know this? Mina paused, suddenly reminded of the moment in the underground city when Chen Zhi had delved into the mind of the one-eyed creature using an incantation to probe its memories. The urgency of that moment had not allowed her to ponder deeply. Now, in reflection, it seemed utterly astonishing. So, when you shook his hand earlier, Mina gazed at Chen Zhi in astonishment. What did you see in his heart? Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded with a smile. Yet this man differs from the one-eyed creature. His mind is exceptionally resilient, obscuring most of his thoughts from my view. Nevertheless, I can ascertain that he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards this desert and has been longing for someone, wishing to retrieve that person from its vastness. If I am not mistaken, he will seek us out tonight. Chun, this is truly incredible, Mina exclaimed, her eyes reflecting a near admiration for Chen Zhi. In the underground city, I witnessed you using magic to bind those Egyptians, rendering them as if ensnared within a transparent shroud. I have heard tales of ancient Eastern spells, passed down through generations, attainable only by those of special lineage. I never imagined they were true. Chen, who exactly are you? How do you possess such extraordinary powers? Ha, Mina. Do not be so alarmed. Fat Wei was engrossed in devouring figs, absent from their conversation. Now, having satiated his appetite, he wiped his mouth, smeared with fruit pulp, and remarked, I have long told you that your troubles are trivial. Our team is an indomitable force, rest assured while you are with us. Moreover, brace yourself for what lies ahead. You have yet to witness the truly miraculous. With that, Fat Wei chuckled mischievously. As the group conversed, darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of streetlights, cloaking them in an oppressive silence. Just as they prepared to return to their lodging, Ji Ying gently tapped Chen Zhi's shoulder, gesturing ahead. Following her, Chen Zhi beheld a faint light revealing the boss's daughter peering through the door's crack, her head partially visible as she stealthily observed them. This girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. According to Egyptian customs, girls of such age are typically wed. Her presence at home indicated her father's affection. The status of women in Egypt is considerably low, with conservative traditions dictating that, aside from their husbands and fathers, they seldom unveil their headscarves in the presence of outsiders. When the young girl noticed Chen Zhi's gaze upon her, she stepped from behind the door, confidently approaching the group. One by one, she removed her headscarf, revealing striking blue eyes and a cascade of thick, unruly black curls. She then spoke fluently in English. You wish to venture into the desert, do you not? We can assist you. Follow me, my father is awaiting you. Chapter 107, The Desert Guide, Part 2. After unveiling her face, the girl promptly shed her outer robe, revealing a simple yet elegant outfit beneath, a refreshing ensemble of a tank top and shorts, crafted from embroidered Egyptian cotton, clinging to her youthful form. Her physique was quite pleasing to the eye, with her chest and calves tautly defined. Her arms and waist were adorned with intricate tattoos, the design sprawling up to her neck, resembling a stunning body art masterpiece. This young girl boasted solid muscles, her arms and calves accentuated by golden adornments. In Egypt, girls who dare to expose their faces and arms to outsiders are exceedingly rare. Since the advent of Islam as the predominant religion, the social norms have become exceedingly conservative. Men are prohibited from initiating conversations with women, complimenting their figures, or discussing matters of gender relations. Women, aside from their eyes, must conceal any part of their bodies from anyone other than their husbands, lest they be deemed unfaithful. Throughout their journey, even village women selling fruits from carts would meticulously shield their bodies, as if a mere glance could strip away their dignity. This young girl's actions, by local standards, were seen as scandalous, potentially jeopardizing her prospects for marriage. Are you a local here? Chen Zhi glanced at the tattoos adorning the girl and inquired in English. Her laughter chimed like bells, crisp and melodious, as she replied, True Egyptians like us never cloak ourselves entirely. Those constricting garments are merely the customs of the Arabs, who are not authentic Egyptians. We genuine Egyptian women prefer to display our divinely bestowed bodies. There is no need for us to veil our faces, for in ancient dynasties, we too participated in battles rather than succumbing to the sun's heat while unable to remove our headscarves. After her words, she gestured invitingly, leading everyone inside. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances before nodding at Mina, and together they followed the girl into the courtyard. Behind the restaurant lay a secluded residential area. Egyptians favored wooden furniture and enjoyed cultivating plants and raising animals in their yards. However, this particular courtyard seemed unwelcoming to outsiders, devoid of any signs of passage. Lacking even a dog, and shrouded in dim light, exuding an eerie silence. As they ventured further, they traversed the central courtyard and proceeded to an inner chamber, where a room awaited them, and the restaurant owner was there to greet them. It was a simple bedroom styled in traditional Egyptian fashion, featuring a large wooden bed adorned with peculiar, rigid animal carvings. The walls were coated in colorful clay, and the floor was strewn with cushions of red and black, upon which a small tea table rested. The owner sat cross-legged on the cushions, holding a long spear and gazing intently at them. "May I see your weapons?" the owner asked directly, glancing at the cloth bag in Fat Wei's hands. Fat Wei paused momentarily, turning to look at Chen Zhi, who nodded in affirmation. Fat Wei then approached, tossing the bag onto the bed with a thud and gradually unveiling its contents, revealing 2 submachine guns. The owner nodded in approval and, in a deep tone of English, said, "My daughter and I can guide you into the desert. We possess our own weapons and do not require your protection." "Do you know where that group is?" Mina inquired. The owner shook his head. "I do not know. However, 3 years ago, I delivered fresh water to them. Their movements are highly secretive. My water cart would halt at a small oasis in the desert, and they would come to fetch it, taking the water back into the sands. Ultimately, I am unaware of their final destination, but I do remember that oasis." He then looked at Chen Zhi, saying, "Yet I worry. Do you possess the capability to engage in combat? That group is armed. Should you encounter them, can you fight? Concerning our combat capabilities, you need not fret," Chen Zhi replied, observing the Egyptian father and daughter intently. "The current issue is that if we are to collaborate, honesty is paramount. Can you disclose your intentions to us? I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely a businessman. Provided the price you offer is reasonable, I am willing to serve as your guide." After the proprietor concluded his statement, he caressed his long rifle. "I possess my own caravan and several firearms, and I am well acquainted with the nuances of this desert. Even in times of water scarcity, the merchant caravans along the route have been known to provide me with sustenance. You, however, are unfamiliar with the temperaments of this arid expanse. Should you venture into the desert unaccompanied, it is likely that you would perish from thirst or succumb to the sun long before completing your journey. Apart from me, you have no better alternatives. Now, let us deliberate upon the matter of compensation." "Enough," Chen Zhi interjected coldly, interrupting the proprietor. "I previously stated that should we decide to collaborate, transparency is imperative. Such fabrications are unnecessary. What, precisely, is your purpose in traversing the desert? Or rather, whom are you seeking? If you fail to speak the truth, I shall not accompany you." The proprietor appeared taken aback by Chen Zhi's words. He seemed poised to express indignation, but ultimately surveyed Chen Zhi's physique and his hands before falling silent. The atmosphere in the room grew decidedly awkward, with all present rendered mute. The proprietor's grip on his firearm tightened, his expression grave and uncommunicative. At this juncture, the girl who had been standing beside the proprietor suddenly spoke up. "We seek to venture into the desert to find my brother, who was abducted 3 years ago." The girl then recounted her family's circumstances to Chen Zhi and Mina in fluent English. The restaurant owner, known as Adiba, was once a soldier in the Egyptian National Army, having attained the rank of major and earned a second-class military honor. Upon retiring, he chose to return to this forsaken desert to establish a restaurant, profiting from the passing merchants. He has garnered considerable respect in this region, accumulating substantial wealth from his endeavors, and none dare to challenge him. His wife passed away in earlier years, leaving behind a pair of twins, a son named Bali and a daughter named Puna. Their family lived harmoniously until 3 years ago when a strange group emerged in the desert. Initially, this group maintained an amicable relationship with Adiba, who frequently supplied them with fresh water and food at minimal cost. However, one fateful day, coinciding with the 12th birthday of his children, the group forcefully invaded their home under the pretense of conscription, abducting the girl's brother. Upon finishing her account, the girl glanced at her father, whose face bore an expression of grave concern as he averted his gaze to his firearm. She then turned her attention back to Chen Zhi. "We can guide you through the desert. We have camels and provisions. While we remain ignorant of your true intentions, we harbor no interest in them. However, we implore you to assist us in retrieving my brother." "Is that all?" Chen Zhi inquired, casting a glance at Ataba, who lay on the bed. That is all, Ataba affirmed with a nod, his voice heavy with emotion. I only wish to bring my son home. I require assistance, and I shall not demand a single coin from you. I merely hope to accompany you into the desert to locate that group. Beyond that, I have no further desires. It is not merely these matters. Chen Zhi observed the tattoos adorning Puna's body, furrowing his brow. The secrets of your household extend far beyond this, he declared. In a fit of rage, Appa raised the spear he held, aiming its tip at Chen Zhi's face. He then turned to his daughter and shouted something in Arabic, which seemed to instruct her to retrieve weapons. Is this the courtesy you Egyptians extend to your guests? To conceal your requests from me? To utter lies in my presence? Chen Zhi paid no heed to the ominous muzzle of the gun, but strode directly towards Appa, grasping the barrel of Appa's weapon. He effortlessly forced it down with a fierce gust of air. Surrounded by Chen Zhi's powerful airflow, the space around them approached a vacuum, leaving Appa's face flushed and breathless, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. At that moment, Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon Appa, his voice grave as he reiterated, "Let me make myself clear once more. I have no interest in the fabrications you conjure. From this point forward, I expect every word you utter to be truthful. Do not attempt to be clever, do not try to deceive me, and do not hesitate, for otherwise, you and your daughter shall forever be deprived of the opportunity to speak." Though Chen Zhi's voice was soft, each word resonated in Appa's ears like thunder, akin to a warning from the Grim Reaper. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi withdrew the airflow, causing Appa to collapse onto the carpet. With great effort, he propped himself up with his arms, struggling to regain his breath, as the prolonged suffocation had nearly halted his circulation. Puna, witnessing her father's distress, leapt forward, brandishing a traditional Egyptian double-edged dagger, its blade sharp enough to slit a throat with a single stroke. She glared at Chen Zhi with hostility, poised to charge at him. Yet Appa hastily gestured for her to refrain from approaching. Observing Appa gasping for air on the carpet, Chen Zhi's gaze shifted to Puna. The myriad tattoos covering her body were strikingly prominent, becoming even more vividly defined in the throes of heightened emotion. This is an ancient sacrificial tattoo, Chen Zhi remarked softly to Appa, scrutinizing Puna. Though your Egyptian government strives to control the outflow of artifacts, the ancient culture of Egypt has long since permeated the world, and your deities are no longer shrouded in secrecy. I have been fortunate enough to view some exceedingly confidential photographs, ones that even your government is unaware of. They depict a group of European treasure hunters who, during their initial excavation of the pyramids, discovered royal murals within an underground temple. These murals, featuring exquisitely crafted likenesses of figures, surpass those currently found within your pyramids. Alas, once exposed to oxygen, they remained intact for merely 10 minutes before being utterly obliterated. The photographs taken then became invaluable rarities, acquired at high prices by European royalty, and have since found their way into the hands of collectors in Asia. The photographs encompass striking portraits of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, astonishingly lifelike, featuring pharaohs, queens, princes, and the enigmatic, noble priestesses of royal blood. Each subject's distinct characteristics are rendered with remarkable clarity, including scars, moles, piercings, and tattoos. My memory for patterns is exceptional. The tattoo on your daughter mirrors that of the Egyptian Queen Nefertiti, symbolizing a vow to serve the divine and unwavering loyalty to the royal lineage, a design reserved solely for the ancient Egyptian nobility. Thousands of years have elapsed, eras have shifted, and amidst the turmoil of war, the true ancient Egyptian royal families have long vanished into the mists of time. Logically, few would recognize this tattoo. How could it possibly appear on your daughter? What ancient royal lineage from Egypt? That absurd dynasty should have perished long ago. Have they not inflicted enough suffering upon the people of this land? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Atuba's brows furrowed tightly, his face flushed with indignation, his hair standing on end. The world has transformed. People have attained freedom, devoid of pharaohs and deities. Look at America and Britain. Behold their technology and civilization, their ethics and legal systems. While our nation remains ensnared in this ludicrous historical myth, how utterly ridiculous. After uttering this, Atuba rose in fury, instructing Puna to secure all the doors and windows. He then sat solemnly before Chen Zhi and earnestly declared, "Asians, do you comprehend the absurdity of our ancient civilization? From a young age, I was told I am a descendant of the Ptolemaic dynasty of ancient Egypt, our royal lineage emerging as early as 5000 BC. The oldest in humanity, purportedly descendants of the ancient Egyptian gods. Yet this title has bestowed upon me neither wealth nor status. Rather, it has compelled me to fulfill unwelcome obligations. During my military service, I was forcibly summoned back to this desert, relegated to the periphery as a guard, tasked with protecting a mysterious group that calls themselves the devotees. They assert that this desert is the resting place of the ancient gods of Egypt, claiming that every royal descendant must guard the ancient deities, lest they incur the wrath of generations of pharaohs. How laughable! Where are these ancient gods? Where is this curse? I was coerced into complying with this absurd command, retiring from the military to serve at the desert's edge, providing them with free water and food. Yet what did I ultimately receive in return? Atuba's voice grew strained with anger as he recounted an incident from 3 years prior, when the devotees invaded his home. They proclaimed that my son, now 12, was to be taken for training as a devotee, to guard the deities in the desert alongside them. Furthermore, once my daughter reaches 15, she too would be sent to bear offspring for the devotees, to be wed to my son. What? Upon hearing this, Fat Wei nearly retched, exclaiming, "How can you Egyptians be so psychologically twisted? Siblings marrying each other? Truly, what a grotesque perversion. I cannot believe such things still occur." Indeed, the royal family of ancient Egypt has always been thus, Chen Zhi murmured to Fat Wei. We deem consanguineous marriages as an affront to humanity. However, throughout nearly 10 millennia of Egyptian royal history, it has constituted the sole lawful matrimonial system. The rulers of ancient Egypt held the belief that the royal lineage was of divine descent, distinct from ordinary humanity. Only through intermarriage among royal kin could the purity and nobility of the royal bloodline be preserved, akin to the union of Osiris and Isis, as chronicled in Egyptian mythology. Marriages among royal relatives served to prevent unsavory elements from infiltrating the royal family through matrimony, thereby safeguarding the sanctity of sovereignty from external threats. Although modern genetics has elucidated the perils of consanguineous unions, a perusal of ancient Egyptian history reveals that such marriages were institutionalized customs, encompassing unions between siblings, father and daughter, and even mother and son. Pharaohs would never wed their daughters to outsiders. Candidates for the throne could only inherit it by marrying the king's daughter, as the legitimacy of the throne was intrinsically linked to the marital status. There is no record of descendants suffering from genetic ailments. Amenhotep IV of the 18th dynasty, who proclaimed himself the mysterious pharaoh, embodied this mystique through his close kin unions. His first queen was his mother, Tai, who bore him 2 daughters, while his 5th queen was one of those daughters. The renowned Cleopatra, often referred to as the last pharaoh of Egypt, was born of such a sibling union. At the tender age of 12, she married her 50-year-old father, and following his demise, she wed her own son. Enough, enough. I feel nauseated, Fat Wei exclaimed, thoroughly repulsed, as he pounded his chest, on the verge of expelling his bile. Conversely, Appa became increasingly agitated upon hearing this narrative. He shouted in indignation, "The world has changed. Consanguineous marriages are barbaric, akin to the behavior of beasts. What of your wife?" Chen Zhi's gaze shifted sharply towards Appa. "I noticed upon my arrival that your room is adorned with numerous photographs of you and your 2 children, signifying your deep affection for them. You understand emotions. Yet what of your wife? Has your deceased spouse left no photograph behind? If, as you claim, you were informed of your identity as part of the ancient Egyptian royalty since childhood, you should have been raised within that tradition. What was your wife to you? A sister? Or perhaps..." "Do not speak further." Appa suddenly erupted in furious indignation, his eyes ablaze, his countenance as fierce as a lion's. "Please refrain from mentioning the past. I was but a child then, devoid of understanding. However, during my military service, I received a Western education and have come to realize what the world has become. I comprehend that my previous actions were beneath the dignity of humanity. My marriage is indeed cursed, and though my life is irrevocably altered, my children still possess the opportunity for change. I cannot allow them to live their lives as I have, perpetually bowed under the influence of so-called devotees. I must prevent them from engaging in relationships akin to beasts, marrying within the family. I yearn for them to receive modern education and embrace a contemporary lifestyle. Yet these devotees relentlessly pursue me, branding me a traitor. They have even taken your son, have they not?" Chen Zhi gazed calmly at Appa. "Yes." Appa lowered his head in silence. "When they took my son, They declared their intent to take my daughter at the age of 15, to wed her to my son in the temple and bear children for the devotees. My daughter is on the cusp of her 15th birthday, and I wish to flee with her, but I cannot abandon my son in the desert. My love for them is boundless, and I would sacrifice my life for them. From a young age, I have possessed a keen intuition for the powerful. This ability is innate. Even in the military, I could easily identify the strongest among us. From the moment you entered this desert, I sensed your strength. You are my sole hope. So, are you now beseeching my assistance? Chen Zhi's eyes fell upon Appa as he coldly inquired, "Have I misinterpreted your intentions? Is this how you Egyptians express politeness, by soliciting help in such a manner?" Appa paused, taken aback by the remark, but quickly regained his composure. He hastily lowered his weapon, raised his hands in reverence, and knelt before Chen Zhi, bowing as if in worship. This was the most devout gesture of the Egyptians. "I implore you, esteemed guest, I can provide you with all that you desire. I will obey your every command, even offering my life in service. Let the vast golden desert bear witness. From this moment forth, I shall not utter a single lie before you. I beseech you, Asian, please assist me in rescuing my son." Chen Zhi stood silently, observing Appa prostrate before him. After a prolonged silence, he approached and placed a hand on Appa's shoulder. "Lead us to that oasis, and I promise you, as long as your son lives, I shall help you bring him back." Chapter 109. The journey through the desert. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Appa's face lit up with joy, a genuine elation as if the sun had finally pierced through his long-shadowed existence. He gradually rose, bowing deeply in deference to Chen Zhi, extending his hands forward. "Esteemed guest from Asia, let the golden sands of this desert bear witness. Should I ever conceal anything from you again, may this yellow sand consume me. Of course, you may scrutinize my truth at any time. As Appa himself stated, he is a person of keen intuition, and perhaps it is his inherent sensitivity that assures him of the formidable presence before him. He understands that in the presence of Chen Zhi, all deceit loses its significance. I require your guidance." Chen Zhi stood up and took a few steps into the room, finding a clean spot to sit. "I need all the equipment necessary for entering this desert, including a fully fueled vehicle, camels, food, and all supplies for our journey into the sands. You are familiar with this desert and have dealings with that particular group. You will lead us to the lost oasis you mentioned, and I shall find a way to connect with that group." "Very well. No problem," Appa replied without hesitation, evidently confident about the desert. "When do you intend to depart?" "Tonight," Chen Zhi responded matter-of-factly. "Tonight? So soon?" Appa appeared somewhat surprised, glancing at his daughter before nodding at Chen Zhi. "All right, I shall prepare immediately. You wait here. I will gather the supplies, and we shall set off at midnight." Having made the decision, Appa hurriedly exited. 2 vehicles were required for the desert expedition, one for passengers and another for the camels, necessitating a large truck for the latter. In this region, only gas stations housed such vehicles, and entering the desert by night was considered ill-advised. Appa rushed to negotiate with the gas station owner, leaving Puna behind to tend to Chen Zhi and the others. This girl named Puna had a rather cold demeanor, to be frank, from a Western aesthetic perspective. She could indeed be regarded as a beauty. Her sun-kissed skin was taut, and her curvaceous figure was exquisitely delicate. Her large orange-golden eyes held a mysterious allure reminiscent of the desert itself. Had she grown up in a Western environment, she might very well have pursued a career in modeling. Yet, she maintained a stern expression, her coffee-colored lips tightly sealed, devoid of any trace of a smile. As if someone owed her a significant debt, Puna merely bent down to pour tea for everyone without offering cups or engaging in conversation. Even when Mina initiated a question, she remained silent. However, for reasons unknown, she seemed to take a particular liking to Chen Zhi, personally handing him a teacup and managing a rare smile. Fat Wei, ever the compassionate soul, had always held a fondness for young girls. Yet, having heard the earlier conversation, he felt a degree of apprehension towards this girl. After sitting awkwardly for a while, he pulled Chen Zhi outside for some fresh air. They stepped out into the restaurant's exterior, where night had already fallen, and the vast desert lay in impenetrable darkness, silence enveloping it, save for the gentle whisper of the wind stirring the shifting sands, reminiscent of the tumultuous depths of the sea. "Orange, what are you pondering?" Fat Wei leaned against the doorframe, offering Chen Zhi a cigarette. "Give it a try. I procured this from the Egyptians. It's pure Egyptian tobacco, something you can't buy at any price back home." Chen Zhi accepted the cigarette from Fat Wei, lit it, and took a puff. This was the type of rustic Egyptian tobacco rolled in paper by the locals, the leaves sourced from the region itself. Rich in flavor, yet exceedingly harsh on the throat. Chen Zhi leaned against the door alongside Fat Wei, remaining silent, listening to the wind's murmur. His eyes closed as he contemplated his thoughts. Seeing that Chen Zhi was ignoring him, Pang Wei clicked his tongue in mild annoyance and took a couple of steps forward, theatrically clearing his throat. Comrade Xiao Chun, do not be afraid. When faced with difficulties, we must confront them head-on. Those Egyptian desert dwellers are nothing but illusory paper tigers. We merely need to. Hey, don't walk away. Before Pang Wei could finish his sentence, Chen Zhi had already ventured into the desert ahead. In the looming darkness, a figure was seen approaching, leading several camels. It was Abida. Abida, holding onto the camels, had another hand filled with leather pouches. While the camels were laden with water bags and provisions, he was quite esteemed in this area. The gas station owner regarded him with special favor, agreeing to lend him a truck and prioritizing the fueling of his vehicle. Soon, someone would arrive to bring along large tents to accommodate their overnight stay in the desert. Since it was still early, they decided to return to the restaurant to await the arrival of their vehicle and equipment, while also tidying up their belongings. Entering the desert at night was no trivial matter. Upon returning indoors, the group reconvened to discuss their plans. With 4 hours remaining before their scheduled departure, Puna busied herself gathering necessary items for the desert, while Mina organized their gear outside. Ji Ying stood vigil in the courtyard, and Pang Wei had been assigned a special task by Chen Zhi. Only Abida and Chen Zhi remained inside the room. Egyptians have a custom of eating fruits, and the small table on the carpet was laden with various fruits, alongside some dried meats and wine. "Chen, come and have a drink," Abida said, retrieving 2 cups from a cabinet by the bed and bending down to pour a glass of wine for Chen Zhi. Since learning his name, Abida, like Mina, referred to him simply as Chen. In truth, Abida was a complete stranger to Chen Zhi's team. After having divulged so many family secrets earlier, their current face-to-face encounter felt somewhat awkward. Chen Zhi sensed that Abida had been wanting to inquire about their purpose in the desert, but had refrained from doing so. He was keenly aware of the situation. Chen Zhi was in the know while Abida was not, and the less Abida knew, the safer they were. "Abida, I wish to ask you something," Chen Zhi said, taking the wine glass from Abida without drinking. "That group that claims to be the disciples of the gods, do they only recruit children of royalty like you? Or do they also abduct ordinary children? For instance, Asian children?" "Perhaps," Abida replied, pouring himself a glass of wine. "Not long ago, I assisted them with such dealings. These so-called disciples also procure ordinary children from traffickers to bring into the desert. I've heard from merchants traversing the sands that they often encounter the desiccated corpses of children discarded in the desert, already in a state of disarray. It seems the fate of these children is quite tragic. Can you elaborate?" Chen Zhi inquired, furrowing his brow as he questioned Abida. "I am not entirely certain," Abida replied, shaking his head. "I merely overheard merchants speaking of 2 large sand pits discovered in the desert, revealed by the winds. Within, they found the fragmented remains of numerous children, their bodies ravaged by vultures. Most of the children's eyes were missing, while some still bore a trace of warmth, likely having been discarded while still alive. It is a horrific fate." Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi felt an unsettling calmness within. Had this been 2 years prior, such revelations would have stirred discomfort and even anger within him. Yet now, for reasons unknown, it had become increasingly difficult for him to elicit any emotional ripples. Even when confronted with such inhumane tragedies, his heart remained as cold and unyielding as ice. "What purpose does that group have for the children?" Chen Zhi continued to inquire of Abida. "Who can say?" Abida scoffed, pouring himself another drink. "Perhaps they intend to use them as slaves, or for some even more nefarious purpose. Regardless, the fate of these children is undeniably grim. Do the parents not seek their lost children? Does the government not intervene?" Chen Zhi queried. "Huh, Chen, you truly do not understand Egypt," Abida retorted with a cynical laugh. "The government hardly concerns itself with such trivial matters, and these children were sold by their very own parents. From the moment they are born, their destinies are sealed. Does such a thing still occur in Egypt?" Chen Zhi asked, lifting his gaze upon hearing Abida's words. "Indeed, and it is all too common." Abida emphatically struck the table with the bottom of his glass, his voice laced with indignation. "Do not be misled by the portrayals on television. The true Egypt is far from idyllic. Many Egyptian families have dozens of children they cannot sustain. Girls are married off early in exchange for wealth, and in impoverished households, children are born merely to be sold. Their parents shed not a single tear. They are indifferent even when their children are sent to feed dogs. Such is the consequence of poverty, as countless souls succumb to hunger each year in this nation, with no one to care. After taking a sip of his wine, Adaba gazed at Chen Zhi for a moment before finally asking, "Chen, how old is the child you have lost?" 2 years, Chen Zhi answered candidly, without reservation. 2 years? So young? Adaba shook his head. Typically, the devotees do not purchase such small children. If he were still alive, he might be redeemed for 5 times his worth. But if he has already, Adaba downed the remainder of his red wine. May the deities of Asia watch over him. Poor child. Do you Egyptians not abstain from alcohol? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhi felt a peculiar fondness for the Egyptian man. He raised his wine glass to his lips and savored a small sip. The wine was exquisite. At that moment, he heard Abada chuckle and exclaim, "Haha! It is the devout Muslims among the Arabs who abstain from alcohol, not us Egyptians. For thousands of years, we have cherished fine wine, as it liberates us from suffering." Upon finishing his statement, Abada grasped a large silver wine jug and filled Chen Zhi's glass to the brim. The alcohol seemed to ease his demeanor, and he appeared less restrained than before. "Chen, the world beyond the desert is truly beautiful," Abada said softly. His eyes slightly red as he gazed out at the expanse of sand. "During my service, I often heard tales of a world where the air is free of yellow dust, where men venture forth unarmed, where girls can pursue education just like boys, and where dowries are no longer a concern for marriages. There, every matter is resolved by law, the water is pristine, and a refreshing breeze is ever present. The children live in happiness." "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied, feeling a flicker of emotion at Abada's words, and he nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, Abada reminded him of his father, the man who had loved him in all the wrong ways. "Once you find your son, do you plan to leave this country immediately?" Chen Zhi inquired softly, taking a generous gulp from his glass. "Yes, we must leave this place. We must leave," Abada affirmed with unwavering resolve. "I know my son well. He is very much like me, with a heart as fierce as an eagle. He despises confinement and abhors the vulgarity here, yearning to soar freely. When he left, I promised him that I would rescue him. Over the years, I have saved some money, and once I bring him back, I shall take him and his siblings to Europe, so they may attend school and live a civilized life like Western children." "May your wishes come true," Chen Zhi said, gently raising his glass in a gesture of blessing. The 2 men then fell into silence once more, merely drinking and consuming dried meat. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside. "Damn it, Orange, you are quite the rogue, sneaking off to drink alone." It was Fat Wei, covered in dust, as if he had rolled in the sand. He entered the room, carrying a local Egyptian wild cat, and plopped down next to Chen Zhi, bringing the cat close to his face. "What do you think? Look at this creature. You sent me out to find a wild cat, and I searched high and low, only to come back with this. Though it may not be the prettiest, upon closer inspection, it is indeed a cat." Chen Zhi studied the creature closely. It was a common breed of Egyptian street cat, completely devoid of fur, its grayish-white skin exposed, ears erect, and eyes fierce as if it were a monster at first glance. Earlier, Fat Wei had been rummaging through the guest house area, and this unfortunate cat was the one Chen Zhi had requested he catch. The local wild cats were notoriously fierce and swift, and Fat Wei returned with bloodied hands, having failed to capture one. Until Ji Ying finally managed to secure a single specimen. "What do you intend to do with this cat?" Atarba gazed at Chen Zhi with a hint of confusion. Being a local, he inevitably harbored superstitious concerns. In this land, cats are revered as sacred creatures. You capture one, and the slumbering pharaoh of the desert may hold you accountable. As the guide, Chen Zhi set down his wine glass and offered a faint smile. "You are tasked with leading us to the lost oasis, while this cat may guide us to the enigmatic troop within the desert. My dear Atarba, why fret so? Just follow our lead when the time comes. Rest assured, with us by your side, even if your pharaoh were to transform into a giant dumpling, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." Fat Wei, with his limited grasp of English, listened to the exchange between Chen Zhi and Atarba with a mix of understanding and confusion, relying mostly on conjecture. He tossed the wild cat into his bag and poured himself a glass of wine, grabbing some dried meat from the table to munch on. Observing the gluttony of Fat Wei, Atarba glanced at his watch. "Gentlemen, the time is nigh. Let us prepare to depart." Chapter 111. Night in the desert outside the grand entrance. The blaring of a truck horn echoed as the gas station attendant delivered the large vehicle along with several wind-resistant desert tents. These tents, crafted by local Egyptians, are reputed to be sturdier than their German counterparts, providing effective wind protection in the desert and coated with a foul-smelling paint to deter foxes from attacking. Egyptian women are exceptionally skilled in food preparation. Puna had already prepared ample fresh water and jerky. They loaded their various bags onto the truck and herded the camels aboard, embarking on their journey into the vast desert ahead. Atarba possessed a fine off-road vehicle, its wide tires built to withstand the sands, while the rear compartment brimmed with large tents and supplies. The borrowed truck was immense, carrying several camels. This was a common method for Egyptians venturing into the desert. As Atarba would say, the road must end somewhere. When you reach the boundless expanse of the desert and vehicles can no longer proceed, only camels can truly aid you. The vehicle sped along the straight asphalt road, and the world they had just left vanished like a dream. No signs of civilization or light remained. Only the hum of the engine and the whisper of the wind through the open windows. Through the glass, the endless yellow desert stretched ahead, a solitary road slicing through the vastness. At night, not a single vehicle was in sight. Only the thick scent of sand permeated the air. As the truck advanced, the wind occasionally whipped up the sand into swirling dust storms, a breathtaking spectacle. The camels aboard the other truck remained quiet, stretching their necks to gaze into the distance, absorbed in a manner that suggested they could perceive realms far beyond human reach. The desert represents an extreme survival environment, a true test of human endurance. Within Egyptian territory, only 4 of the land is hospitable to human habitation, while the remaining 96 is dominated by desert. From ancient times to the present, Egyptians have learned to navigate the challenges of the desert, mastering the art of survival in this arid expanse. The road swiftly came to an end, leading to a rudimentary bus station. Surrounding it were only sand and a few discarded, tattered water bags, alongside dark green plants that resembled cacti. At this juncture, Atba halted the vehicle and ushered the camels down. It was precisely 10 o'clock at midnight, and the boundless desert lay shrouded in darkness. As the automobile came to a stop, the preceding sandstorm abruptly ceased. Atba proclaimed this to be a favorable omen, indicating that the desert welcomed their presence. The western desert predominantly consists of golden sands, a desolate stretch situated south of Egypt's Bahariya oasis, where the tawny desert sprawls without a trace of human habitation, exuding an air of profound mystery under the night sky. Once the camels were unburdened, they loaded their supplies and water bags onto the animals' backs and mounted them to continue their journey. After traversing the desert for several hours, the dawn began to break. The morning glow awakened the entire expanse of sand from its slumber, and under the sunlight's embrace, the desert appeared as a vast sea of gold. As the rising sun cast its rays upon the dunes, Chen Zhi perceived a sparkling brilliance emanating from the depths of the desert, akin to the glimmer of diamonds. He had encountered in his readings that those luminous specks were not diamonds, but rather unique minerals. Millions of years prior, this desert had been a vast ocean, but through cataclysmic environmental changes, the sea had receded, and the chasms of underwater volcanoes and red algae fossils had revealed the chalky rock beneath. The volcanic eruptions had cooled and solidified into coarse-grained iron quartz sand, carpeting the entire sandy sea, rendering the desert radiant under the sun's gaze. As the day grew brighter, the temperature steadily climbed, and the scorching sun relentlessly beat down upon them. Chen Zhi felt the moisture within him rapidly evaporate, his body subjected to the oppressive heat. During the day, one could also encounter signs of life in the desert. Behind them, an off-road vehicle intersected their path, its occupants shrouded in veils, garbed completely in layers. Their eyes filled with hostility as they fixated on Chen Zhi's team, scrutinizing Mina and Ji Ying, their rifles aimed unwaveringly at them until they vanished from sight. A bait informed them that the desert harbored no laws. Anyone could fire upon another for any reason and dispose of the bodies in a pit, perhaps to remain undiscovered forever, with no one to pursue the matter. A woman traversing the desert alone, without a male companion, was essentially courting disaster. As afternoon approached, all felt their bodily fluids depleting at an alarming rate, particularly Fat Wei, who had succumbed to heat stroke, grumbling upon his camel. They now comprehended why Egyptians were accustomed to wearing headscarves. Exposed skin in the blazing desert was susceptible to burns at any moment. They wrapped their scarves around their heads, feeling as though their bodies were stewing in a steam pot, overwhelmed by the heat. The oasis Abate spoke of was far more distant than they had anticipated. After trudging through the sweltering desert for over 7 hours, the sun's brilliance began to dim, and the winds of the desert picked up. Abate declared that it was time to rest. They parked 2 vehicles closely together, creating a sturdy barrier against the evening winds. Surrounding the cars, they erected a circle of cloth for shelter, preparing to dine and rest beneath this makeshift enclosure. Prior to their departure, Puna had packed several prepared chickens, and now, while the sun still lingered in the sky, she wrapped the chickens in oil paper and buried them in the sand, a method of desert roasting. Beneath the blazing sun, the temperature beneath the sand soared, resembling an oven, with heat evenly distributed. Fat Wei and Abate collaboratively set up the tent, while Chen Zhi assisted Mina in igniting a campfire. In the face of the desert's rapidly dropping temperature, the warmth of the fire provided not only comfort, but also a reassuring signal of safety. Meanwhile, Puna brewed refreshing mint tea, reputed to effectively prevent heat stroke. Serving as a respite from the desert's harshness, the sand beneath the campfire heated quickly, and after a while, Puna unearthed the buried chickens, releasing an irresistible aroma that wafted miles away. After a long day without sustenance, the group gathered around, tearing into the roasted chicken, which was crispy on the outside and tender within. Despite a bit of sand clinging to it, they relished every bite. Once they finished, Abate reminded them to discard the leftover bones outside the tent, for the keen-nosed desert foxes would soon be drawn to the scent. Upon tossing the chicken bones out, a pack of diminutive desert foxes appeared, their slight figures resembling phantoms in the darkness, their eyes glinting with a cold blue light as they fought over the scraps. As they sipped their mint tea by the fire, the sun had completely set. The night enveloped the desert in darkness, and the clarity of the sky revealed the Milky Way in exquisite detail, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across, creating a dreamlike spectacle. After a day of enduring the heat, Fat Wei felt rejuvenated by the mint tea and sought a secluded spot to relieve himself. In this vast desert, civilization held no significance, as any location could serve as a restroom. Though Abate was a rough man, his profound affection for his daughter was evident. He pitched Puna's tent beside his own and offered to keep watch for the night, primarily to ensure her safety among the foreign companions. As night fell, they settled into their tents, with Abate advising everyone to layer up, for the temperature would plummet in the latter part of the night. His words rang true. Chen Zhi found himself awakened multiple times by the cold, opening his eyes to the continuing brilliance of the stars, with Abate faithfully guarding the campfire. After the last awakening from the chill, Chen Zhi could not return to a deep sleep, remaining in a state of half-consciousness. As the clock approached 3 in the morning in Cairo, the desert was profoundly tranquil, interrupted only by the rhythmic snores of Fat Wei nearby. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness outside the tent, strikingly clear in the quiet of the night. Chen Zhi reflexively sat up, peering intently. Outside the tent, a shadowy figure emerged, diminutive and childlike, beckoning to him. Chapter 112. The night intruder. Upon noticing the silhouette, Chen Zhi's heart raced, compelling him to leap to his feet. His anxiety stemmed from 2 primary concerns. First, there were no children in their group, and it was improbable for a child to wander alone in this desolate desert. Abate had been stationed outside. If anyone had entered the tent area, he would surely have noticed. If he had not raised the alarm, it suggested he might have fallen victim to foul play or was complicit. Second, and most crucially, Ji Ying possessed an extraordinarily keen sensitivity. No intrusion could elude her ears, and as the team's most formidable force, her silence indicated something was amiss. Chen Zhi glanced at the slumbering Pang Wei beside him, who remained blissfully unaware, snoring incessantly. He urgently nudged him, but the portly man was unresponsive, oblivious to the unfolding tension. At that moment, a parched voice echoed from outside the tent, dry as the sands of the desert. "Come out, they will not awaken." Chen Zhi turned his gaze back to the shadow, which remained eerily still, resembling a lifeless corpse. His heart steadied slightly as he yanked aside the tent flap. What he beheld outside elicited a sharp intake of breath. A girl, approximately 10 years of age, stood before him. She had tousled, golden brown hair and wore a tattered, beige robe riddled with holes, bespeaking neglect. The lower half of her body bore the unmistakable signs of violence, crimson streaks soaking through the fabric, now dried to a deep rust color. Upon glimpsing her face, Chen Zhi immediately recognized that this girl was not alive. Her eyes were hollow sockets, devoid of pupils, and her visage bore the scars of brutal lashings, flesh torn and mingled with sand, revealing bone beneath her sunken cheeks. "Who are you?" Chen Zhi inquired softly in English, cautiously reaching for the dagger concealed in his trousers. "I am the essence of this desert," the girl replied, her voice raspy and reminiscent of a creature risen from the grave. Her expression remained rigid, yet she spoke in fluent Chinese. "I have existed long before your country came into being. Is that so?" Chen Zhi responded, glancing towards a bait by the campfire, who sat motionless, his body stiff, resembling a hollow shell devoid of life. "Are you the deity of the desert?" Chen Zhi turned to the girl, his tone calm. "What brings you to seek me?" "I am not a deity. I am merely a desert, a lifeless expanse." The girl with a terrifying visage gazed intently at Chen Zhi, her lips remaining motionless as she spoke. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi sensed an infinite power emanating from her, a profound force, as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. "Foreigner, I come to deliver you a warning. Turn back now. Leave my desert." "I cannot leave," Chen Zhi replied, refraining from reaching for the dagger. She fixed her gaze on the girl's disconcerting face and declared, "I must press on. We have a child who has been taken here. I promise to rescue him. Life is fleeting. Do not concern yourself with it," the girl uttered in a voice as dry as sand. "Just like the girl before you. I have often witnessed such lives emerge, only to watch them fade away before me. Life is ephemeral and devoid of meaning. What you seek does not exist. Not all in your company are friends. Some have deceived you. Continuing on will only lead you to demons, and these demons will claim the lives of all." "Demons? Do such beings inhabit this desert?" Chen Zhi felt a twinge of irony within. "From what I understand, it is humans who abduct and slaughter those children, is it not? Why shift the blame of humanity's sins onto demons? Do you deities also relish in hypocrisy? I have said, I am not a deity. I possess no life. Foreigner, depart from my desert, and the demons shall never arise." With that, the girl vanished in an instant, and suddenly, a tempest of sand surged around Chen Zhi. The fierce winds knocked him to the ground, and countless withered hands emerged from the sand, reaching for him. Chen Zhi struggled desperately, but found himself powerless, watching helplessly as the skeletal hands dragged him into the searing sands. "Orange! Orange! Wake up!" Chen Zhi felt his body being shaken vigorously. He blinked awake to find Fat Wei's plump face hovering before him, drenched in sweat. "Orange, what are you flailing about? It's the middle of the night. I thought you were going to assault me. Could you refrain from scaring me so?" Upon hearing Fat Wei's voice, Chen Zhi felt his senses return. He quickly regulated his breathing, realizing that it had all been a dream. He chose not to disclose the haunting vision to Fat Wei, for reasons unknown. The image of the bloodied little girl from his dream filled him with revulsion, especially when the subject of demons was broached. The brief nightmare had not consumed much time. It was still just past 3 in the morning. Fat Wei, exhausted from the day's toil, turned away and resumed snoring once he confirmed Chen Zhi was unharmed. Yet, Chen Zhi could not return to sleep. He unzipped the tent and stepped outside, where he found Adabai dutifully guarding the camp by the flickering fire. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's emergence, Adabai turned to him, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Chen, why are you still awake? It is not yet dawn." "I cannot sleep," Chen Zhi replied. "Your desert seems to harbor no welcome for me, compelling me into a cycle of nightmares. You should go in and rest for a while. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow, and you need to regain your strength." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Appa displayed a moment of hesitation. He glanced back at his daughter's tent, just as Chen Zhi reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise. I will safeguard your child's safety. No one shall approach your daughter's tent, not even myself." Appa nodded slightly, seemingly imbued with a natural trust in Chen Zhi. He stood, grasped his long gun, and retreated into the tent. Chen Zhi sat alone by the campfire, keeping watch. The dawn in the desert breaks remarkably early, and he estimated that there were still over 2 hours until sunrise. He placed the teapot over the fire to heat, intending to brew some mint tea, yet found the remnants of tea leaves rather cumbersome to manage. At that moment, he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him, as a gentle hand rested softly on his shoulder. Chapter 113. The Scorpion King. The hand upon Chen Zhi's shoulder was exceedingly soft, akin to a cloud. Turning to see, he discovered it was Mina. "Chen, why are you still awake?" Mina smiled as she settled beside him. Through their time spent together, Chen Zhi gradually discerned Mina's distinctive traits. Her footsteps were remarkably light, and she excelled in stealth and tracking, having approached him without making a sound. Chen Zhi slightly rose and glanced toward the tent behind them. Ji Ying had indeed taken note of the commotion and peeked through the curtain. Chen Zhi waved to Ji Ying, signaling that all was well. Ji Ying cast a cold glance at Mina before lowering the curtain and returning to her tent. "Chen, what occupies your thoughts while you remain awake?" Mina inquired, taking the teapot from Chen Zhi's hands and placing it back on the fire. She deftly put tea leaves into a strainer, filtering it into a tea bowl. "Nothing much, merely a nightmare has disturbed my sleep," Chen Zhi replied, casting a glance at Mina's striking golden curls, offering a faint smile. Over time, he had come to realize that Mina, contrary to his initial impression, was quite amiable. Her previous reluctance towards him stemmed from the loss of her kin. However, after their time together, Mina had reassessed Chen Zhi's capabilities and character. "Would you care for some tea? I can assist you," Mina said, smiling gently. "This Egyptian tea requires prolonged brewing. You should rest. I will call you when it's ready." "I shall wait right here," Chen Zhi responded, using his satchel as a pillow, reclining beside the campfire while watching Mina prepare the tea. Having traversed the desert all day, Mina's face bore the marks of wind and sand. Her golden curls were slightly disheveled, speckled with grit, yet this did not diminish her beauty. Under the moonlight, she remained a rare beauty with golden hair. Unlike many Western women, whose fair skin and lovely features often accompany robust limbs, Mina's hands were exceptionally delicate. Her movements while brewing tea were gentle, and as Chen Zhi observed her slender, porcelain-like fingers, he recalled the force with which they had struck his face, stronger than that of a male boxer. "Mina, do you think there are demons in this desert?" Chen Zhi gently inquired, gazing at Mina before the flickering campfire. "Demons? Are you referring to the Scorpion King?" Mina turned her head, smiling, and under the dancing flames, her sweet smile stirred one's heart. "The Scorpion King?" Chen Zhi quickly searched his memory for this term. The Scorpion King is a controversial figure in ancient Egyptian history. He was the first pharaoh, known for his extraordinary achievements, yet no historical records mention him. Many scholars even believe that this so-called Scorpion King is entirely fictional, never having existed in reality. However, in 1898, an ancient stone slab known as Narmer was unearthed in Upper Egypt's Hierakonpolis, predating Egyptian historical records by far. The slab depicted a king never mentioned in Egyptian history, adorned with the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, symbolizing his unification of the two realms. Among the artifacts discovered at the same site was the earliest scepter in Egyptian history, engraved with an image of a man wearing both crowns, alongside a distinctive scorpion. It was only then that archaeologists began to suspect the legendary Scorpion King might indeed be a historical figure. Hollywood even produced a major film based on the tale of the Scorpion King. Do not be swayed by the fabrications of American cinema. That Scorpion King is a product of artistic embellishment, Mina remarked with a smile, shaking the teapot. According to legend, the Scorpion King hailed from this very land. Buried within the ancient western desert, and in the eyes of the local Egyptians, he is considered a true demon. After finishing her tale, Mina poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Zhi. In local lore, the Scorpion King was once the chieftain of this desert. To defeat another chieftain from a different desert, he struck a deal with an ancient desert demon, seeking power and victory. The demon demanded a price for this transaction, the blood of his beloved. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his queen and achieved a fleeting victory. Yet, his greed grew insatiable. He aspired to expand his territory and become king of both Upper and Lower Egypt. The desert demon once again demanded a price, first requesting his mother's heart, then his eldest son's eyes. The Scorpion King ultimately acquiesced, personally slaughtering his mother and son. From that point on, he reigned over Egypt, his power godlike and unmatched. His soul corrupted by the demon, reveling in slaughter and cruelty. He cast his concubines alive into the flames and devoured the eyeballs of all his children, instilling terror and bloodshed among the Egyptians. Eventually, due to his overwhelming wickedness, even death shunned him, allowing him to linger for an extended period. Ultimately, the ancient desert demon engulfed him in the sands, forbidding his escape, transforming the Scorpion King into an immortal demon, forever entombed deep within the desert. Until now, the people in the desert still use the Scorpion King to frighten disobedient children. It's an intriguing tale. Chen Zhi smiled as he gazed at Mina, stating that it seems in every country, deities possess an unholy aspect. "I apologize for my past actions towards you, Chen," Mina said softly, slightly embarrassed. It seemed she had long wished to express this sentiment and had finally found the opportunity. I handled matters rather impulsively at that time, overwhelmed by grief for the deceased. However, I now believe that after you saved his child, he will express gratitude in heaven. With your formidable abilities, you must be able to defeat that group and rescue the children. Do you truly place such faith in me? Chen Zhi chuckled, looking at Mina. There are two methods to address issues: communication and force. This is a foreign desert, and we know little about it. We should strive to resolve matters with money whenever possible, rather than resorting to violence. Humph. Those people, Mina huffed with indignation, they are not worth lamenting. Just look at their crimes. They are the true demons. Even if we were to eliminate them all, God would forgive us. Do you know what God thinks? Chen Zhi sat up, placing his teacup beside the campfire. A cold gust sent shivers through him. As you mentioned earlier, only God can judge wickedness. Since we are not God, we cannot decree what is sinful, nor do we have the right to punish others. Sleep now. We must continue our journey tomorrow. After speaking, Chen Zhi offered his blanket to Mina. The nights in the desert are frigid, and the air is refreshingly cool. Perhaps it was the relief from the oppressive heat of the day, or perhaps it was the sense of security she felt beside Chen Zhi. But Mina soon fell asleep beneath the blanket, her face illuminated by the firelight, completely at ease and unguarded. Chapter 114. Human traffickers. As the morning glow bathed the desert, the temperature soared rapidly, leaving no time for reaction. The scorching desert resumed its fiery intensity. This ancient desert, shaped over billions of years through tectonic shifts, underwater volcanoes, and the emergence of chalky rocks from red algae fossils, revealed its surface. The cooled lava from volcanic eruptions solidified into coarse basalt and iron-rich quartz sand, carpeting the yellow sands blown in from Libya, sparkling like diamonds, dazzling the eyes. Upon waking, Atba and her daughter's first task was to prepare breakfast for everyone. In the Egyptian desert, girls do not attend school, but excel in domestic duties from a young age. With no local ingredients available, all supplies were transported from home. Though simple and rudimentary, Puna's culinary skills were remarkable, perfectly aligned with everyone's tastes. After breakfast, they promptly set off, loading their belongings and gear onto the backs of the camels, embarking on a full day of desert trekking. The terrain ahead grew increasingly primitive, yet the scenery within the desert was breathtakingly beautiful, unlike anything seen elsewhere. Along the way, they encountered an array of bizarre rock formations, all natural masterpieces, resembling houses, cattle, and monstrous desert beasts with outstretched claws. As they ventured further, the air became increasingly arid, and the vegetation dwindled into insignificance. The relentless howl of the boundless yellow sand filled the atmosphere, leaving only their caravan of camels trudging ahead, with nothing else in sight. Gradually, a few small black mounds emerged on the horizon, the desert darkening to an ominous hue. Atba informed them that these were the mountains of sand, known as sand hills. Upon reaching the base of the sand hill, Atba suggested they take a moment to rest, for the winds were swirling the sands, heralding the impending arrival of a sandstorm. The base of the hill offered some shelter for the camels, while it would be wiser for them to seek refuge atop the sandhill. They left the camels behind and ascended the hill, which was entirely shrouded in black sand. Here, the grains were coarser, a mix of black and yellow sand, lacking the finesse of the sands below. Standing atop the hill, they gazed out in all directions, where the horizon stretched infinitely. The vastness of the sky and desert enveloped them, and amidst the barren tawny earth, the black sand mountains appeared as isolated islands within an ocean of sand. They found themselves atop the tallest of these sand hills, as the winds began to swirl, foreboding the onset of a sandstorm. Ji Ying suddenly tapped Chen Zhi on the shoulder and pointed ahead. In the distance, several small black dots were moving along the desert's edge, akin to ants in their haste. Chen Zhi quickly raised his binoculars, observing a caravan of camels racing towards them, evidently seeking refuge from the storm. As the caravan drew nearer, he could discern a group of Arab men, their camels unburdened, laden instead with numerous large beige sacks reminiscent of burlap, and decorated with strings of bells attached to their saddles. Atba furrowed his brow as he peered through the binoculars, spitting in disdain and warning Chen Zhi to exercise caution. As they were traffickers, human trafficking was alarmingly prevalent in Egypt, where they abducted children and women, delivering young girls to brothels and tearing children from their mothers' arms, severing limbs for begging. These individuals were typically associated with gangs, possessing a ruthless nature and committing heinous acts that rendered human life utterly expendable in their eyes. The caravan soon arrived at the base of the sandhill, leaving their camels behind to ascend. Upon spotting Chen Zhi's group, they immediately brandished their firearms. Atiba hurriedly called out, approaching them to communicate in Arabic. Only then did they lower their weapons. This Arab contingent comprised 7 men, each adorned with white headscarves. Bound with a black and white cord, their faces weathered and obscured by the swirling sands, rendering their features nearly indistinguishable. However, the leader stood out distinctly. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, a deep scar running vertically down his face, splitting the flesh, and his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth were exceedingly repulsive. The sandstorm has finally arrived, prompting everyone to frantically seek shelter from the biting winds and swirling sands. There exists a vast stone cavern atop the mountain, and apart from this refuge, there is no other place to hide. Reluctantly, both groups of people ventured inside, each claiming a corner to settle in. After separating, they formed circles at their respective positions, maintaining a safe distance from one another. The Arab contingent, led by Chen Zhi, remained particularly vigilant, displaying their firearms prominently and issuing warnings to the Asian individuals. Outside, the world transformed into a tumultuous chaos as fierce winds whipped through the air, enveloping everything in a haze of gray. The sand and dust relentlessly battered the exterior stone walls, and even within the cavern, the thunderous sounds of the tempest reverberated. During this tense interlude, the Arabs produced their provisions and began to chew on their rations, while sipping from their water pouches. Gradually, some of them began to cast furtive glances towards the women, particularly the leader with the prominent yellowed teeth, whose gaze remained fixated on Ji Ying and Mina. Both Ji Ying and Mina possessed striking beauty, especially Ji Ying, who could be regarded as a goddess even by Western standards. Moreover, her Asian features were a novelty in the eyes of the Arabs. The leader with the yellowed teeth leered at Ji Ying for an extended period, purposefully clearing his throat a few times to attract her attention. Ji Ying, however, remained unresponsive to their provocations. At this juncture, the leader retrieved several Egyptian clay cigarettes from his pocket and, in a courteous manner, beckoned Atba over in Arabic, his demeanor seemingly friendly, indicating a desire for conversation. When Atba approached, he declined the offered cigarettes and exchanged a few words with them in Arabic. Upon hearing their demands, Atba's expression darkened and his tone grew icy as he uttered several stern remarks. Fat Wei, filled with curiosity about their conversation, implored Mina to assist in translating. With her brows tightly furrowed, Mina cast a disdainful glance at the leader with the yellowed teeth and quietly revealed, "They are human traffickers who presume that Ji Ying and I are women they can purchase. They wish to inquire about the price. If the price is right, they are willing to buy us, as they have connections to find better buyers, especially for Ji Ying, whom their leader finds particularly appealing and is willing to pay a premium for." These despicable Arabs dare to brazenly engage in the trafficking of human lives, unafraid of the consequences that may arise, such as the birth of sons from their vile actions. Fat Wei shot a venomous glare at the traffickers' leader, spitting on the ground in disgust. However, Atiba engaged in lengthy conversation with them, his voice gradually lowering until he even accepted a cigarette from them, sharing polite laughter. After their dialogue, Atiba returned to the group, brimming with excitement as he said to Chen Zhi, "Chen, I have wonderful news for you." Chapter 115. The Price of Women. Chen, I have wonderful news for you, Atiba exclaimed eagerly to Chen Zhi. The Arabs claimed to be acquainted with the disciples of the desert, yet they were unaware of their identities. It turned out that during the 3 years of my silence with those disciples, they had been trafficking young boys and girls to them. They mentioned that these disciples were quite extravagant and never haggled over prices during transactions. The primary targets of their purchases were boys around the age of 12, who were deemed capable of labor and still malleable enough to be obedient. The girls, however, were intended solely for the pleasures of those disciples. Naturally, prior to this, the traffickers would also violate these girls themselves. Just last month, they had delivered a batch of women and boys and were now returning to settle accounts. Can they have direct contact with those disciples? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed, Atiba replied enthusiastically. I did not reveal our identities. I merely stated that we had sold a child to them, and now the parents have regretted their decision and wish to reclaim the child, who is merely 2 years old. The traffickers readily agreed, stating that a 2-year-old child would be of no use to the disciples. They offered to facilitate communication, provided we pay them tenfold the price, expressing confidence that they could secure the child's return. Excellent. Chen Zhi nodded slightly upon hearing this news. Their price is acceptable. Even if they fail to finalize the transaction, as long as we can approach those disciples, we can navigate the subsequent matters as they unfold. That is not feasible. Ataba replied. They have a special request. They want to be in front of us, negotiating with the disciples first. Once the deal is struck, we can then pay them before seeking the child. We cannot accompany them. Why must it be so complicated? Mina interjected from the side. Hey, sister, do you not understand such matters? Fat Wei chuckled, chiming in. Such occurrences are hardly surprising in our China. Why would they assist you without gain? There is certainly a benefit for them. The price they negotiate will undoubtedly differ from ours. This is what we call cutting the seam, a tactic long exhausted by us Chinese. As the brothers continued their discussion, an Arab approached, amiably patting Ataba on the shoulder. He placed his hand on his chest and nodded at Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Speaking directly in English, brother, our boss is particularly fond of that Asian woman, and the blonde is quite impressive as well. Her figure is simply splendid, ample, and round. Our boss has stated he is willing to offer you double the price, the highest in the desert, even for an 11-year-old virgin. It would not reach half of this amount. What do you say? You have certainly struck a remarkable bargain. Allow us to have these two foreign women, haha. After the Arab man spoke, he cast a lascivious glance at Ji Ying and Mina, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. His words, however, incensed Mina, who swiftly rose from the ground, reaching for her gun. At that moment, Atba interjected, preventing Mina from revealing her weapon. He then turned to the Arab man and asserted, I have already stated that these are our friends. They are free individuals and not commodities to be traded. After delivering this serious proclamation, he touched his own firearm. What a splendid price. How unfortunate for those unversed in commerce, the Arab man retorted, ultimately retreating, disconcerted by Atba's firm stance. Atba then turned back to Ji Ying and Mina, saying, Ladies, do not be angered. Such is life in the desert. The status of women in this land is woefully low. The appearance of foreign women here often implies they are not free, leading them to presume we are traffickers and that you are our merchandise. Such inquiries are not uncommon. Noble ladies, please do not stoop to engage with these wretches. Achieving our objective is of utmost importance. We must not allow them to perceive that you are armed, lest they alert the disciples, which would complicate our circumstances. Mina nodded slightly in agreement, choosing silence, while Ji Ying cast a cold, steely gaze towards the yellow-toothed Arab, her eyes betraying a murderous intent. Upon concluding his words, Atba turned to Chen Zhi and inquired, What do you think? I believe their proposal is feasible. Your children are quite young. Direct engagement with the disciples could spark a violent confrontation, endangering the children. It would be wiser to allow them to negotiate for the children's release first, and then we can deliberate further. This way, we have fewer concerns. If you find this agreeable, I shall proceed with the negotiations. Certainly. Chen Zhi nodded in response. Inform them that after the sandstorm passes, we will permit them to lead, with us following behind. We shall advance once they signal. After speaking, Chen Zhi turned to Ji Ying, earnestly stating, They still hold value for us. Until the children are returned, do not engage with them. Understood. Ji Ying promptly replied. Mina, however, was incensed by Chen Zhi's words. Chen, why should we engage in trade with those disciples? They are as despicable as these traffickers and deserve to perish. Did you not hear their previous remarks? They have sold countless children to those disciples, and girls, no less, for vile purposes. I propose we allow them to lead us in, setting an ambush around them. Once we encounter the disciples, we will eliminate them and rescue the children within. Chen, with your capabilities, you are more than capable of this. Mina, I believe you have misunderstood. Chen Zhi turned to Mina and spoke coldly. Our sole purpose for coming here is to rescue the child. I am not a savior, nor do I represent justice. I am merely addressing the issue in the simplest manner before departing. Everything here is of no concern to me. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Mina was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly replied, Chen, I mean no offense. I just feel that those devotees will not engage in a transaction with us. Why wouldn't they? Chen Zhi whispered. There is no detriment to them in doing so, unless... He paused, turning to Atba. Go ahead. Proceed as I instructed. Atba immediately approached the group of Arabs, who seemed to still be preoccupied with Ji Ying, glancing over frequently. After a lengthy discussion, an agreement was finally reached. These traffickers were willing to proceed with the deal, albeit at a slightly increased price. as Chen Zhi and Atba had previously rejected their offer for purchasing women, which had displeased them. However, what transpired next was unexpected. Chapter 116. The Sand Pit. The traffickers exhibited remarkable confidence, asserting that those saints were akin to their brothers, with an exceptionally cordial relationship. They claimed that once they spoke, the saints would surely acquiesce, and the matter of redeeming the child would be effortlessly resolved. With the terms of the transaction settled, the remaining time was spent awaiting the end of the sandstorm, a fierce tempest sweeping through the western Sahara Desert. The storm was so severe that it obscured the sky, with swirling sands and howling winds rendering the world indistinguishable. No one dared to venture outside during such chaos. The following hours were marked by an eerie silence as both parties rested in their respective areas. After consuming some food and water, the traffickers surprisingly laid out a cloth on the ground and knelt upon it, reciting prayers. Chen Zhi, unfamiliar with Islam, observed the Arabs' devoutness during their prayers, a sense of sanctity enveloping their actions. He found it incomprehensible how these traffickers, after committing such heinous acts, could pray for forgiveness. After several hours, the sandstorm finally subsided, allowing them to continue their journey. As per their agreement, the traffickers would take the lead, heading to the designated meeting point with the saints at the oasis. Should their negotiations prove successful, they would signal with a red flare, indicating that Chen Zhi's group could send someone to finalize the payment. Conversely, if the negotiations failed, a yellow flare would be dispatched, prompting an immediate retreat, leaving Chen Zhi and his companions to fend for themselves. Regardless of the outcome, it was advantageous for Chen Zhi, as it would ultimately draw the saints out, preventing a wild search. Before departing, the trafficker leader patted Chen Zhi's shoulder, revealing a toothy grin. "Await my good news. Asian brother, I am a kind-hearted person. I will certainly assist you in this matter. Just consider fulfilling my wishes," he added with a mischievous glance at Ji Ying. Ji Ying's countenance bore an icy demeanor, her hand resting within her sleeve, as if a mere breath could condemn the yellow-toothed brute to the depths of perdition. After descending the sandy mountain, the human traffickers resumed their advance. Fat Wei, with his feet propped up, observed for a while before unease crept in, prompting him to inquire of Chen Zhi. "I say, Orange, do you think these Arabs might be playing us for fools? They ride camels over the rugged terrain while leaving us to languish in the desert." "Not a chance," Atba interjected, seemingly anticipating Fat Wei's apprehension. "For these desert Arabs, business holds more value than life itself. They would dare to break the law for double the price and risk execution for tenfold. To them, we are prime targets. They would not forego the opportunity to profit from us." After an hour's wait atop the sandy hill, Chen Zhi and the others resumed their journey. Though by now the sun had begun its descent into the afternoon sky, the wind howled with relentless vigor, and the desert's heat remained oppressive, as if it could melt one's spirit. Yet, the desert's beauty was astonishing. The sun's rays spilled forth, casting the sands in a golden red hue. The renowned writer San Mao once depicted the scene of the sunset upon the desert, the dying sun staining the sands a blood red, hauntingly beautiful. Such a spectacle could only be truly felt in person, a grand yet melancholic vista where the golden light gradually transformed to crimson, evoking a sensation of standing on the brink of hell. Following a half-day's sandstorm, the chaotic traces upon the dunes had been smoothed, revealing the peaks of the hills, distinctly and intricately shaped, as if hewn by the very hand of a master craftsman. After more than 2 hours of travel, Atba began to regulate their water intake, for their fresh water was running low, barely sufficient to sustain them until the oasis, the nature of which remained uncertain. The events of the preceding hours weighed heavily on their minds. Apprehension lingered regarding the negotiations of the traffickers, particularly for Chen Zhi, whose countenance had been somber since earlier. He sat atop his camel, gazing into the distance, lost in a myriad of strange details, succumbing to deep contemplation. In the midst of his thoughts, Atba, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted, snapping Chen Zhi from his reverie. "What is the matter?" Chen Zhi urgently reined in his camel. Atba dismounted with sudden urgency, gesturing for them to stop, then swiftly sprinted towards a nearby sand slope, rising on his toes to peer ahead. He finally waved back at Chen Zhi, signaling him to halt. Something lay ahead. Everyone dismounted their camels, curiosity piqued as they advanced. However, Atba returned, advising, "Ladies, it would be prudent not to look. There is something unpleasant ahead. Let us take another route." His words only heightened Mina's intrigue, and she boldly stepped forward. Approaching the slope, she leapt up to gaze down. But the next moment, She turned and retched violently. Witnessing Mina's reaction, the group was taken aback. Fat Wei hurried over, standing at the edge of the slope to peer down. His brow furrowed in concern as he turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Orange, you must come and see this. This is truly revolting." Chen Zhi understood the nature of Fat Wei. He was not easily startled. After years of navigating tumultuous experiences, the commonplace could no longer provoke him. Yet, at this moment, a tremor crept into Fat Wei's voice, signaling that what lay ahead was indeed difficult to confront. Chen Zhi dismounted the camel and advanced towards the sand slope. As he ascended to gaze downward, despite his mental preparations, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Behind the sand slope loomed an enormous pit, over 3 meters deep and approximately 5 to 6 meters wide. Filled with corpses, their putrid innards scattered everywhere. The faces of these lifeless children appeared remarkably youthful, indicative of their tender age of around 10. Their eyes were gone, and their contorted expressions radiated sheer panic and agony. Most of the girls bore horrific injuries to their lower bodies, suggesting they had suffered grotesque acts of violence. The scorching heat had caused the outer layer of bodies to decay, exuding a nauseating stench. Dozens of vultures were perched upon the corpses, using their sharp beaks to tear open the children's abdomens, ravenously consuming the rotting entrails. These vultures exhibited no fear of humans. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and his companion, they did not flee but rather assumed a menacing posture, as if perceiving humanity as mere sustenance. At that moment, a colossal vulture suddenly flapped its wings and soared towards them, landing about a meter away from Chen Zhi. With its piercing eyes, it provocatively regarded him. A small segment of deep green intestine dangling from its sharp beak, swaying slightly. The sight was utterly repulsive and filled with abhorrence, prompting Fat Wei to finally lose his composure. He raised his firearm and pulled the trigger skyward. With a loud bang, the report of the gun startled all the vultures, sending them into a frenzy of flapping wings and shrieks as they took flight. However, they seemed reluctant to abandon their feast, circling overhead in defiance. As the vultures vacated the pit, Chen Zhi could finally discern the full extent of the horror within. Over 100 bodies lay haphazardly stacked, indicative of a careless burial. A thin layer of sand covered them, which had been blown away by the recent sandstorm, leaving the cadavers exposed to the scorching sun, decaying and reeking. Amidst the stench, Chen Zhi recognized one familiar corpse. It was the girl who had appeared in his dreams, who claimed to be the goddess of the desert. She was approximately 10 years old, with curly golden brown hair, clad in a white robe, her lower half stained with congealed blood, her eyes absent, and her brows furrowed in terror, lips tightly sealed, the most intact of all the bodies. It seems that was not merely a dream. Chen Zhi contemplated silently, then turned to Atuba and said, "Let us depart. There is no need to detour." After Chen Zhi concluded his words, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to their camels and continue their journey. Mina was thoroughly repulsed. After she had vomited, she dared not look at the grotesque corpses any longer. Instead, she mounted her camel and kept close to Chen Zhi's side. The sky was once again filled with circling vultures, which descended one by one to continue feasting on the unfortunate children. The frail bodies convulsed under the relentless pecking of the vultures, as though still alive. The group averted their gazes from this harrowing sight and pressed forward on their camels. The atmosphere remained somber, with a profound silence enveloping them. Even Fat Wei ceased his complaints about the heat, seemingly recognizing that, in comparison to those wretched children, they were truly fortunate. Mina remained tightly by Chen Zhi's side, her voice trembling as she said, "Chen, did you see that? This is the handiwork of those traffickers and their followers. Such heinous acts are enough to incite divine wrath. Even God would not forgive them. Shouldn't they be punished? You have the power to do so. I am neither a deity nor God." Chen Zhi replied calmly from atop his camel, not casting a glance at Mina. Disappointment was evident in Mina's expression as she continued, "Chen, what has happened to you? How have you changed so much? 2 years ago in Thailand, you were so compassionate. When you learned of the deaths, you were consumed with guilt. How have you grown so cold? What of your sense of justice? You are fully capable of holding these people accountable, preventing them from perpetuating their evils. Evil is complex. It is not as simple as you imagine," Chen Zhi stated calmly, choosing to ignore Mina and following Akbar forward. Thus, they journeyed for over 2 hours. And as the sun began to set, Akbar waved his hand, pointing ahead to indicate that the oasis was near. Chen Zhi raised his binoculars, gazing towards the horizon. where indeed, a verdant oasis came into view, lush with trees and thriving vegetation. According to their agreement, upon reaching this point, they would halt and await news from the traffickers. If a red signal was emitted, they would send someone with money to negotiate at the oasis. As the sun descended, casting its last rays upon the desert, the temperature began to drop. There was no need to set up tents. The group gathered their camels and sat on the ground, waiting for the signal. During this time, they discussed their responses to various scenarios. A red signal would simplify matters, allowing them to proceed with the transaction, while a yellow signal would necessitate an immediate charge towards the oasis, using force to subdue the followers and prevent their escape. Mina was particularly insistent on using force to resolve the issue, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the followers. She meticulously checked her gun and dagger, insisting on acquiring a submachine gun to serve as the primary firepower. They were engrossed in their plans, and time slipped away unnoticed. There was still no word from the oasis, and eventually, they found themselves waiting until past midnight. Fat Wei could no longer contain himself. Damn it. Let's stop being foolish and waiting. It's the dead of night. What business remains unresolved at this hour? I suspect we've been played by those Arab scoundrels. They likely rolled up and left, leaving us in the lurch. That's not possible. Adaba shook his head. Having dealt with these Arab merchants for many years in the desert, I can assure you that their interests lie solely in profit. If they haven't received their money, why would they deceive us? Moreover, these individuals are exceedingly greedy. Even if we were to leave, they would pursue us to secure their earnings. They would never forego our money. While Fat Wei and Adaba conversed, Chen Zhi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant oasis. It seemed achingly far, beyond the reach of his energy flow. Yet, through his perception of the dispersive energy field, he sensed that the oasis was starkly different from his expectations. It was utterly desolate, devoid of any signs of life, unlike a place where human activity might occur. We can wait no longer. Let's investigate, Chen Zhi declared as he rose to address the group. Adaba, Fat Wei, and Ji Ying, accompany me. The rest of you remain here. No, Mina exclaimed, rising abruptly, her voice tinged with urgency. There may be danger ahead. Chen, I insist on coming with you. I excel in close combat, and I can protect you if trouble arises. My goodness, sister, don't be ridiculous. Protecting Orange doesn't fall to you. Fat Wei chuckled, gesturing toward Ji Ying, struggling to contain his laughter. However, Mina was adamant about joining, and Adaba concurred. Let them come along. My daughter can fend for herself. I'm uneasy leaving these two women behind. It's better for us all to move together. At Chen Zhi's acquiescence to Adaba's request, the group mounted their camels and set off toward the oasis. Traversing the desert was akin to scaling a mountain. Though the oasis appeared close, the actual journey was lengthy. It took them over 40 minutes to finally arrive at the verdant oasis. What lay before them surpassed all their expectations. Chapter 118. The Lost Oasis. They had anticipated that the oasis in the desert would consist merely of a freshwater area with some vegetation. To their astonishment, they were confronted with a dense tropical forest. Within this woodland, abundant freshwater resources flowed, and the sounds of babbling streams and splashing water reached them from afar. At the heart of the forest stood a building with a pointed roof, which appeared to be the remnants of an ancient temple. However, the distance rendered any details unclear. 5 to 6 hours had elapsed since the scheduled time, yet they had seen no signal flares nor any signs of immediate activity at the oasis. According to the descriptions provided by the human traffickers, the acolytes were supposed to arrive punctually for their transaction and then depart. Now, those devotees remain hidden within this forest, invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, Atba appears noticeably tense, instructing Puna to fall behind the group. He then dismounts from the camel and ventures into the oasis to clear a path for everyone. The devotees described by Atba and those referred to by the traffickers are entirely disparate entities. Atba's portrayal evokes images of peculiar, reclusive, and bloodthirsty beings, akin to monsters devoid of humanity. Conversely, the traffickers depict these devotees as generous patrons, remarkably affable towards merchants, steadfast in their promises, and capable of engaging in dialogue, leaving Chen Zhi occasionally questioning whether they are indeed speaking of the same group. Upon entering the forest, the party immediately forms a line, 2 submachine guns aimed outward, vigilantly scanning for the presence of traffickers and those devotees. Ahead, the vegetation flourishes abundantly, dense foliage obscuring vision, revealing only strange, buttressed trees that soar as if piercing the heavens. The uniquely African broadleaves cast a thick canopy over the ground, transforming the previously sweltering desert into an unexpectedly cool, even eerie, environment. Silence envelopes the forest, pierced only by the whispering wind, reminiscent of a tolling bell warning these unwelcome guests to keep their distance. As the group advances, Chen Zhi releases streams of air to probe the surroundings, but the terrain proves too intricate. The air dissipates immediately, and to this moment, no signs of life have been detected. Though the rainforest is lush, the towering spire of a temple remains visible from every angle, providing a point of reference to prevent disorientation. Appa, wielding a machete, strides at the forefront alongside Fat Wei, clearing a navigable path for Chen Zhi and the others. As they proceed, the insects of the rainforest become increasingly prevalent. Some mosquitoes and spiders appear nearly the size of a palm, swarming in the air. Fat Wei, particularly averse to such pests, grimaces at the sight, exclaiming, "These oversized mosquitoes, if one were to bite me, I'd probably end up anemic. Be cautious, especially our ladies. With your delicate skin, a single bite could incapacitate you." As he speaks, Fat Wei dons a headscarf, wrapping himself tightly like an Arab. Despite having previously mocked their attire as peculiar, now, adorned in such fashion, he appears even more comical. The group travels in silence, the surroundings tranquil save for the occasional strange bird call, with the only audible sound being the rustle of leaves as bodies brush against them. After traversing further, they reach the depths of the rainforest, and surprisingly, the density of the surrounding trees begins to diminish, as if they have been selectively felled, with the height of the trees also noticeably less than that found outside. "Chen, we are almost there." Appa crouched down, picked up some soil from the ground, and after inhaling its scent, he turned to Chen Zhi with a hint of anxiety. "This is the place. I remember it well. Just ahead lies the temple, where those peculiar acolytes used to wait to engage in trade. They are quite eccentric, so we must tread carefully." Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, gesturing for everyone to proceed forward. As they traversed the path lined with numerous grand trees, each marked with indiscernible scratches, they were nearing the temple when suddenly a shadowy figure emerged from the thicket ahead, standing motionless. It was night, and the dense foliage obscured much of the moonlight, leaving them reliant on their flashlights for illumination. The sudden appearance of the figure startled everyone, halting them in their tracks. Chen Zhi squinted into the darkness, discerning that the figure stood still, seemingly gazing in their direction. The figure donned an Arab headdress, its edges curling like braids. In an instant, Chen Zhi recognized it as the headdress of the notorious human trafficker, Big Yellow Teeth. They remained frozen in place for what felt like an eternity, the figure unmoving. Ordinarily, at such proximity, a living person would have taken notice, yet Big Yellow Teeth exhibited no sign of life, his body leaning forward as if poised to flee at any moment. The sight was unnerving. Fat Wei gripped his dagger in reverse, signaling for the others to stay back while he and Appa stealthily advanced. With each cautious step closer, they approached the figure, and still, Big Yellow Teeth remained immobile. Eventually, Fat Wei reached the shadow and turned back, waving to Chen Zhi to indicate that it was safe to approach. As Chen Zhi and the others drew near, they confirmed that the figure was indeed Big Yellow Teeth. The Arab was lifeless, his head drooping, eyes wide open, mouth tightly shut, with veins in his head visibly ruptured, as if he had experienced great agitation before death. His body was bent forward, one leg extended as if attempting to escape, yet it had stiffened instantly, standing like a statue on the ground. "Huh, this is what you get for boasting, claiming he was your buddy. Now your buddy has cost you your life." Fat Wei chuckled at the sight of Big Yellow Teeth's demise, tugging at his cap without lowering the body from the spear. Such a man had long lost his humanity. His death here was no loss, even eliciting a sense of satisfaction, unworthy of a proper burial. At that moment, Mina suddenly stepped back, exclaiming softly, "Chen, look at those things. They resemble snakes." Everyone hurriedly turned to see behind her an ancient tree, its gnarled branches thickly entwined with something that appeared to be writhing. Due to the obstruction of light, it was nearly impossible to see from this position as Appa strode forward with his curved knife. However, after taking just 2 steps, he immediately retreated, pulling his daughter behind him, intent on shielding her from the horrific sight. Fat Wei directed his flashlight ahead, illuminating the darkness, revealing a large tree entwined with corpses. These bodies were all too familiar. They belonged to the Arab traffickers they had encountered moments ago. Their mouths were agape, expressions frozen in terror, Yet their gazes were fixed on a singular direction, the dilapidated temple deep within the jungle. In the presence of these remains, there was an unsettling sense of comfort among the group. For those with a sound moral compass, it was clear that these traffickers deserved their fate. Their mission had been fulfilled, the temple lay before them, and it was time for these miscreants to descend into hell. The pressing question remained: where were the devotees? Chen Zhi gazed down at the traffickers' lifeless bodies, rigid as if frozen in time. There were no visible wounds. It seemed they had succumbed to some rapid-acting poison, one that could abruptly halt their circulatory systems. If this was indeed the work of a person, it suggested an extraordinary speed of execution, almost unfathomable. Fat Wei, why do you suppose these devotees killed them? Chen Zhi inquired softly, glancing at his companion. Isn't it obvious? Fat Wei replied coldly, casting a glance at the corpses. They got too cocky, thinking they could establish a connection, hoping to pay less for the children they were trafficking, only to be devoured by their own greed. That's not right. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. These traffickers frequently supplied the devotees with food and slaves. They were essential to them. They wouldn't kill so easily. Besides, the child is only 2 years old. Redeeming the child is hardly a monumental task. Even if they refused, there would be no need for murder. There are only 2 conceivable reasons for their demise. First, the devotees are simply insane, deriving pleasure from bloodshed without cause. Second, the traffickers must have uttered something that warranted their execution. Who cares about reasons? Fat Wei spat at the feet of the traffickers' corpses. These scoundrels were bound to meet their end. I hold them in utter contempt, peddlers of human misery, lacking any real skill, far inferior to our grave-digging pursuits. We should search for any signs of the devotees nearby. If we find none, we shall resort to your approach. As Chen Zhi and Fat Wei continued their discussion, an eerie sound broke the silence. A series of soft, mocking giggles echoed through the air. Everyone jumped, swiftly turning around, raising their flashlights towards the source. The shadows danced ominously among the trees, and as the yellow beam of light swept across the area, a chilling scene unfolded before them. The great yellow-toothed figure, lying lifeless on the ground, unexpectedly began to chuckle behind them. Chapter 119, The Smile of the Deceased. Everyone was taken aback. This yellow-toothed creature had just been declared dead. When Chen Zhi and Fat Wei examined the corpse, it had already grown cold. It was utterly impossible for it to revive now, much less to emit such a sinister laugh. Unless, of course, it was a haunting, a phenomenon even Fat Wei had never witnessed. Mina, having never encountered such a scene, instinctively hid behind Chen Zhi, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. All present took a step back, their eyes fixed on the foreboding yellow-toothed figure. They watched as its ghastly visage twisted further, the corners of its mouth curling in a bizarre manner, emitting a chilling cackle. The eerie laughter, combined with its deathly pallor, rendered the atmosphere terrifying in the enveloping darkness. No one dared to utter a word or move a muscle. Chen Zhi began to channel his energy forward to probe the situation. He confirmed once more that the creature's heart had ceased to beat. It was indeed deceased. Damn it, this place in Egypt is utterly cursed. One could rise from the dead simply by standing here. Fat Wei muttered as he retrieved glutinous rice from his pouch, intended to counter the zombie threat. At that moment, the yellow-toothed figure's face writhed even more violently, its strange laughter resonating ominously through the darkness. There is a saying in folklore: one need not fear a ghost's wail, but rather its laughter. If one hears laughter in an ancient tomb, escape is impossible. As Fat Wei listened to the relentless cackling, a chill ran down his spine, and he finally could endure it no longer. Who are you trying to scare, you black-skinned fiend? Come over here and let us settle this. Fat Wei shouted, undeterred. If you feel wronged by your death, take it up with the Egyptian king of the underworld. Why cackle like a ghost? Get lost. After declaring this, Fat Wei brandished his weapon and approached, while the yellow-toothed figure remained still laughing. As it chuckled, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and then its throat began to writhe slowly. A crisp, short sound emerged from its lips, and the next moment, a dark object gradually revealed itself from its partially open mouth. It was the size of a large mango, with a hard, glossy black shell, covered in a slimy substance mixed with gastric juices. It turned out to be a giant poisonous scorpion from the desert. The scorpion emerged, swaying momentarily, and upon seeing Fat Wei approach, it defiantly raised its reddened tail, the tip sharp and pointed directly at Fat Wei's face. Do not move. That is highly venomous. If it touches you, You will perish instantly. Artba exclaimed urgently in English. Although Fat Wei did not understand English, he was perceptive enough to grasp the danger from Artba's tone, standing frozen in place. Seeing Fat Wei remain still, the large black scorpion held its stance for a moment longer before slowly lowering its tail. The vivid red hue of its tail dulled, yet the creature seemed disinclined to leave its warm abode, gradually retracting back into the yellow-toothed creature's mouth. Accompanied by a series of low cackles, the yellow-toothed figure's mouth closed once more. Pang Wei immediately retreated a few meters, leaping away from the menacing yellow-toothed creature. At that moment, Chen Zhi turned back to inspect the bodies of the human traffickers, and as anticipated, they had all succumbed to the venom of scorpions. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. The corpses lay peacefully, as if nothing had transpired. This fate was indeed fitting for these traffickers. Left unattended, their bodies would serve as a nest for the black scorpions. Chen Zhi's team promptly resumed their journey, though it seemed that the earlier fright had rendered Mina exceedingly anxious, as she walked closely beside Chen Zhi, almost within arm's reach. After advancing a short distance, the scenery began to subtly transform. The towering trees had vanished, replaced by clusters of low shrubs. Among these shrubs lay several stone pillars, each as thick as two people embracing, tilting haphazardly. Beneath their feet, a path of white stone slabs emerged, worn by time and the elements, their surfaces weathered and uneven. Continuing along the stone path, they encountered ancient stone pillars on either side, bizarrely shaped and adorned with peculiar inscriptions. These strange symbols hinted at an eerie and mysterious language, suggesting that this place had once been magnificent and splendid thousands of years ago. Further in, they stumbled upon a temple, half collapsed. Its surface once adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, now obscured by the ravages of wind and rain. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. They proceeded with caution, meticulously examining every trace, yet found no sign of the temple's devotees. Chen Zhi released a current of air to search the area, but something within the temple's heart thwarted his efforts, preventing his energy from penetrating. Ultimately, they stepped through the temple's dark entrance. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to colossal stone slabs, seemingly identical to those outside, yet preserved due to the shelter of a dome. Both sides of the slabs bore eroded reliefs, crafted in an ancient style predating even the earliest sculptures in the Egyptian museum. As they approached, they discovered the stone carvings were double-sided. The front depicted a grand humanoid figure, arms crossed over its shoulders, adorned with a mask reminiscent of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. However, this figure exuded an aura of divine majesty, resembling a deity revered by many, yet its appearance was peculiar, cloaked in a robe that obscured its face and legs. The reverse side revealed a group of kneeling Egyptians, fervently worshipping this deity, while some children were bound and discarded on the ground, their eye sockets hollow, devoid of eyeballs. As they ventured deeper into the temple, the presence of stone tablets became increasingly noticeable, their inscriptions largely mirroring those encountered initially. These tablets, remnants of humanity's veneration and offerings to the deity, predominantly featured the eyes of children. However, most of these stones lay shattered, yet they emanated a potent ancient energy, the very force that had thwarted Chen Zhi's airflow moments ago. The group scoured the area, seeking any traces of the divine followers. Chen Zhi observed that Adaba's countenance grew increasingly pallid, his face resembling that of a corpse, drained of color. Chapter 120. Do the divine followers truly exist? As they proceeded deeper, the stench of blood intensified. Mina, once formidable, now clung to Chen Zhi's side, nearly pressing against his shoulder. Chen Zhi sensed that although Mina harbored a deep-seated hatred for these divine followers, she was equally gripped by terror, her very soul trembling. A chilling breeze swept through, and Chen Zhi felt as though countless unseen eyes were watching them, an unsettling sensation that unsettled his spirit. There was no refuge to be found. If those divine followers were indeed present in this oasis, they would surely be at the temple's innermost sanctum. As they continued, Chen Zhi was suddenly dazzled by a beam of moonlight streaming from above, revealing that they had emerged from the hall into an open courtyard. Before them stood an imposing platform, over 80 meters high, constructed from stone slabs, its steps stained with dried blood. The architectural style of the platform bore a striking resemblance to ancient Babylon, yet centuries of history had seeped the stone with blood, rendering it a dark crimson hue. The inscriptions and reliefs were now indecipherable, and the sanguine odor emanated from this very altar. Beneath the platform lay the withered corpses of 3 or 4 boys, grotesquely swollen from the heat, their bellies distended like balloons, their skin entirely desiccated and devoid of eyes. The acrid stench accompanied the pervasive scent of blood. Confronted by this macabre scene, Atiba appeared visibly shaken, retreating in fear. Fat Wei, brandishing a dagger, boldly ascended the steps. After a moment, he peered over the edge of the platform and called out to Chen Zhi, "Orange, there are over a dozen corpses up here, all desiccated. These bodies have been here for at least 3 months. There is no fresh blood, not even a footprint. No one has come here in the past week." Chen Zhi remained silent, treading cautiously up the blood-stained steps. At the summit of the platform lay a square terrace, offering a panoramic view of the oasis. Chen Zhi released a wave of airflow, which swiftly returned, confirming the absence of any living souls within a 1-kilometer radius. Without uttering another word, he lowered his gaze once more to Atiba, his eyes cold and profound, assessing this unfamiliar Egyptian man with a blend of reason and instinct. "Orange," he said, referring to the divine disciples. Pang Wei whispered to Chen Zhi, "From the moment this old fellow laid eyes on us, he has spoken of those disciples in such wondrous terms. We have followed his guidance throughout our journey. He instructed us to allow those Arabs to enter, and we complied. Yet, to this day, we have not seen the disciples he spoke of. The human traffickers are dead, yet this oasis is devoid of life. Do those disciples truly exist? Perhaps it's merely a fabrication of his imagination." Chen Zhi and Pang Wei slowly descended from the platform, where everyone awaited them below. Upon seeing the grim expressions on Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's faces, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd. "There is something I have found perplexing," Chen Zhi mused, his gaze fixed upon Appa below. "Why do the divine disciples described by those traffickers starkly contradict your account?" "I do not know," Appa replied, hastily stepping back and shaking his head vigorously. "Chen, what are you insinuating? The disciples are indeed real. I have encountered them, and so have those traffickers. They merely spoke of some exceedingly generous patrons in this desert, without claiming they were the disciples. It has always been you making that assertion." Chen Zhi's eyes blazed with intensity as he continued, "And are you not aware of how those traffickers met their demise?" "You brat," Pang Wei interjected, springing forward. Appa instinctively retreated a step, shielding his daughter behind him. Pang Wei then shouted at Appa, "Stop pretending. You have glorified those disciples, claiming they would engage in trade here. Throughout our journey, we have seen no signs of others. Those disciples you speak of do not exist, do they? You are the one who killed those traffickers." Appa, struggling to comprehend Pang Wei's words, cradled his daughter protectively and exclaimed, "Chen, I swear to you, I have never deceived you. I once vowed that if I were ever to lie to you again, I would be consumed by this desert. Enough of that. You can make such oaths all day long. I could utter 70 or 80 myself," Pang Wei retorted with skepticism. "Now tell us, what do you intend by bringing us here? How did you orchestrate the deaths of those traffickers? How could I have killed them? I have been with you all along." Appa protested, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. "Being with us does not preclude the possibility of murder," Chen Zhi said, gradually descending from the platform. He then produced a piece of torn fabric from his pocket and presented it before Appa. "This is a strip I just tore from those traffickers. I sensed something odd about it earlier. It carries the scent of wild honey. Do not presume I am unfamiliar with the geographical peculiarities of Egypt. I know that in this desert, wild honey signifies death, for its aroma attracts the deadly black scorpions that roam these sands. The threat of their attack is lethal, a fact that those Arabs would undoubtedly be aware of. When we encountered those traffickers, they bore no such scent. However, the bodies just now were infused with the aroma of wild honey. This indicates that during our interaction with the traffickers, someone must have anointed them with this honey. I did not," Appa exclaimed, his eyes wide and filled with indignation. "I am a man of my word. I fulfill my promises and do not deceive you. I truly came to rescue my son. I did not kill those Arabs, and why would I lure you here? It is utterly absurd. Chen, you must believe me. Use your divine powers to perceive my thoughts." "I cannot fully penetrate your mind," Chen Zhi replied, fixing his gaze upon Appa's eyes. "You possess formidable willpower, and your mind is rife with distractions. You are well aware that I cannot entirely discern your thoughts. However, I am about to undertake an action that will elucidate everything." Chapter 121. Do Divine Disciples Truly Exist? Part 2. "Chen, please choose to trust me. Appa implored earnestly. I have encountered those disciples. They are indeed real. And they are terrifying, unlike anything described by the traffickers. During our past dealings, I never glimpsed their faces. They rarely spoke and never smiled at me. At times, I even felt they were not truly human, but rather demons from another realm. Demon, you say? What leads you to such a conclusion? Chen Zhi inquired, his gaze laden with significance. You have repeatedly remarked on the peculiarity of these disciples. How so? You mentioned not having seen their visages. Honestly, I cannot articulate it clearly. Appa admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he continued, they all don long black robes, their faces obscured, their headscarves are of the finest quality. Their gait is strange, with a noticeable limp in their left foot, almost as if they were all crippled. Yet, their speed is remarkable. These individuals are exceptionally astute. I seldom communicate with them, yet they seem to know my innermost thoughts. Their eyes appear capable of perceiving what is invisible to ordinary people. A limp in the left foot? Fascinating, Chen Zhi mused, studying the nuances of Appa's expression before addressing the assembly. Regardless, our objective is to locate the children. The Cyclops witnessed those who took them. We need only ascertain their whereabouts. Whether they are disciples or not is of no consequence to us. I am about to perform a ritual that will aid us in finding them. However, should the ritual fail, Chen Zhi turned his gaze back to Appa. It would signify that you have been lying all along. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi gestured for Fat Wei to produce the prepared large bag, while instructing Ji Ying to gather all the women to the side. He himself sought a vacant space in front of the altar. Fat Wei harbored lingering doubts about Appa, closely monitoring his every move. As he brought the bag forward, he lowered his voice to Chen Zhi. The orange-hued sun cast a peculiar light upon the scene, as Chen Zhi pondered the enigmatic presence of the Egyptian figures. He noticed their luggage contained wild honey, suggesting that these traffickers were evidently victims of some sinister plot. Our tracking abilities are infallible, he mused, throughout this journey. I have not discerned a single footprint left behind. If this place had indeed been visited, unless those devotees possessed the ability to fly, there would certainly be some trace. I speculate, could this old fellow have intentionally lured us here? Perhaps he himself is one of those so-called devotees. While this is not entirely implausible, one must wonder what purpose he has in deceiving us. After much deliberation, Chen Zhi concluded, there must be a significant reason behind this elaborate ruse. Or else it would be illogical. Let us first complete the ritual, and the truth shall reveal itself in due course. Upon uttering these words, Chen Zhi made his way to the open space ahead. The ancient platform beneath his feet bore witness to time, with a dark red stone slab at its center, adorned with strange engravings. Such patterns were absent from all Egyptian records. Their sharp angles and chaotic intertwining lines depicted what appeared to be a prison, within which lay a shadowy figure, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition. As Chen Zhi settled upon this ground, the stone slab seemed to sense the encroachment of an outsider, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly in the deepening winds. Fat Wei retrieved a captured wild cat from his bag, its vitality nearly extinguished after 2 days of tumultuous travel. As he rolled up his pant leg, he unsheathed a short dagger. In the next moment, the wild cat let out a dreadful cry as its neck was severed. Fat Wei's blade was swift, slicing cleanly through the cat's neck, skillfully stripping away its fur and spilling its blood upon the ground in a gruesome display. Mina, standing at the edge, gaped in shock, bewildered by their actions, perceiving these Asians as disturbingly deranged, while Appa instinctively covered Puna's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Fat Wei skinned the cat, Chen Zhi dipped a stick into the cat's blood, beginning to draw a circular totem upon the earth. Once the totem was complete, he placed medicinal herbs at its 4 corners and evenly sprinkled grains upon its surface, all the while reciting incantations with fervor. If one were to inquire about Chen Zhi's greatest acquisition from the last encounter in the Flying Dragon Valley of Wushan, it would undoubtedly be the mastery of this summoning technique. He had witnessed Master Pu Heng employ this peculiar ritual to conjure a transparent entity to guide him. And after grasping the fundamental principles, he had since delved into the archives, researching its essence. It became clear that this was an ancient summoning art, primarily passed down among the mountain tribes of foreign lands. Its core principle involved materializing the perceptions of the human mind, based on the images seen by the eyes, thereby allowing these perceptions to take on human form and lead one to the true location of the envisioned image. In other words, it is a manifestation of humanity's sealed sixth sense intuition. Indeed, Humanity often retains the capacity for intuition, even in unfamiliar surroundings. Upon arriving in a strange locale, although the environment may seem entirely foreign, one's instinct may guide the way. However, the price of this ritual is steep, for it necessitates a living sacrifice, thus depriving a creature of its life, and subsequently binding the essence of intuition to the spirit of the deceased animal, manifesting as the ethereal figure they perceived. Fat Wei sent this unfortunate bobcat to meet its maker, and, following Chen Zhi's instructions, he impaled the skinned carcass on a stick, gruesomely placing it at the center of the totem. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Chen Zhi seated himself at the core of the totem, placing a dish filled with clear water before him. He then submerged a piece of skin taken from the Cyclops creature into the water, sprinkling delicate crystalline salt within. With his eyes closed, he silently intoned the incantation, the deep resonance of his words lingering hauntingly in the oasis. The winds within this verdant refuge began to intensify, swirling with an urgency, as if to sweep everything away. Mina, Atba, and the others clung tightly to the great tree, steadying themselves against the tempest. While Chen Zhi remained motionless, his incantations intertwining with the howling winds. A bubbling sound arose, and to their astonishment, the circular totem on the ground began to shift and transform. As the moment reached its zenith, Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei and called out, "Now is the time." Hearing Chen Zhi's voice, Fat Wei sprang forth, toppling the bloodied bobcat onto the ground. He then splashed the dish containing the Cyclops skin water over the carcass, which hissed and sizzled as if it were being dissolved by acid. Instantly, a wave of sanguine odor enveloped them. The ancient bloodstains upon the stone slab grew vivid, resembling freshly spilled blood, accompanied by a chorus of bubbling sounds. Bubbles erupted from the surface of the stone, and the surrounding blood began to rapidly coalesce towards the center, culminating in a vast pool of boiling blood. In the midst of this sanguine vortex, a gnarled, desiccated hand slowly emerged from the depths. A transparent figure crawled forth from the blood pool. Its form was unsettlingly peculiar, the head elongated and protruding, limbs contorted as if forcibly broken at exaggerated angles. At the center of the stone slab, Chen Zhi had long concealed everyone's presence with a powerful spell, his gaze unwavering upon the transparent entity before him. It was vaguely discernible that the figure bore a round face with somewhat short legs, likely that of a child around 10 years of age. Yet its eye sockets were hollow, clearly having been gouged out. The transparent being crawled upon the ground, its head swaying incessantly, as if straining to listen for something. Surrounding them, only the sound of the wind could be heard, while Chen Zhi and the others, encased within the barrier, remained utterly invisible, their very essence undetectable. After a brief moment, the translucent figure seemed to find solace, beginning to ascend the high platform in a staggered manner, accompanied by a series of low murmurs. The sound resembled an ancient Egyptian dialect, though its precise content remained unclear. At the instant the voice resonated, a cacophony of crumbling stone filled the air, as the entire platform trembled violently, with the central stone slab gradually descending. Instantly, debris cascaded down, dust swirling into the atmosphere, causing the ground to collapse. Chen Zhi and the others were also drawn downward. Once the dust settled, the translucent figure had vanished, revealing a narrow, unfathomably deep corridor before them. The corridor extended downward, flanked by a series of stone railings, each adorned with intricately carved scorpion motifs, exquisitely detailed and worthy of artistic admiration. Below the corridor lay a dark abyss, from which peculiar scents wafted upward, as if it led to another realm. The group hurriedly gathered around Chen Zhi, clutching the railings as they peered into the darkness. Mina, her eyes wide and clutching a submachine gun, looked into the shadows below and inquired, "Chen, what lies beneath? Should we venture in?" "Certainly. It is indeed dark below. Stay close to me and be cautious," replied Chen Zhi, patting Fat Wei on the back. The two men switched on their powerful flashlights and proceeded down the corridor. Ji Ying promptly followed suit, while Atba accompanied his daughter. Mina hastened a few steps to keep pace with Chen Zhi. The sound of their footsteps echoed crisply against the stone corridor, and they moved with utmost care, striving to remain silent. As they descended the stairs, an eerie stillness enveloped them. The only sounds were their labored breaths and footfalls. The darkness was profound, swallowing the light emitted by their flashlights, as if the illumination were being consumed by the shadows ahead. Upon entering the corridor, a grinding noise of stone slabs echoed, and the overhead platform began to close, effectively severing their means of retreat. With the stone slabs now sealed above them, the darkness thickened, yet the beam of their flashlights became intensely focused. Peering deeper into the corridor, they glimpsed the translucent figure at the forefront, contorted in an odd posture, hastily crawling further down. Shoo! Chen Zhi gestured for silence, then signaled with his hand for everyone to follow the figure. Although the figure's limbs appeared severed, its speed was astonishing. Chen Zhi and the others trailed closely behind, not daring to pause, yet ultimately, the figure vanished from sight. Chen Zhi motioned for everyone to halt, advising against pursuit. At that moment, Fat Wei gently tapped Chen Zhi's shoulder, pointing at the walls on either side, whispering, "Orange, look at the carvings here." Chen Zhi illuminated the wall with his flashlight, revealing a sequence of stone panels etched with monochromatic primitive murals depicting ancient rituals of worship toward deities. Chen Zhi cast a swift glance downward, the walls of the long corridor seemingly narrating a tale. A group of ancient Egyptians adorned with enormous bells around their necks walked and paused intermittently, perpetually bowing towards an expanse of nothingness, with only a swirling black mist visible ahead. A conspicuous trait marked all the murals. The Egyptians moved with their left foot forward, their right foot never surpassing the left. In reality, such a posture would appear quite comical, yet here, no laughter could be heard. Instead, a tinge of fear permeated the atmosphere, as if the figures depicted in the murals might spring to life at any moment. These were remnants from a long-ago pre-dynastic Egypt, the first generation of devotees. Upon beholding the murals, Adaba suddenly became extraordinarily animated, swiftly approaching the artwork with a flashlight illuminating the images. In those times, deities still roamed the deserts. During their rituals, the devotees would place their left foot forward, as the heart resides on the left side of the body. This stance represented loyalty and reverence towards the divine. And what else? Chen Zhi inquired, noticing Adaba's unusual fervor. Adaba's eyes shimmered with excitement as he gently touched the murals, whispering, "Moreover, these ancient devotees bore no toes on their left feet, for bending the toes during worship was deemed a sign of disrespect. Hence, the devout would sever all the toes from their left foot as an expression of their fidelity to the gods." "How would you know this? Did you not claim ignorance of them?" Chen Zhi stood beside Adaba, scrutinizing his expression. "I cannot explain why," Adaba replied, his gaze fixed on Chen Zhi. "Yet, the moment I laid eyes on these murals, I understood it all, as if I were experiencing it firsthand. Furthermore, I can comprehend the Chinese language you are speaking now." Chapter 123. Another desert, how astonishing. Fat Wei scoffed, casting a suspicious glance at Adaba. "It sounds as though you are weaving a tale. You can understand our Chinese? You possess divine gifts that surpass even a translation device. Let us proceed. We need not dwell on such trivialities," Chen Zhi interjected, tugging at Fat Wei and leading the way downward. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions continued their descent, traversing approximately 1,000 steps before a glimmer of light emerged at the end of the corridor, a dim red glow spilling from the exit. Alarmingly, Chen Zhi's earlier command to refrain from pursuing the transparent figure proved fortuitous, as the figure now dangled above the entrance like a spider, poised to pounce on anyone who dared to follow. Maintaining the barrier, Chen Zhi concealed the group's presence. After a brief wait, the transparent entity, sensing no threat, turned and leapt into the crimson light, vanishing entirely. The group hastened towards the exit, with Adaba clutching his daughter tightly, fearful that any lapse in vigilance might invite unforeseen peril. No one knows what kind of world lies beyond the light and shadow. Perhaps it is an unfathomable abyss, or even hell itself. Regardless of what it may be, there is no turning back now. Upon reaching the end of the stone steps, Chen Zhi discovered that the light and shadow before him actually formed a door resembling rippling water. Within the door, vague shapes appeared to be in constant motion. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhi closed his eyes and stepped through, plunging into the depths of the light and shadow, followed closely by the others. Once inside, a cacophony reminiscent of a raging wind filled Chen Zhi's ears, and he immediately felt a sense of lightness enveloping him. A wave of heat surged forth, dry and searing, causing the air he inhaled to ignite within his lungs, leaving him ablaze with discomfort. As Chen Zhi pressed onward and reopened his eyes, he found himself in a desolate expanse, a desert starkly different from the one outside, a barren void devoid of life. Here, aside from the endless yellow sands, there were only fist-sized strange stones and gravel, Even the cacti that might have dared to protrude from the sand were absent, leaving no signs of life. The temperature soared to extreme heights, surpassing that of the outer desert, reaching the very limits of human endurance. The transparent figure that had guided them moments before had vanished into this desolation. Surveying their surroundings, the group beheld a blood-red full moon hanging in the sky. Its size several times that of an ordinary moon. Great clouds churned above, resembling a fearsome, green-faced apparition, its gaping maw seemingly poised to devour everything beneath it. Bathed in the crimson light of the moon, the entire desert descended into a dark red tranquility, its malevolent atmosphere pressing heavily upon their nerves, exacerbated by the stifling heat, rendering them exceedingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a series of ethereal chimes echoed through the desert. Startled by the unexpected sound, the group exchanged anxious glances. It was inconceivable that anything could inhabit such a desolate place. What could possibly be the source of that sound? Chen Zhi closed his eyes, extending his aura outward. But the vastness of the surroundings caused all released energy to dissipate without return. The power he wielded was finite, and with the unknown looming ahead, he hesitated to use his energy recklessly. The chimes rang out again, this time seemingly emanating from a distant dune. Yet, that dune appeared elusive amidst the barren expanse. Seeming far away, let us proceed. They are ringing their bells to welcome us, and we should not disregard their kind invitation, Fat Wei suggested. The oppressive environment had left everyone on edge, and in this desolate realm, Fat Wei's words provided a glimmer of direction. As the group followed the sound of the bell, they ventured deeper into the desolate expanse beneath their feet, which starkly contrasted with the external desert. Despite donning specialized boots designed for desert trekking, the gravel beneath them proved to be quite abrasive, and the ground was searingly hot, the heat palpable even through their footwear. Chen Zhi cautioned everyone against falling onto the sand to avoid burns. They journeyed for quite some time, the bell's sound lingering in the air, elusive yet persistent. Upon reaching the dune, the pathfinder Adaba and the stout Wei hurried ahead. To their astonishment, they discovered the source of the bell's melody. Sprawled beneath the dune lay a dozen or so corpses. These remains were ancient, their bones largely fused with the sand, transformed into desiccated cadavers. All were adults, wrapped in black robes, their faces concealed beneath veils, revealing only half of their cheeks. Adaba, upon encountering the bodies, was overwhelmed with excitement. He rushed forward, forcefully tearing off the shoes of the corpses. Due to the passage of time, the fabric disintegrated into ashes upon contact. One of the desiccated bodies was missing all its toes on the left foot. Chen, did you see that? I spoke the truth. They are the devotees. Adaba exclaimed fervently to Chen Zhi. In response to Adaba's words, Chen Zhi began to scrutinize the corpses before him. The bodies lay askew on the ground, bound with ropes, each adorned with a heavy collar from which hung a substantial metal bell. A gust of wind swept through, carrying sand and producing a ringing sound from the bell. What was even more astonishing, as Adaba had claimed, was that all the devotees were indeed missing toes on their left feet, precisely as depicted in the murals. The devotees truly existed, Chen Zhi mused, crouching down to observe the remains. But these corpses have long since turned to sand, having perished at least several millennia ago. What we see now are ancient mummies, and yet you assert that you encountered these devotees 3 years ago. At this point, Chen Zhi lifted his gaze to Adaba, noting a significant logical inconsistency. If devotees still exist in this world, residing here, how could they so indifferently disregard the remains of their ancestors? I do not know. Adaba replied with unwavering conviction, but I indeed saw those devotees 3 years ago. That is a fact. I cannot fathom how you can be so naive, Wei interjected, drawing his pistol as he approached Adaba. Adaba, unable to contain his frustration any longer, pulled Puna behind him and raised his rifle, aiming it at Wei. Enough of this bickering. Perhaps Adaba is not lying. Mina interjected, stepping forward to press down on Wei's gun. Have you forgotten that the one-eyed worm also encountered those devotees? Otherwise, how would we have found our way here? But the one-eyed worm did not describe anything so extraordinary, and what this fellow is claiming seems far-fetched, Wei retorted. Momentarily at a loss, embroiled in a dispute with Mina. As the crowd engaged in fervent debate, Puna, hidden behind her father, seemed to have made a startling discovery. With a gasp, she raised her hand and pointed forward. The onlookers hurriedly followed the direction of her finger, and there, at the far end of the sand dunes, an enigmatic procession materialized out of thin air. The figures, not too distant, appeared to be moving forward in a peculiar manner. Their silhouettes were exceedingly indistinct, seemingly suspended in the air. Amidst the hazy outlines, Chen Zhi noted the uncanny resemblance between their attire and that of the corpses strewn about. With bells dangling from their chests, though they emitted no sound, this procession seemed entirely oblivious to the presence of the observers, resembling a spectral gathering. Swaying toward the blood-red moon, each figure limped as they advanced, kneeling intermittently to prostrate themselves on the ground, raising their hands high and assuming bizarre postures before the moon, as if engaged in fervent prayer, reminiscent of the depictions in ancient murals. However, due to the distance, their facial features remained obscured, rendering the procession akin to shadows that might vanish into the vast desert at any moment. Chapter 124. The former devotees. This procession, seemingly unaware of the onlookers, continued its ghostly advance toward the moonlit sky, limping and kneeling with every few steps, prostrating themselves in peculiar supplication. Chen Zhi called out urgently for everyone to follow, and Fat Wei, quick to respond, darted forward to pursue the enigmatic figures. Just as the group began their chase, a familiar sound echoed behind them. A massive black scorpion emerged from among the ancient devotees' corpses. One after another, more black scorpions crawled forth, transforming the sand dunes into a dark ocean as the bodies of the devotees vanished into the desert. Chen Zhi and his companions hastened after the procession, which floated ethereally, at times appearing as a mirage, yet at others, strikingly tangible. Chen Zhi released a stream of energy, sending it soaring through the air to probe the veracity of the figures ahead. To his astonishment, he sensed no trace of vitality emanating from the devotees. Instead, the energy that bounced back was steeped in a chilling aura of death, akin to encountering a mass of corpses. As they closely followed the procession, Ji Ying was the first to make a revelation, whispering to Chen Zhi, "Leader, have you noticed? There are no footprints left by those ahead." Chen Zhi quickly glanced at the sand, and indeed, the surface bore no trace of the procession's passage. This utterly contravenes the laws of physics. Everything possesses gravity. Even if the footsteps of that group were ethereal, they would inevitably leave traces. For no amount of desert winds could erase all footprints in such a brief span of time, unless those individuals were entirely insubstantial. Chen Zhi gestured for Ji Ying to remain silent and to continue trailing closely behind. They dared not pause for even a moment, as the group ahead seemed to be imbued with some form of enchantment. Regardless of how swiftly Chen Zhi and his companions quickened their pace, they could never quite catch up, perpetually maintaining a distance. Likewise, despite the rapidity of that group, they did not manage to shake off Chen Zhi's team, nor did they appear to notice their presence. At that moment, Fat Wei suddenly drew near to Chen Zhi and lowered his voice. "Orange, I need to tell you something. Don't you think there's something amiss with that group?" "What's wrong?" Chen Zhi, his mind preoccupied with the group ahead, glanced briefly at Fat Wei and inquired hastily. "I can't shake the feeling that the people ahead are those corpses we just saw in the desert," Fat Wei stammered, swallowing hard. "What?" Only then did Chen Zhi turn to face Fat Wei. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Their attire bears resemblance. But the followers of the ancient Egyptian deities are quite austere, accustomed to wearing simple black robes, which is entirely normal. The corpses in the desert have been dead for many years, while the group before us is right here. No, I'm not referring to their clothing." Fat Wei hesitated, his words faltering. Chen Zhi grew impatient. "Spit it out already. Stop dawdling like a coward." His gaze remained fixed ahead. Fat Wei finally fumbled in his pocket and produced an object, a handcrafted ring of rugged design, distinctly African in style, featuring a black diamond set in high-purity gold, its antique appearance suggesting great value. "Look, Orange, I wasn't paying attention, and my occupational habit kicked in. I snagged this ring from that Egyptian corpse. I reckon it's quite old." No sooner had I taken it than that group appeared ahead. Chen Zhi's anger flared, almost wishing to strangle Fat Wei. "You imbecile. Didn't I tell you? Egypt is different from our homeland. You can't handle things carelessly here, or you might lose your life." As Chen Zhi spoke, he glanced ahead. In the brief time they had slowed down, the group had receded further away. He now lacked the energy to argue. "Fine, you took it. So be it. Stop overthinking and let us hurry up." But Fat Wei raised the ring high, presenting it before Chen Zhi and gestured towards the group ahead. "Take a closer look with the binoculars. Doesn't the last person in that group wear a ring just like this?" "What?" Chen Zhi halted abruptly, and as the others sensed the sudden tension, they too came to a standstill, bewildered. Chen Zhi had no time to explain to everyone. He hurriedly took the ring from Fat Wei's hand and raised the binoculars to gaze ahead. The distant procession appeared increasingly indistinct, with figures clad in black robes. Their bells swaying in the wind yet producing no sound, a sight that was eerily unsettling. At the rear of the line stood a figure, hunched and cloaked, with arms stiffly hanging at his sides, drifting forward among the others. On his rigid hand, there gleamed a large black diamond ring, identical to the one Chen Zhi held. A sudden tension gripped Chen Zhi's heart. He understood that all ancient Egyptian jewelry was handcrafted, and the stones remained unpolished, making it impossible for even the same artisan to create two identical rings. This indicated that the chance of the rings being the same was zero, revealing that the procession before him consisted of the very corpses they had encountered in the desert. As Chen Zhi hesitated, he noticed through the binoculars that the hunched figure abruptly turned to face him. The image sharpened, revealing that his tattered black robe fluttered in the wind. The upper half of his face was obscured beneath the dark hood, while his mouth gaped wide, resembling a black void exhaling dark smoke. At that moment, Chen Zhi's heart quivered. Inexplicably, he perceived a shadow of Adiba upon the features of the figure ahead. "Chen, what is happening?" Adiba inquired softly, noticing Chen Zhi's pallor. "It's nothing," Chen Zhi replied calmly, lowering the binoculars and glancing at the ever-distant procession. "We must follow them. They will lead us to what we seek." Chapter 125. The Former Disciples, Part 2. In the ensuing hours, Chen Zhi's team engaged in a relentless pursuit of the procession across the arid desert. The group ahead quickened their pace, seemingly tireless. For 3 to 4 hours, they maintained their breakneck speed, with the disciples showing no signs of fatigue, continuing their rapid advance. Despite the intensity of the march, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei found it manageable. They had long since acclimated to the rigors of constant movement and endless pursuit, making such exertion commonplace. Mina, hailing from a background of extreme theft, fared equally well. However, Adiba's daughter, Puna, struggled to keep up. It was evident that Puna was a resolute girl. She had not uttered a word throughout their trek across the desert and through the oasis. Yet, as an unseasoned child, the demands of the journey had exhausted her. The oppressive heat of the mysterious desert and the grueling pace had taken their toll, and she began to lag noticeably, her complexion pale and her body drenched in sweat. Adiba offered Puna water several times to help her replenish and stay with the group, but ultimately, she lacked even the strength to drink. "Chun, my daughter's body has reached its limit. We ought to pause for a moment. How about this? You all go ahead, and my daughter and I will follow shortly," Adiba tentatively suggested to Chen Zhi. "No way." Chen Zhi resolutely rejected the idea. "You must stay with us. The group cannot be divided." Observing Chen Zhi's steadfastness, Adiba shook his head and continued to support Puna as they pressed onward. They trudged along for what felt like an eternity, losing track of time, but they must have walked for over 20 hours straight, while the leading group showed no signs of stopping. At that moment, Puna could no longer endure. Her body swayed, and she collapsed onto the scorching sand, the intense heat immediately searing her skin, causing her to writhe in pain. This brief delay allowed the other group to widen the gap between them significantly, and the indistinct shadows ahead began to fade from view. "Chun, she is just a child. She does not possess the stamina of adults. If we continue like this, she will perish," Adiba exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. "We must persevere," Chen Zhi replied, turning to Adiba. "There are no landmarks here. If we lose sight of that group, we will surely become lost and die of thirst in this desert. Carry her on your back and keep moving. If you become exhausted, we will take turns assisting you." Adiba glanced at Chen Zhi, said nothing further, gritted his teeth, and bent down to hoist his daughter onto his back. For the next couple of hours, Adiba struggled to move forward, his vision blurred by sweat, and his labored breaths resonated through the desert, evoking a sense of dread among the others. Although everyone had suggested taking turns carrying Puna, Adiba steadfastly refused, determined to bear the weight of his daughter alone. After more than 2 hours of arduous travel, a dark, imposing silhouette abruptly emerged at the horizon's edge, while the group ahead vanished into the shadow, completely disappearing from sight. "Stop. Let us rest here for a moment," Chen Zhi suddenly commanded, raising his hand to signal the others. With the destination finally in sight, Adiba collapsed onto the sand, utterly spent. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Beads of perspiration glistened on his forehead, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Mina hurried to his side, laying down an insulating cloth on the sand to prevent burns. helping Appa place Puna onto it, and then offering her water to drink. Gradually, Puna began to recover, and seeing his daughter regain consciousness allowed Appa to finally unscrew his water bottle and sit down to rest. Witnessing Appa's condition, the others felt a pang of sympathy. Even Fat Wei couldn't bear it any longer. He approached and patted Appa's back, retrieving a medicinal gel from his pouch. "Take this, brother. It will help restore some of your strength. You've endured enough on this journey," he encouraged. This gel, an invention of the Indians, had been procured by Lao Jindo for Chen Zhi and his companions, designed to accelerate physical recovery in a short time. Appa accepted the gel, placing it in his mouth with a slight nod, too exhausted to utter a word. Chen Zhi raised his telescope to gaze ahead, where the outline of a black structure, though somewhat indistinct, revealed itself to be a square pyramid. The pyramids of Egypt are typically characterized by their square conical shape, with 4 equal faces culminating in a sharp apex. Presently, the lower reaches of the Nile River are scattered with the remnants of 80 square pyramids, varying in size, among which the grandest is the Pyramid of Khufu, standing at a towering height of 146.5 meters, with a base length of 230 meters, constructed from 2.3 million blocks of stone, each weighing 2 tons. It occupies an area of 52,000 square meters, with the stones interlocked without the aid of any adhesive. A marvel of engineering hailed as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Although the pyramid before Chen Zhi was somewhat smaller, its architectural grandeur was no less impressive than that of Khufu's. In Chen Zhi's recollection, such square pyramids were exceedingly rare. He had only encountered them in a Viking legend illustrated tome, which spoke of deities from a past life who, during the act of creation, erected such square pyramids. To mirror the heavens, they left a flat platform at the apex, and these pyramids were square, with their tips truncated, where the creators of this world resided. The tales of the Vikings had long since fallen into disbelief, yet here, in this enigmatic and uncharted desert, stood an ancient square pyramid, its majesty and intricacy breathtaking. Due to the dim light, the intricate carvings adorning the pyramid were obscured, yet its overall structure was distinctly clear. At the forefront stood a massive arched doorway, encircled by walls and guard towers, resembling a fortified square city. The outer walls of the pyramid were adorned with numerous additional edifices, each a testament to remarkable craftsmanship, unparalleled in all of Egypt. As the procession reached the grand entrance, it vanished from sight, yet the doorway remained unopened. Sitting on the sandy ground, Chen Zhi quietly remarked, "We must exercise caution when we enter. That previous group may not have been corporeal." "What do you mean by not corporeal?" Mina promptly inquired. "Could they be ghosts? The spirits you Chinese refer to as Gui? This is utterly absurd. I do not know what they are, nor do I wish to ponder it." Chen Zhi replied softly after taking a sip of water and wiping his mouth. "Remember, we are merely passers-by in this desert. Once we enter, regardless of what we encounter, we must refrain from touching anything or overthinking it. This desert has its own rules. Once we achieve our objective, we shall depart immediately." Chapter 126. The Sacred Ground. Although the square pyramid appeared to be within reach, it took Chen Zhi and his companions a full 30 minutes to approach its vicinity, whereupon the magnificent structure clearly emerged before their eyes. The pyramid's exterior was adorned with ancient incantations and drapery, exhibiting distinct characteristics of a culture devoted to reverence, reminiscent of the temple within the oasis. However, in comparison to the temple outside, this square pyramid was an awe-inspiring colossus. Before the square pyramid lies an expanse of several thousand square meters, a tranquil plaza composed of white stone slabs. As the group steps onto the vast expanse, the only sound that fills the air is the echo of their footsteps upon the stones. The rhythmic clatter reverberates as they traverse the plaza, arriving at the grand entrance of the pyramid. Although enveloped in darkness, this vantage point offers a clear view, allowing them to finally behold the ancient structure in all its glory. This pyramid, akin to the Great Pyramid of Khufu, is constructed from colossal stones, each weighing approximately 2 tons. Remarkably, there is no adhesive material binding the stones. They are simply stacked upon one another, relying on the weight and interlocking nature of the stones to form a stable edifice. The surfaces of each stone are polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting light beautifully, while the seams between them are so tightly fitted that not even a sharp blade could penetrate. Adorned with layers of painted murals, much of the vibrant color has eroded over time, rendering the intricate designs nearly unrecognizable. Yet, the pyramid stands resolutely, devoid of any tilt or imperfection. The towering pinnacle of the pyramid rises like a gleaming sword, piercing the heavens, its exact height unfathomable, leaving one to ponder the nature of the platform above. The outer walls, built from massive stone blocks, feature numerous intricately carved columns that bear exquisite reliefs. These, while similar in theme to the pyramid itself, remain in far better condition. At the forefront of the Grand Pyramid stands a magnificent entrance, fashioned from 4 colossal stones, with a central door intricately carved and layered with reliefs. Though lacking specific imagery, the chaotic lines give the impression of a great scorpion ensnared by prison chains. Suddenly, amidst the group's focused admiration of the ancient pyramid's exterior, a faint sound of trickling water interrupts their reverie. Water! Fat Wei exclaims with excitement. In the arid desert, the sound of water is akin to the voice of an angel. The sweltering heat has left them parched, having drained the last drop of water just moments ago. Without fresh water, survival seems impossible, and the group eagerly anticipates the chance to wash their faces and refill their canteens. Following the sound of water, Fat Wei, holding a flashlight, leads the way. Before them stretches a meandering moat, approximately 10 meters wide, where the water flows slowly, producing a gentle babbling sound. When the beam of the flashlight illuminates the surface, it sparkles with a crystalline brilliance. The water appears shallow and remarkably clear, devoid of fish or algae, allowing the fine grains of sand at the riverbed to be seen distinctly through the light, revealing an immaculate scene. After several days of traversing the desert, where water sources are scarce, even the most basic need for drinking water has been rationed. The relentless sun has left everyone's lips cracked and dry. Gazing at the pristine river before them, a sense of exhilaration washes over the group. Fat Wei, having perspired profusely after rolling in the sand for numerous days, could almost scrape off 2 pounds of mud from his face. Upon spotting the clear water, he hurriedly approached, eager to wash his face with his sleeves rolled up. "Wait!" Chen Zhi called out urgently. Startled by the unexpected shout, Fat Wei turned, perplexed, to Chen Zhi. "Rest assured, I have a plan. I carry a poison testing strip. Once I verify it's safe, I will drink." "Testing for poison is not sufficient," Chen Zhi replied succinctly, advancing directly towards the riverbank. He swiftly snatched the headscarf from Fat Wei's head and hurled it into the river before him. "What are you doing?" Fat Wei's protest was cut short as his expression shifted dramatically. The scarf had not yet touched the water's surface when it suddenly emitted a plume of white smoke just a few centimeters above the water, instantly reducing to ashes. "Is this truly water?" Fat Wei gazed apprehensively at the crystalline river. "This is more toxic than sulfuric acid. Just approaching it caused it to turn to smoke. What a sinister phenomenon." "This is the river of the underworld," Adaba remarked, frowning at the river. "In our ancient Egyptian mythology, there exist but 2 rivers created by the gods. One is the Nile, symbolizing daylight and providing sustenance for humanity, a source for nourishment and fermentation, representing light. The other is the river of the underworld, embodying the night and symbolizing the endless realms of hell. According to ancient doctrines, only the most devoted of followers may emerge alive from the river of the underworld, becoming the closest servants to the deities, while those with malevolent hearts are doomed to sink within its depths, eternally tormented. Thus, this river serves as a test of loyalty for the faithful." "Bah!" Fat Wei could not restrain himself from spitting into the water. "What nonsense about Egyptian gods. It's sheer fascism. This is nothing but sulfuric acid. I refuse to believe that those followers could survive after entering this water. Who would believe such nonsense?" "Do not speak recklessly," Chen Zhi stated, turning to walk towards the gate. The river of the underworld served as a moat, with a chain bridge spanning above it, resembling a net of chains without even a plank, leading directly to the pyramid's entrance, the soul passage. Chen Zhi gestured for everyone to proceed onto the bridge. As they stepped onto the chain bridge, it began to sway ominously beneath them, creaking as if it might snap at any moment, their bodies swinging precariously above the terrifying river of the underworld. Fat Wei's heart raced as he gazed down at the slowly flowing water, muttering survival incantations while intermittently invoking the Egyptian deities. Fortunately, the river was not overly wide, aside from Puna, who struggled slightly. The others quickly traversed the river of the underworld. Before them loomed a grand stone door. The structure of the door was not complex. It consisted of a single massive stone, fashioned into a single-leaf gate design, with a hand grip for opening at its edge. Chen Zhi donned gloves, approached, and grasped the hand grip, giving it a gentle push. The gears within this mechanism remained remarkably agile, and with a series of creaking sounds, the massive stone door gradually swung open, revealing a pitch-black entrance. A pungent odor seeped forth, as if this ancient pyramid were a colossal beast with its gaping maw wide open, awaiting their entry. Chapter 127. The Sacred Land, Part 2. Inside the pyramid, an oppressive chill pervaded the air. The scorching heat of the desert seemed to dissipate upon crossing its threshold. The deeper they ventured, the more the temperature seemed to plummet. During their progression, an inexplicable, frigid breeze seemed to emanate from beneath their feet, sending shivers through their very bones. Prior to entering, Chen Zhi had released a flow of energy, sensing a powerful aura directly ahead, one that was unfamiliar and unlike anything he had encountered before. It was a force so formidable it resembled a vortex, consuming all vitality in its vicinity. From the moment they stepped into the pyramid, it felt as though they had entered an alternate space, a realm governed by different rules. Chen Zhi surveyed his surroundings and, confirming that this was the sole entrance, stepped forward. The beam of his flashlight, capable of illuminating several hundred meters, seemed to struggle against the dense air within the pyramid, quickly swallowed by an inky fog, rendering distant objects invisible. The silence was profound. The team that had escorted them moments earlier had vanished as if into thin air, leaving no trace or sound, with not a single specter in sight. Chen Zhi closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the surrounding energy. In the next moment, he sensed something, his brow furrowing slightly as he glanced at those around him. Though he remained silent, beneath their feet lay an expansive pathway paved with massive stone slabs, with tightly sealed gaps between them measuring several meters wide, leading straight ahead. The corridor was flanked by smooth, towering stone walls. As they advanced, illuminating their surroundings with the flashlight, they soon discovered that the walls were adorned with a series of interconnected murals, seemingly narrating a multitude of stories. This was a customary practice in Egyptian temples. Rather than complex texts, the ancient Egyptians favored visual storytelling. They depicted mythological tales, biographical accounts, and the achievements of pharaohs, all rendered in vivid detail on the walls. With figures portrayed in profile, their postures and movements remarkably lifelike. On some significant murals, particularly within the burial chambers of pharaohs, gold leaf and jewels were often inlaid, serving as tributes to the individuals depicted. During the excavation of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, a wall exceeding 100 square meters was discovered within the primary temple, entirely covered in pure gold leaf, interspersed with rubies and pearls that dazzled in the light. Regrettably, exposure to oxygen caused the jewels and gold to flake away, leaving no photographic evidence behind. Nonetheless, it was a testament to the lavish and decadent lifestyle of the pharaohs of that era. However, the murals before them revealed no trace of opulence. Rather, they exuded an aura of stark realism and darkness. The hues of the murals were profoundly somber, inducing a sense of discomfort in the observer. The figures depicted within were proportionately aligned with reality and portrayed in profile, yet they appeared strikingly lifelike, with every joint meticulously rendered. Armed with flashlights, they ventured forth along a seemingly interminable pathway, flanked by murals that stretched endlessly ahead. As they progressed, Fat Wei suddenly interjected. "Wait a moment. Something feels off." Upon hearing this, the group turned their attention towards him, who was directing his flashlight towards the nearest mural. He paused, illuminating the artwork that depicted four ancient Egyptians clad in traditional garb, their limbs grotesquely contorted, their expressions etched with anguish and despair. Behind them loomed several shadowy figures, their forms indistinct, yet their hands were clasped protectively across their chests, seemingly engaged in a mysterious ritual. "These murals are astonishingly lifelike," Fat Wei remarked, scrutinizing the figures before him. "Look at these individuals. Their bones are visible through their skin." A hint of skepticism flickered in his gaze as he pondered the malevolent essence emanating from the artwork. Chen Zhi, standing beside Fat Wei, raised his flashlight higher, casting light upon the distorted faces within the mural. "These are not mere paintings, they are living beings. Upon entering this place, I discerned that all the murals in these 2 rows are embedded with real people. Their expressions of torment stem from the fact that they were alive when they were immortalized as murals." "Goodness," Fat Wei exclaimed, shaking his head as he surveyed the seemingly endless expanse of murals. How could the ancient Egyptians endure such perversion? To behold rows of corpses daily, doesn't that evoke revulsion? How can one even eat? This is a sacrificial wall, a display of live offerings, akin to our rituals of slaughtering cattle and sheep for divine worship, Chen Zhi explained, gesturing towards the authentic murals. Historical records and the gilded artworks of ancient Babylon reveal that many devout believers would sacrifice themselves and their spouses, meticulously cleanse their entrails, and then incorporate their remains into murals adorned with vibrant pigments, placed within family tombs as a testament of their piety. Over time, their descendants would ritually sacrifice slaves, embedding them alive within the walls. The more sacrifices made, the longer the sacrificial wall became, a form of ritualistic display. My heavens, Fat Wei mused, gazing at the seemingly infinite wall of murals. How many lives must have been extinguished to create such an extensive mural? I have encountered many psychopathic rulers in my years back home. Yet this Egyptian pharaoh, if he claims second place in depravity, no one would dare to assume the first. Who claims that the pyramid houses only pharaohs? The true masters of these pyramids may not even be human, Chen Zhi said with a subtle smile, gesturing for Mina and the others to refrain from approaching. Lowering his voice, he cautioned Fat Wei, "Let us proceed cautiously. Pay close attention to the contents of these murals." As the group pressed onward into the depths, the corridor seemed interminably long, adorned with murals that appeared to stretch endlessly before them. Yet, with each step forward, the imagery upon the walls became increasingly harrowing, sending shivers down their spines. The murals depicted an array of bizarre rituals, and as they ventured deeper, the scale of these ceremonies grew ever more alarming. Chen Zhi estimated that the living beings portrayed in these murals alone could annihilate an entire town. Each mural featured a flickering shadow, cloaked in a robe and adorned with a bell around its neck. These were presumably the so-called acolytes, akin to the spectral procession that had led them here moments ago. However, that earlier group had vanished like a mirage, and Chen Zhi harbored the unsettling conviction that those figures had emerged from these very paintings, now retreating back into the walls to observe them intently. They continued forward for what felt like an eternity, the grim scenes on either side casting a pall over their spirits. Mina and the others seemed to have grasped the grim reality encapsulated within the murals, and silence enveloped them, discomfort palpable in the air. The only sounds that punctuated the oppressive atmosphere were the hurried footsteps and labored breaths echoing through the vast corridor. Just as they began to succumb to the encroaching darkness, the rotund leader, Fat Wei, suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a mural ahead, his face a mask of dread. "Oh no, damn it, it's just as I feared. We've all been deceived." Chapter 128. The truth behind the sacrificial wall. Upon hearing Fat Wei's exclamation, the group hurriedly converged, their eyes drawn to the mural that lay before them, revealing an incredulous scene. The mural vividly depicted four figures, two men and two women, arrayed in contemporary attire, two Asian men, one Asian woman, and a blonde Western woman. Their expressions were filled with anguish, their bodies bound by chains as thick as an arm, with cruel barbs piercing through their scapulae, blood vividly staining the chains as though the events had transpired merely moments ago, exuding a sanguinary aura. However, these figures were mere painted representations, devoid of any actual bodies embedded within. The wall's surface was marred, as if awaiting the insertion of real sacrificial subjects. Behind these bloodied figures stood a row of cloaked acolytes, grasping chains with indistinct faces, their expressions enigmatic, seemingly amused. Behind them stood a young boy, naively awaiting his fate, oblivious to the transaction at hand. Opposite these acolytes stood an individual grasping the other end of the chains, his face fully visible. Though depicted in profile, it was unmistakably that of Atiba. As the group beheld this horrific tableau, they were rendered speechless, time appearing to freeze in that moment. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, all eyes turned toward Atiba. Mina and Ji Ying swiftly encircled him, while Fat Wei, his countenance darkened, raised his assault rifle, the barrel aimed squarely at Atiba's head, prepared to pull the trigger without uttering a single word. Atiba clearly beheld the scene before him, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at the painting. He swiftly retreated a few steps, shielding his daughter behind him. "Wait, do not act impulsively. This has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? Do you truly believe we are Na'vi?" Fat Wei brandished his firearm, unwavering, his gaze fixed intently on Atiba. "I've sensed something amiss with you for quite some time, and I've pondered your motives for luring us here. Now, the meaning of this mural is abundantly clear. You intend to offer us as sacrificial offerings in exchange for your son, a 4-for-1 deal." You are quite ruthless. I shall send you to meet your malevolent deity. Fat Wei declared, his fury palpable. A seasoned combatant, Atarba understood the gravity of the situation. He swiftly pulled his daughter aside just as a barrage of gunfire struck the wall, sending dust swirling into the air. Chen. Atarba cast a desperate glance toward Chen Zhi, only to find his expression cold and unyielding, showing no inclination to prevent Fat Wei from firing. After the bullets missed their mark, Fat Wei took aim again at Atarba and his daughter, while Mina raised her weapon, targeting Atarba's head. Puna, run! Atarba shouted in Arabic, lifting his own rifle towards Fat Wei. You wish to spar with me, do you? Allow me to show you who I truly am, Fat Wei growled, rage surging through him since he had laid eyes on the mural, his veins bulging with fury as he prepared for a confrontation with Atarba. Wait. Chen Zhi pressed down on Fat Wei's gun barrel, his gaze shifting between Atarba and his daughter, who remained steadfast. Atarba, may I hear your explanation? I have nothing to clarify, Atarba replied, his emotions running high, his hand trembling around the firearm as he remained acutely aware of the gunman's aim. I have never been here before. I cannot fathom the origin of this mural. Yet, I have never contemplated trading your lives for my son. I hold life in high regard. You two have mothers. I would never sacrifice another's child for my own. This is not a transaction. It is murder. In the dim light, Atarba's eyes glowed with fervor, a terrifying red hue reflecting his agitation, his voice trembling with intensity. Chen Zhi scrutinized every detail on Atarba's face before turning to Ji Ying, who shook her head in silence. Finally, Chen Zhi addressed Atarba once more. Regardless of the truth, I cannot allow you to remain, for you pose a potential threat to my companions. I cannot take that risk. I am sorry. As Chen Zhi spoke, a delicate, almost ethereal flow of energy enveloped the area, illuminating it like a radiant orb. Wait. Atarba, upon witnessing Chen Zhi's aura, immediately lowered his weapon, raising his arms in surrender. I swear, if the implication of this mural is that lives must be exchanged to save my son, I will choose to forfeit. I refuse to take lives for personal gain. That is my principle. If you do not believe me, then let us part ways and each seek our own path, without interference. Once separated, I cannot harm you, nor will you see me. I swear to this desert with my very soul, if I ever desire to cause harm, I shall be eternally buried beneath these yellow sands. Enough of your nonsense. You Egyptians swear for no reason. Who would believe you? Fat Wei still held his weapon, showing no intention of letting them go. Appa disregarded him and fixated his gaze upon Chen Zhi. Chen, you are powerful, yet I know you are not malevolent. You are not one to kill easily. Let us go our separate ways. You are mistaken. I am not as benevolent as you think. In an instant, Chen Zhi appeared before Appa. The rush of air from his sudden movement startled Appa and Puna, causing them to stumble back. Chen Zhi swiftly disarmed Appa, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder, nearly toppling Appa to the ground. When Chen Zhi removed his hand, a luminous stream of energy flickered upon Appa's shoulder. If you dare to lie, no matter where you hide, I can end your life. Including your daughter, I will reduce your bodies to ashes. A gray hue clouded Chen Zhi's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Appa's face for a prolonged moment before grimly stating, "Let us go." Appa, clearly terrified, leaned back slightly, then raised his firearm, swiftly leading Puna into the darkness. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Fat Wei and Mina finally lowered their weapons. Chen, do you think they were lying? Mina immediately inquired after lowering her gun. Throughout their journey, she had held Appa in high regard and could hardly believe he had deceived them into a deadly trap. I do not know. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. His eyes told me he did not lie, but human nature is complex. I used to want to believe in people, yet reality has shown me that human nature is not to be trusted. Chapter 129. The Suspended One in Darkness Oranges. How shall we proceed? After Appa and his daughter had departed, Fat Wei finally lowered his gun and asked Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi glanced once more at the mural depicting himself and Appa, then turned toward the darkness ahead, finally stating, "Let us continue onward and discover what lies ahead." Thus, the four quickly regrouped, advancing in a square formation. With Mina and Fat Wei keeping their submachine guns aimed at the encroaching darkness, remaining wary of the peculiar Appa. As they moved forward, Chen Zhi felt an increasing sense of agitation. He sensed a formidable presence hidden in the shadows, which seemed to respond to his arrival, becoming remarkably animated as if awaiting his discovery. The interior of the pyramid was resplendent and grand, growing more spacious the deeper they ventured. Ahead, the area appeared to have once been a palace, its domed ceiling adorned with colorful glass fragments, the edges encrusted with jewels. The beam of their flashlight illuminated the surfaces, revealing a breathtaking spectacle, fragments of brilliance bearing witness to the splendor that once graced this place. As they reached this point, the corridor came to an abrupt end, revealing an expanse of impenetrable darkness ahead, suggesting a vast hall. The stone slabs underfoot had transformed into a seamless pattern at this juncture. Suddenly, a heavy, labored breathing echoed through the air, resembling the low howl of a beast clinging to its last breath, an eerie sound that sent chills down their spines. Mina, startled by the unexpected noise, halted in her tracks and peered into the abyss ahead. It appeared as though something loomed ominously in the shadows. The source of the unsettling sound. Mina? She turned to Chen Zhi, seeking his insight. Stay behind us. Let us not attract any trouble, Chen Zhi advised, patting Fat Wei before they advanced together. Each held a control stone gun, the safety disengaged, prepared for any unforeseen peril. After traversing several paces, a sudden illumination greeted their eyes. Indeed, they had arrived at a grand hall, where a colossal iron pillar, measuring nearly 10 meters in diameter, stood majestically at the far end, supporting the entirety of the chamber. The surface of the pillar was adorned with a myriad of tiny black dots that emitted a faint azure luminescence. Suspended in the air at the center of the pillar appeared to be an object of significance. They moved cautiously, their footsteps barely making a sound, until they finally approached the massive iron column. Up close, it resembled an imposing wall, its surface intricately carved with bizarre inscriptions. Each engraving concealed a subtle blue glow, shimmering like fluid water. Atop this iron pillar hung a lifeless body, ensnared in thick, heavy chains resembling a spider's web, binding the corpse tightly to the pillar. The formidable aura they had felt earlier emanated from this very cadaver. Again, that strange sound reverberated through the hall, and they were certain it originated from the body itself. Is that creature dead or alive? If it is indeed deceased, how can it produce sound? Mina, feeling somewhat unnerved by the surreal experience, quietly queried Fat Wei. Oh dear sister, your ignorance is truly astounding. Given its condition, how could it possibly be alive? Ignore its whimpering. It's merely a specter attempting to frighten us. Such occurrences are commonplace in tombs. There is nothing to fear. Fat Wei replied dismissively, gesturing for Mina and the others to remain where they were as he and Chen Zhi moved closer to the iron pillar, shining their flashlights on the body. More accurately, the corpse appeared to be a mere skeletal frame, cloaked in a black robe akin to those worn by the devotees, adorned with a hefty bell around its neck. Its limbs were shackled with heavy iron chains, binding it to the pillar at a height of 5 meters, obscuring its face from view. However, the height of this corpse undoubtedly exceeded 2.5 meters, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Upon sighting the iron pillar, Chen Zhi couldn't help but recall the infamous ancient Chinese punishment known as Pao La. According to legend, during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, King Zhou of Shang, in an effort to please his beloved concubine Daji, ordered the erection of 20 bronze pillars in the eastern part of the Grand Hall. Beneath these pillars, he had charcoal placed, and once the bronze columns glowed red with heat, he commanded that those whom Daji despised, ministers and concubines alike, be locked atop these pillars to be roasted alive, all in pursuit of Daji's favor. Astonishingly, a similar sight was discovered in Egypt, in such an extraordinary location. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei gazed upward at the skeletal remains, eerily white bones protruding from a dark robe, showing unmistakable signs of petrification. This corpse had lingered here for millennia, yet it exuded a formidable and incredible aura, as if it were still alive. What is that over there? Mina exclaimed beside Chen Zhi, pointing toward the rear of the bronze pillars. Following her gesture, they all looked ahead. In the southwestern corner of the bronze pillars, they beheld a dozen golden figurines. These gilded figures, identical in size to real women, stood naked, facing a singular direction in a posture of worship. Goodness, I didn't expect to find something of such value here. Fat Wei leaped forward, eager to touch the golden figures. The ancient Egyptians must have been quite affluent. How much gold would it take to create such large, solid gold effigies? Yet, as Fat Wei's hand made contact with the figures, he recoiled abruptly, jumping back. What happened? Did you see a ghost? Chen Zhi followed suit, and upon closer inspection of the golden figures, he was struck by their astonishing realism. Every detail was impeccably rendered, from the strands of hair to the fine lines of their brows, yet their faces bore an expression of utter numbness. This is no mere gilded figure. These are indeed the remains of the deceased, Fat Wei declared, wiping his hands on his garment. While the exterior gleams with gold, one touch reveals the truth within. These were once living beings, whose skulls had been cruelly shattered, only to have molten gold poured inside, transforming them into this grotesque form. Such heinous acts were not foreign to our own Qin emperor. Indeed, the ruling class is all of a despicable ilk. As Fat Wei continued speaking, he noticed an intriguing phenomenon in the darkness behind them, suggesting the presence of another realm. They carefully advanced forward, discovering that the golden figures were bowing before a magnificent door. Previously obscured by shadows, this grand golden entrance was astonishingly resplendent. It appeared to be crafted entirely from pure gold, devoid of any dust. When illuminated by their flashlight, the golden surface dazzled the eyes. At the very center of this opulent door lay a diamond, the size of a fist, intricately set within. This diamond was exceptionally clear, and under the beam of their flashlight, it refracted a brilliant display of light. Oranges, we have not come in vain this time. The moment Fat Wei laid his eyes upon that magnificent diamond, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just compare the quality of this diamond to that of the one on the Queen's scepter. It pales in comparison. This is undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable worth, a testament to the profound heritage of the Egyptian people. After expressing his admiration, Fat Wei leaped forward, eagerly feeling around the entrance in search of a way to dislodge the diamond. Chen Zhi, instead of stopping him, became entranced by the row of inscriptions on the golden door. The engravings were deeply etched, clearly inscribed later, radiating a spiritual glow that flowed like water. Fatty, do you recognize those characters? Chen Zhi inquired, gesturing towards the inscriptions. Fat Wei, engrossed in his attempts to manipulate the diamond, glanced up and shook his head. These Egyptians write like bean sprouts. Who knows what gibberish they've inscribed? He exclaimed, I absolutely do not recognize it. You don't even recognize these characters. Yet you dare to claim that diamond? Chen Zhi retorted, then proceeded to read the luminous text aloud. The eyes of the desert god. The sacred relic that confines the demon. Those who dare disturb shall invite a curse. Chapter 130. The Curse of the Desert. Oh, spare me. Another ridiculous curse. Can't we have something fresh? Fat Wei dismissed with a wave of his hand. If curses were fatal, I would have died 800 times over by now. Writing a couple of frightening phrases at the entrance of a tomb is akin to the threats we uttered as children during fights. Just you wait. I'll wipe out your entire family tomorrow. It sounds terrifying, but in the end, it's all nonsense. As he spoke, Fat Wei began to rummage through his backpack, genuinely intent on knocking the enormous diamond loose. Didn't I say? We must not disturb anything here. Chen Zhi asserted gravely. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. This realm is unfamiliar. The rules are foreign. We are here to negotiate, and we haven't even encountered the master yet. How can you begin by prying out their eyes? Cut it out. Are those really eyes? Can eyes be this valuable? What nonsense? Fat Wei retorted, but upon noticing Chen Zhi's serious demeanor, he relented, muttering about wanting to jump up and touch that colossal diamond, though he could not reach it due to its height. This desert god is quite amusing, adorning the entrance with its eyes. Does that mean there might be something even more significant behind this grand door? I wonder if the desert god has carelessly discarded its organs. I cannot say for certain whether there are any eggs behind this door, but there is undoubtedly something within. We must enter. After declaring this, Chen Zhi attempted to push against the golden door. Since earlier, he had sensed that his energy was repelled upon reaching this door, rendering the interior completely inscrutable, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. However hard Chen Zhi and Fat Wei pushed, the golden door remained firmly shut, impervious to their efforts. Hurry up and think of a way to open this door. There might be a mechanism inside. Chen Zhi urged anxiously, realizing they could not budge it. Come on. Do you really think I'm a master key? Besides, the mechanisms of these Egyptians are different from ours. Even a half-immortal like you can't open it. How do you expect me to? Fat Wei exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. Without further ado, present all those tomb-raiding individuals, and let us explore possible solutions. At this moment, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, hastily urging Fat Wei. Let me give it a try. However, I fear it may be futile. Fat Wei responded, retrieving a small wallet from his pocket. He meticulously unfolded it layer by layer, revealing an impressive array of intricate metal tools. Chen Zhi had previously witnessed Fat Wei wield such instruments. These small metallic rods, akin to ear scoops, possessed remarkable properties, as many entrance mechanisms were activated using them. Fat Wei tapped the door with these tools, then pressed his ear against the grand portal, listening intently for a moment. Ultimately, he positioned his hands on the doorframe, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to push, yet the door remained steadfast and unmoving. "Let it go," Fat Wei remarked, brushing his hands together. "This door cannot be opened by mere force, and there are no concealed grooves or switches present. The door frame is constructed entirely from massive stones, leaving no crevice whatsoever. This implies that there are no mechanisms on this grand door. Only the original key can unlock it. The pressing question now is, where might that key be? What have you discovered?" At that moment, Mina and Ji Ying, concerned by their prolonged absence, approached them. Mina immediately noticed the colossal stone on the door and gasped in awe, exclaiming, "This diamond is truly magnificent. If brought outside, it would surely create a sensation worldwide. That is not a diamond. It is the eye of the desert god. Do not stare directly into it, lest you find yourself unable to look away," Fat Wei remarked, reluctantly packing away his tools. Unable to look away, unable to extract oneself from the gaze of the desert god. Suddenly, Chen Zhi had an epiphany and quickly turned to Fat Wei, saying, "Fatty, bend down. I will step on your shoulders to reach it." "Ah, so you have finally come to a realization, have you? That's the spirit. Forget about the eyes. Let us extract it first." Fat Wei immediately bent down, allowing Chen Zhi to ascend. Chen Zhi's hand grasped the magnificent diamond, and in that moment, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, making him feel as though he were being scrutinized by a giant. With both hands firmly clutching the grand diamond, he pressed his right eye against it, peering within. In that instant, his soul seemed to be drawn into the depths of the diamond. It was a realm where sand swirled violently, devoid of sky and land, as everything in existence was engulfed by the merciless sandstorm. The little girl who had appeared in his dreams stood amidst the chaos, staring intently at him. Her visage was grotesque, seemingly more terrifying than in his dreams. Her disheveled hair whipped about in the tempest, and her eyeless sockets stared darkly at Chen Zhi. From her tightly sealed lips emerged a parched voice. "Foreigner, you have returned. In the end, the demon shall descend upon the desert." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, piercing Chen Zhi's eyes with excruciating pain. Instantly, the diamond in his hand radiated a brilliant glow, illuminating the entire golden door in a dazzling light. Fat Wei, supporting himself beneath, was caught off guard by the sudden brilliance, instinctively shifting to the side. Chen Zhi, unsteady atop the portal, lost his balance and plummeted downwards. Creaking, the grand golden door swung open, revealing a shadowy corridor before them. After Chen Zhi fell to the ground, appearing as if he had lost his sight, Mina and Ji Ying hurried over, splashing his face with clear water and shaking him vigorously until he finally regained consciousness. Rising to his feet, Chen Zhi gazed ahead, witnessing the golden door indeed ajar. As the interior space came into contact with the outside air, the previously pitch-black corridor suddenly illuminated, radiating with a dazzling brilliance. It turned out that along the sides of the corridor, a row of torches hung, igniting spontaneously upon exposure to oxygen, thereby illuminating the entire passageway. Pang Wei cautiously peered inside, confirming the absence of any other entities, then gestured for the four of them to enter together. The flickering flames cast a warm glow throughout the corridor, where two rows of golden statues stood guard, crafted from the same material as the exterior. Each statue wielded an ancient halberd, their features sharply defined, expressions frozen in stoicism. As they traversed this space, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if the golden sentinels were scrutinizing their every move, the tense atmosphere rendering it somewhat difficult to breathe. The corridor, not particularly lengthy, led them to its end in merely a minute. There, a cascade of delicate pearl curtains hung, each pearl akin to the size of a lotus seed. As they parted the curtains to peer inside, a magnificent grand chamber unveiled itself before their eyes, presenting an astonishing sight. Chapter 131. The Grand Chamber. It was a palatial hall reminiscent of the grandiose royal abodes depicted in ancient Mediterranean mythology. According to theological records, during the Paleozoic era, the land was divided into two primordial continents, separated by the vast Tethys Sea, far larger than the Pacific, where the renowned Mediterranean civilization once thrived. This civilization eventually perished due to tectonic shifts, yet legends speak of an epoch where deities coexisted with humanity, who were still in a semi-barbaric state. In the lore of ancient Mediterranean realms, Many emperors indulged in lavish excesses, ruling their subjects with bloodshed and cruelty while surrendering to their own insatiable desires. They constructed opulent palaces, filled their halls with endless feasts of wine, meat, and beautiful maidens, and captured rare beasts for entertainment, planting fruit trees within their chambers to allow fresh produce to roll upon the ground, with gold and jewels embedded throughout. Some accounts reveal that certain ancient monarchs even imprisoned demigods and female beasts within their chambers for their pleasure, leaving behind chilling tales of excess. Before them, the grand chamber was ablaze with light, supported by massive stone columns intricately adorned with elaborate decorative patterns, wrapped in gold leaf and embellished with gemstones, spotless and resplendent. At the center of the chamber stood an enormous golden bed, its headboard intricately carved with a colossal scorpion, the craftsmanship so detailed that the scorpion seemed poised to strike. Layer upon layer of colorful drapes cascaded above the bed, while pearl curtains hung in strands, and beneath the golden bed lay steps of pure gold, encrusted with diamonds and emeralds, sparkling brilliantly. Behind the colorful drapery, a tall man stood with his back to the grand bed, his face obscured. This man towered nearly 3 meters, with coffee-colored skin and a cranium exhibiting primitive protrusions. His thick black braids cascaded over his bare torso, and he adorned his arms with pure gold armbands, each embellished with a striking scorpion relief. However, his left arm bore distinct mutations. The skin appeared translucent and bluish, with veins protruding, reminiscent of a frozen zombie from the television. Though he faced away from them, it was vaguely discernible that he possessed a pair of fangs. Surrounding the towering figure were numerous women of ordinary height, clad in ancient and resplendent veils. Yet, several among them exhibited an inexplicable peculiarity. Their long hair flowed down their shoulders, adorned with jewels and flowers, as they crawled at the feet of the man. He remained motionless, his back turned towards them. Just as Chen Zhi grappled with the unsettling scene, the man abruptly turned, his massive head fixing its gaze upon Chen Zhi. The visage that met him was grotesque, with thick brows resembling those of a beast. Chen Zhi could distinctly see that the man's eyes lacked sclera, replaced instead with a crimson hue that trickled down, pooling over his sharp fangs. His elongated canines were menacingly sharp, stained with blood, and he grinned wickedly at Chen Zhi, an expression of malevolence beyond description. "Fatty, do you see that person?" Chen Zhi asked urgently. "Person? What person?" Fat Wei responded, bewildered. At that very moment, as Fat Wei's words hung in the air, the once brightly lit hall plunged into complete darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. A chilling sound echoed from the dome above, reminiscent of a multi-legged creature scuttling across the ceiling, sending shivers down their spines. Fat Wei hastily raised his flashlight towards the ceiling, illuminating shadowy figures swirling above, gazing down at Chen Zhi and the others, yet lacking physical form. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Chen Zhi, his stomach churning violently. Unable to contain himself, he bent over and retched. "Turn on the lights," Chen Zhi shouted, struggling to maintain his composure. Like a gust of wind, Ji Ying sprang into action, igniting the flint and reigniting all the surrounding lights, flooding the hall with brightness once more. As Chen Zhi's mind cleared, he glanced forward, only to find that the man behind the drapery had vanished. Along with the opulent scene, the once magnificent chamber now lay cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The canopy of the grand golden bed has collapsed, and the beaded curtains have fallen, obscuring the magnificent golden scorpion statue. Beneath the steps of the bed lie numerous skeletal remains of elegantly adorned women, bedecked with exquisite jewelry and dressed in ancient silks, their skulls still adorned with wisps of hair. However, where the man had just been seated on the golden bed, there is now nothing but a pile of yellow sand. "Orange, what did you see just now?" Fat Wei asked urgently, noticing Chen Zhi's pale complexion. "I don't know. Perhaps the visage of a demon," Chen Zhi replied, glancing around. "We must search this place swiftly. If we find nothing, we leave immediately." "Understood," Fat Wei responded, then clapped his hands, indicating for directions. The 4 individuals, seasoned in their tasks, quickly dispersed to search the opulent chamber. Indeed, this grand hall is replete with lavish treasures, gold and silver cabinets. Though thickly coated in dust, each corner reveals glimmers of gold leaf and gemstones, which, upon a mere wipe, shine brilliantly. Even the large golden basins on the floor, exquisite works of art, weigh at least 20 pounds, crafted from high-purity gold. Every corner of this chamber bears witness to a bygone era of resplendent glory. As they inspected the grand bed, they observed that the skeletal remains of the women were bound by heavy golden chains, tightly shackled beneath the bed. Some of the remains were evidently not human, with elongated coccyges that would suggest a tail if they were alive. Additionally, some corpses had their foot bones severed, with chains fastened to their shoulder blades. After thoroughly searching the surroundings, Fat Wei and Mina raised their submachine guns and advanced deeper into the chamber, where a corner space draped with a series of curtains led to an area shrouded in darkness. "This place feels off," Chen Zhi whispered to the group. "After we search there, regardless of our findings, we must leave at once. If anything unusual occurs, we turn back immediately. Do not hesitate." "Understood," Mina and the others acknowledged. "Orange, didn't you say there was something inside? What could it be? Let us prepare ourselves in case something unexpected jumps out at us," Fat Wei asked softly, leading the way with his gun raised. "I do not know," Chen Zhi murmured. "I always have the feeling that someone is watching us." As they ventured deeper, the eerie sound that had previously paused in the dome resonated once more, louder than before. It felt as though an unseen multitude was crawling down from the ceiling, sending chills down their spines. A palpable sense of dread enveloped them, and involuntarily, everyone shuddered, instinctively aware that they must vacate the room immediately. Just as they gathered to turn and leave, a sudden, thunderous crash echoed. The golden door had shut. Chapter 132. The sealed space. At the moment the golden door slammed shut, the atmosphere within the chamber shifted dramatically. The lights extinguished once again, plunging the room into an even more profound darkness that felt utterly despairing. The sinister aura permeated their very souls, and everything around them turned frigid. This time, Ji Ying did not use flint to ignite a flame. Instead, she placed her hand on Chen Zhi's shoulder, lowering her voice to say, "Chieftain, something has entered. You must leave quickly. I will hold them off." With that, Ji Ying vanished in an instant. A chilling sound reverberated from the dome above, a cacophony that sent shivers through their bones, intensifying as it converged. In the beam of the flashlight, Chen Zhi beheld Ji Ying soaring to the ceiling, after which she disappeared from view. "What should we do now?" Fat Wei exclaimed anxiously in the darkness. "Retrace our steps and push the door open," Chen Zhi commanded, leading the charge towards the Golden Gate. With Mina and Fat Wei closely trailing behind, armed with flashlights, they navigated swiftly, their feet racing toward the grand door, all the while hearing the rush of wind behind them, as if something were in pursuit. Upon reaching the door, they collectively exerted their strength to push against the golden barrier, only to find it immovable. Chen Zhi attempted to touch the diamond, but the eye of the desert remained unresponsive. The golden door was resolutely sealed. The ominous sound from above erupted once more, akin to countless claws scratching feverishly against the ceiling, raising their hairs in terror. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and a shadow plunged from the ceiling towards them. Chen Zhi swiftly turned, conjuring a barrier with his flowing energy. A crackle of electricity illuminated the darkness, revealing a gnarled arm extending from the shadows. Its size exceeded that of a normal human, with fingers sharp as a demon's claws reaching toward them. However, upon contact with Chen Zhi's barrier, it recoiled, dissolving into a dark silhouette that melded back into the obscurity, seemingly devoid of substance. With the threat looming ominously, forcing the golden door open was no longer an option. Chen Zhi hastily summoned his energy, enveloping their surrounding space in a protective barrier, swiftly retreating. "Chieftain, over here." Ji Ying's voice suddenly rang out from within, as if she had discovered an exit. Chen Zhi swiftly manipulated the airflow to protect everyone, urging them to move inward. Fat Wei, at the forefront, wielded a flashlight, revealing Ji Ying, who stood deep in the corner, her body smeared with blood. Chen Zhi understood that Ji Ying was renowned for her agility. If she was wounded now, it indicated that the entity she had just battled was formidable. At present, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them, with the enemy concealed within the shadows, unseen. The flaw of the barrier was its requirement for time. Hastily constructed shields were inherently fragile, easily compromised by sharp forces. Chen Zhi incessantly maintained the barrier, guiding everyone towards the corner, while countless shadows descended upon his protective field, their claws tearing at its surface, threatening imminent collapse. Finally, they reached Ji Ying. Blood seeped from her arm as she pointed at the wall behind the corner. There stood a wall, coarse and rudimentary, its brick surface crudely polished, starkly contrasting with the ornate decor surrounding it. "This is a false wall," Fat Wei declared. And in a few strides, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the wall. Whether due to Fat Wei's considerable strength or the wall's age and looseness, his kick resulted in a thunderous crash, creating a large hole, revealing a dark space beyond. The opening appeared remarkably small, just wide enough for a person to pass through. At that moment, Chen Zhi's barrier could no longer withstand the pressure. The sharp claws of the shadows were formidable enough to breach the surface of the barrier. With desiccated hands reaching through, "Hurry inside," Chen Zhi shouted, transforming the airflow into a flat shield to defend the front. Everyone quickly formed a line and squeezed through the wall's opening. After ensuring everyone had entered, Chen Zhi was the last to dive into the hole, turning to reinforce the airflow, sealing the entrance tightly. The shadows frantically surged towards the opening, their sharp claws leaving imprints on the transparent barrier. Yet, as Chen Zhi gradually thickened the airflow, the barrier grew robust, repelling the external onslaught. With a sigh of relief, Chen Zhi illuminated the interior with the flashlight, finding everyone safe within, though Ji Ying bore injuries on her neck and arm. "Are you all right?" Chen Zhi inquired, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine," Ji Ying replied calmly, "but these entities lack physical form, which complicates matters." "Enough. This is not the time for mutual concern. Let us see if there's a path ahead," Fat Wei exclaimed, raising the flashlight to illuminate the way. It turned out to be a narrow passage within the wall, leading straight ahead, presumably connecting to a secret chamber. They proceeded along the passage, which was quite constricted. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had to bow their heads slightly, unable to walk side by side, suggesting that the construction of this place had not anticipated future use. They walked swiftly forward, bending their bodies as they navigated the path, which was quite a skill in itself. Fat Wei, while walking, kept his gaze fixed ahead, utterly exhausted. After several minutes of trudging, the end remained elusive. Yet the passage was evidently narrowing. "Orange, what on earth is this place?" he exclaimed. "I feel like my back is about to give out. Is there even a way forward? I hope we haven't stumbled into a dead end." "I don't know," Chen Zhi replied softly. "This area is distinctly separate from the pyramid, and the varying soil colors indicate that this place predates the pyramid's construction by a significant margin. For some reason, it was sealed off, likely as a confined space." "Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. Is there really a sealed-off area in this cursed place? Could there be treasures hidden away? Perhaps even a diamond the size of a brick?" Fat Wei grumbled, illuminating the path ahead with his flashlight. In the darkness, vaporous air currents wafted forth, a phenomenon of ancient atmospheric nitrogen. They promptly donned their gas masks to avoid poisoning in the enclosed space. Just as Fat Wei felt his back was about to snap, the passage finally widened. The surrounding walls became more orderly, leading them into a spacious corridor built of stone slabs. Lying on either side were scattered skeletal remains clad in ancient armor, clutching peculiar weapons, seemingly palace guards, yet completely petrified due to the passage of time. The corridor was not long, and they soon reached its end, where an expansive area lay shrouded in darkness. However, under the beam of their flashlights, the ground revealed ancient engraved tiles, with several stone statues faintly visible in the gloom, resembling eerie human faces. As they stepped into the space, sweeping their flashlights around, they found themselves in a large stone chamber filled with various decorative items and artifacts, all of which had become deformed and petrified over the ages, rendering their original purpose unrecognizable. The walls of the chamber glimmered with a golden sheen, suggesting the presence of numerous gilded murals. Ji Ying traced the wall until she discovered a sconce in a recess. Striking a spark with flint, she ignited a flickering flame that illuminated the entire stone chamber. Upon witnessing the scene within, every individual furrowed their brows tightly. Chapter 133. Dead in the space was not as expansive as they had envisioned. It was a closed stone chamber of less than 300 square meters. Yet, within this area, a stifling atmosphere prevailed, as if everything ceased to exist upon entering. The air thick with an oppressive silence. Should someone with claustrophobia find themselves here, they would likely descend into madness. The walls formed a perfectly aligned square, but the chamber felt cramped due to the presence of bizarrely designed shelves, crafted from solid blocks of stone using an ancient manual technique. These shelves bore numerous boxes, large and small, all coated with a thick layer of dust, leaving one to wonder what treasures they might contain. Upon the ceiling of the stone chamber, a series of corpses dangles, each adorned in resplendent garments and ornaments, clearly belonging to women. Yet these remains exhibit a peculiar condition. They seem to have suffered the ravages of fire, their bones and fat irreversibly fused, now petrified beyond recognition due to the passage of time. Strangely, the orderly arrangement of these suspended bodies evokes a profound sense of dread, instilling an indescribable discomfort in those who behold them. The most striking feature is the grand mural that adorns the four walls, shimmering with golden hues. The stone surfaces are meticulously crafted from large slabs, polished to perfection without a single imperfection, and upon these slabs, vibrant gilded frescoes are depicted. This ancient medium of painting showcases an astonishing array of colors, with each frame outlined in gold thread, creating a breathtaking spectacle that likely surpasses even contemporary artistic techniques in vibrancy and intensity. The entirety of these walls forms a monumental mural, at the center of which lies a colossal balanced scale, perfectly symmetrical and unwavering. Surrounding the scale are numerous intricate designs featuring figures of both humans and animals, as well as representations of grain, trees, palatial structures, and rare gemstones, seemingly encompassing all that exists in the world. However, each character and creature is arranged in meticulous rows, appearing as diminutive as ants in comparison to the scale, which, due to its strict order, lacks any aesthetic charm. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that all figures are depicted in profile, kneeling with bent legs in reverence to the scale, as if it were the most exalted entity in existence. What manner of place is this? It exudes an air of the sinister. Fat Wei ventured inside, circling the room and tapping on the stone slabs, gazing up at the lofty mural. Indeed, this creation is ancient, a masterpiece of pure gold water painting. One could likely scrape off a considerable amount of gold. If these murals were to be brought to the outside world, they would surely be priceless treasures. Yet, now is not the time to ponder gold. We must find an exit. Mina entered, placing her submachine gun in a corner, and began searching for an escape. What are you waiting for? Fat Wei turned to the others, spreading his hands in exasperation. This is merely a rudimentary, square chamber, devoid of secret compartments or mechanisms. There is no way out. We have truly found ourselves in a dead end. Impossible, Mina exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she frantically knocked on the stone slabs, hoping to uncover a hidden mechanism or passage. After a lengthy struggle, she eventually sank to the ground in despair, realizing that they were indeed trapped in this sealed space. In contrast to Mina's agitation, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei maintained a semblance of calm. Once the realization dawned that escape was futile, an eerie silence enveloped the group, and they all sat in the corner, gazing at the ancient, golden murals that adorned the walls. What shall we do? Chen lamented. Are we truly destined to perish here? Mina was exceedingly anxious, constantly inquiring of Chen Zhi. Well, since we cannot leave, there is no use in fretting. Let us first satisfy our hunger and thirst. At the very least, if anyone happens to pass by here thousands of years later, they will find your corpse, Mina, not emaciated. Fat Wei said with a chuckle as he opened his backpack. Mina, infuriated by his remark, found herself at a loss for words. She turned to Chen Zhi, who was also unscrewing his water bottle. After their hurried journey, they had no time to eat or drink, and now they were famished, leaning against the wall to consume some provisions. Ji Ying sat beside Chen Zhi, her arm still oozing blood from a recent injury. Chen Zhi assisted her by applying some hemostatic powder to the wound and simply bandaging it. When they had set out, most of their food had been stored with Puna, and now, separated, each person had only a few compressed biscuits left, which were dry and tasteless. Fat Wei rummaged through his bag and produced a large pack of Mongolian beef jerky. He generously tore off pieces to share with Mina, but she found the jerky reminiscent of the hanging corpses around them and could not bring herself to eat it. Instead, she continued to chew on her compressed biscuits, sighing in a corner, while Fat Wei, entirely unfazed, munched on the jerky with delight. Chun, are we truly unable to escape? Mina softly inquired, leaning toward him. Indeed. There is no exit in this room, Chen Zhi replied quietly. Oh, Mina sighed. Chun, I am sorry. It is all my fault for bringing you to Egypt. But do you genuinely believe Appa is a traitor? What do you think? Chen Zhi turned to face her upon hearing her question. I am uncertain. Mina gently shook her head. I have encountered retired soldiers like Appa before. They are unlike others, deeply nostalgic for their military lives, as if they have never left the barracks. I have known Appa for some time now, though we have not accomplished anything significant together. Yet, I am convinced he is principled and trustworthy, never seeking help lightly nor making promises without due consideration. Perhaps I am biased, but I feel he would not betray us. Sister, you are simply too naive. You have never encountered true malice. Fat Wei, with his sharp ears, had overheard Mina's words. He chewed on the jerky vigorously and remarked, "In this day and age, there are many who are duplicitous. Some appear more honest than anyone else, as good-natured as Wang Baoqiang, yet they are often the worst. Human hearts are inscrutable. Who knows the deceit that lies within? We have seen the drawings on the wall. He intends to exchange us with those disciples for his son, 4 for 1. By your mother's name, what a ruthless bargain. For living souls are worth but one life of his son. Have I never seen true evil?" Mina, exasperated by Fat Wei's words, could only smile through her frustration. "Do not forget, I am a wanted criminal myself. I have seen my fair share of villainy. It is rather simplistic to label Anubis as a traitor based solely on a mural. Furthermore, we have yet to encounter those followers. If they desired to harm you, would they allow you to see them?" Fat Wei continues to gnaw on beef jerky. "I must say, my dear, your trade as a thief seems to thrive among the Western rogues. Had you ventured to our China, you might find yourself tricked into becoming a village bride within days." "Enough. Enjoy your beef jerky." Mina, flushed with irritation from Fat Wei's comments, remarked, "Even on the brink of death, you still manage to eat so heartily." After saying this, she turned to Chen Zhi and asked, "What do you think, Chen?" Chen Zhi sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the grand balance depicted in the mural. After a prolonged silence, he slowly articulated, "Mina, what do you believe that balance signifies?" Chapter 134. The balance of Anubis. Are you referring to Anubis's scales? Mina inquired of Chen Zhi. "What nonsense." Fat Wei stuffed the remaining beef jerky into his mouth, grinning as he shifted his considerable bulk closer to Mina. "Come on, sister. Elaborate, I wish to hear." "It is Anubis, the god of death." "Not nonsense," Mina retorted at Fat Wei, her tone firm. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Anubis serves as the guide and protector of the souls of the deceased. Only under Anubis's guardianship can the spirits of the departed find refuge. Anubis's primary duty is to judge the souls of the departed. According to legend, he possesses a sacred and immense set of scales known as the scales of judgment. Every soul must pass through the judgment of these scales to proceed onward. Upon each individual's demise, Anubis weighs their heart to discern the nature of their soul. When the scales balance, it signifies that the person's soul is worthy and can be preserved. However, when the scales tip, it indicates that the soul has lost its weight and will ultimately be devoured by demons and cast into hell. "You are correct," Chen Zhi softly interjected. "However, to my knowledge, this is a tale of Anubis that has been misunderstood in the West. In the true mythology of ancient Egypt, the scales of judgment do not weigh solely human souls, and Anubis is not the true master of these scales. The authentic master is the ancient creator deity of Egypt." After speaking, Chen Zhi once again gazed at the ancient mural, observing the grand, golden scales and the orderly rows of intricate illustrations surrounding them. For a considerable time in the last century, Egypt lacked its own archaeology. Most tombs had been excavated by Western adventurers, who, in their pursuit of personal gain, concealed many significant truths while removing these invaluable remnants of ancient civilization. In fact, during the exploration of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, alongside the discovery of the mural depicting the myth of Anubis's scales, numerous exquisite golden scale ornaments were also unearthed. These pure gold scales are exquisitely crafted, and their precise markings remain remarkably accurate even after thousands of years, leaving one in awe. What is truly astonishing is that upon these pure gold scales, numerous minuscule golden sculptures are meticulously placed. Some depict grains, others represent cattle and sheep, and there are even intricate representations of human brains and organs, each variety vividly lifelike. These exquisite masterpieces were clandestinely hoarded by the explorers of that era, who concealed much of the true nature of the judgment scales in order to smuggle these treasures out of Egypt. In truth, the purpose of the judgment scales extends beyond merely weighing the souls of humanity. It serves more as a tool for measuring the worth of all things in existence. Embodying the essence of an exchange scale, we are aware that the Egyptians revered the soul, believing it could determine one's status. However, the ancient Egyptians held that only by preserving the body could the soul of the deceased be retained. Thus, they innovated the art of embalming, transforming corpses into mummies, and preserving the stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver in 4 separate jars alongside the body. We have misconstrued the intentions of these ancient Egyptians. Their actions were not in anticipation of resurrection, but rather in preparation for weighing. In the most primitive texts, it is evident that the ancient Egyptian religious teachings conveyed to the people that the organs of the human body possess individual value, and that each person, along with every organ, holds a distinct worth, capable of being exchanged for equivalent items. For instance, a pharaoh's finger could be traded for 100 commoners, while a single commoner could be exchanged for 100 sheep. Everything can be exchanged. All possess their own intrinsic value. As Chen Zhi reflected on this, he closed his eyes and softly mused. I often ponder that if a bait truly intended to negotiate with those devotees, the appearance of that mural was indeed most inappropriate. Indeed, does this not amount to an inadvertent admission? Fat Wei remarked, lowering his head to continue rummaging through the treasure pouch for sustenance. Yes, this behavior is utterly perplexing. If the emergence of that mural was a signal from those devotees indicating that a bait is a traitor, then why would they assist us? Chen Zhi quietly contemplated, his gaze fixated on the immense scales depicted on the wall. In the center of that grand mural, apart from the oversized scales, everything else appears trivial and intricate, a jumble that obscures clarity. Upon closer inspection, one discovers that while the mural features many figures, none are identical. Each figure varies subtly in size, with some even exhibiting tails and wings, resembling half-beasts. These patterns are meticulously arranged in rows, and from a distance, they resemble a series of small black dots. These murals are exceedingly strange, Chen Zhi pondered inwardly. Why depict such an abundance of intricate and seemingly meaningless patterns on the wall? They are neither aesthetically pleasing nor discernible from afar. They resemble a manual. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chen Zhi, and he turned his gaze back to the enormous scales. The scales remained perfectly aligned, balanced, and impartial, yet the patterns on either side diverged, varying in number and quantity. Fatty, go see what those boxes contain. Chen Zhi suddenly called out to Fat Wei. What? You've changed your mind again? Didn't you just say that everything here is off limits? I've been holding back from touching these boxes, and now you're telling me to look? Fat Wei grumbled as he stood up, embracing a large box perched on the stone rack. He opened the lid, but upon seeing the contents, quickly closed it again. Bah, these Egyptians are utterly bizarre. Treating everything as some sort of prized possession, he exclaimed, before reopening the lid. Inside lay a petrified heart, 3 times the size of an ordinary heart. Its surface completely fossilized and remarkably well preserved for reasons unknown. The vascular markings were evident, as if sliced by a sharp blade, while a faint green sheen enveloped the heart, giving it an ethereal quality, as if it might vanish at any moment. Fat Wei opened several more boxes, each containing organs. One held a pair of eyeballs, and another shockingly contained a skull, that of a woman. The skull was petrified, its features blurred and indistinct, yet it was remarkably large, suggesting that the woman must have stood at least 2 meters tall in life. All the organs bore that same subtle green glow. The Scorpion King made a deal with the desert evil god, Mina remarked in astonishment. His first victory was exchanged for the head of his queen, and his second was for the heart of his mother and the eyes of his firstborn. Following these transactions, the Scorpion King became bloodthirsty and brutal, burning all his concubines alive and gouging out the eyes of all his children. It remains a mystery what he received in return from the desert evil god. For a ruler, once possessing everything, what more could he desire? After speaking, Chen Zhi seized a corpse hanging above and pulled it down to the ground. The female corpse thudded heavily onto the floor, its rigid, fossilized form shattering upon impact, revealing charred remains within, along with that same faint green glow. It seems this transaction has been successful. Chen Zhi turned to the others. The desert evil god has granted the Scorpion King immortality. Chapter 135, The Undying. Surely not. The Scorpion King could engage in such despicable acts? Is he devoid of any shame? It's as if he has no one to support him but himself. Fat Wei scoffed, nearly laughing in disgust. He goes to war and cannot defeat his foes, so he trades the lives of his wife and children, and then he offers his mother's life as well? What a cowardly king ancient Egypt must have had. How could any of his subjects respect him? I refuse to believe that the desert god would consent to such a twisted bargain. A transaction is a transaction, unrelated to morality, Chen Zhi replied. The moral framework of ancient Egypt is entirely different from ours. They believe that everything possesses its own value, and as long as the items exchanged are equivalent, anything can be traded. Greater desires necessitate greater sacrifices, which they deemed fair, the greatest principle of the scales of judgment. Are you suggesting that Mina comprehended Chen Zhi's implication? A flicker of terror glimmered in her eyes. Are you implying that the Scorpion King has never perished? That he has persisted until this very moment? But is that truly conceivable? The annals of Egyptian history are fraught with tumultuous upheavals. If the Scorpion King has indeed attained eternal life, why has he not continued to govern Egypt? Why then did the subsequent pharaonic dynasties emerge? How could there have been Roman incursions, leading to the political chaos and decline of nations in the last century? He should have made his appearance long ago. Eternity does not equate to freedom. Chen Zhi regarded Mina intently. Just as ordinary individuals face incarceration for their transgressions, so too can beings of eternal life be confined to a singular location, forever hidden from the world. As long as they remain unseen, their existence can fade into the recesses of history, not proving their absence, nor their demise. Imprisonment, Mina murmured, lowering her gaze in contemplation. In the legends of the local desert tribes, many tales speak of the desert deity imprisoning the Scorpion King, for he emerged from this very desert. Ultimately, the desert deity returned him to his domain. Yet by that time, the Scorpion King was invincible, his form impervious to death. The deity had no choice but to confine him back within the desert, guarding him within his temple. Is there truly such a tale? Fat Wei, hearing this for the first time, looked at Mina with astonishment. Indeed, Mina nodded. The demon birthed by oneself, only to be imprisoned by that very creator, is a folklore that has endured through the ages. Yet this tale is so absurd that even the official narratives of Egypt do not acknowledge it. Could it possibly be true? Does the desert deity of legend truly exist? Following her words, she fell into a contemplative silence, her worldview evidently shaken. Shaking her head in disbelief. Have you noticed? Chen Zhi surveyed the room. From the moment we entered, I sensed something amiss. This place is sealed too tightly. Everything here feels lifeless. Even the air seems devoid of vitality, as though it belongs to another realm entirely. The corpses, having suffered the fate of being burned alive, are methodically suspended here, arranged like objects on display. Everything bears an unusual hue. That heart, those eyes, that enormous head. Even the hanging corpses appear marked with a phosphorescent glow. This faint green luminescence resembles a composite organism, capable of altering the properties of objects. If I am not mistaken, this chamber serves as a sacrificial altar, a space dedicated to the desert deity. All that resides here are offerings to the desert demon. And what are we in this scenario? Fat Wei, indifferent, took a hefty bite of his compressed biscuit. Am I to assume that I have also become a sacrifice? At that moment, Ji Ying turned around and gradually unwrapped the bandages from her arm, revealing her injury to everyone. I had noticed earlier that the wound was healing very slowly, emanating a faint green glow. The blood circulation in that area had also diminished. If this continued, our bodies would gradually become rigid. Is that so? Fat Wei then took the matter seriously. Everyone hurriedly glanced at Ji Ying's arm, and indeed, there was a subtle luminescence at her wound. Goodness, Mina was genuinely alarmed. She anxiously stood up and began to pace around the room. If what we were saying was true, this indeed had been the palace of the Scorpion King, and if the desert evil god had imprisoned him here, then this location was the temple of the desert evil god. Oh dear, the desert evil god truly exists. We shall never escape. Whether the Egyptian deities exist or not is of no concern to us, Chen Zhi answered calmly. To this desert, we are all outsiders. We need not dwell too much on it, for the rules of engagement vary from place to place, and we have no authority to intervene. We should not entangle ourselves in the grievances and secrets of a nation from millennia ago, since they are willing to trade with us. We shall engage according to their rules and leave this place as swiftly as possible. As for whether the Scorpion King is imprisoned here or whether the desert evil god truly exists, it is of no consequence to me. And we have no desire to know. Then what are the rules of their trade? Fat Wei crossed his arms and inquired of Chen Zhi. This desert deity must provide us with some clarity. This is also what I wish to know, Chen Zhi pondered. The murals depict everything, proving that anything can be exchanged before the scales of judgment, and the significance of the scales lies in fairness. Without fairness, the judgment scales hold no meaning, and the trade cannot be established. I often contemplate that we consistently approach this matter through our habitual logic, yet we remain oblivious to the logic at play here. Perhaps we have been on the wrong path all along. The issue is, this confounded mural is utterly incomprehensible. Damn it. Fat Wei cursed and stood up. meticulously illuminating the murals with an electric baton, counting the little figures depicted. These figures varied in height and girth, leaving me bewildered about their meaning. I pondered, just how much am I worth on this grand Egyptian scale? What did you say? Chen Zhi suddenly paused, hastily asking Fat Wei. I said I have no idea what I'm worth on this grand scale. What's wrong? Fat Wei looked at Chen Zhi in confusion. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt a sudden reversal in the direction of his thoughts. We have been mistaken, Chen Zhi proclaimed loudly to everyone. The imagery that appeared on that mural did not indicate that Appa betrayed us. Rather, it was revealing to Appa the value of exchanging his son. So what? Fat Wei replied indifferently. Even if that brat Appa did not genuinely wish to sell us out, does that mean we should selflessly sacrifice ourselves to exchange for his son? It is utterly unfair, isn't it? For one, on what grounds? Let me tell you. If you wish to go, then go. I, Fat Master, do not possess such lofty ideals, and I refuse to participate. Incorrect. Chen Zhi rose swiftly to his feet. If the scales of judgment have proposed a price for the transaction, it signifies that the exchange has commenced. Since Appa did not acquiesce to the proposition of the scales, he must now pay another price to complete the transaction. We must locate Appa at once. His daughter and he are in peril. If they perish, we too shall be trapped here. Chapter 136. The search for Appa. Seek Appa? We are hardly in a position to do so. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Mina, frantically anxious, could no longer contain herself and urged everyone. We are ensnared in this place. It is easy to speak of leaving, but where shall we find an exit? I have just observed. These stone walls are exceedingly thick, impervious even to explosives, and digging through them is an impossibility. We are utterly trapped. As Mina spoke, she paced back and forth in the room, her agitation palpable. Fat Wei watched her flit about like a frantic ant on a hot skillet, finding it rather amusing. I say, Mina, could you refrain from your incessant circling? Your to and fro is making me dizzy. Are you in need of a restroom? Don't hold it in. Come. Let us all turn around, and you may resolve your business in that corner. Mina, incensed by Fat Wei's words, leapt up in fury. What is wrong with you? Are you truly so oblivious? Do you not comprehend our predicament? We have no way out. Perhaps in a short while, we shall end up like those corpses, glowing green and stiffening in this place. Who says we are without options? The exit may be sealed, but the entrance remains, does it not? Fat Wei chuckled, gesturing towards the pathway from which they had entered. This cubicle room is indeed quite secure. Digging an escape is futile. But who has decreed that we cannot retrace our steps? Are you mad? Mina stared incredulously at Fat Wei, her agitation causing her to jump in frustration, as if she wished to strangle him. Have you forgotten how we entered? Those dark shadows are still lurking outside. They are more terrifying than demons. If we venture out, it would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Those pitiful dark shadows are demons. Mina, my dear, you have not seen much of the world, have you? Moreover, do you truly believe those unkempt entities can slay us? You underestimate us greatly. After finishing his statement, Fat Wei secured his bag of treasures, readied his firearm, and gestured to Chen Zhi. Let us proceed, Orange. Allow this golden-haired lass to witness how we men vanquish demons. With that, Fat Wei, armed with a submachine gun, took the lead, while Chen Zhi silently followed. Mina, bewildered and unsure of what transpired, remained momentarily frozen until she realized that she was alone in the dark room. Glancing at the glowing corpses suspended in the shadows, she hastily ran a few steps to catch up with the group. They retraced their steps through the passage, and along the way, Mina's incessant chatter filled the air as she inquired about Chen Zhi and Peng Wei's plans. She expressed her fears about the terrifying shadows, emphasizing the perilous nature of their venture. Yet, Peng Wei merely chuckled, while Chen Zhi remained silent, offering her no definitive response. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, where Chen Zhi chose to remain behind, bracing against the turbulent force at the threshold. This barrier, worn down by relentless pressure, was on the verge of collapse, revealing elongated claw-like shapes protruding from its surface. These talons, with their 4 elongated and razor-sharp fingers, resembled a grotesque fusion of human digits and bird talons, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Despite the transparency of the barrier allowing visibility of the outside world, the grand hall was engulfed in darkness, yet the chilling hissing sound echoed ominously, suggesting the presence of those lurking shadows, obscured from sight. Upon hearing these unsettling noises, Mina's anxiety escalated. Chen, what should we do? Those entities are still outside. aware of our presence while we remain in the dark. My weapon cannot reach them, and should they strike, their sharp claws could sever our throats. I know, Chen Zhi murmured, observing the markings on the barrier and assessing the size of the claws with a contemplative touch, calculating their potential power and speed in his mind. Chen, what is your plan? Speak up. Mina's unease grew as she glanced into the ominous darkness, the hissing sounds intensifying her apprehension. All right, sister, enough of the questions. Do all Western women ramble so? You should take a cue from our Chinese women, knowing when to remain silent. Fat Wei interjected with a grin. I mentioned before that since you managed to find us, you need not worry about the rest. Just stay put. We would never cast you out to be ensnared by those dark claws. And please, quiet down. Allow our esteemed leader, Chen, a moment to operate. Soon, you shall witness a live demonstration of righteous slaying and demon banishment. While Fat Wei and Mina conversed, Chen Zhi had closed his eyes, silently reciting the incantation of a powerful spell. In tandem, intricate streams of energy began to surge forth from within him. These flows were finer than a strand of hair, twisting and intertwining as they meticulously wove a robust barrier, circular in form, delving deep into the earth, fully enveloping Chen Zhi and his companions. On the surface of this barrier, delicate currents of electricity danced, resembling luminous serpents. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes of weaving, as the circular barrier sealed itself underground, Chen Zhi turned and declared, "All right, let us proceed." After Chen Zhi spoke, he waved his hand, and the swirling air blocking the entrance immediately dissipated. Simultaneously, the black void outside quivered, the hissing sound vanishing in an instant, leaving only an oppressive silence and a shroud of darkness. "Stop dawdling, let's go." Fat Wei chuckled as he tossed a remark to Mina before leaping into Chen Zhi's barrier, followed by Ji Ying. Mina, momentarily dazed, stepped inside as well. They advanced forward, with Mina feeling an acute sense of apprehension, gripping her submachine gun tightly, its muzzle directed at the surrounding darkness, trembling as she scanned left and right. In stark contrast, Fat Wei appeared remarkably nonchalant, holding his submachine gun in his left hand while illuminating the path for Chen Zhi with a flashlight in his right. Searching for their way back through the circular beam of light cast on the ground, they traversed to the center of the sleeping quarters without encountering any obstacles. Yet the air grew increasingly frigid. They adhered to their original route towards the grand golden door, deliberately circumventing the opulent golden bed and the scattered, desiccated corpses. The dust-laden colorful drapes and beaded curtains flickered in the shadows, the surrounding darkness enveloping them in an eerie silence. However, as they passed the location of the grand golden bed, an unsettling sensation washed over them. Countless eyes seemed to be observing their every move. Chapter 137, The Search for Adaba, Part 2. The barrier was a completely transparent sphere, resembling a clear bubble, rendering it imperceptible from the outside that Chen Zhi's team was encapsulated within. Occasionally, faint currents danced upon the surface of the barrier, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness. Shadows loomed above, the dark figures unmistakably present, yet they did not dive down as they had previously. Instead, they remained still in the darkness. Seemingly unaware of the team's emergence, they continued onward, Mina consumed by anxiety, stepping cautiously and daring not to utter a sound. Her submachine gun poised and aimed in every direction, her back pressed firmly against the shoulders of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Hey, easy there, sister. Don't stick so close," Fat Wei exclaimed, slightly exasperated by Mina's proximity. "Do you not understand the boundaries between the sexes? You're drenched in sweat, and being this close is unbearable. I've told you before, relax and lower your weapon." However, Fat Wei's outburst startled Mina, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. "Shoo!" she urgently hissed, clamping her hand over Fat Wei's mouth, her nails digging into his cheek. "Have you lost your mind? Don't make a sound. We can't let them hear us." "Why not? Why are we being silent? You really think those shadows are unaware of our presence? Let me tell you, they've seen you long ago. They just dare not approach." "Dare not?" Mina struggled to comprehend. "Are you suggesting that those demons are afraid of us? Afraid of Chen? That's impossible. What if they actually decide to charge at us?" "Charge at us?" With a chuckle, Fat Wei remarked, "Then come down and seek your demise." However, scarcely had his words faded when a sharp, tearing sound pierced the air, and countless shadowy figures sprang forth from the darkness, their speed astonishing, accompanied by a chilling breeze as they lunged menacingly towards Chen Zhi. When they collided with the protective barrier, The immense force threatened to crush it. Yet, the barrier, possessing remarkable elasticity, momentarily contracted before rebounding, repelling many of the shadows. Undeterred, they quickly returned, viciously clawing at the barrier with razor-sharp talons, their nails harder than steel and imbued with great strength. Amidst the cacophony of gnashing and guttural roars, which sent shivers down the spine, Mina swiftly raised her submachine gun, attempting to target the erratic shadows, but found no discernible mark. Just then, Chen Zhi uttered softly, "Scatter." In an instant, the surface of the barrier glowed as if electrified, illuminating the entire chamber like a colossal light bulb. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning erupted from within, striking outward like fiery serpents, incinerating the encroaching shadows in a brilliant flash. The crackling sound of high-voltage electricity filled the air as dismembered limbs rained down from above, their charred scent wafting through the room. Under the bright illumination of the electric light, it became evident that the fallen remnants were merely elongated arms, covered in black fur, their nails resembling iron hooks, an unsettling sight devoid of any accompanying bodies or organs. "What in the world are these grotesque creatures?" Fat Wei exclaimed, repulsed by the unsettling sight of the fur-covered arms strewn across the ground. He grimaced and turned to Mina, who was drenched in cold sweat. "Well, sister, now you understand, right? We didn't come here for mere thrills. Without sufficient skill, who dares to engage in a battle here? Many won't survive to see the next chapter." "What are these things?" Mina gasped, her breath coming in rapid bursts as she gazed at the disfigured arms. "How can they exist without bodies? Where did they fall from? It's unbelievable." "Don't look at those things," Chen Zhi said, not glancing back as he pressed forward. "We must leave this place. The true threat hidden within this room has yet to reveal itself." Upon hearing his words, they fell silent, hastening towards the golden door ahead. With the shadows dealt with, no further obstacles lay in their path. Yet, an unsettling sound of heavy breathing echoed from the depths of darkness, reminiscent of an agitated beast. As the breathing intensified, they reached the grand golden door, and just as they pondered how to open it, a resounding thud reverberated through the air. The tightly shut golden door suddenly swung open, as if an unseen force had granted them passage. However, behind the grand door, there was nothing but an abyss of darkness. Gazing at the open entrance, a sense of hesitation enveloped the group. Fat Wei stared intently at Chen Zhi. "Orange, do you think this could be some sort of trap? What should we do?" Just as Fat Wei's words escaped his lips, a resounding roar echoed in their ears, and the ground of the grand palace began to tremble. The sound of heavy breathing grew increasingly louder, as if something were about to emerge from the depths. "We must hurry," Chen Zhi shouted urgently, bolting through the doorway, prompting everyone to leap outside with him. The moment they cleared the threshold, a tremendous crash resounded behind them. Boom! The great golden door slammed shut, reminiscent of a prison gate clanging down. They turned to behold the tightly sealed door, feeling as though they had crossed into another realm. The earth quivered slightly, yet the ominous breathing from within the door faded away, hidden behind its imposing facade. "Chen, what should we do now?" Mina, entirely reliant on Chen Zhi, inquired while brandishing her submachine gun. "I must find a tuba immediately, otherwise we are doomed. Let's go." With that, Chen Zhi pressed onward without pause. They sprinted back along their previous path, returning to the copper pillar in the grand hall. There, the corpse, bound by chains and ensconced in darkness, remained silent, its bloodless skull indifferent to all. They hurried through the hall and dashed along the corridor adorned with murals, seeking the painting that bore their likenesses. The very place where their confrontation with the tuba had unraveled. Fat Wei displayed remarkable navigational skills, leading them without a single misstep, and they quickly returned to the mural's location. However, they discovered that Atuba and his daughter had vanished without a trace, and the content of the mural had subtly transformed. Chapter 138. Debt to the spirits before them. The mural appeared both chilling and perplexing, featuring a colossal human visage depicted in a typical Egyptian two-dimensional style. The figure wore an ancient Egyptian headdress, with bold eyeliner accentuating its eyes, exuding an air of solemnity. Although the profile faced forward, the large irises seemed to gaze directly at them. "It's a tuba," Fat Wei was the first to exclaim. Despite being two-dimensional, the immense face was unmistakably that of a tuba. "What does this mean?" Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi. "What is the purpose of placing a tuba's face here? To frighten us?" "I don't know," Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head slightly. If the previous image conveyed the cost of the transaction to Atuba, then this new depiction must hold a different significance. Clearly, it no longer pertains to the notion of trade, and the appearance of Atuba's likeness here is truly bewildering. Chen, have you noticed? Mina, who had been acting strangely since she laid eyes on the mural, examined the figure closely and now trembled. Her face pale as she pointed at Atuba's eyes on the wall. Chen, did you see it? The eyes of that painting have been gazing at you all along. Impossible. Chen Zhi swiftly retorted. It's merely an illusion. Some two-dimensional portraits are rendered so vividly that when one stands before them, it feels as though the figures are watching. Much like the Mona Lisa, it is simply a psychological trick of the mind. I understand, but that's not my point, Mina said, her voice trembling. I used to frequently pilfer antique masterpieces and am quite familiar with large portraits. No matter how lifelike the eyes appear, they are still lifeless. However, the eyes in this painting seem alive. Impossible. Fat Wei mocked Mina. I say, Mina, have you watched too many horror films? How could the eyes of this mural possibly be alive? You must be quite frightened. Let me tell you, in our line of work, the greatest taboo is to have a vivid imagination. In the dark, do not speak carelessly. Be wary that something truly sinister may be watching you. I am serious. Mina urgently grasped Chen Zhi's arm, pulling him aside. Chen Zhi stumbled several steps before reaching the side of the mural. Mina, enough, Chen Zhi said, growing impatient. He broke free from her grasp. Did I not mention before? Such occurrences are common with two-dimensional surfaces. One may mistakenly believe they are being watched. But the pupils of the painting do not move at all. Chen Zhi, Fat Wei suddenly called out, standing before the mural, then slowly turned his head, his face paling. Chen Zhi, the eyes in that painting. They seem to have actually moved. What? Chen Zhi could hardly believe his ears. He immediately raised his flashlight to look up, only to find that Appa's face, now rendered two-dimensional, had taken on an eerily distorted expression, especially those large eyes, which seemed to bore into him as if they were about to leap out. Chen Zhi, wait. Let us change positions and see, Fat Wei suggested, stepping closer and urging Chen Zhi to shift places, allowing Ji Ying to observe the eyes of the painting. However, they were soon astonished to discover that no matter how many positions they changed, those eyes relentlessly followed Chen Zhi, refusing to release him from their gaze. What on earth is happening? Mina, sweating slightly, nervously looked at Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. I don't know, Fat Wei replied with a wry smile. This is truly bizarre. In Egypt, they might have a term for this, but in China, we simply call it owing a debt to the dead. Please elaborate, Chen Zhi said, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the painting's watchful eyes. He turned his back to the mural and stood at the bottom of the wall, seeking to evade its gaze. There's not much to say. It's merely about owing a debt to the deceased, Fat Wei continued as he approached the wall. I've heard those who often venture into rural areas speak of it. They say that in certain affluent families, there are many superstitions. After a family member passes away, they insist on elaborate funerals. In remote mountainous regions, where no one oversees the land, they dig graves and construct tombs themselves, even placing portraits of the deceased inside the mausoleum. During the funeral, someone suddenly exclaimed that the eyes of the deceased in the portrait seemed to be fixed upon him, instilling a profound sense of dread that even led to nightmares at night. Eventually, this individual confessed that he owed money to the departed, a debt unknown to anyone. After he repaid the sum to the deceased's offspring, the eyes in the painting ceased to follow him, and his nightmares dissipated as well. Upon hearing about this debt to the dead, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow thoughtfully. The father and daughter, Appa, had vanished without a trace, and there was no need to press onward now that they had reached this point. The area was rife with divergent paths, and straying from the correct one was no trifling matter. Ji Ying, being the most agile and possessing sharp hearing, ventured off in another direction to seek any sign of Appa, as the rest waited in a corner. Chen Zhi felt somewhat unsettled by the earlier incident and engaged in a half-hearted discussion with Pang Wei regarding their next steps. At that moment, Mina approached shyly. Oh my! What exactly do you intend to do? Pang Wei, increasingly exasperated by Mina's hesitance, retorted, Can you not express yourself plainly? Why are you blushing so? Mina finally mustered the courage to utter, I need to use the restroom. Seriously? Pang Wei was at a loss for words. What are you being so finicky about? Do you expect a 5-star restroom in this place? Just turn around and relieve yourself. In this darkness, who would even think of peeking? I will go over there. Mina indicated a small passage behind the mural, which led to a shadowy corner. If you wish to go, then by all means. Pang Wei scoffed, but do be cautious. That area is pitch black. Who knows what might be lurking there? Enough with the scare tactics. Chen Zhi interjected, then nodded at Mina. Hurry there and back. Mina swiftly slipped into the dim corridor. Though obscured by darkness, it was not far. Having never encountered supernatural events before, she was still rattled from earlier, not daring to stray too far. Can you believe it? She leads a band of elite thieves, Pang Wei remarked disdainfully. What happened to the fierce persona she had in Thailand? Turns out she's just a delicate little thing. The elite thieves were founded by Mina's father, and she merely inherited the legacy. Chen Zhi reflected silently. While Mina was indeed emotional, he knew her father was a formidable figure. Suddenly, a scream pierced the darkness. Mina's terrified voice echoed. What now? Did you truly see a ghost? Pang Wei glanced back impatiently toward where Mina had gone. Is it a pervert? If so, you should give her a slap. Come quickly. Mina called out again. Appa is here. Chapter 139. The Watcher in the Dark, come quickly. Appa is here. Mina's shrill cry resonated through the darkness, a sound that was painfully jarring. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were startled, hardly daring to believe their ears. Mina's account was evidently illogical. They had been lingering here for an extended period, and if Appa had been hiding around that corner, why had he not emerged from such a close proximity? Moreover, within this range, Chen Zhi would undoubtedly sense Appa's presence. Yet he had remained here for so long without detecting any sign of life, which was quite astonishing. However, upon hearing Mina's cries, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei could no longer afford to hesitate and hurriedly followed the sound, both brandishing their control stone daggers in a state of heightened vigilance. As they turned the corner of the corridor, the beam of their flashlight first illuminated Mina, whose eyes were wide with alarm. The pupils of Westerners are typically large, and now, in her panic, they appeared unnaturally startling. Chen Zhi noticed a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet before her lay a pitch-black void, devoid of any other presence. Appa was nowhere to be found. What's wrong, sister? Are you hallucinating while taking a leak? Where's Appa? Fat Wei questioned, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice as he scanned the empty space. But Mina, slightly out of breath, fixed her gaze intently ahead. I truly saw him, she whispered. I had stepped a bit farther to relieve myself, and just as I was about to do so, I heard a sound from the depths of the corridor. When I shone my flashlight, I found Appa standing there, waving at me, but he vanished in an instant. Are you certain you didn't team as C? Fat Wei replied, growing impatient. Could you have been mistaken? I absolutely did not miss C. Mina asserted confidently. Due to my profession, I possess a keen ability to recognize faces. Even in the most urgent situations, I never lose clarity. That was undoubtedly Appa's silhouette. He was wearing desert garb and military trousers. I would not mistake him. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi's expression shifted. He glanced back at the foreboding darkness and asked Mina, where? Right over there. Mina pointed ahead. Chen Zhi peered into the distance, discovering that the corner led to a narrow corridor, which seemed to lead somewhere, though the shadows obscured visibility. However, the atmosphere emanating from that direction felt unsettlingly eerie. At this moment, Ji Ying had caught up from behind, and Chen Zhi immediately gestured for her to remain silent and follow closely behind them. Thus, led by Fat Wei, the four of them crept forward, treading softly without making a sound. Chen Zhi even employed a barrier to mask their presence, rendering them undetectable. They traversed the slender corridor, which twisted and turned, eventually arriving at an exceedingly confined space, where they discovered a small side door. Upon entering, they realized it was a secluded chamber. This chamber appeared desolate, lacking vibrant murals, stone carvings, or artifacts, likely once serving as a storage area for slaves or goods. Yet, in the corner of this small room, they beheld a familiar silhouette standing there. The figure before them was unmistakably Appa. Chen Zhi recognized him immediately by his desert garb and the dusty, worn military trousers he wore. Appa stood motionless in a corner, his back turned to them, shoulders drooping lifelessly, obscuring his face. The four of them exchanged glances, hesitating to approach or utter a sound. Chen Zhi channeled his inner energy towards Appa, tentatively probing his body, yet found no signs of life. He resembled a corpse. The atmosphere felt eerily surreal, heavy with an oppressive anger that stifled their breaths. Finally, Fat Wei stepped forward, his voice grave. Appa, brother? At such close proximity, Appa should have heard him, yet he remained immobile in the shadows. Appa, what has happened to you? Fat Wei took a few more steps, reaching out to grasp Appa's arm. attempting to pull him from the darkness, but suddenly halted midway by the dim light of Fat Wei's flashlight. They discerned Atbar's form clearly. He stood rigid, his back soaked with warm blood, a gaping, bloodied wound at his neck. His head was missing. "What is going on?" Mina asked, her voice trembling. "Who killed Atbar? I saw him just moments ago. If he is dead, what was it that I saw?" Fat Wei ignored Mina, scanning their surroundings warily. "Orange, do you sense something amiss? I can't shake the feeling that there's another presence here." Chen Zhi did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, closing his eyes to attune to the surrounding energy. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the darkness above, softly uttering, "Come forth. I hope you can provide me with an explanation." At Chen Zhi's words, everyone jumped back in alarm, quickly taking defensive stances. Fat Wei and Mina raised their weapons, aiming at the inky blackness overhead, ready for any eventuality. Just then, a figure stirred within the obscurity, gently descending from above. She landed silently, her movements imbued with the grace unique to a young girl, revealing herself as Atbar's daughter, Puna. Puna held a curved dagger, its blade emanating a chilling aura, bright crimson stains soaking her sleeves. Her other hand was concealed behind her, her brown lips pressed tightly together, her eyes coldly surveying the group. "Your father is dead," Chen Zhi declared, his gaze icy as he pointed at Atbar's headless corpse. "He was beheaded. One cannot commit suicide in such a manner. Who killed him? Can you provide me with an explanation?" Puna remained silent, her lips sealed as she fixed her gaze on Chen Zhi and the others, her eyes exuding a chilling demeanor, her expression seemingly acknowledging the grim truth. "Are you mad, Margot?" Fat Wei erupted in anger, storming towards her, gun aimed at Puna's face. "Are all you Egyptians ungrateful wretches? Your father treated you so well, and yet you would murder him? It is likely that Adaba never imagined that he would meet such a fate. Indeed, he did not foresee that Puna would suddenly part her coffee-colored lips and respond in fluent Chinese. When I severed his head, he was utterly astonished." After uttering these words, Puna revealed her concealed hand, which held Adaba's decapitated head, bloodied and lifeless, with eyes rolled back and an expression of sheer disbelief etched on his face. Chapter 140, The Watcher in the Darkness, Part 2. Puna's actions sent shockwaves through the crowd. Although Adaba had long been a figure of suspicion, his apparent affection for his children had moved many. Yet, he met his demise at the hands of his own daughter, a scene so unimaginable that it defied comprehension. However, the bloodied head in Puna's grasp brutally yanked everyone back to the cold, unyielding reality. Puna's eyes, shrouded in mist within the shadows, bore a grave intensity, devoid of the innocence one would expect from a 15-year-old girl. In that moment, everyone felt the weight of the truth. Before them stood a descendant of ancient Egyptian royalty, a genuine devotee of the divine. Chen Zhi silently observed Puna for an extended period, then casually waved his hand. An imposing aura enveloped Puna in an instant. A mere flick of Chen Zhi's wrist could reduce her to countless fragments. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Explain why you chose to kill your father. Was it due to his refusal to accept the conditions of the divine? We, the devotees, do not impose conditions. It is the desert god who dictates terms." Puna's voice resonated with a husky timbre, akin to a gentle breeze in the desert. Her Mandarin was remarkably fluent. Had one not seen her, they might easily mistake her for a Chinese girl speaking. "My father sought to reclaim his son, but he could not accept the conditions set forth by the desert god. Thus, I had to compel him to choose another path, to trade his own life for my brother's." "If I heard correctly, you just referred to yourself as a devotee," Chen Zhi remarked coldly, fixated on the girl before him. "I was born a devotee, as was my father," Puna replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the peril surrounding her. "The desert has its own laws, and the devotees have their own missions. Everything here adheres to its own principles. We are the offspring of royalty, and our status as devotees is immutable. Since last year, I have been able to comprehend the languages of all nations and discern the lineage and power behind an individual. My father possessed this capability as well, but due to his aversion to his own bloodline and his fear regarding his marriage, these abilities gradually faded, causing him to forget that he was a devotee. My brother, however, lacked such gifts and was mistakenly taken 3 years ago. For these years, I have sought opportunities to return to the ranks of the devotees, for I am the rightful heir to our family's power. This is my honor and an inescapable destiny." After Mina finished speaking, she cast her luminous gaze downward at the severed head in her hands. Her eyes shone brightly, dazzling amidst the darkness. Yet my father, perpetually oblivious to this truth, always dreamt of the world beyond, believing that the ever-evolving technology could reshape our future. How mistaken he was. The divine will remain supreme, irrespective of the world's advancements. Humanity is eternally subordinate to the divine. Thus, from the moment my father resolved to lead you to the temple of the desert god, he had already committed a grave sin, and death awaited him. I am merely the executor of that fate. Chen Zhi silently listened to Puna's words, his gaze fixed intently upon the Egyptian girl, who was barely 15, observing the enigmatic expression on her face. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Yet, according to that mural, the desert god demands the lives of 4 individuals. Your father counts for but 1, 3 lives remain. What do you intend to do? Do you believe you can kill us?" As soon as Chen finished speaking, Fat Wei and Mina charged forward, their submachine guns aimed squarely at Puna, while Ji Ying stood with her hands tucked into her sleeves, coldly regarding Puna. "Chen, you have misunderstood this transaction." Puna replied in fluent Mandarin. "I have stated that the desert has its own laws. Everything here adheres to its own principles. My father wishes to exchange for my brother, but my brother, being of noble blood and a devotee, can only be traded for another devotee. This transaction is entirely fair. And you, Chen, as a foreigner, although you are a demigod, this is Egypt. You must offer some inexpensive lives as a supplement to ensure a fair exchange. The scales of judgment cannot tolerate even the slightest imbalance. Thus, Chen, you are the primary party in this transaction, while the lives behind you are merely additional livestock in the eyes of the judgment scales. You dare label anyone as livestock?" Fat Wei retorted, suddenly reacting, his gun trained on Puna as he shouted, "You, who dare speak of patricide, deserve 1,000 deaths. How dare you call others beasts? I will send you a barrage of bullets to meet your father." With his finger poised on the trigger, Fat Wei, a man of strong ethical convictions, was infuriated by Puna's audacious words. He would pull the trigger at Chen's slightest gesture. Yet Puna seemed entirely oblivious to Fat Wei's presence and the imminent danger, not even glancing at the gun aimed at her. Raising her voice, she addressed Chen Zhi. "Do you remember the promise you made to my father?" "Promise?" For some reason, Puna's words struck Chen Zhi's heart with a jolt. He immediately gestured to halt Fat Wei, whose finger was ready to pull the trigger, and fixed his gaze intently upon Puna. "What do you mean? I remind you that you swore an oath before my father." Puna regarded Chen Zhi with a serious expression. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew everything about your family. Though your homeland lies far away, I am aware of your identity and capabilities. Regardless of your beliefs, we, the ancient royal lineage of Egypt, are indeed descendants of the gods of Egypt. Among all divine offspring, there exists an unbreakable rule to honor our promises. My father exemplified this principle, faithfully adhering to his vow by bringing you to the temple of the desert god, a promise for which he has now sacrificed his life. Yet, Chen, do you remember the vow you made before my father? How dare you, wretched girl, speak of oaths when you have committed the abomination of patricide? We owe you nothing. I can scarcely recall any agreement made. Orange, let us send this wretched soul to the afterlife as an offering to her father." Fat Wei was seething with rage. "Patriarch Jiang, may I inquire, what is the essence of an oath?" Mina, unwavering in her demeanor, fixed her gaze upon Chen Zhi, her expression gravely solemn, resembling an ancient statue in the darkness. "The essence of an oath is that, regardless of circumstances, the promises made remain immutable. The former god Horus, even when humiliated on the battlefield, honored his vow by sparing his adversary, leaving behind the vastness of the Nile. We are noble children of the gods. We are not base mortals. Our oaths are as unyielding as the scorching sun in the desert." After Puna concluded, she raised her father's bloodied head, directing it towards Chen Zhi's face. "Chen, I shall ask you once more, do you remember the vow you made in my father's presence?" Chapter 141. The Watcher in the Darkness. 3. Chen Zhi gazed at Appa's bloodied head, and for reasons unknown, the visage of Appa that had just emerged on the mural suddenly flashed in his mind. Appa's eyes bore into him, as if seared into his soul, anchoring his spirit to the promises he had once uttered, rendering him incapable of betrayal. At that moment, Chen Zhi recalled Fat Wei's words about debts to the spirits. Chen Zhi silently closed his eyes, remaining in contemplation for a protracted period. When he opened them again, he looked at Puna and articulated each word with intention. "I once promised your father that if he brought us here, as long as his son still lived. I would certainly return him. Indeed, Puna replied, locking her eyes with Chen Zhi's. This is the vow you made. Before the scales of judgment. No life is lost without consequence. All must pay the price. If you kill me now, the scales will tip, and another life will be required to atone for mine, thereby preventing you from rescuing my brother, and you would breach your oath. Orange, Fat Wei cast a desperate glance at Chen Zhi, gently shaking his head and lowering his voice, imploring, you must not trust this wicked girl. She is too treacherous, and she cannot be allowed to survive. We are unfamiliar with this place. Who knows where she might lead us? What say you? Puna remained undeterred, calmly gazing at Chen Zhi. Chen, are you prepared to fulfill your promise? Chen Zhi gazed silently at Puna for a prolonged moment before finally, gesturing with his hand to retract the ethereal currents that bound her. Your father's wish is for you to survive unscathed, hence I shall not take your life. I am bound by my promise to him. I shall escort your brother out of this desolate expanse. However, should you dare to deceive us again, your existence will meet its end. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of our transaction, you shall not accompany us. Indeed, my fate lies here, Puna replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to Chen Zhi, her eyes shimmering. I understand that you are newly acquainted with the realm of deities, a world that is profoundly foreign to you. Therefore, I advise you not to measure the divine with human logic. Your lineage is formidable, surpassing that of many demigods. In the realm of the divine, human morals hold little significance. Yet remember, oaths are inviolable to the deities. They are the very foundation upon which all operates. Regardless of how the heavens and earth may shift, the oaths of the divine remain unwavering. Once, the god of the desert granted the Scorpion King eternal life, a promise that ultimately led to the downfall of ancient Egypt and the obliteration of the divine era. Yet it endures, such is the nature of divine vows. I am unaware of your intentions, but I know that the followers of the divine are far more intricate than you perceive. You will encounter ordinary devotees like myself, who will engage with you amicably, smiling just as the followers in the eyes of the Arabs do. However, the followers are not solely limited to us. Some reside atop the pyramids, ever at the side of the deities, wielding immense power. Do not provoke their patience. You may beseech the god of the desert. Yet regardless of his response, you must depart from this desert forthwith, lest you linger too long, for it will result in a torrent of bloodshed, unleashing true malevolence. Upon concluding her words, Puna removed her outer garment, carefully wrapping the head of Atba within it. Her hands trembled as her father's blood seeped through the fabric, blooming like crimson roses. Puna lifted her head and turned to Chen Zhi. Let us proceed. I shall take you to meet the devotees. Without a backward glance, she strode into the corridor, confident that Chen Zhi would honor his promise. Chen Zhi cast a serious look back at his companions, signaling that they must not fire upon Puna. Subsequently, everyone followed her toward the grand hall. The empty corridor was enveloped in darkness and silence, save for the sound of their footsteps, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Puna, leading the way with her father's head in hand, passed by the mural of Atba, whose eyes seemed to remain fixed on Chen Zhi, as if his soul awaited this fateful transaction. They advanced directly toward the grand hall, the towering bronze pillar soon coming into view. Upon their return to the base of the pillar, the sound of clinking chains echoed in their ears, and the skeleton upon the pillar began to undergo a transformation. As Chen Zhi and his companions re-entered the grand hall, tendrils of black smoke emanated from the skeleton atop the bronze pillar. As the darkness thickened, the bell around the skeleton's neck began to tremble incessantly, producing a prolonged and profound sound. An ancient Egyptian tongue spiraled above the dome of the hall. Amidst the ringing of the bell, shadows began to materialize from the surrounding gloom. Figures clad in dark robes, each adorned with a large bell around their necks, reminiscent of the acolytes encountered in the desert. Numbering in the hundreds, these acolytes were shrouded tightly in their black garments, their faces obscured, yet their cold and somewhat vacant gazes shone brightly in the darkness, resembling soulless, wandering corpses. Observing the emergence of these deathly figures, Fat Wei and the others did not dare to be lax, immediately raising their weapons in vigilance. However, the acolytes merely swayed indistinctly and did not approach. Puna, undeterred by their presence, stepped forward and knelt before the skeleton upon the bronze pillar. With her palms facing forward, she paid homage to the skeleton in a manner akin to the ancient Egyptians depicted in murals, exhibiting utmost reverence. Concurrently, the black smoke began to coil around her body, and as she became fully enveloped, a heavy chain clattered down from above, landing beside her. Puna picked up the chain, affixing her father's severed head to it, and then bowed once more in worship. Chen Zhi and the others stood at a distance, silently observing the scene unfold without uttering a sound. After a while, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains, the head of Appa was gradually lifted. The chain, as thick as a man's arm, began to emit a faint green luminescence, flowing from its end and slowly coursing into the skeleton's body. Subsequently, the black mist dissipated. Puna remained kneeling, while Appa's head had vanished. Before Puna, a tightly wrapped acolyte appeared, draped in black robes identical to those of the other shadows. However, this figure was noticeably shorter and appeared frail, revealing itself to be an adolescent boy. His eyes were rolled back, staring vacantly ahead, with a face marred by horrifying burn scars, indicating that he had endured severe torment both mentally and physically. Yet upon seeing this acolyte, Puna rushed forward to embrace him, her lips moving as if whispering something into the boy's ear. He seemed to perceive her voice, his eyes momentarily shifting, but he remained unresponsive. "Eba, go forth. They will take you home, and you shall never return to the desert again." Puna slowly unwrapped the boy's veil, then gestured towards Chen Zhi and the others. The boy's face was marred by festering wounds, yet his features bore a striking resemblance to Appa, unmistakably revealing him as Appa's son. Upon hearing Puna's words, the boy remained in a daze, seemingly lost in thought, motionless as if in a stupor. At that moment, Fat Wei hurried over to pull him back into the group. Puna then turned to Chen Zhi, beckoning him forward. "It is your turn, Chief Chen. At the feet of the deity, voice your request," she declared, before kneeling reverently on the ground. "But I am merely a messenger. Whether your request is granted depends on the will of the deity. Please refrain from questioning me. Cherish your time." After speaking, Puna extended her hands forward to touch the pillar, and once again, the black smoke began to swirl around her, thickening and enveloping her entirely. A divine light arose from the skull atop the copper pillar, illuminating it with a pale blue hue. As Chen Zhi approached, he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him from above when he was about 5 meters away from the skull, a sensation that instilled a profound sense of trepidation. Since earlier, he had sensed that this grand hall was shrouded in an enigmatic aura, and the skull above seemed to have awakened. "I am searching for a child," Chen Zhi proclaimed clearly. "He is an Asian boy, 2 years old, with parents of East Asian descent. He was taken into the desert by the devotees to serve as a slave. We are willing to offer tenfold the price to redeem this child." Puna stood in the shadows, listening intently to Chen Zhi's words, while her jaw began to move rhythmically, as if uttering an ancient language. After a prolonged silence, the black smoke within the skull suddenly began to stir, resembling dark waves that spread throughout the space. At that moment, Puna's voice resonated clearly from within the smoke. "The desert god has spoken. That child is no longer here. However, you have trespassed upon the sacred ground, infringing upon the deity's dignity. Leave this desert at once." "That cannot be," Chen Zhi immediately retorted. "We have eyewitnesses who saw the child taken into the desert. Is our offer insufficient?" Puna raised a hand vertically towards Chen Zhi, her voice suddenly taking on a grave tone that sent chills down one's spine. "Do you recall my warning? Do not bargain with the deity. It is sacrilege. Never mention that child again. The deity is exceedingly wrathful. Depart at once. Where has that child gone? We must know the truth," Chen Zhi insisted, remaining steadfast. "Chen, do not persist." Puna suddenly cried out sharply, as if she wished to say more. Yet, her frail form was abruptly drawn into the black smoke, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the dense black smoke suddenly began to churn, gradually transforming into a towering humanoid figure. The figure bowed its head, and the swirling black mist enveloping it resembled floating clouds. It extended a claw-like hand towards Chen Zhi, accompanied by a deafening sound that resonated through the air. The arrogant Oriental man felt an immediate chill on his forehead as he realized that this was an unfathomably powerful force, the power of a deity. "Withdraw." Chen Zhi swiftly leaped backwards, distancing himself from the ominous black smoke. Simultaneously, the shadowy figures of the cultists surrounding them seemed to have lost their sanity, rushing towards them while chanting in ancient Egyptian. Despite their limping gait, they moved with surprising agility, leaping about. Chen Zhi clearly observed the bells jingling around the cultists' necks, but the faces beneath their dark robes were marred with scars, resembling demons. Upon seeing Chen Zhi return, Fat Wei immediately raised his submachine gun, positioning himself to shield Chen Zhi while aiming at the approaching cultists, pulling the trigger. "Do not take a life," Chen Zhi shouted fervently. Fat Wei, possessing a keen intuition, quickly grasped Chen Zhi's intent, lowering the gun's muzzle to the ground. The rapid fire of bullets struck the ground at the feet of the cultists, who reacted with remarkable swiftness, dodging the bullets and maneuvering around, leaping onto the walls to encircle them from all directions. "Leader, you all go ahead. I will handle this," Ji Ying declared as she deftly twisted her wrist, producing a slender metal wire. With a swift flick, she lashed the wire like a whip against the first row of cultists, sending several of them flying. Ji Ying soared into the air, deftly maneuvering, quickly managing to contain over 100 cultists within her reach. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Zhi and the others hurriedly lifted Appa's son onto their backs and dashed toward the exit. "Chen, why can't we harm them? These cultists are heinous. They have abducted children and committed countless atrocities against innocent slaves. We have traveled great distances to rescue these children, and if we do not succeed, I will not return." Mina expressed her frustration, raising her gun, ready to rush back to assist Ji Ying. However, Chen Zhi firmly grasped her arm. "This is not the civilized world. It has its own rules. If we take any life, we must offer compensation, leaving no room for retreat. We must first escape and then deliberate further," Chen Zhi asserted, pushing Mina slightly forward. Though visibly reluctant, Mina hesitated for a moment before following Chen Zhi and the others toward the exit. The journey out of the temple was arduous, yet Ji Ying's formidable abilities allowed her to deftly engage with the cultists, preventing them from pursuing while ensuring no lives were harmed. Although those divine followers appeared ghastly in visage and moved with remarkable speed, they were nonetheless flesh-and-blood humans, wholly incapable of matching the prowess of the Crimson Ribbon warriors. Chen Zhi and his companions raced through the boundless darkness, the passage of time an indistinct blur, until they finally beheld the grand door emerging from the shadows. The moment they escaped the confines of the pyramid, they would find themselves in the vast expanse of the desert. At that fateful instant, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 143, The Demon in the Desert. Everyone sprinted forward with urgency, while Ji Ying adeptly managed the divine followers from behind. Just as they were on the brink of fleeing the pyramid, a sudden gust of wind swept in, followed by a billowing cloud of white smoke. It was then that the gruesome figures embedded in the murals lining the corridor began to tremble, as if awakening from a long slumber. As Chen Zhi prepared to unleash a flow of energy to dissipate the smoke, the walls on either side of him suddenly fractured, dust scattering in all directions. Decomposed corpses, incomplete and grotesque, broke free from the murals and crawled out through the crevices. Once liberated from the walls, these cadavers exhibited no resistance, scuttling across the surfaces like geckos at breakneck speed, climbing to the ceiling before plummeting down upon Chen Zhi's team. In haste, Chen Zhi conjured a barrier to fend them off, yet the corpses that emerged from the murals seemed devoid of substance, effortlessly piercing through his defenses and lunging towards the interior. Fat Wei, carrying Atbar's son, remained at the center of the group. The first of the corpses to breach the barrier pounced upon him, sinking its teeth into his neck, and blood erupted forth in a gruesome spray. A scene of carnage unfolding in an instant. As the relentless corpses swarmed over him, one after another, Fat Wei was quickly buried beneath their weight, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Fat Wei's downfall, Mina was immediately overcome by panic. A fresh wave of corpses surged toward her, and in her moment of distress, she instinctively raised her submachine gun and pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the advancing undead. The gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, as the bullets flew forth unimpeded. "Do not shoot. It is merely an illusion," Chen Zhi shouted, but it was too late. Mina's bullets passed through the bodies of the corpses, continuing on to strike the divine followers ahead. One row of divine followers fell, their bodies shuddering momentarily before lying still, blood seeping from beneath them, pooling on the ground. It was only then that Mina comprehended the gravity of her actions. Turning her head, she found Fat Wei standing unscathed, surrounded by no menacing figures. The dead from the murals remained trapped within their painted confines. The chaos they had just witnessed was but a mere illusion. Yet the divine followers ahead had truly been struck by her bullets, lying in a pool of their own blood. Following this brief yet bloody encounter, the divine followers ceased their pursuit. They fell silent, their eyes, visible beneath their dark hoods, turning a blood-red hue as they fixated intently upon the group. Ji Ying turned and leapt back into the ranks of her companions. Moments later, the disciples joined hands, forming a square formation. A dark mist gradually enveloped them as they began to chant an incantation, a remarkably ancient Egyptian spell. The pronunciation felt oddly familiar, yet its meaning was utterly foreign. Even Mina, proficient in Arabic, could not comprehend it. As these archaic verses echoed within the pyramid, an unsettling tremor began to shake the ground beneath them. I. Mina stammered, caught in a moment of anxiety. She glanced back at Chen Zhi, seeking guidance on what to do next. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt a sharp pang of foreboding. He understood that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Enough. At this point, let us not waste words. Let's make our escape, Fat Wei exclaimed, flinging ATB's son aside before sprinting away. Upon witnessing Fat Wei's actions, the others quickly grasped the urgency of the situation and followed suit, abandoning their focus on the chanting disciples as they raced towards the exit. They soon burst forth from the pyramid, crossing the moat, only to find that the river of the underworld was no longer clear. Streaks of crimson mingled with the water, transforming it into a vivid scarlet hue, reminiscent of the heart of a blossoming flower. Just a few steps beyond the threshold, a deafening roar erupted overhead, followed by violent tremors that threatened to unbalance them, as if an immense entity were plummeting from the sky. Chen Zhi instinctively looked up to see that the sun had transformed in color, the desert engulfed in a swirling tempest of yellow sand that obscured the light. Amidst the chaos, he discerned a series of shimmering silhouettes descending from the apex of the pyramid. These figures sparkled like diamonds from a distance, and as they approached, the truth became clear. They were colossal stone statues. Their heads and bodies were rigid and upright, arms firmly pressed against their shoulders, reminiscent of the statues of ancient Egyptian pharaohs. Yet, behind them, golden auras undulated in the air like wings. They descended slowly, hovering several meters above the ground, poised to plunge down at any moment. Elder, those entities do not bear good intentions. We must flee, Ji Ying shouted, wrapping metallic threads around her wrist, ready for battle. Upon hearing Ji Ying's warning, the group turned to flee forward, but at that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as one of the statues plummeted vertically, blocking their path. Chen Zhi gazed ahead, observing a stone statue towering over 3 meters in height. As he fell onto the sandy surface, the ground yielded to him, creating a deep depression. After a moment of stillness, the statue astonishingly lifted its head, slowly loosening the arms that rested upon its shoulders. In that moment, all onlookers discerned that the statue was, in fact, a living being, an entity of grotesque proportions, standing twice the height of an average person, with a massive form and skin of a grayish-white hue. Behind it, a golden aura flickered and swayed, reminiscent of a pair of magnificent golden wings. The colossal figure turned its head towards Chen Zhi, its enormous eyes devoid of pupils, instead filled with a swirling blue liquid. After a few seconds of intense scrutiny, it suddenly bent forward, vigorously sweeping its wings, unleashing a gust of wind that surged towards him. Simultaneously, Chen Zhi felt every hair on his body rise as the fierce wind enveloped him, a testament to the unimaginable strength of the being before him. Realizing the impending danger, Ji Ying swiftly leaped in front of Chen Zhi, confronting the oncoming statue. A thunderous crash echoed as the grayish-white figure was thrust back, crashing onto the sandy ground once more. However, Ji Ying was also violently rebounded, landing on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she turned to Chen Zhi, slightly shaking her head in dismay. Chapter 144, The Demon in the Desert, Part 2. Upon witnessing Ji Ying's expression, Chen Zhi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He recognized that Ji Ying was a power-oriented warrior, her impact strength among the most formidable of all warriors. It could be said that even a tank would be subdued by her might, yet she was now thrown back, indicating that the statue possessed an unfathomable strength. Just as Chen Zhi had surmised, every realm adheres to its own rules, often harboring potent and mysterious superhumans that should not be trifled with. Chen Zhi quickly cast his gaze back to the statue, noting that despite being knocked down by Ji Ying, it did not topple over. Instead, it created a substantial crater in the sand beneath its feet, revealing its considerable weight. Ji Ying, in the meantime, deftly removed a fine silver wire from her wrist, stretching it into a taut line. This special metallic thread, concealed within her sleeve due to customs restrictions preventing her from bringing a long knife to Egypt, was exceptionally sharp and served as an effective weapon. Before the statue could mount its next assault, Ji Ying opted for a preemptive offensive. She first propelled herself off the ground, utilizing the rebound effect to catapult forward at an extraordinary speed, bounding several times in rapid succession, harnessing the kinetic energy to amplify her momentum, thereby augmenting the force that enveloped her. As everyone remained oblivious to Ji Ying's shadow, she suddenly surged forward towards the statue with a velocity akin to that of a cannonball, colliding forcefully against its chest. The statue instinctively raised its arms in a futile embrace, grasping only at a shadow. Ji Ying performed a somersault over the statue's head, a glimmering metallic wire encircling its neck. Realizing it had been deceived, the statue flapped its wings vigorously backward, causing a tremendous shockwave that jolted Ji Ying, forcing blood from her mouth. Yet, with a determined tug, she managed to sever the statue's head completely. With a dull thud, the head rolled into the sand, while the massive body stood momentarily before collapsing amidst a cloud of dust. The onlookers hastily rushed to the statue's position, crouching down to examine the figure. Chen Zhi felt its skin, noting a distinct fatty texture indicative of biological material, albeit already stiff and cold, suggesting it was a semi-dead entity, akin to a zombie. At that moment, Ji Ying knelt on one leg, struggling to catch her breath. She had been severely shaken in the chest, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "This creature is formidable. I cannot endure much longer. You must find a way to retreat," she murmured. "Where can we possibly retreat to?" Fat Wei stood, surveying the endless expanse of desert ahead. This desolate wasteland, unlike the world beyond, offered no sense of direction. The landmarks surrounding them were chaotic. Given ample time, retracing their steps would pose no issue, but finding a place to hide now seemed utterly impossible. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, a thunderous roar echoed from above, followed by the swift descent of several statues from the sky. These statues, evidently prepared, landed at various positions, encircling them. After a brief pause, the statues unfurled their wings and charged toward them with a gust of wind. Standing at the forefront was Mina. Upon seeing the approaching statues, her first instinct was to pull the trigger of her submachine gun. The rapid fire erupted, bullets flying unerringly toward the statues. However, the ordinary bullets rebounded off the statues, failing to penetrate. At that moment, a towering statue descended before Mina, wielding golden wings. With a powerful flap, it sent her crashing into the sand, the force rendering her unconscious. Yet the statue paid her no heed, instead directing its charge towards Chen Zhi. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end," Fat Wei exclaimed, leaping forward, brandishing his submachine gun loaded with control stones. He swiftly fired at the advancing statue. The control stone bullets indeed proved effective against these creatures, striking the statue and causing its skin to rupture, dark red ichor spilling forth as it stood motionless. Behind him, two stone statues lunged forward. Fat Wei continued to fire his weapon, yet the statue's skin and armor appeared exceedingly resilient. Even when struck by the controlled stone bullets, they remained standing, and their injuries only fueled their frenzy. They flapped their wings and soared into the air, their deafening roars echoing through the surroundings. At that moment, Fat Wei's controlled stone bullets finally ran out, and the two statues descended upon him with immense force. In an instant, the flesh on Fat Wei's face trembled in the rush of wind, and he closed his eyes, death looming perilously close. In this critical moment, Ji Ying appeared as if summoned by lightning, her metallic wire coiling around one statue's neck. Utilizing momentum, she delivered a powerful kick to the head of the adjacent statue, sending it flying away. With both arms pulling downward, she yanked the head of the statue she had ensnared, thus saving Fat Wei's life. Ji Ying grasped Fat Wei and leaped back. Blood trickled from Fat Wei's forehead, the result of the recent crushing force, while Ji Ying's complexion turned pale, and one of her legs bent awkwardly, likely injured from the tremendous power exerted in kicking the statue. The flames of battle had been ignited. Upon witnessing the two statues toppled by Ji Ying, the surrounding stone figures all leaned forward, and with a thunderous roar, they charged like cannonballs towards Chen Zhi and the others. The desert trembled under their colossal power, capable of obliterating everything in their path. During this tumultuous time, Chen Zhi had already conjured a square barrier, enveloping everyone within. The air inside the barrier became viscous, and as the powerful stone statues collided with it, Their momentum was mitigated, ensnaring them like flies caught in a spider's web. However, the sheer strength of these statues threatened to rupture Chen Zhi's very essence. Once all the statues were ensnared, the wind and thunder spell swiftly penetrated the barrier. Crackling and booming, Chen Zhi unleashed the most potent gust of energy ever summoned. The statues convulsed violently against the barrier, smoke rising from their bodies until one by one, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. At that moment, the barrier dissipated, and Chen Zhi, clutching his chest, knelt on one leg, spitting out copious amounts of blood. He turned to Fat Wei and exclaimed, "These creatures possess overwhelming strength. I cannot withstand a second assault. We must retreat." As soon as Chen Zhi's words fell, a throng of black-robed disciples burst forth from the entrance of the pyramid. There were hundreds of them, cloaked in dark robes, forming concentric circles as they held hands and chanted incantations with fervor. As the incantations' resonance ascended into the heavens, the winds and clouds swirled ominously, and the howling sand seemed poised to consume all. Atop the pyramid, countless luminous points swiftly descended, transforming into towering figures even larger than the previous statues. By heavens, so many! This truly threatens our lives. Fat Wei gazed upward before turning to Chen Zhi beside him. "Orange, what shall we do? If all those things descend upon us, our demise is inevitable. Should we not eradicate the root of this calamity?" After Fat Wei's words, he gestured towards the devotees ahead, who were chanting incantations. "We must eliminate these chanting Egyptians. We must purge the city." Chapter 145. The Return of the Demon. Chapter 146. The Return of the Demon. Part 2. Fat Wei spoke the harsh truth. The stone statues soaring in the air were evidently controlled automatons, capable of endlessly reappearing and depleting Chen Zhi's energy, while he remained passive. The only viable solution was to dismantle the source of control, the devotees incessantly reciting the incantations ahead, who were evidently the puppeteers. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that those cloaked in black were living, breathing humans. Upon hearing Fat Wei's remarks, Chen Zhi stood still, silent, his gaze fixed on the devotees chanting fervently, as if he beheld a colossal scale of judgment. "He speaks truthfully," the clan leader declared in agreement with Fat Wei. "We have no other choice. These statues will multiply, and it is impossible to bring them all down. We must eliminate those devotees to escape, otherwise we shall be utterly consumed and perish. Should we not hesitate to slay them? To purge the city?" Chen Zhi murmured. "Indeed, we must strike them down," Mina echoed fervently. "Chen, eradicate these demons. They deserve their fate." "They are not demons," Chen Zhi replied, turning to Mina. "They are all human, fervent devotees of their deity, albeit in a manner different from ours. I hold no authority to judge them." "What deity?" "Merely a band of child abusers and deceivers," Mina shouted in indignation. "Are they not more despicable than traffickers? Have you forgotten what they did to those children? Do they deserve to be called human? Moreover, they are currently attacking us. We are in the right. Make a decision, clan leader," urged Ji Ying, pointing towards the sky where the assailants were descending rapidly. As Ji Ying's words faded, a chilling wind swept through, and the stone statues that had lingered in the sky plummeted to the sandy ground. This time, the statues were even taller, their faces twisted and menacing, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon them. Their golden wings flapped incessantly, radiating an irresistible power, and this time, the statues bore sharp blades in their mouths, posing a significant threat to the barrier. Upon witnessing the descent of these statues, the devotees grew more frenzied, linking hands, their vengeful eyes fixated on Chen Zhi, forming circles and chanting their incantations loudly. The bodies of all the statues tilted, their wings unfurled, preparing to charge at Chen Zhi. "Chen, act swiftly," Mina nearly screamed. 2 years ago, your hesitation brought about death. Now, do you wish to doom us all once more? Mina's words profoundly stirred Chen Zhi's mind and struck at his sense of pride. At that moment, the wind around them grew increasingly fierce, and the towering stone statues transformed into a flurry of light, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Concurrently, Chen Zhi conjured a cohesive bubble of energy that swiftly enveloped everyone. Launching them into the air, they soared skyward as the stone statues collided with one another, failing to reach their target. Ascending higher, they gradually beheld the vast expanse of the pyramid, which was indeed immense. Behind the front hall lay the rear hall, where the cloaked acolytes appeared as mere specks, their chants echoing in waves. In this moment, Chen Zhi clasped his hands together, rapidly unleashing all the energy within him. A torrent of formidable air surged towards the pyramid, enveloping it entirely like a deluge. Meanwhile, the stone statues, having missed their mark, pursued them into the sky, quickly surrounding Chen Zhi's bubble. For reasons unknown, the desert suddenly grew unbearably hot. The blazing sun overhead seemed capable of incinerating everything, and the swirling sands obscured the landscape. The gray-white statues leaned precariously in the gusts, preparing to charge once more. Chen Zhi realized that he could not afford to hesitate. With a tightening in his heart, he swiftly encircled the pyramid with a barrier, infusing it with a spell of wind and thunder. In the next heartbeat, the spell unleashed a relentless roar within the barrier. A colossal lightning bolt erupted amidst the swirling sands, instantly turning a portion of the acolytes to ashes. The lightning continued to rage within the barrier, and the remaining acolytes screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The incantation faltered, and the white stone statues crumbled to the ground, reduced to mere cinders. Just as Chen Zhi prepared to withdraw the spell, an unforeseen calamity struck. The searing sun had raised the desert's temperature to extremes, and the physical environment here was utterly unlike that of the ordinary world. For reasons unknown, the lightning within the barrier ignited upon encountering the scorching air, and in an instant, a crimson glow engulfed the sky, an inferno raging within the barrier. The flames voraciously consumed everything. The acolytes within cried out in panic as more figures, previously unseen, emerged from the pyramid. Their numbers were staggering, including the elderly, women, and even pregnant mothers. Yet the flames were merciless. These women and children were soon engulfed, their bodies ablaze as they fled in frantic desperation, only to collapse, consumed by the fire in a horrific spectacle. Witnessing the devastation before him, Chen Zhi hastily dismantled the barrier, but the desert winds surged anew, and the inferno continued to spread, igniting the entire expanse of sand. At this moment in the desert, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, remnants of the living consumed by flames. Among the chaos, a few children, still clinging to life, cried out in despair, their wails echoing endlessly. Everyone trembled, shocked that events had escalated to such a dire state. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi hovered above, witnessing the countless burnt corpses strewn across the landscape, the toll of death incalculable. Suddenly, with a bang, Chen Zhi's protective barrier was pierced, and he plummeted unceremoniously to the ground. The height was lethal, and he attempted to summon a gust of air to cushion his fall, but for reasons unknown, he was unable to conjure the wind, and those around him had vanished. He crashed to the earth, every bone in his body aching as if shattered. Yet, inexplicably, his limbs still functioned. Struggling to rise, he turned to find himself utterly alone. Chapter 146. The Return of the Demon, Part 2. As Chen Zhi turned, he realized that all had disappeared. He was the sole survivor in the vast desert. The flames continued to rage, but the cries had ceased. Corpses lay scattered amidst the billowing smoke, and an eerie silence enveloped the world. "What have you done?" A tender voice echoed behind him. Startled, Chen Zhi spun around to face an endless expanse of yellow sand. The scorching sun hung overhead, and the ground exuded white smoke from the parched sand, surrounding him in a hellish inferno. Amidst the dunes, a figure cloaked in tattered black robes trudged slowly toward the setting sun. This towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, was bare-chested, the ragged robe draping over his body and head. His feet, exposed to the searing sand, were bloodied and raw, and heavy shackles bound his ankles, making each step an arduous struggle. Yet he persisted, walking endlessly, forever trapped in this desert. Though Chen Zhi could not discern the figure's face, he noticed a golden armband adorning his right arm, intricately carved with the image of a colossal scorpion. "O God of the desert, O God of the desert, tell me, what can my son's eyes be exchanged for?" A peculiar melody suddenly filled the desert air, and Chen Zhi realized that the sands before him were but an illusion, a tableau frozen in time for millennia. He was merely an observer, while the desert within reach remained eternally elusive. The haunting melody continued to seep into his ears like a specter. "O God of the desert, O God of the desert, can my wife's life be exchanged for victory? Take it, take it, I shall not regret. O God of the desert, O God of the desert, can my mother's heart be exchanged for victory? Take it, I shall not regret. O God of the desert, O God of the desert, can my eldest son's eyes be exchanged for victory? Take it, I shall not regret. O God of the desert, What can be exchanged for eternal life? My tainted soul, why do you remain silent? This song is entirely in ancient Egyptian, its rhythm peculiarly archaic, reminiscent of the chaotic melodies of a prehistoric civilization. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Chen Zhi comprehends it fully, and a chill runs down his spine, as if he were listening to the wails of countless vengeful spirits. I did not accept his soul. A youthful voice suddenly echoed behind Chen Zhi. He turned abruptly, and before him stood the girl who had once appeared in his dreams. She retained her dreamlike appearance. With disheveled brown hair and a tattered robe stained with congealed blood, her eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, hovering in the air, her empty gaze fixed upon Chen Zhi. I did not accept the Scorpion King's soul, for he is no longer human. His spirit is utterly worthless. And you, offspring of foreign deities, you disregarded my counsel and ultimately unleashed the demon. The Scorpion King is the demon you have conjured. You have bestowed upon him eternal life. This is not a sin I have committed, Chen Zhi replied, realizing his body had grown so rigid he could scarcely move, though his lips still possessed the power of speech. It seemed the god of the desert had not deprived him of the opportunity to argue. At that moment, the girl continued, the divine must honor their promises, even if such promises embody a sin. Her lips remained still as she spoke. The demon of millennia past has been taken to the deepest recesses of the desert, where he shall wander eternally, forever lost. But he is not the demon of which I speak, Chen Zhi retorted. Just as the words escaped his lips, a chilling thought coursed through his mind, prompting him to turn abruptly toward the desert behind him. There, he beheld a vast expanse of flames, countless charred corpses strewn across the sands. A macabre display of his transgressions, their number immeasurable, starkly revealing his sins. Is there still a need for debate? The girl inquired with her innocent voice. Before the scales of judgment, no innocent life perishes unjustly. Whose hand has claimed those innocent lives? Are you suggesting? Chen Zhi gazed at the scorched bodies before him, their faces contorted in agony, that it is I? Indeed. The girl's voice suddenly grew heavy and chilling. Offspring of the East, do you finally comprehend? You are the demon of this desert. After uttering these words, she abruptly opened her mouth, and a terrifying claw extended forth, gripping Chen Zhi by the neck with immense force, lifting him high into the air. Like an eagle, she soared swiftly, the cold, weighty voice resonating throughout the desert. Look, offspring of the East, behold what you have wrought with your formidable power. Carnage. The girl spiraled through the air with Chen Zhi, eventually descending amidst a pile of corpses, where lay a small acolyte, 6 or 7 years of age, his lower body completely charred, his throat burned and ruptured, gasping for breath. His eyes filled with agony and despair. Beside him, a woman clad in black robes clutched her child tightly, her back entirely charred. Look at them. The voice of the desert god echoed in Chen Zhi's ears, raspy and searing, much like the blistering desert itself. Are they not children? Are they not mothers? Are they not lives? Does the value of existence only pertain to those you cherish? You have slain them. You cannot place the blame upon me. For reasons unknown. Chen Zhi's soul quivered. He dared not gaze directly at the scene before him, nor could he bear to meet the girl's face, as if standing before an ultimate judgment. My actions were provoked. They attacked me first. Their deaths cannot be solely attributed to me. Every act of killing has its rationale, yet before the scales of judgment, no life is unjustly extinguished. The desert god suddenly seized Chen Zhi's head, pressing it to his terrifying visage. Now, offspring of the East, how do you intend to atone for these lost lives? Chapter 147. The Judgment of Sin. No, this is not my fault. Chen Zhi struggled against the desert god's grip, but found himself paralyzed, able to speak, but not move. If you claim the scales of judgment are just, let us discuss this matter fairly. The initial spark of this conflict was ignited by those devotees who abducted others' children and refused to return them. They instigated this war. I was merely protecting my companions. The calamity that transpired was merely an accident. I was unaware that so many elderly, weak, and children lived within the pyramid. And it was those devotees who attacked us first. If there is guilt, it lies with them. They were defending their territory. What crime is there in that? All slaves arise from trade. That is our law. Furthermore, I told you that the children you seek are not here. Why do you not believe me? Just because you are accustomed to deceit does not mean all words are lies. Offspring of the East, this war was instigated by you. The desert god's eyeless sockets bore down upon Chen Zhi, an oppressive sensation suffocating him. If you consider yourself innocent, why do you now tremble? Do not forget. While the mouth may lie, the soul never does. Is it the soul? At that moment, an overwhelming emptiness washed over Chen Zhi, as he realized the true essence of a trembling soul. Do you still wish to argue? Do you dare not confront your own transgressions? Do you wish to experience the torment of being engulfed in flames like them? After the desert god spoke, he abruptly released Chen Zhi, casting him amidst the heap of corpses. The barely alive child convulsed, gazing desperately at Chen Zhi with pleading eyes. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi found himself unable to meet the child's gaze. He did not wish to feel guilt, yet such guilt was inescapable. At that moment, flames erupted fiercely from the pile of bodies, inflicting excruciating pain upon Chen Zhi's flesh, scorching him, yet the fire raged on, unquenchable. Chen Zhi clenched his teeth to suppress his cries, his thoughts gradually descending into chaos. To possess great power and presume oneself capable of discerning right from wrong. How foolish. Even deities lack the authority to determine good from evil, let alone you, who are not divine. The god of the desert gazed upon Chen Zhi, engulfed in flames, for an extended period before gesturing with his hand, causing everything to vanish. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Chen Zhi's consciousness was momentarily snatched away. He felt his body lifted by a powerful wind, drifting farther and farther away. After what seemed like an eternity, he descended onto a scorching expanse of desert, where the atmosphere was oppressively dry and hot. Narrowing his eyes, he glimpsed the hot white vapor rising from the sands below, recognizing this as the endless, hellish desert he had seen in the vision earlier. At that moment, the clanking of chains echoed ominously, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Chen Zhi discerned, in the distance, the figure of the Scorpion King cloaked in a dark robe. The Scorpion King appeared strikingly real, his towering figure, over 3 meters tall, isolated in the desert, bound by heavy shackles on his arms and legs, adorned with intricate golden scorpions. He walked slowly toward Chen Zhi, his head bowed beneath the robe. A surge of trepidation coursed through Chen Zhi. Inexplicably, he was filled with fear at the prospect of the Scorpion King's approach, terrified of the face hidden beneath the dark cloak, as if fearing for his very soul. Yet, the colossal figure continued to draw near, each heavy step reverberating in the air, as Chen Zhi sensed the deepest abyss of hell looming before him. Do you wish to remain here as his companion? The voice of the god of the desert whispered through the sands. Offspring of the East, powerful abilities often herald the source of malevolence, leading one to overestimate oneself, to mistakenly believe in one's capacity to judge all. I advise you, henceforth, refrain from hastily discerning good from evil. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as your ancestors, unable to escape the final judgment. Upon the conclusion of the desert deity's words, a face emerged in the air, followed by an extraordinarily long arm that grasped Chen Zhi's hand. He felt as if seared by a branding iron, letting out a cry. Simultaneously, a tempest arose, rendering him immobile as the howling wind and sand enveloped him, leaving him in complete darkness. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Zhi's senses gradually returned. The surroundings transformed into a refreshing atmosphere. He abruptly opened his eyes to find himself standing before the bronze pillars of the temple, the enormous black skull still looming over him, amidst the swirling black smoke where Puna stood. Turning his head, he discovered everyone alive and well behind him. Fat Wei, Mina, Ji Ying, and the recently rescued son of Adaba, as if the scene from 20 minutes prior had been restored. The events that had just transpired, the pursuit by the cultists in the hall, the attack by the statues, the fiery devastation, seemed to have unfolded like a vivid dream. Has time reverted? Chen Zhi pondered, though he could not ascertain whether the previous ordeal was merely a dream. Opening his palm, he beheld a long, burn-like scar etched into his skin. At that moment, Puna, standing beneath the pillar ahead, once again spoke. In response to your previous inquiry, the god of the desert declared, the child is no longer here. However, you have trespassed into the sacred grounds and violated the dignity of the divine. You must vacate this desert immediately. Very well. Chen replied, we shall depart. Chen, Mina exclaimed from behind, what are you doing? We cannot agree to leave this place. It was evident she believed he was lying. After all, the child had been brought here by him. We cannot surrender. Chen remained silent, glancing back at Mina. Upon meeting his gaze, she fell silent. He then turned his attention to the skull atop the copper pillar. We can leave this place, but please enlighten me regarding the child's whereabouts. Upon hearing Chen's words, Puna paused for a considerable time, her jaw moving incessantly, producing a clicking sound. After a while, she spoke in fluent Mandarin. The child indeed lingered here. Yet he did not belong to this realm. He has returned to where he rightfully belongs. His mother has taken him away. Chapter 148, The Judgment of Sin, Part 2, The Child's Mother? At the revelation from the god of the desert, Mina could no longer contain herself and exclaimed in shock. How can this be? His mother is merely an ordinary woman. She lacks the capability to enter the desert, let alone retrieve the child. If she had indeed rescued him, why then has she endured such suffering? They should have reunited long ago. You must be lying. Our deities never utter falsehoods. In Egypt, deceit is solely a trait of humanity. Blonde woman, be mindful of your words. Puna sternly admonished Mina, her eyes gleaming with a crimson light, projecting an aura of fear. Puna then turned to Chen, speaking gravely. The god of the desert's response is the ultimate truth. The one who took that child was indeed his biological mother. His biological mother? Chen replied succinctly, then pointed toward Atba's son behind him. I have no further questions. Let us take this youth and depart. His father has reclaimed him. And we are now even. The scales of judgment shall never tip. This transaction is equitable, and we owe each other nothing. Puna responded solemnly amidst the swirling black smoke, her crimson eyes appearing both eerie and sacred. She then bowed her head, her red eyes gradually returning to their original hue as she looked at her brother. Her voice trembling slightly. Farewell, Oba. I know you resemble our father the most. Fly away from this desert like a bird. Never return. Remember your father, and forget me. Let us go. Chen turned and waved his hand, prompting everyone to retreat. Only Mina remained, unwilling to move. Chen grasped her arm and guided her back. As they carried Atba's son along the path they had come, the devotees dispersed to either side, their vigilant eyes peering from beneath their dark hoods, their necks quivering slightly. Yet, none dared to impede Chen Zhi and his companions' retreat. They hastened forward, and upon exiting the grand hall, they beheld the shadowy figure once again standing ahead, motionless, seemingly awaiting their emergence to continue guiding them. Following this shadow, they advanced swiftly, silence enveloping them. His pace was remarkably brisk, the distance beneath their feet seemingly shortening. The desert's heat abated, and the fierce winds ceased, as if the universe conspired to grant them a shortcut. They soon found themselves back in the corridor, ascending until they finally reached the surface, where the grand door stood ajar. Pushing it open, a rush of fresh air greeted them, their pores opening wide. And they once again returned to the temple within the oasis. Everything around them felt undeniably real. Throughout their journey, Atba's son remained silent, lost in a stupor, as if under a spell. Yet, upon arriving back at the oasis, he nimbly leapt from Fat Wei's back, took a few hurried steps forward, and collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Once he had expelled the contents of his stomach, he furiously tore the bell from his neck, seized a nearby stone, and smashed it with force. Before collapsing in tears, Mina, having known Atba for some time, felt deep sympathy for the boy and reached out to help him up. However, Chen Zhi seized her arm, his piercing gaze locking onto hers. It is time for the truth, he declared. What is truly wrong with that child? Why did you bring us here? His confrontation left everyone momentarily stunned. Fat Wei stood dazed, unsure of what to say. Mina's face drained of color at Chen Zhi's inquiry. What do you mean? What could possibly be wrong with the child? He is merely 2 years old. I fail to comprehend your insinuations. Enough. Chen Zhi shouted vehemently at Mina. Your fabrications have been plentiful. I have refrained from exposing your lies throughout this journey. A 2-year-old child holds no value for the devotees. They would not abduct such a young child for slavery, especially one of Asian descent. Their slaves are procured through clear transactions. What could compel them to traverse great distances, invading another's home to seize an Asian child, unless this child possesses extraordinary worth? From the moment you sought aid from the Bao family, you have not spoken the truth. Why do you harbor such aversion to these devotees? Why do you fear them? You seem to possess considerable knowledge about them. If I am not mistaken, you have encountered them before, aware of their formidable nature, thus deceiving me into leading us into the desert to meet our doom. I did not deceive you into a death trap. I came along as well. Moreover, should we not both bear the burden of our actions? The machine gun in Mina's hands clattered to the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks. Chen, after all these years, do you not comprehend the pangs of guilt? In truth, I am acutely aware that I alone am culpable for the tragic incident in Thailand 2 years ago. It was I who recklessly allowed you, inexperienced as you were, to pull the trigger against the merfolk. I failed to conduct the necessary reconnaissance, and I am the one responsible for the loss of life. Most importantly, as seasoned thieves, we ought to have never erred so grievously. I, in my hubris, insisted on taking the lead from my father. It was my arrogance that led to this calamity. As my father once remarked, I am always impulsive, always governed by emotion. The death is entirely my fault and no one else's. The past is immutable, yet I am resolute in my determination to bring the child back, regardless of the cost. This is the sole course of action I can take. Otherwise, I could never face my father in death. Mina paused, wiping her reddened nose. Chen, since we have reached this point, you need not concern yourselves with what follows. This is my affair. If the child has indeed been taken by her mother, I shall seek them out. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Let us part ways once we exit. You still have not answered my question. Chen gazed silently at Mina, whose face was streaked with tears, as she concluded her speech. He withdrew a dagger from his pant leg and pressed it against her throat. Mina, I now pose to you a grave question, and you must answer me truthfully. Otherwise, I assure you, you will meet your end. Is the child endowed with special abilities? Chapter 149, The Child. Mina's countenance paled, and she hesitated in responding to Chen's inquiry. After a prolonged gaze, she softly asked, How did you come to know? Deduction, Chen replied. As I mentioned earlier, those devotees procure slaves solely through established channels. They would never recklessly expose themselves to seize them. Apart from that reason, they would have no interest in the child, which indicates that the child possesses something extraordinary. The devotees only accept royal offspring and those with unique capabilities, meaning this child must possess abilities that set her apart from the ordinary. Having spoken, Chen sheathed the dagger back into his pants. Now, elucidate for me in detail. What exceptional abilities does the child possess? Let us discuss this outside, suggested Fat Wei, indicating the nearby EBA, who was clutching his chest and coughing incessantly. The child's condition is dire. I conducted a cursory examination, and the wounds are infected. Those Egyptian fellows likely lack the habit of sanitation. Consider this. The child's father sacrificed his life to retrieve him. If anything were to happen to him under our watch, we would be utterly remiss. I propose we first extricate him from this place, seek out a hospital to admit him, and then deliberate our next steps. As for Sister Mina, she cannot escape. We shall question her when the time comes. No. Chen Zhi shook his head resolutely. This incident was extraordinary. We had narrowly escaped death this time. But we may not be so fortunate again. I must understand the origins of this matter, as it may be connected to us. Are we safe staying in the temple? Fat Wei inquired. What if that desert god changes its mind and leads its followers to hunt us down again? What shall we do? That won't happen. Our accounts with them have been settled. They will not pursue us further. We cannot remain in this temple. We must find another place, Chen Zhi stated. He gestured to Ji Ying, take EBA to find some water and administer our anti-inflammatory medication to him. The sun is setting. We shall spend the night here at the oasis. After speaking, he turned to Mina. Tonight, I want to hear about that child. The entrance to the wild desert within the temple sealed itself immediately after Chen Zhi and the others exited, rendering any re-entry impossible. They made their way toward the oasis outside. Indeed, the oasis was the best place to spend the night in the desert, abundant in water resources, suitable for making fire. And the river contained edible fish. They ultimately chose a secluded spot to set up camp, beside a mountain spring with crystal-clear water, surrounded by trees that provided shelter from the wind. Since entering the oasis, EBA had visibly regained his spirits, though it remained uncertain whether he comprehended the events that had transpired with his father and sister. He wore a sullen expression and remained silent. This Egyptian boy, with his thick hair, bore an uncanny resemblance to Adaba, albeit appearing somewhat frilier. His body was marred by numerous burns, and all the toes on his left foot had been severed. These wounds had not been treated for infection, exposing bone that was repeatedly infected and rotting, suggesting he had endured immense suffering for an extended period. It seemed the lifestyle of those followers was quite barbaric, lacking any notion of wound care. After Ji Ying performed a simple antiseptic treatment on his injuries and administered some sedative medication, EBA quietly fell asleep in the tent, refusing to speak to anyone or answer any questions. Fat Wei and Ji Ying went to fetch water from the spring, where the fish were exceptionally plump. Fat Wei managed to catch several, skewering them to roast over the fire, preparing a meal for the evening. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Mina sat together on the rocks by the spring, discussing the remarkable tale of the child. This child had never met his father after birth. His mother was a woman of simple thoughts, living with the extreme thieves in an underground base. Everyone adored this little boy there. However, they soon discovered he possessed extraordinary talents. He demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for drawing. At just 1 year of age, he could effortlessly create perfectly round circles. And by the age of 2, he could faithfully replicate simple sketches of kittens and puppies from a picture book. The artistic prowess displayed by this 2-year-old child is nothing short of astonishing. The thieves were taken aback, and the child's mother was overjoyed, believing her offspring possessed an extraordinary talent for painting that, with a modicum of nurturing, could blossom into the next generation's Da Vinci. However, Mina soon discerned that there was something unsettling about the child's artistic ability. Initially, a cat had perished in their underground hideout, and the child, who had formed a fond attachment to the feline, mourned for several days without eating. Subsequently, the child began to incessantly sketch the deceased cat on blank sheets of paper. After all, he was merely 2 years old. Even with inherent talent, his drawings were simplistic. Moreover, due to the limited availability of materials, the representation of the cat bore little resemblance to its real counterpart. Mina vividly recalled that the creature depicted by the child had a triangular face and lacked any coloration. One night, while Mina was sleeping, she was suddenly roused by the sound of the deceased cat meowing. Intrigued, she opened her eyes, only to be confronted by a sight that nearly terrified her to death. In the shadows at the foot of her bed emerged a cat's face, with a triangular head and no color at all, precisely resembling the rudimentary drawing created by the child. Overwhelmed with fear, Mina sprang up, shut the door, and seized the peculiar creature. Yet, this being, though strange in appearance, exhibited the same disposition and sound as the original cat, and was remarkably light in weight. In her fright, Mina did not dare to allow it to live. She immediately strangled the odd cat, and its lifeless body swiftly vanished into thin air. The following day, she observed the child once more engaged in drawing a cat. That very evening, he witnessed the revival of the creature from his drawings, did he not? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed, Mina nodded. This phenomenon persisted for an extended period until the child eventually relinquished his attachment to the cat. Subsequently, similar occurrences arose sporadically, each time manifesting the child's innermost desires through his art. Are you suggesting that this child possesses not only the ability to paint, but also the capability to bring his creations to life? Chen Zhi asked. Absolutely. Mina affirmed with a nod. I cannot articulate what this extraordinary ability is called, but at that time, I was grappling with the recent loss of my father and was exceedingly preoccupied. The child's mother was indecisive, leaving me without anyone to confide in, and I dared not disclose this matter to others. Eventually, the child was abducted, and I realized that the cultists had taken him due to this peculiar ability. They were far too formidable for me to confront alone, so I sought your assistance. Regardless of the nature of this child's extraordinary gift, these cultists are stealing children, and I must protect him. This is not merely a supernatural ability, Chen Zhi stated, his eyes growing somber. After a lengthy silence, he continued. This child must be a demigod. A demigod? A descendant of Chinese deities? Could it be that those age-old legends hold truth? Mina's tone became exceedingly animated as her vigilant eyes darted around before she continued her inquiry to Chen Zhi. I have heard from my father that the Bao family in Asia is one that warrants closer acquaintance. Mr. Bao has been managing an extensive system, supported by a formidable ancient organization. This organization is one that venerates deities. Following the events in Thailand, my father analyzed the situation and concluded that the Bao family would not easily engage in conflict with the extreme thieves, yet they fervently protect you. Your significance must stem from some hereditary advantage, which led my father to recall the legendary forces behind the Bao family. He suspected that you might very well possess the bloodline of a mystic, akin to the deities spoken of in the legends of Huaxia civilization. Indeed, the deities are truly remarkable, Chen Zhi responded with a smile directed at Mina. I have heard of your father. He is reputed to be the founder of the extreme thieves and a man of great wisdom. It seems that rumors can sometimes hold an element of truth. After speaking, he tossed several branches into the campfire, watching the crackling flames. Mina, I must divulge something to you now, but you must keep it locked away in your heart, never to breathe it aloud. Just as your father surmised, those mythical entities do exist, though perhaps not as wondrous as the tales portray. Essentially, they are unique beings from ancient times, endowed with powers that modern science cannot elucidate. However, this does not render their existence any less real. Deities are indeed real. I have always known they are. Mina's eyes widened with excitement. I have been fascinated by Huaxia civilization since childhood, especially those legendary deities. Deities are merely a term humans use to refer to them, Chen Zhi interjected, placing a finger to his lips to urge Mina to lower her voice. As to whether they deserve the title of deities, that is a matter of personal interpretation. In my view, they are simply long-lost beings. Are you truly a descendant of the deities? Mina gazed at Chen Zhi with wide blue eyes, filled with admiration. Chen, I have witnessed your abilities. You are truly remarkable. Can you tell me who your ancestors are? Well, to be precise, my ancestors are not deities. Chen Zhi replied. Is it Sun Wukong? Mina suddenly exclaimed, her eyes growing wide with curiosity. Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Mina mysteriously turned her head and pointed at Fat Wei, who was fishing by the riverbank. I have long suspected you. We have watched Journey to the West. That is a team of deities. That fellow named Fat Wei must surely be a descendant of Zhu Beiji. You all are quite the embodiment of the tales. Well, Chen Zhi hesitated, glancing at Fat Wei before chuckling. This might indeed be a possibility. Come, everyone, let us feast on fish. Any pressing matters can wait until tomorrow. Fat Wei called out, holding up several large tree branches skewered with grilled fish as he strode over. Let me tell you something exciting. My ears are quite sharp, so refrain from speaking ill of me behind my back. I can hear everything. Ji Ying approached and placed a water jug filled with spring water beside the campfire. During our journey, the provisions were entrusted to the father and daughter, Adaba and his child, who had scarcely brought any food along. After enduring such a long and arduous trek, they had truly gone without sustenance for an extended period. The tension of traversing the desolate desert had made them forget their hunger and thirst, but upon finding safety, they suddenly realized how ravenous they had become. Here, the fish in the water were plump and sizable, and their satchel contained some rudimentary seasoning powder. The aroma of the grilled fish, seasoned and roasted, was heavenly to their famished bodies, akin to a divine feast. Each person seized a grilled fish, devouring it with gusto, and as food entered their mouths, a wave of relaxation washed over them. The harrowing experiences of the past few days had finally come to an end. They had emerged. Yet Adaba and his child would forever remain in the desert. As night fell, everyone drifted into a tranquil slumber. Adaba's son appeared to have not slept soundly for a year, remaining in a semi-conscious state within the confines of the tent since before their meal. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei sat by the campfire. Chen Zhi had encapsulated everyone within a protective barrier, employing a fierce incantation to conceal their presence and ensure their safety, while Fat Wei kept him company. Hey, Orange, are you certain that the so-called god of the desert hasn't deceived us? Fat Wei casually prodded the flames with a stick. Saying the child was taken by his mother sounds utterly dubious. It hasn't deceived us. The child is indeed not here, Chen Zhi replied quietly. But that doesn't add up. Fat Wei said, skepticism evident in his tone. I have a keen eye for people. The child's mother is not one to lie. How could she possibly have taken the child ahead of us and then feigned such sorrow in the underground base? There was no need for her to orchestrate this drama. If she were to deceive us intentionally, it would indicate that something is amiss. By the way, Orange. Fat Wei glanced towards Mina's sleeping area and whispered, could what Mina mentioned earlier actually be true? That child possesses such remarkable abilities. It's astonishing. Do you think if he drew gold bars all over the ground, they would also turn real? You heard all that. Chen Zhi looked at Fat Wei, bemused. I'm genuinely impressed, even from such a distance. Your hearing is remarkable, truly a dog's ears. Huh, can a dog's ears compare to mine? I've relied on these keen ears for years to navigate the underworld. Fat Wei retorted, let me tell you, I can hear every whispered secret you share with the ghost blade. After finishing his statement, he glanced again at Mina's sleeping figure and quietly asked Chen Zhi, that blonde girl, does she remain unaware of what transpired in the cellar? Are you planning to tell her? Let us consider the situation, yet I must find that child. What a remarkable ability it is to bring the elements of a painting to life. If such a demigod truly exists, their power would be immense. Imagine the potential, creating anything one desires, be it wealth, landscapes, figures, phantoms, or even deities. This dimension had not crossed my mind until now. Fat Wei's expression grew solemn. If such a demigod were to exist, they could effortlessly conjure 1,000 red-clad warriors. Who could withstand that? This should be impossible, Chen Zhi remarked. I have come to understand that all forms of sorcery demand a considerable sacrifice in exchange. Thus, this artistic ability must also entail a cost. Furthermore, all demigods are born of bloodlines. If this child is indeed a demigod, it implies that one of their biological parents must also be a demigod. If the mother is not at fault, then the issue lies elsewhere. Now that this individual has passed, upon our return to Cairo, I shall ensure that an investigation is conducted into all records pertaining to their life, including medical histories and all relevant documents. In due course, the lineage of this child shall be unveiled. Chapter 151. The journey home. The following day, upon awakening, they resumed their journey towards the desert's edge, adhering to their original path. Time spent in the barren desert appeared fleeting. Upon their emergence, they discovered their camels patiently awaiting their return. Originally, Adaba and his daughter had been their guides, yet now Adaba was no longer present, and his daughter remained forever lost to the wilderness. Adaba's son, Oba, had remained remarkably taciturn throughout the journey, offering no opinions or responses to inquiries, merely partaking in meals and water alongside the group, his focus solely on the path ahead, seemingly eager to escape the desert's grasp. From that point onward, they relied entirely on Fat Wei's exceptional navigational skills, complemented by the camel's experience. Though he had traversed the desert only once, Fat Wei had memorized the entire route. In this vast expanse of sand, devoid of any recognizable landmarks, it was a mystery how he discerned direction. Remarkably, they encountered no detours, gradually retracing their steps along the original path. However, upon finally reaching the dilapidated bus station by the roadside, they beheld the two vehicles that had brought them there, now cloaked in a layer of sand, resembling two sculptures from a distance. These were the very cars lent to them by Adaba, now abandoned as he had departed from this world. As they climbed into the vehicles to make their way back, the engines, having been idle in the desert for several days, roared to life with vigor. The camels, having endured minimal hardship, stood in the rear compartment, their large, lash-framed eyes scanning for the route back to their home. Once the vehicle was on the highway, Oba began to weep silently. Having remained reticent throughout the journey, the others had long ceased attempts to engage him. His sudden utterance startled everyone. "Thank you for coming to rescue me." Oba spoke, his English fluent and his tone reminiscent of Adaba's. No, you are being too modest." Fat Wei was startled by the sudden voice of Eba. "So you can speak. You nearly frightened us to death. We thought you had been silenced by those disciples. The disciples would never poison their own, but they themselves are poison." Tears streamed down Eba's face as he spoke softly. "They are uncivilized. Their minds filled only with the ancient Egyptian gods and a fanatical worship of the desert deity. They hacked off my toes with a sickle, then poured scalding sand on the wounds. My injuries became inflamed and oozed, swollen like stones. Yet, no matter how I wailed, they forced me to walk barefoot on the desert. They claimed that the disciples of the desert god would fear no sand, that the sand would heal my wounds. If I died, I would be unworthy of being a disciple. Each day, I awaited my father's rescue, knowing he would never abandon me." After Eba spoke, he sobbed heavily, fighting back the urge to choke on his words, then continued in a hoarse voice. "The history of the disciples is long and venerable. They consider themselves the holiest of beings, but in my eyes, they have long since gone mad. The disciples despise traitors. Centuries ago, some attempted to escape that savage desert, but were ensnared by the desert god and slowly perished. The disciples regard these corpses with shame, allowing them to be devoured by vultures and scorched by the sun. Yet no one ever retrieves the bodies. These dogs, these Egyptians." Fat Wei gritted his teeth in anger. "I always said they got off too lightly. Before we left, we should have shown them some real power, frightened them with the magic of oranges, and seen if they could still act so brazenly." Just then, Mina leaned in to ask Eba, "We saw many children on our journey, all cruelly perishing in the desert. Do you know what is happening? They are slaves, bought and sold. From the moment their parents sold them to the disciples, they ceased to be human." Eba replied in a heavy, raspy voice. "Their parents sacrificed their children's right to life for money. These children are like livestock in the desert, performing the most menial tasks. Boys of 12 bear the heaviest burdens, while girls of around 10 are subjected to the disciples' brutal whims. Any hint of resistance results in immediate death. The eyes of children are the finest offerings to the desert god. When young slaves fall ill, their eyes are gouged out and discarded in the desert to feed vultures. I stood by as some children had their eyes brutally removed. Their screams still echo in my ears, a memory I can never forget. After EBA finished, he closed his eyes, his lips trembling incessantly. The scars on his face were unsettling, and the sorrow in his eyes ran as deep as the ocean, evoking profound sympathy. At this point, Mina was filled with righteous indignation, turning to Chen Zhi. Chen, you have been exceedingly lenient with them. Your powers are immense. You could effortlessly rescue those children and obliterate the malevolent followers forever. As for that desert deity, I surmise it is nothing more than a charlatan, merely a figment of these deranged devotees' imaginations. How could a divine being embody such wickedness? Even if it were true, it must be a demon. Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely return to this desert. Who asserts that deities are invariably just? Chen Zhi murmured, in this world, there are places illuminated by sunlight and others shrouded in shadows where sunlight cannot penetrate. Never delude yourself into thinking that justice will inevitably triumph over evil. I advise you, Mina, to forget this desert. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi closed his eyes, and an unsettling silence enveloped the group. EBA sat in the back, sobbing, his tear-streaked eyes gazing at the desert by the roadside. After a while, Chen Zhi turned to glance at EBA's scarred visage. EBA, have you ever encountered an Asian child? Roughly 2 years of age. EBA shook his head. No, the followers would never procure such young slaves. Any child under the age of 3 are either royal offspring or those endowed with divine powers. Divine powers? What do you mean? Mina inquired. Divine powers refer to individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, EBA replied. The followers believe that the desert god is an ancient Egyptian deity, and all Egyptian children belong to this god. Those gifted with special abilities are meant to be brought to the god's side to serve. When they discover a child with such abilities in this land, the followers venture into the desert to retrieve these children. After receiving specialized training, they become the god's closest attendants, serving at the pinnacle of the pyramids, ascending to the highest echelon of followers, yet I have never encountered them. However, there was once a moment. EBA hesitated, furrowing his brow before continuing. An elderly follower once told me that an Asian child had been brought back, possessing extraordinary capabilities, destined to become a supreme follower. Yet, the high priest was infuriated. The high priest declared that the desert god had delivered an oracle stating that this child did not belong to Egypt. His mother was a fearsome ancient Eastern deity, and keeping this child would bring calamity to the desert. That very night, the child's mother did indeed arrive in the desert. His mother? Mina gasped. Are you saying you witnessed the child's mother come to the desert? Did you see her with your own eyes? What did she look like? Was she a young, beautiful Asian woman? Upon hearing EBA's words, everyone turned to him, for the news he was imparting was astonishing. The trail regarding the child had long gone cold, and the greatest enigma surrounding this child was the fact that he had been taken by his biological mother, which contradicted all that was known about her capabilities. Thus, what EBA spoke held immense significance for their forthcoming endeavors. I saw it with my own eyes. I am unable to ascertain what it truly is, Erba remarked. Ever since I was brought into the desert by the disciples of the gods, I have felt utterly out of place. The disciples have consistently ostracized me, hurling insults and reprimands, relegating me to stand guard in the sweltering heat, denying me entry into the pyramid's interior, and never permitting me to ascend to its upper echelons. Thus, my knowledge of the disciples is quite limited. However, it was precisely for this reason that on that fateful night, I beheld the mother of that Asian child with my own eyes. It was an otherwise ordinary evening when I was commanded to keep watch from the tower outside the pyramid. The position was exceedingly arduous. The desert's heat was oppressive, and I was allocated but a meager supply of fresh water each night. No one else was willing to endure such conditions. The inflamed wounds on my body refused to heal, and the persistent pain left me in a state of mental despondency. Yet, as midnight approached, a sudden chill swept across the desert, invigorating my senses. The wind was biting cold, cooling the once searing sands. In haste, I peered out from the tower and was met with a vast expanse of black shadows emerging in the distance, dense and innumerable. Their movements were lethargic, akin to a phantasmagorical procession, as they encircled the pyramid from all directions, instilling a profound sense of terror within me. I hurriedly rang the alarm bell to relay the news to those within the pyramid. However, I witnessed the great door sealing shut without a single disciple appearing. I was left alone in the tower. The shadows loomed ever closer, resembling a dark cloud, as they passed over my tower and advanced towards the pyramid. In that moment, I distinctly observed that these dark figures were robust humanoids wielding weapons. Among them, I recognized some familiar forms, figures that ought not to exist in this world. What do you mean by figures that ought not to exist? Chen Zhi softly inquired, turning back to Erba. These are spectral entities, Erba replied, directing his gaze toward Chen Zhi. The silhouettes are manifestations of the deities and demons that appear only in legendary statues, such as the man-eating monsters from our Egyptian folklore. Formidable sorcerers, and even the invincible pharaohs, characters depicted in temple murals or tales. Yet, at that moment, they were vividly present in the desert. This demonic procession gradually encircling the pyramid. Are you certain you did not missee? Mina asked, her disbelief evident. I am certain, I did not err, Erba asserted emphatically. And they were strikingly real. They were absolutely not phantoms, they were living beings. Since they are merely legendary creatures, why do you claim to have seen the child's mother? Mina continued. Because at that moment, I saw a red silhouette, Erba responded. That shadow was distinctly smaller than the other entities, standing at a height typical of a human. She was draped in a red robe that concealed her face, and the fabric was extraordinarily rare, possessing a sheen surpassing that of Egyptian cotton. The vivid crimson was reminiscent of the dawn, something I had previously seen on television. It was Chinese silk. As the figure clad in crimson released strands of ethereal light, he manipulated the specters as if they were mere puppets. At this juncture, EBA paused, his eyes brimming with trepidation. In that moment, I felt as though I had encountered a demon from the depths of hell. Overcome by fear, I inadvertently discharged my weapon, the gun firing with a resounding bang. The gunfire roused the phantoms, and in that instant, I beheld the crimson-clad figure turn to face me. His eyes, dark and luminous, were unlike any I had ever encountered, yet they unmistakably belonged to a woman. I perceived a delicate veil of white film over her gaze, akin to a mist. That single glance pierced through me, chilling my very core, and I succumbed to the numbing cold, losing consciousness. When I awoke the following morning, the apparitions and the woman in red had vanished. An elderly disciple visited me in the tower, revealing that the entities from the previous night were summoned by the mother of the Asian child. These phantoms had besieged the pyramid for an entire night. Subsequently, the mother struck a pact with the desert deity, offering a substantial reward to reclaim her child. As I stepped out of the tower, I was immediately blinded by the radiant golden light ahead. Before the grand entrance of the pyramid lay heaps of gold, towering 7 to 8 meters high, resembling a mountain of riches that illuminated the entire desert. Was it a woman in a red silk robe? Chen Zhi mused quietly. Did you not observe any other distinguishing features apart from her eyes? What descriptions do the disciples have of this mother in red? None. EBA replied slowly. In truth, I had already been forsaken by the disciples that day. They held no regard for my life or death and offered me no words of comfort. The fact that I am alive now is akin to having been granted a second chance. After speaking, EBA turned his face away, closing his eyes, unwilling to continue the conversation. On the journey thereafter, silence enveloped us, as though everyone was lost in contemplation of the woman in the red silk robe. The vehicle soon arrived at their original base, where they returned the station owner's car and reclaimed Appa's camel, though Appa's fast food establishment no longer had an owner. EBA expressed his reluctance to return to his father's fast food restaurant, as his father's greatest aspiration in life had been to escape this desert and experience true civilization. He yearned to fulfill his father's legacy by studying abroad and leading a normal life, realizing the dreams his father had cherished. However, regarding his sister Puna, EBA seemed forever disinclined to speak of her. EBA's aspirations appeared easily attainable once they departed from Egypt. Chen Zhi would arrange for old Jindo to facilitate EBA's relocation abroad and ensure his education. Yet, they now faced a pressing concern: what to do with the underground base upon their return to Cairo. Chapter 153. Return to the underground base. As EBA had no nostalgic ties to the past, their stay in the western desert was brief, and they promptly boarded a bus back to Cairo that very day. The ancient buses of Egypt continued to jolt along their rugged routes. The aroma emanating from the Arab travelers remains intolerably pungent. However, Chen Zhi and his companions find this experience far superior to anything encountered in the desolate western desert. After several hours of relentless swaying on the long-distance coach, they finally return to the capital of Egypt, Cairo. The sensation of being back in a civilized society is delightful. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei have meticulously devised a plan for their return, intending to check into the same 5-star hotel as before, where they can ensure that EBA is comfortably settled and recuperating. Yet, Mina exhibits a palpable urgency, deeply concerned about the extreme thieves at the underground base. Eager to return immediately, the medical facilities there are well-equipped, allowing EBA to receive treatment. And they could also engage in meaningful discussions with the child's mother to glean valuable insights. Chen Zhi, however, resolutely dismisses Mina's proposal, insisting on going to the hotel first. Upon disembarking, they proceed directly to the heart of Cairo and recheck into the luxurious hotel. Once inside, Chen Zhi promptly requests the front desk to contact a local private physician for EBA's treatment. Cairo is a city of stark contrasts. For the impoverished, it can be merciless and savage, yet for those with wealth, it offers the most modern services. With the hotel's assistance, a high-end medical team soon arrives to conduct a physical examination on EBA. His body bears numerous scars, the majority of which are superficial and can heal with proper care. However, the lacerations on his toes are grievously severe, compounded by recurrent inflammation and infection, with parasitic bacteria having overtaken the entirety of his foot. It is likely that this injury will result in a permanent limp, a mark that will accompany EBA throughout his life. Once the medical team departs, Chen Zhi and his companions indulge in a thorough cleansing. After days of rolling in the western desert, they are nearly transformed into figures of mud, shedding at least 2 pounds of yellow dirt. Once refreshed, Chen Zhi resolves to temporarily accommodate EBA in the hotel for rest, leaving Mina behind to care for him. He, along with Fat Wei and Ji Ying, will revisit the underground base to see if they can acquire any valuable information, promising to return and update Mina. Naturally, Mina objects, insisting on accompanying them back. After several discussions, Chen Zhi firmly argues that EBA requires someone to attend to him, ultimately persuading Mina to remain behind, and this time, she does not resist. They leave all their equipment at the hotel, taking only their control stone weapons with them, and request a taxi from the front desk. The three of them, traveling light, make their way back to the multi-ethnic neighborhood. Upon returning, everything feels markedly different. When Mina first led them to the underground base, the outside world seemed fraught with peril, while the base felt like the ultimate sanctuary. They had spent a night there, conversing with the extreme thieves, bathing, and dining. Memories that now evoke a chilling sense of dread. As darkness enveloped the sky, the residents of this neighborhood, accustomed to an early slumber, began to retreat into the shadows as the light faded. The house, once inhabited by the notorious thieves, still loomed ominously, its entrance charred and blackened. Returning to this place evoked a sensation akin to stepping into the underworld. They slipped through the crevice of the door, finding the interior unchanged, a testament to the devastation wrought by fire. It was evident that no outsiders had trespassed during this period. They traversed the grand hall and entered the courtyard, which housed a cellar. The encroaching night had obscured the cellar door, concealed beneath the remnants of the burned debris, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In the dimness, a foreboding atmosphere prevailed. Fat Wei picked up a stick from the ground, intending to pry open the cellar door. Just then, Ji Ying suddenly obstructed his path, gesturing towards the back and whispering, "Someone is following us." Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, they ceased their actions and retreated into the shadows. After a moment, a figure indeed slipped through the back door, making its way toward the cellar, its golden hair glistening in the moonlight. Mina. Chen Zhi leaped into the courtyard, standing protectively in front of her. "Why did you come here? Why didn't you heed my advice to stay at the hotel? It's unsafe to leave EBA alone." "Stop deceiving me, Chen," Mina exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhi's sudden appearance. Yet, she seemed prepared for this confrontation, her face aglow with agitation. "EBA is fine. He can take care of himself. I don't need to look after him. Stop making excuses." "What do you mean?" Chen Zhi queried coldly. "I mean, what are you hiding from me?" Mina raised her voice, her eyes wide with emotion. "Chen, I'm not a fool. At the outset, you forbade me from returning to the underground base, claiming time was of the essence. I accepted that then. But now that we've emerged from the desert, why can't I return to the cellar? What has transpired down there?" "Keep your voice down." Ji Ying and Fat Wei emerged from the darkness. Fat Wei gestured for silence, shaking his head towards the outside. "Sister, lower your voice. Don't get worked up. Can I not be agitated?" Mina retorted fiercely. "Those are my comrades down there. What has happened to them? You cannot withhold the truth from me. I must know." After her declaration, Mina turned to open the cellar door. If you must know, then I shall tell you. Chen Zhi grasped Mina's shoulder, pulling her back, and whispered in her ear. Have you considered that the thieves in the cellar may already be dead? What do you mean? Mina asked anxiously. Are you suggesting that during our time in the desert, the thieves in the cellar were harmed? No. At this moment, Chen Zhi cast a glance at the door of the dark cellar and then leaned closer to Mina, whispering in a hushed tone, when you sought assistance from the Bao family in China, the extreme thieves in the cellar had already met their demise. The individuals we encountered during our overnight stay in the cellar were, in truth, all deceased. I must descend to uncover the true nature of their existence. You may join me if you wish, but can you assure me of your composure when faced with them once more? Chapter 154, Return to the Underground Base, Part 2. What do you mean? They are all dead? That is simply impossible, Mina exclaimed, taking a step back, her eyes wide with disbelief, clearly shaken by Chen Zhi's revelation. Chen, what nonsense are you speaking? We witnessed the footage. Those devotees and the Cyclops did not discover any mechanisms in the underground base before they left, and not a single extreme thief was harmed. No, Chen Zhi gently shook his head. The footage we saw was edited. We observed the Cyclops leading the devotees into the cellar, searching thoroughly without uncovering the entrance mechanism. And then they departed, with the video abruptly ending there. However, they ultimately returned. I glimpsed the subsequent scenes within the Cyclops' mind. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi meticulously recounted what he had seen in the Cyclops' brain. At that time, he had severed the Cyclops' windpipe, and upon its demise, Chen Zhi's incantation swiftly penetrated the Cyclops' cerebral cortex, delving into its most primordial and authentic memories. The images within the Cyclops' mind were predominantly filled with scenes of drug use and filth, shrouded in a grim and chaotic haze, meaningless and indistinct. Yet, Chen Zhi discerned that the Cyclops was perpetually haunted by thoughts of his wife. In that moment, she was neither as frail as she appeared now nor as aged. She was youthful and beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to a popular actress from the 1990s. From that time onward, the Cyclops had fixated on her, intent on claiming this Oriental woman for himself. Thus, after assisting the devotees in abducting children, he led them into this house to search the cellar, hoping to locate the children's mother. Subsequent scenes mirrored those seen in the recordings from the secret base. Upon entering the cellar, the Cyclops and his companions only encountered an empty basement devoid of sound, failing to uncover the concealed secret base. They were poised to depart when the footage abruptly ended. However, within the Cyclops' recollections, the imagery continued to unfold. As the Cyclops turned to leave, a masked devotee behind him suddenly sensed the presence of the living within the cellar. Instead of departing, he circled around, ultimately discovering the mechanism leading to the underground base. Upon activating the mechanism, the staircase to the underground base materialized before them. What ensued was a scene of gruesome carnage. The extreme thieves of the underground base fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers and weaponry, resulting in their tragic end. In the mind of the Cyclops bug, Chen Zhi beheld a scene awash with blood and the lifeless bodies of marauders, their weapons still clutched in their hands, their faces frozen in the characteristic grim determination of their kind. Ultimately, the Cyclops bug captured the child's mother alive, grotesquely grinning amidst the pool of blood, intent on violating her. However, the divine acolytes intervened, severing the woman's throat with a dagger, thus ending her life. A fortnight later, Mina returned to this place with Chen Zhi and their companions, where the marauders and the woman still appeared vividly alive in the underground base, sharing meals and laughter with Chen Zhi and Mina. Yet, within the Cyclops bug's consciousness, these marauders had perished a fortnight prior. Mina, upon hearing Chen Zhi's account, was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. After a moment's contemplation, tears cascaded down her cheeks. So, they are truly dead? If this is the case, what now resides in the cellar? Are they ghosts? Mina faltered, her pain rendering her unable to continue. To this day, no evidence has substantiated the existence of ghosts in this world. Chen Zhi gently patted Mina's shoulder, reassuring her, even if such entities exist, they are merely echoes, lacking any corporeal form. The marauders we encountered were strikingly real. Their speech and actions bore no signs of deception. Thus, I cannot ascertain what they truly are without investigating further. With that, Chen Zhi grasped Mina's shoulders, fixing his gaze upon her. Mina, now that you have assumed your father's mantle, You must cultivate resilience. As the leader of the Marauders, you need to confront reality swiftly. No matter how difficult it may be to accept, you may descend with us, but once you do, regardless of what you witness, you must remain composed and not reveal any signs of weakness. Do you understand? Mina listened intently, tears streaming from her eyes like pearls from a broken string. After a few moments, she wiped her tears and nodded earnestly at Chen Zhi. I understand. Seeing that Mina had come to terms with this harsh reality and had regained her composure, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Chen Zhi signaled to Fat Wei, who had been waiting patiently with a stick nearby. Although night had fallen, the streets outside remained populated, yet upon entering this building, it felt as though the outside world had been severed from them in an instant. The interior of the structure was desolate and shrouded in darkness, the courtyard imbued with an unspeakable terror. Fat Wei swiftly pried open the cellar, and as the iron door creaked ajar, a cold, metallic breeze, tinged with an iron scent, rushed forth, enveloping them in a chilling sensation, as if the gates to the underworld had swung wide. They descended the ladder into the cellar, finding it unchanged from their last visit. Yet this time, they dared not make a sound, treading lightly upon the ground, fearful of disturbing whatever lay below. As the group began to scrutinize the details within the cellar, they indeed discovered traces of bullets embedded in the walls. Additionally, the mingled earth within the cellar was tainted with a viscous substance distinctive of blood, confirming that a fierce gunfight had occurred here, resulting in a significant outpouring of blood. Prepare yourselves, Mina declared before reaching to activate the mechanism of the underground base. The group, tense and apprehensive, grasped their weapons and took a cautious step back, bracing for whatever lay ahead. With a sharp snap, the alloy staircase re-emerged before them, revealing the entrance to the underground base. Have you returned? As the entrance materialized, the visage of the children's mother emerged from the stairwell. Her hair remained dark, yet her eyes were sunken, and her face appeared pallid, reminiscent of a corpse. The sudden appearance of the wife in Chapter 155, Return to the Underground Base, Part 3, startled everyone. Her countenance was even more ghastly than the last time they had seen her. Emaciated and ghostly, she exuded an aura of dread, suggesting she had been listening intently. Waiting in this very spot. You've finally come back, the wife uttered, noticing Mina and the others frozen in place. She softly inquired, have you found my child? I have been waiting for you. Yes, we just returned and have some news, Mina replied, attempting to maintain her composure, though her words faltered. She glanced back at Chen Zhi, seeking his counsel. Chen Zhi nodded subtly at Mina, indicating she should descend the stairs with the wife. Stealing her emotions, Mina, along with the others, began to follow the wife down the staircase. As they traversed the staircase leading to the underground base, an indescribable sense of dread enveloped them. The wife wobbled ahead, gliding like a specter. Since their last encounter, her mental state had appeared precarious, and her current demeanor was all the more terrifying, sending chills down their spines. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The once familiar staircase now felt interminably long. What awaited them in the depths of the underground base? Chen Zhi and the others had envisioned every conceivable scenario. Perhaps they would encounter a floor strewn with decaying corpses, or perhaps face zombies with gnarled claws, or even be besieged by wandering spirits, their imaginations conjuring even more horrifying possibilities. Yet, as they descended the staircase once more, they found the area below brightly illuminated, with all the extreme thieves standing there, smiling in anticipation of their arrival. Upon seeing the extreme thieves once again, Mina's emotional control visibly faltered, her nose reddened, and tears brimmed in her eyes. The extreme thieves, upon reuniting with Mina, expressed their joy and rushed to embrace her. Chen Zhi understood that these extreme thieves had grown up together. Most were orphans adopted by Mina's father, having shared meals, sleep, training, and missions since childhood, bonded as closely as siblings. As Mina initially faced the embrace of the extreme raiders, she felt a sense of reluctance. However, she soon joined them in their fervent hugs, overwhelmed with emotion as if reunited after death. Strangely, the raiders appeared completely untroubled, greeting Chen Zhi with warmth, inquiring about the success of their journey, and asking if any leads regarding the children had been found. Chen Zhi and his companions had previously concocted a narrative, stating that they had indeed uncovered a lead on the children and had dispatched individuals to investigate, expressing optimism about their return. Yet they refrained from mentioning the disciples or the Western Desert. Upon hearing this news, the raiders were elated. Yet, Chen Zhi's wife appeared increasingly frail since their last encounter. Her nerves frayed, and upon mentioning the children, she broke into tears, prompting several raiders to assist her into a room. Meanwhile, others prepared dinner and arranged resting quarters for Chen Zhi and his companions, mirroring their previous visit. Feeling apprehensive about indulging in the food, Chen Zhi and his group merely nibbled on a few items before citing exhaustion and retreating to their rooms. Later, in the stillness of the night, they stealthily reconvened in Chen Zhi's chamber. Chen Zhi had been waiting in the bedroom, and upon the group's arrival, Ji Ying promptly locked the door, standing guard. The others gathered around the bed. "What do you think?" Fat Wei whispered to Mina. "Having grown up with them, you know their temperaments best. Did you notice anything amiss? Could they be impersonated? Perhaps wearing human skins, yet harboring something else within?" Fat Wei had encountered creatures like the Moto Luo before and harbored suspicions that the raiders had been replaced by such beings. "Absolutely not," Mina replied with conviction. "I know them too well. Even if someone imitated their appearance, their essence cannot be replicated. Their mannerisms, speech patterns, and thought processes are undeniably their own." A flicker of hope ignited in Mina's expression as she turned to Chen Zhi. "Chen, do you think there is any possibility?" The Cyclops was a drug addict, and drug use can induce hallucinations. Perhaps what he saw was merely a figment of his imagination. "My raiders are alive. They are right here." Hallucinations are indeed plausible, but the likelihood of these raiders still being alive is zero, Chen Zhi responded firmly, realizing he could not afford to instill false hope in Mina. Even if the scene was a fabrication of the Cyclops' mind, hallucinations cannot foresee the future. If he had not engaged in a firefight with the raiders from the underground base, how could he have known of its existence? Human memory does not lie, nor can it conjure things that are unknown. So, do not cling to hope. They are surely dead. Is that so? Mina sighed heavily upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. Her eyes cast downwards as she gently shook her head. "What shall we do now? They are alive out there. Do we really have to kill them again? In my opinion, perhaps this is yet another opportunity for them to reclaim their lives bestowed by God. Let us act as if the past has never occurred and take them outside." "Mina, how could you be so confused?" Chen Zhi gently reproached. "A life lost is a life lost. Even if God exists, it is impossible for the deceased to be resurrected. If you take these marauders outside, can you guarantee what they will become under the sun?" Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Chen Zhi's words. Everyone's nerves tensed. Ji Ying swiftly drew the metallic wire from her sleeve, positioning herself at the door, glancing back at Chen Zhi. He immediately signaled for silence and quietly inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I," came a faint feminine voice in response. "I am the child's mother. May I enter?" Chapter 156. A mother's plea upon hearing his wife knocking outside. Chen Zhi quickly gestured for everyone to disperse. The others hastily concealed themselves in the corner behind a large wardrobe, which had a portion of empty space suitable for hiding. Once everyone was hidden, Chen Zhi nodded at Ji Ying, who unlocked the door and vanished in an instant. Chen Zhi approached and opened the door, revealing his wife standing just outside, her eyes still hollow and her expression somewhat dazed. "Oh, it's so late. What brings you here?" Chen Zhi inquired politely. "Mr. Chen, may I come in?" His wife softly asked, her eyes glancing towards him, clear and transparent like a crystal spring. "Of course, please come in." Chen Zhi promptly turned to allow her entry and then glanced around before closing the door. His wife, evidently devoid of cunning, did not survey her surroundings upon entering, but instead directly seated herself on a chair. "Did you need to discuss something with me?" Chen Zhi asked as he took a seat at a distance. "Mr. Chen, I came to inquire if you have seen my child," she asked, her voice barely audible, her gaze nervously fixed on the floor. "Certainly. We have received reliable information and expect to locate your child soon. There is no need for you to worry," Chen Zhi replied courteously, keenly observing the nuances of her expression. "Is that so? That is good, very good," she murmured repeatedly, reminiscent of the character Xiangling's wife. Chen Zhi scrutinized her closely. She indeed possessed a certain beauty, albeit marred by exhaustion, her allure still palpable. He cautiously assessed her aura, which was exceedingly faint, akin to that of an innocent child. Such individuals are utterly devoid of guile, lacking in thoughtfulness, and bear no distinctive personality, simple as a blank slate. In contemporary society, such a demeanor is exceedingly rare for someone in their 30s. "Mr. Chen, why have you returned then?" She suddenly raised her eyes to Chen Zhi, her neurotic gaze causing him discomfort. "Why? If you have already seen my child, do you not rescue him? Why do you still return?" The wife continued to question. her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Zhi. Faced with such a straightforward inquiry, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps, when confronted by the innocent eyes of this woman, the act of deception became exceedingly arduous. As I mentioned earlier, we have merely acquired some leads. There is no definitive information at hand. Moreover, Mina has certain matters to discuss with the extreme thieves, he replied. Do not trust them. The wife suddenly stood up with great urgency, her body trembling as if seized by an overwhelming fear. She approached Chen Zhi, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. Do not trust them, they are far too lightweight. After uttering these words, she grasped Chen Zhi's shoulders tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Mr. Chen, I have heard from Miss Mina that you are a friend of my husband. In this world, I possess no attachments other than my husband and child. If you can find my child, I would be willing to do anything for you. By this point, her eyes had turned bloodshot. Mr. Chen, can you promise me that you will find my child and allow him to live a normal life in this world, just like you? Chen Zhi, gazing at the distraught woman, suddenly felt the weight of his promise grow unbearably heavy, making him hesitant to give his words so lightly. Can you promise me? The wife looked at him with desperation, her nails pressing deeper into his skin. Chen Zhi stared into her eyes for a long moment before finally nodding gently. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to find that child and ensure his safety. Wonderful, wonderful, the wife exclaimed, slowly rising to her feet, swaying as she walked towards the door, opening it and departing. Once she left, everyone emerged from their hiding places behind the large cabinet. Ji Ying immediately locked the door, and all eyes turned to Chen Zhi. What did she just whisper in your ear? Mina inquired. Chen Zhi rubbed his shoulder, still painful from the woman's grip, and frowned. She said not to trust those extreme thieves outside. They are too lightweight. What the hell does that mean? The hefty man felt bewildered. Too lightweight. What does that even mean? They are not feathers. How can they be lightweight? Her reference to lightweight might be a description of those extreme thieves, Chen Zhi replied, glancing at Mina. I recall you mentioning that the child possesses the ability to bring to life the things he paints. He once painted a cat that you touched, and at that moment, you felt that the cat was unusually light, did you not? Indeed, Mina affirmed. That cat was as light as a sheet of paper. It was quite frightening. Are you suggesting? Mina's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Chen Zhi. Yes, Chen Zhi responded. This aligns perfectly with my initial conjecture. If the individuals in this cellar have indeed risen from the dead and possess physical forms, the most plausible explanation is that they have been resurrected by that extraordinary artistic power. Yet, that is utterly implausible. Mina resolutely shook her head, asserting, firstly, the child is not present here. He cannot possibly resurrect the notorious thieves within this cellar. Moreover, even if he were here, he is merely a 2-year-old child incapable of rendering even a cat accurately, let alone conjuring so many lifelike human figures. He may lack such ability. Yet his biological mother possesses it. Chen Zhi turned to the others. As I previously stated, all demigod powers stem from hereditary lineage. The child's abilities are inherited, and undoubtedly one of his parents possesses such power, with her energy being far more potent and mature, enabling her to create vivid representations of humans and bestow them with life. Chapter 157, An Unexpected Conclusion. Could it be the child's biological mother? As the god of the desert suggested, Mina questioned in disbelief. But you just saw his wife. She is a rather simple-minded individual. Do you truly believe she is a demigod? Furthermore, if she possessed such abilities, how could she allow her child to be abducted right before her eyes? Is it possible that the child is not hers by birth? Perhaps he was adopted? Fat Wei interjected. Impossible. I can assure you. His wife is indeed the child's biological mother. I have witnessed everything from her pregnancy to childbirth. Mina spoke with unwavering certainty, indicating her familiarity with the family. There are still many possibilities to consider, Chen Zhi remarked. However, this is not the time for such explorations. Our immediate concern is how to address the notorious thieves outside. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, a somber expression shadowing their faces. This was indeed a delicate matter. Chen, what are your thoughts? Mina inquired anxiously. Regardless of the circumstances, they are very much alive, and as you mentioned, there are still uncertainties. We cannot harm them. Of course not. Chen Zhi lifted his gaze to Mina. But first, we must ascertain whether they are truly human. Thus, we need to determine if they possess human weight before making any decisions. Very well. Mina nodded in reluctant agreement. But how do we measure their weight? Are we to have them step onto a scale one by one? There's no need for such hassle, Fat Wei chimed in. Leave this to me, Mina. I, Fat Wei, have loved fighting since childhood. No matter who they are, I can gauge their weight just by grappling with them. If the situation is as you describe, I will sense it immediately. Excellent. Chen Zhi nodded slightly, and then turned to everyone, stating that it was too late and the extreme thieves had likely succumbed to slumber. They would spend the night here and verify the authenticity of the thieves come morning. Consequently, no one returned to their rooms. They all gathered in Chen Zhi's bedroom, awaiting dawn. The night felt interminably long, and in the silence, an odd sensation enveloped them. The air grew peculiar, noses tingled, and heads felt slightly dazed. Chief, Ji Ying suddenly called out softly, gesturing to Chen Zhi. He noticed her ears twitching rapidly. What is happening? Chen Zhi inquired anxiously. There are strange sounds outside, Ji Ying replied, pressing her ear against the door's crevice. The sound is peculiar, almost imperceptible, akin to tearing pieces of paper. Tearing paper? A buzzing filled Chen Zhi's mind, and he immediately stood up. We must go out. Something may be amiss. All rushed to break down the door and sprinted towards the hall, discovering that every bedroom door along their path stood ajar, vacant of any extreme thieves. Mina ran the fastest, swiftly crossing the hall and leaping into the control center, where she was met with an incomprehensible sight. The floor was strewn with the corpses of extreme thieves, their bodies mangled, flesh torn asunder, revealing long, bloody gashes. In the center, Chen Zhi's wife sat, drenched in blood, wielding a sharp pair of scissors, methodically shredding the flesh of the thieves, whose remains disintegrated under the blade, making sounds reminiscent of paper being ripped. What are you doing? Mina could scarcely endure the gruesome scene before her. Though she knew these thieves harbored dark secrets, they remained, in her heart, akin to family. Witnessing her childhood companions meet such a tragic end shattered her composure. She frantically attempted to rush forward. Chen Zhi grasped her, turning her head away to shield her eyes. He then directed his gaze toward his wife, who appeared monstrous, her body smeared with blood, her face contorted into a ghastly grin. You, he, ha ha. His wife laughed and wept in a disconcerting manner, her expression chilling. She set down the bloodied scissors, her crimson eyes locking onto Chen Zhi. I have slain them all. Now go rescue my child. Who are you? Chen Zhi demanded sharply, holding Mina close. His wife lowered her gaze, her face etched with confusion and sorrow, as if the weight of the world's grief rested upon her soul. I am nothing, merely a puppet. I lack the right to control my own consciousness. I was born to fulfill this role. I am a prisoner of circumstance. She is my master. If she commanded me to take a life, I would be compelled to do so, just as those puppets on the ground, never defying her will. Yet, having traversed this world for so long, I have learned to love. As his wife spoke these words, her body trembled, her sorrowful eyes fixed upon Chen Zhi. Although I am not the child's mother, I bore him. Apart from this child, I possess nothing in this world. Mr. Chen, I have defied commands, clearing every obstacle for you. Remember your promise to help me reclaim my child and safeguard him forever. After uttering these words, his wife suddenly raised the large scissors she held, plunging them into her own heart. Blood gushed forth from her chest, and she collapsed to the ground, akin to those lifeless forms. Chen, what on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? Everything transpired too swiftly, and Mina leaned against Chen Zhi, weeping inconsolably, unable to bear the sight of that gruesome scene. At that moment, Ji Ying approached and nudged the lifeless bodies. Their weight was alarmingly light, less than a tenth of that of an ordinary human. It seems they actually saved our lives. Fat Wei noticed a small glass vial beside the central air conditioning unit. He picked it up, inhaled its contents, and sneezed. Damn it. Thankfully, this incident occurred tonight. Otherwise, we would have all been blissfully unaware, meeting the king of hell. After speaking, Fat Wei handed the vial to Chen Zhi, who brought it to his nose. It was cyanide. Chapter 158. The final warning. The tragedy unfolding in the basement had a profound impact on Mina's psyche. She clung tightly to Chen Zhi, burying her head in his embrace, trembling as if he were her last bastion of hope. With no other choice, Chen Zhi carried her out, allowing others to handle the bodies. Subsequently, he instructed Fat Wei to cut a lock of his wife's hair, intending to take it for examination, while the remaining task was to deal with the corpses. Although these individuals were of unknown origin and had attempted to poison everyone the previous day, they resembled those infamous thieves, former companions of Mina. After conferring with Fat Wei, they decided to transport the bodies to the upper cellar for burial in the yard above. Fat Wei simply wrapped the bodies in bed sheets and began to carry them outside. However, shortly after he left the basement, he returned, sprinting down the stairs. Oranges, oranges. Hurry up and see. This is utterly bizarre. Fat Wei, usually composed, was in a state of panic. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Zhi first placed Mina in the bedroom under Ji Ying's watch, then swiftly ascended with Fat Wei. They opened the basement door and leaped outside. And when Chen Zhi beheld the unbelievable sight before him, his mind nearly shattered. In the span of a single night, the outside world was engulfed by a furious sandstorm, with violent gusts of sand swirling everywhere, as if the very city of Cairo were on the verge of being consumed by the desert. The sky was shrouded in a murky haze, plunging the day into an ominous twilight. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, Chen Zhi beheld a series of colossal silhouettes. These forms were of an astonishing magnitude, obscuring the sun and presenting a truly spectacular sight. They emanated an overwhelming aura that instilled an oppressive sense of reverence, evoking an instinctual inclination to kneel and worship. Some of these shadows bore a striking familiarity, resembling the formidable deities of Egyptian mythology. As the sandstorm intensified around them, the ground beneath their feet began to radiate heat, and it felt as though the entire world was on the brink of being buried by the desert. What on earth are those things? Fat Wei exclaimed, taken aback by the grandeur of the scene before him. Gazing at the sky and the terrifyingly enormous figures, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. The painted gods could never possess such an imposing presence. These were their true incarnations. Chen Zhi braced himself against the ferocious winds and remarked, "They are the true masters of this land, warning us to depart swiftly." Suddenly, his phone rang, an unprecedented occurrence since their arrival in Egypt. It was a call from Miu. Without exchanging pleasantries, Miu's voice came through urgently. "Are you in Cairo?" "Yes," Chen Zhi replied. "Return immediately." Miu insisted from the other end, his tone laced with urgency. "The secret department in Egypt has lodged a strong protest against us. I am striving to secure your safety. They have given you 3 hours. Get to Cairo airport within that time frame. A special passage will be arranged for your return to your homeland. If you are even a minute late, you will be deemed aggressive enemies and face execution." Chen Zhi, do not reveal any special abilities in public. Egypt's ancient history is far more intricate than you can imagine, spanning millions of years. Do not provoke the slumbering entities that have been dormant for millennia, lest they turn you to ash at a moment's notice. Miu's voice was filled with urgency, and one could sense the sweat on his brow. "Give me the phone," Miu said hurriedly, but Leopard unexpectedly took the call. "Is the issue resolved?" he asked Chen Zhi with a calm demeanor. It's getting there," Chen Zhi responded. "Good. Then let us return," Leopard said with an air of detachment. "Mind the time and avoid any conflict. We will await you at the airport." "Understood," Chen Zhi concluded, ending the call. He lifted his gaze once more to the immense, shifting shadows that howled in the tempest, and he could not help but marvel at the scene. Even the most sophisticated special effects could scarcely capture such grandeur. To witness this sacred spectacle was indeed a privilege. "We are Chinese. It is best that we refrain from further involvement in the affairs of this country." After Chen Zhi uttered these words, he nodded towards Pang Wei. The two of them then opened the cellar door and leapt back inside. Upon returning to their underground base, they quickly realized that the bodies of the marauders had rapidly dehydrated and evaporated, and it would not be long before they dissolved into the air, rendering burial unnecessary. Meanwhile, Mina remained in a state of profound agitation. When Chen Zhi suggested leaving, Mina vehemently refused, declaring, "If you wish to depart, go ahead. I will not leave. My marauders have all been slain by them, and I must remain here to seek vengeance." Mina sobbed incessantly, then turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Chen, you possess such formidable power. Why not stay and administer justice? Why not slay those demons? What constitutes justice? Who, then, are the demons?" Chen Zhi asked, his gaze fixed sternly upon Mina. "These devotees have lived in this nation for generations. They have their own rules and order. And what of you? What was the purpose of your marauders entering this country?" Mina found herself at a loss for words in response to Chen Zhi's inquiries. He continued, "Regardless of whether you were hired or the reasons you had, the fact remains that your marauders stole the treasures of Egypt. This is undeniable. No matter how you might attempt to cloak it in beautiful rhetoric, you are still thieves." "But we did not kill anyone," Mina replied, her head bowed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Which holds greater value, human life or these treasures? That is not for you to decide. Moreover, the The one-eyed beast who instigated this conflict is dead, along with his subordinates. This nation has already paid a price. After speaking, Chen Zhi looked intently into Mina's eyes. Mina, I now tell you that I once vowed to retrieve the child, a promise I shall fulfill. However, I never pledged to avenge the marauders, nor do I possess the right to do so. If you choose not to accompany me now, that is your decision. But I can assure you, you will surely perish here. With that, Chen Zhi stood, gazing down at Mina as he awaited her response. At that moment, Fat Wei and Ji Ying had already stowed their weapons, ready to depart at any moment. Mina lifted her gaze to Chen Zhi's serious countenance, then glanced at the bodies of the marauders gradually dissipating into the air. Tears streamed down her face like pearls falling from a broken string. In the end, she rose and silently followed Chen Zhi and the others out of the underground base. As they opened the cellar door once more, they were met with a transformed world outside. Chapter 159, The Thief Remains. The sky was engulfed in swirling sands, a howling wind sweeping away everything in its path, carrying with it waves of scorching air. The building began to glow a deep crimson, the brick walls rapidly heating as if they were on the verge of igniting. They hurriedly fled from the house, discovering that the walls and doors had become searing hot to the touch. They dashed into the street, discovering an eerie silence in the immigrant enclave, devoid of any souls. Several homes had lost their roofs to the ferocious winds, and the ground was a tumult of flying dust and stones, as if all living beings on this earth had vanished, swept away by the relentless sands. With no vehicles in sight, they were fortunate that the bustling district was not too far, and they began to sprint towards that street. However, just a few paces out, they beheld a towering inferno behind them. The house once inhabited by the marauders had suddenly erupted into flames. Simultaneously, the road ahead blazed a vivid crimson, as if the very earth beneath was ablaze. Suddenly, countless figures descended from the sky, their forms flickering amidst the swirling sands and flames. Yet, it was evident that they were clad in the garments of ancient Egypt, wielding scepters, resembling deities from a bygone era. Run! Chen Zhi shouted, urging everyone to flee. Chen! Mina suddenly called from behind, prompting everyone to turn. They saw Mina's feet firmly glued to the ground, her body radiating an ominous red hue, rendering her immobile. Chen, save me! Mina cried out, her voice barely audible against the howling wind. At that moment, the ethereal figures began to advance towards Mina, their arms outstretched, claws glistening menacingly. This is bad. They intend to leave Mina behind, Chen Zhi exclaimed, casting a glance at Ji Ying. In a flash, Ji Ying propelled herself forward like an arrow, sending forth a gleaming silver thread into the midst of the figures, a fierce gust of wind slicing through the chaos. Ji Ying moved with astonishing speed. As her silver thread soared, it cleaved through the dust, yet the figures remained elusive. Finally, Ji Ying emerged from the tempest, shaking her head at Chen Zhi. They possessed no physical form. Damn it, these Egyptian phantoms are not keeping their word. Why do they wish to claim one of us? Fat Wei exclaimed, raising his submachine gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets into the sands. However, the bullets merely passed through the figures. Just as Ji Ying had indicated, they were without substance. Mina was now in a state of utter panic, trembling uncontrollably. Though she too held a gun, her body was ensnared, rendering her unable to fire. The shadowy figures gradually encircled her, joining hands to form a circle, enclosing her within. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar as a fierce blaze ignited amongst them. Mina squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself to be reduced to ashes. Yet, in an instant, she felt herself propelled into the air, and upon opening her eyes, she found Chen Zhi cradling her, encased within a protective sphere. The figures reacted swiftly, pursuing them into the sky, and soon the sphere was surrounded by shadowy silhouettes. The colossal beings that hovered above began to draw nearer, the air thick with tension, their presence exuding an almost palpable dread. What do we do, Chen? I do not wish to perish here. Do not abandon me. Mina was utterly overwhelmed by the formidable aura of the adversary, her voice a frantic plea. Even an ordinary human could sense the vast, fiery power outside. And in this moment of overwhelming odds, her and Chen Zhi's barrier felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and prepare to leap with me, Chen Zhi declared, suddenly dispersing the protective bubble and covering Mina's eyes with his hand. Through the gaps of his fingers, Mina glimpsed a roaring blaze surging towards them from behind Chen Zhi, engulfing his back in flames. She could even smell the charred scent of his singed skin. Yet he remained motionless. Jump! In the next instant, Chen Zhi shouted to Mina, and a new barrier materialized, bullet-shaped, propelled by the Inferno's force, bursting through the encirclement and crashing to the ground. As Mina's feet touched the earth once more, she noticed smoke rising from Chen Zhi's back. His entire right shoulder severely burned. "Get behind me," Chen Zhi said expressionlessly as he stepped in front of Mina, while Fat Wei and Ji Ying leaped to his side. The shadows that had been circling in the sky descended one by one, hovering in the swirling dust, seemingly hesitating to continue their assault. At that moment, Chen Zhi bit his tongue and recited the great fire spell, unleashing a torrent of energy from within, which surged forth like colossal waves, blocking the flames and dust ahead. Then, a gust swept down, extinguishing the roaring fire. Following that, Chen Zhi's energy surged like a great dragon, rolling through the tempest of sand. Once again, he invoked the god-slaying spell, and under its potent incantation, his energy dragon grew more ferocious, howling and thrashing amidst the swirling yellow sand, advancing menacingly towards the shadows. Meanwhile, the figures within the sandstorm began to retreat. The shadows danced in the gusts, gazing at Chen Zhi for an extended moment before gradually dispersing. "Hurry," Chen Zhi urged in a low voice, clutching his bloodied and charred right arm, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "All right, hang in there, buddy." Fat Wei supported Chen Zhi, leading everyone swiftly towards another block. Once they exited the neighborhood, the path ahead appeared significantly more normal, and they raced towards the bustling city center. Yet the sandstorm considerably hampered their speed. Fortunately, Mina was familiar with some underground shortcuts. They traversed numerous subterranean passages, and after several minutes, they finally arrived at the five-star hotel. The sandstorm was overwhelming. Even the Egyptians, accustomed to the yellow dust, began to panic. The hotel lobby was in chaos, with sirens blaring. Upon entering, they regrouped with Oba, who appeared utterly terrified. "We must leave immediately. The gods are enraged," Oba warned them. Although this is the modern world, many ancient gods slumber beneath Egypt's surface. If the gods were to unleash their wrath, the desert could engulf the entire nation and potentially obliterate civilization itself. Chen Zhi sustained severe burn injuries, but time was of the essence. Ji Ying first applied some analgesic powder for burns to Chen Zhi's wounds, while Mina, with tear-filled eyes, assisted in bandaging him. Pang Wei rushed to the front desk, vocally pleading in both Chinese and English for a vehicle to the airport, yet the staff ignored him entirely. At such a critical moment, no amount of money could entice anyone to venture out. No one wished to risk their lives. Ultimately, it was Mu He who contacted the local government, which dispatched a specially modified military off-road vehicle. The vehicle's exterior was robust, akin to a tank, capable of withstanding wind and sand, and it transported Chen Zhi and the others from the hotel to the airport. Indeed, a special passage had been reserved for them, and they were greeted by a group of enigmatic Egyptians whose expressions were grave. Adorned with red hats embellished with diamond pins and bearing the insignia of the Egyptian government, they exuded an air of authority. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Zhi perceived a flicker of divinity in their countenance. They were swiftly ushered onto a private aircraft, a small chartered plane designated for transporting distinguished individuals abroad. As Chen Zhi and his companions ascended into the clouds, they beheld the nation below, enveloped in a thick layer of yellow sand, resembling a colossal sandball. This sandball morphed into an immense human visage, its brow furrowed in fury, its cavernous mouth agape, seemingly bidding farewell to Chen Zhi and his companions, as if cautioning them never to return. The ensuing journey was tranquil. The flight attendants were courteous, yet their faces bore no trace of cheer. Chen Zhi sensed that they were all military personnel. Despite the severity of his burns, the organization's analgesic powder worked wonders, numbing his pain. Medical personnel on board attended to his wounds, reapplying the bandages and advising that further treatment await his return home. After a while, a video broadcast from the plane revealed news from Egypt, reporting that an unprecedented sandstorm had swept across Cairo, wreaking havoc on numerous large structures. The storm had induced hallucinations among the citizens, who imagined colossal shadows amidst the swirling sands. However, these were mere illusions formed by rising air and dust, devoid of reality. Now that the tempest had subsided, the government was reassuring the residents of Cairo. Seated on the plane, Chen Zhi closed his eyes, absorbing the information. The organization's medication, having dulled his nerves, began to induce a state of drowsiness. The prolonged mental strain and extensive use of energy had thoroughly exhausted their bodies. Time slipped away unnoticed until a flight attendant gently roused Chen Zhi from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he realized they had arrived at Chengdu Airport. It was now past 2 in the early morning, and the time difference had thoroughly disrupted their biological clocks. Chen Zhi began to feel a tingling pain throughout his body, accompanied by a tumultuous stomach, indicating that the effects of the analgesic powder were waning. As they entered the waiting hall, they encountered very few people. But upon exiting the airport, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Outside the airport, a multitude of vehicles was densely parked, while shadowy figures clad in black stood vigil, interspersed with the silhouettes of warriors typically seen within organized ranks. In the midst of this assembly stood Master Leopard and Mu He, accompanied by Lao Jindo. Mu He's face was marred by anxiety, in stark contrast to Master Leopard's serene demeanor. Upon seeing Chen Zhi's return, Master Leopard offered a knowing smile and a nod. Chen Zhi responded with a strained acknowledgement, the pain from his burn injuries flaring up sharply. He managed a faint smile towards Master Leopard, realizing that this time, matters had escalated significantly. Escalated is an understatement. Mu He remarked gravely. Do you comprehend the toll a conflict would exact to secure your return? In the grand scheme of national interests, an individual's life becomes utterly insignificant. You may never return. Oh, come now, isn't he back? No need to fret. Fat Wei interjected jovially, shouldering his luggage. I've heard that never coming back line over 800 times. I've wandered the halls of the underworld countless times. Yet here I stand. He chuckled, turning to Master Leopard. I say, leader, we've endured quite a bit in Egypt, deprived of a decent meal, and have lost considerable weight. Shouldn't we be compensated? Of course. Master Leopard replied with a smile, then turned to lead the way to the vehicles, a throng of warriors following closely behind him. Once Master Leopard had departed, Lao Jindo approached. He first examined Chen Zhi's right arm, then furrowed his brow at Mina. Mina, we've certainly done right by you this time. Your international arrest warrant has been revoked, and those extreme thieves scattered across Europe have returned. Chen Zhi has sustained serious injuries, and the Bao family has invested greatly in your cause. You should be aware of the weight of this matter. I understand. From now on, the extreme thieves shall align themselves under the Bao family, with Mr. Bao as our guiding star. Thank you. Mina could muster no other words but gratitude. This journey to Egypt had inflicted substantial psychological trauma upon her, and her foremost concern was Chen Zhi's burns, followed closely by the ongoing search for the child. Shortly thereafter, a cadre of medical personnel arrived, transporting Chen Zhi to the car, which whisked him away to the Bao family's private hospital. Mina accompanied them throughout the journey. Upon arrival, the doctors convened an urgent consultation regarding Chen Zhi's burns. The extent of his injuries was severe. The emergency medication previously administered contained numerous prohibited substances, resulting in scabbing over the burn sites. It was essential to excise the crusts on the surface before addressing the underlying injuries, a painfully arduous process, yet the formation of a burn scar seemed inevitable. During the procedure, Mina remained seated outside, her heart feeling as though it had lost its home, as if hollowed out. In the ensuing days, many visited to see Chen Zhi, including Ding Ning, who ultimately decided to linger in the hospital to evade remedial classes. Master Bao personally visited Chen Zhi twice, imparting information regarding the Shadow Department. During the handling of the extreme thief incident, the Shadow Department has been actively engaged. They have adopted a brazen approach, employing ruthless methods and no longer fearing confrontation with the organization. In the depths of towering mountains and profound waters, they have identified and recruited several capable demigods, executing those who refuse to comply without hesitation. The organization has encountered numerous demigod corpses, including some renowned practitioners from the populace. Chapter 161. The Divine Assembly. The Shadow Department has been making significant moves recently, now exhibiting a conspicuous presence and employing merciless tactics. They no longer fear encounters with the organization, even displaying their faces openly. They have managed to recruit several formidable demigods from the high mountains and deep waters, and those who resist their authority are swiftly eliminated. As a result, members of the organization have come across numerous demigod bodies across the nation, including some who were once esteemed figures within society, with a few even being legendary characters. During this period, the organization has exerted considerable effort to recruit demigods. Yet enticing these beings, who are akin to humans yet distinctly not, through monetary means proves exceedingly difficult. Moreover, during the recent turmoil surrounding the extreme thief issue, both Chen Zhi and Bao Ping were preoccupied, while matters concerning the shaman were traditionally managed by the Jiang family. Consequently, despite the organization investing substantial human and material resources, they have yet to locate a single living demigod. The prominent superhumans known to the public are, in fact, mere charlatans. Upon realizing that both the organization and the Shadow Department were fervently vying for the allegiance of demigods, these beings began to conceal their whereabouts. It seems that, in this world, tracking down demigods has become an exceptionally arduous task. During Chen Zhi's hospitalization, Bao Ping visited him several times, primarily to discuss matters of recruiting demigods. On this particular day, Chen Zhi, as per his routine, went to the medical room to apply ointment for his burns before returning to his ward for an intravenous drip. After the nurse hung the drip bottle at the head of the bed, she departed, leaving Chen Zhi to close his eyes and attempt a midday nap. Since returning from Egypt, Ji Ying had been summoned back by the organization, while Fat Wei and Ding Ning ostensibly came to the hospital to care for Chen Zhi. Yet they merely occupied the ward playing games, rarely seen otherwise. In contrast, Mina had consistently remained by Chen Zhi's side during this time, seemingly relishing the tranquility of the hospital. Each day, aside from assisting Chen Zhi with his medication, she helped him sift through information on the computer. At present, Mina sat in a chair, skillfully peeling an apple for Chen Zhi, her technique impeccable, with the skin coming off thin and even. As Chen Zhi watched the spiraling peels fall, he began to feel drowsy. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the room, causing the apple peel in Mina's hand to freeze midair, and she became motionless, resembling a statue. Just as Chen Zhi felt puzzled by the peculiar scene, he sensed an extraordinary aura slowly drifting in from the doorway. A demigod. The name Chen Zhi immediately flashed in his mind as the door to the ward slowly creaked open. A few ethereal figures, resembling wisps of cloud and mist, glided into the room. They were three individuals clad in pristine white silk, their garments as delicate as a cicada's wings, seemingly as fragile as gossamer. Their faces were veiled, appearing both obscured and yet tantalizingly visible. Everything around them halted. Even the drip from the 4 bottles stood still, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The trio, appearing like celestial beings, gradually floated to Chen Zhi's bedside, bowing to him with the ancient rites of the Zhou dynasty. Chen Zhi noticed that each of them had flowing silk ribbons entwined around their arms, creating a harmonious chime, exquisite and beautiful, reminiscent of the divine figures depicted in ancient murals. "Chief Chen, we apologize for the intrusion," one of the white-clad figures spoke first. From his voice, it was evident that he was an elderly man, yet his tone was meticulous and unhurried, as if all the time in the universe belonged solely to him. "I am but an old fool, foolishly displaying my skills in the presence of the master. We three are advanced in age. We beseech you, Chief Chen, grant us a seat." Upon finishing his words, the elder did not wait for Chen Zhi's permission, but directly settled into the chair across from him. The other two figures following suit. Chen Zhi observed that although the elder was seated, his form appeared to float, as if resting upon a cloud. The elder emanated an aura of sanctity, his hands poised at his sides, his posture upright. Despite the veil, Chen Zhi could sense the pride etched on his countenance and the disdain in his gaze. "It is an honor." Chen Zhi removed the needle from his arm and sat up in his bed. "As you have referred to me, I am indeed the current head of the Jiang clan. May I inquire about your esteemed identities?" "Oh," the elder sighed softly, and in that instant, a cloud-like aura enveloped the room, rendering the atmosphere dense with stillness. "I am but an unremarkable figure, a manipulator of time. The ancients have dubbed me the Elder of Time, and my kin, the Divine of Light Seconds, titles of little import." After speaking, he gestured toward the two similarly veiled figures beside him. "These two are my junior disciples, sharing the same lineage. We have come today with a singular query and seek but 5 minutes of your time, Chief Chen." Of course. At the mention of the Elder of Time, Chen Zhi's heart stirred slightly. This title rarely graced the annals of history in Huaxia, yet within the Jiang clan's library, it was renowned. This was a discreet demigod family, steeped in antiquity and longevity, with their divine powers transmitted through bloodlines. The number of their kin was few, all known as the Divine of Light Seconds. Yet only one in each generation could assume the title of Elder of Time. According to the records in the Jiang clan's library, this family of demigods possessed the ability to control time, pausing it for several minutes, ensnaring enemies in a tumult of temporal disarray. During the period of King Wu's campaign against the Shang, this family aided Jiang Zia in the downfall of the Shang dynasty, thereafter retreating into seclusion. Due to their mastery over time, their whereabouts became elusive, gradually fading from the memories of the world. To my surprise, today, their clan has taken the initiative to seek out Chen Zhi. Esteemed guests, your presence here today must signify a matter of great importance. Please, do share. Chen Zhi spoke calmly, his countenance betraying no emotion. The elderly figure clad in white across from him, however, did not respond immediately. Draped in ethereal fabric, he emanated an aura that ebbed and flowed like mist, and Chen Zhi sensed the haughty visage concealed behind the gossamer, scrutinizing him, the young clan leader. I have become somewhat muddled in my old age, yet I cannot help but admire the young and accomplished leader of the Chen clan, the elder finally articulated, his voice seemingly shrouded in a veil of fog, sounding both distant and elusive. But I must inquire, esteemed leader Chen, what of the one who proclaims himself the new god of the underworld, the son of Fengdu? He now roams freely, capturing the descendants of ancient deities. Those who comply are welcomed into his ranks, while those who resist face immediate execution. Such occurrences are utterly unheard of in our Huaxiao over the millennia. Though my memory may falter, I cannot recall the Jiang family ever permitting such absurdities. Chapter 162, The Origin of the Dark Division. The elder coughed gently, the surrounding air swirling, creating an ambience reminiscent of being enveloped in clouds. The world around them was so silent that one might question its very existence. Pray tell, has the Jiang clan truly fallen into decline? Where is the valiant spirit of your ancestor, Jiang Shang, who once wielded his blade to conquer the realm? When has any leader of the Jiang family ever regarded such disgraceful matters? Even the offspring of the beast Qi, Naya, was taken into the Jiang family as a servant. Yet, why does this son of Fengdu now dare to act so brazenly? It seems I have indeed grown senile. The Jiang clan has evidently diminished in stature. Though the elder spoke humbly, his words grew increasingly harsh, and Chen Zhi perceived the disdain etched upon the visage hidden behind the veil. If you believe the Jiang clan to be weakened, why then do you seek an audience with me? Did the esteemed elders come merely to mock me? Upon uttering these words, Chen Zhi subtly shifted the elder's aura, declaring, do you believe that the son of Fengdu can eliminate you? I can do so just as easily. The stagnant world trembled suddenly, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of collapse. The three radiant beings instantly stood alert, no longer daring to remain seated. I have no desire to hear such words again, Chen Zhi remarked, furrowing his brow. Elders, please reveal the purpose of your visit. I have overstepped my bounds. The elder's voice floated, and once again, the surroundings fell into silence. The son of Fengdu, Yamo, now claims to be the new god of the underworld. He no longer hides in the shadows but sends his minions to recruit divine descendants. He asserts that Jiang Shang's past actions of supporting Zhou against Shang were driven by personal gain, and that the so-called barrier which altered the fate of humanity is nothing more than a ruse. Should the barrier be shattered, the world would remain unchanged, and there would be no apocalypse. All of this is a lie concealed by Jiang Shang for 5 millennia. And what of you? What are your thoughts? Chen Zhi gazed calmly at the three elders in white, asking, do you believe his claims to be true? Oh, the world is rife with the dichotomy of honor and disgrace. Yet is there truly such a stark delineation between right and wrong? The elder of time chuckles softly. But when it comes to the shadowy faction, Chief Chen, do you know whence it originates? At the utterance of these words, a flicker of intrigue stirred within Chen Zhi's heart. The organization's documentation concerning this shadowy faction has always been scant, for it has long evaded detection and operated in secrecy. Consequently, their whereabouts remain largely unknown. Moreover, both Chen Zhi and Bao Ping, as newly appointed leaders thrust into the fray, possess limited knowledge of past conflicts. However, from the information presently at hand, it appears they embody a being that straddles the line between humanity and divinity, yet their demeanor is wicked and shrouded in darkness, resembling that of demons. Are you familiar with the shadowy faction? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing intently at the elder of time. Indeed, the elderly figure clad in white responded slowly. Though few remain in this world who are privy to this secret, I am fortunate to know the origins of this shadowy faction. Yet, I ponder whether Chief Chen is willing to listen. Speak freely, Chen Zhi said, reclining against the headboard. At that moment, the Elder of Time began to narrate in a hushed tone. You may be aware, Chief Chen, that my ancestors once aided Jiang Zia in vanquishing the Shang dynasty. Many events transpired during that era, both virtuous and malevolent. Some have been recounted through the ages, while the majority have faded from memory. Our lineage, however, is long-lived and adept at chronicling history. Thus we have retained knowledge of certain matters. After the fall of the Shang dynasty at the hands of King Wu of Zhou, Jiang Shang was bestowed lands and qi for his contributions, earning the title of Lord of Qi. Mastering the divine arts, Jiang Shang was able to boil seawater into salt and extract minerals from the mountains, bestowing the benefits of fish and salt upon the populace. Consequently, many flocked to the prosperous state of Qi, which became the wealthiest nation of its time. This is a tale from long ago, yet Chief Chen, are you familiar with the story of the Tian clan's succession over Qi? I am aware, Chen Zhi replied indifferently. It speaks of how, after Jiang Shang's demise, the Jiang family gradually fell into decline and was supplanted by the second prominent family, the Tian clan. The throne of Qi was usurped. Yet it was not merely a coup. The Jiang family was persistently beset by assassination plots, ultimately leading them to retreat into seclusion, thus allowing the Tian clan to seize the opportunity. It is precisely this Tian clan I speak of. Do you know how they ascended to become the second most powerful family in Qi within a mere decade? The Elder of Time chuckled subtly at this juncture. In the Qi of that era, the Tian clan was but a modest family, sparsely populated and negligible. However, among their descendants emerged a man named Tian Chong, whose ambitions knew no bounds. He yearned to annihilate the Jiang clan and usurp power for himself, yet the Tian family was lacking in numbers. Thus, he devised a plan that defied moral principles. Tian Chong selected numerous women from Qi, each exceeding 7 feet in height, to serve as his concubines, amassing a harem of over 100. He then permitted his guests and attendants unrestricted access to this private realm. Historical records document that Tian Chong selected women from Qi who were over 7 feet tall for his harem, which numbered in the hundreds, allowing guests and servants to enter without restriction. Upon Tian Chang's passing, he left behind over 70 male offspring. The essence of the matter is that those guests indulged themselves in the private quarters of Tian Chong, resulting in a multitude of illegitimate offspring. By the time Tian Chong met his demise, his concubines had borne over 70 sons, all bearing the surname Tian. Each of these sons was robust and valiant, skilled in warfare, swiftly elevating the Tian clan to become the second most prominent surname in the state of Qi, ultimately usurping the throne. I am aware of this, Chen Zhi remarked with a hint of boredom. This historical account is rife with inconsistencies. It merely serves to ridicule Tian Chong for his humiliation. How could the governance of a nation be so easily usurped by a mere handful of sons? Tian Chong's actions were utterly futile, and one should not place undue trust in such records. You are correct. This segment of history is indeed fabricated, the Elder of Time calmly stated. However, the true history has been deliberately concealed by Tian Chong, for the reality behind this affair is a far more unspeakable truth. After speaking, the Elder of Time slowly approached Chen Zhi, his flowing garments dancing with the movement of his body. Chieftain, at that time, when Tian Chong opened his inner sanctum, he did not welcome mere mortals, but rather entities from another realm. Another realm? Are you referring to deities and spirits? Chen Zhi inquired, slightly taken aback. Indeed, the Elder of Time affirmed. This absurd history is, in fact, a testament to humanity's most avaricious transgressions. In his quest to seize the sovereign's power, Tian Chong opened his own abode to the denizens of the underworld. Chapter 163. The Origins of the Dark Division, Part 2. The Elder of Time's robes fluttered, and the sound of jingling ornaments echoed softly. The gossamer white fabric floated in the air, its sound akin to ephemeral clouds, exuding an ethereal charm, dreamlike in essence. Thus, Tian Chong, through this means, acquired the bloodline of the ghostly populace. These illegitimate sons, bestowed with the surname Tian, were remarkably formidable, possessing imposing physiques and wild, savage temperaments. They were ruthless, skilled in battle, and gradually united the state of Qi. This is the genesis of the original Dark Division. It was revealed that the Dark Division comprises the descendants of the ghostly inhabitants. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before posing a question. What of Yamo? What connection does the son of Fengdu have with the Dark Division, and how did he become their leader? Are you aware that Jiang Zia once sent a princess in marriage to the underworld? The Elder of Time gently inquired. I am aware, Chen Zhi responded, his brow furrowing at the mention of the ghost city of marital alliance, the visage of Ji Ying surfacing uncontrollably in his mind. Then do you know who the first princess sent to the underworld by Jiang Zia was? The Elder of Time continued, a smile seemingly hidden behind the veil. Merely some demigoddesses from the royal lineage, Chen Zhi replied. The secret scrolls within the royal city of Shiqi meticulously document the names of each envoy. They are all noble-blooded women of the royal family, and each possesses a demigod's essence. It is incorrect to assume that certain records exist within the walls of the Western Qi royal city, for some accounts are deemed unspeakable. For instance, the name and identity of the first marriage princess are obscured. The Elder of Time spoke slowly, a hint of a cold smile emerging from behind the veil. Historical records state that Jiang Zia fathered 13 sons, Ding, Rin, Nian, Qi, Fong, Xiao, Luo, Ming, Qing, Yi, Shang, Qi, and Zhua, yet only a single daughter, Yijiang, who later became the queen of King Wu of Zhou. Does this not seem rather scant? Indeed, in truth, Jiang Shang had 2 daughters, one named Yijiang, who married King Wu, and the other, a marriage princess, sent to the underworld to wed the emperor of Fengdu as the queen of the nether realm. As for the name of this marriage princess, it remains a mystery, even to the ancients. However, the records of my forebears recount a fragment of notes indicating that Jiang Shang's daughter, after only a year in the ghost city, was expelled from the underworld and returned to Western Qi. By that time, the princess had perished, her body a grotesque sight, as if ravaged by countless beasts. Yet, it is said that she bore a son in the underworld. What? Chen Zhi instantly grasped the meaning behind the Elder of Time's words. Are you suggesting that the one who claims to be the new god of the underworld, Yamo, is? Indeed, the Elder of Time chuckled coldly. This self-proclaimed new god of the underworld, Yamo, is actually of the same lineage as you, Chief Chun, albeit he is exceedingly ancient and harbors a profound disdain for this bloodline. After the Elder's words, he sighed lightly. Time has weathered many events, and now, no one recalls what transpired then. However, according to my ancestral records, thereafter, to ensure peace among mortals, Jiang Zia would send a daughter of the clan to the underworld for marriage each year. Yet the fate of these marriage princesses is well known. The underworld does not accept mortal women as queens. These so-called marriage princesses are, in truth, offered as living sacrifices, to be ravaged and consumed. The ghostly folk are inherently cold and savage, entirely different from us mortals, making intermarriage impossible. How tragic for those marriage women, their fates lamentable, truly. It is absurd. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi felt a pang in his heart, the torment that had long plagued him surging anew, compelling him to shut his eyes in anguish. And you? Chen Zhi opened his eyes slightly. You did not come here merely to speak of such matters. If we are to face a conflict with the dark forces, may I inquire which side you elders choose to ally with? The clan leader chuckled. We have all been friends of your ancestors. How could we turn against you now? The Elder of Time's voice was melodic, yet an unmistakable insincerity lingered. However, forgive my frankness, the legitimate bloodline of the Jiang clan has been severed, and the leader of the organization has adopted a different surname. We must ponder where the true Jiang lineage lies. Are you questioning my bloodline? Chen Zhi responded, gently caressing the dual dragon emblem of the Jiang clan on his palm. The legacy of the bloodline transcends distinctions of legitimacy. The abilities of the Jiang lineage have indeed been passed down to me. I do not believe you bear any fondness for Yamo of the dark forces. You have come today to propose conditions, have you not? The aged elder did not dare to question the lineage of clan leader Chun. The Elder of Time spoke ethereally, yet according to my knowledge, thus far, no demigod has pledged allegiance to your banner. As demigods ourselves, our greatest regret in this life is our inability to bask in the glory of the divine and be elevated to the status of true gods. If you are indeed a descendant of Jiang Shang, you must possess the art of conferring divinity. Should there come a day when you personally consecrate a deity, it would signify that the heavenly mandate favors you. We shall dutifully align ourselves with the heavenly way and serve by your side, harboring no ulterior motives. The phoenix selects a sturdy tree in which to perch. Chen Zhi leaned against the bed, speaking softly. Each of you has your own choices. I shall neither coerce nor deceive you. However, if one day I find myself in need of your assistance and you are willing to lend a hand, I will be eternally grateful and remember it with a full heart. Clan leader Chen, your kindness is noted, the elder in white replied, slightly bowing his head before sweeping his long sleeves, causing a whirlwind to surge through the room. In an instant, the figures of the three vanished. While the cacophony of the world resumed, the clock continued its relentless ticking, and Mina's apple peeler clattered to the floor. What just happened? Mina inquired, rising to her feet. I think I saw 3 shadows enter and then disappear. Surely, you are imagining things. Chen Zhi smiled. Has my apple been peeled yet? I'm eager to eat. Thus, Chen Zhi recuperated in the hospital for a time, during which Bao Ping diligently monitored the movements of demigods across various regions, while Chen Zhi ordered a thorough investigation into his wife's origin and social connections. The findings revealed that this woman had a remarkably clean background. Both her parents were deceased, and she was raised solely by her grandmother. Beyond that, she had no ties to society, no relatives, no friends, no one who cared for her. Furthermore, her past appeared exceedingly simple. She had undergone no surgeries, had no medical records, and not even dental records. Yet, she had been strikingly beautiful in her youth, resembling the popular starlets of her time. It seemed that apart from marrying and bearing children, her existence was devoid of any significant events, as if she were born solely for the purpose of procreation. This inevitably reminded Chen Zhi of a certain individual, the girl who had previously pursued Ding Ning and later attacked her, resembling the actress Zhao Liying, named Ruoqi. Chapter 164. The divine brush of Ma Liang. Chen Zhi's recollection of the girl, named Ruoqi, remained vividly etched in his memory. She possessed a sweet and charming appearance, akin to the current idol Zhao Liying, greatly appealing to young men. She had approached Ding Ning without any ulterior motives, exuding an innocence reminiscent of a newborn. Initially, she had dispelled all suspicion, yet she suddenly turned on Ding Ning, exposing herself before Chen Zhi and ultimately perishing. However, no clues could be found on her, as if she were a puppet manipulated by unseen hands. Chen Zhi, alongside Fat Wei, drew comparisons between Ruoqi and his wife, discovering strikingly evident similarities between the two. Firstly, their aura is exceedingly feeble, particularly that of Ruoqi, who exudes not even a hint of presence. This suggests a lack of distinctive personality and a limited understanding of the world. Prior to their acquaintance with Ding Ning, they seemed to possess no significant life experiences, as if they had simply fallen from the heavens. Secondly, their appearances bear a striking resemblance to the most popular actresses of the time, effortlessly garnering the admiration of men. Thirdly, and most crucially, although they are human, their medical histories are remarkably pristine, devoid of any physical injuries. Moreover, their familial backgrounds are strikingly similar, both having lost their parents and been adopted, now unable to locate any relatives. From these gleaned insights, Chen Zhi formulated a bold hypothesis. It is highly probable that Ruoqi, akin to his wife, is a puppet. While they possess human forms, they lack the capacity for independent thought. Their bodies may have been crafted to draw near Ding Ning. In essence, the puppeteer behind them must be a being capable of transforming drawings into reality, a demigod with the proverbial hand of God. Such power is extraordinary. Whosoever possesses it could command legions. Chen Zhi recalibrated his thoughts. The sudden and reckless attack by Ruoqi on Ding Ning, followed by her abrupt disappearance, likely stemmed from her puppeteer's awareness of the child's abduction, prompting an urgent retreat. Thus, the puppeteer, endowed with divine capabilities, is likely the child's biological mother. The creation of Ruoqi to approach Ding Ning was presumably a quest for sustenance, implying that this demigod is currently in dire hunger. This notion inevitably conjures memories of a similar figure from lore, the renowned tale of Ma Liang, the magic brush. However, Fat Wei found this concept amusing, unable to reconcile the image of the animated Ma Liang, who painted water wheels for a farmer, with the gravity of the current situation. Yet, within Chen Zhi's memory, there exists a record in the Jiang clan's library of a demigod who could draw the heavens and earth, infusing life into his creations. Unfortunately, details regarding this entity are scant, and even his name remains unknown, as he has never made an appearance. The records of the Jiang clan dare not assert his existence. But if he were real, his powers would surely be unparalleled. Chen Zhi's body soon healed, though a burn the size of a bowl remained. Fat Wei jokingly remarked that it was due to Mina's antics, suggesting she should take responsibility, even if it meant offering herself, which left Mina feeling quite guilty. With no leads on the child's whereabouts, Chen Zhi provided old Jindo with some materials to seek information on demigods akin to Maoyong. Yet he recognized this as merely a fairy tale. The original version has circulated through folklore, its origins obscured, and any investigation would likely require considerable time. Meanwhile, the European extreme thieves had gathered, prompting Mina to return to Europe to reorganize them, necessitating her temporary departure from China. Before Mina departed, she was exceedingly worried about her child. Chen Zhi assured her that he would contact her immediately upon receiving any news, and he confidently informed Mina that her child was not in any immediate danger, allowing her to rest easy. After Mina left, life on Chen Zhi's side temporarily returned to tranquility. He resumed his routine at the Su Ming Hall, spending time with Fat Wei as he had before. During this period, Chen Zhi inquired several times about the whereabouts of Ghost Blade, wishing to meet him, but the organization members informed him that Ghost Blade had not been seen for a long time and was unwilling to meet anyone. Baoping had granted him a period of rest, advising Chen Zhi not to disturb him. Perhaps it was indeed the effect of the spirit stones, but Fat Wei's cousin, Hao Yingjun, received a call from Beijing, inviting him to audition for several roles. Considering Hao Yingjun's performances, which could send chills down one's spine, the outcome was unlikely to be favorable. However, after Hao Yingjun departed, the Su Ming Hall fell into silence. Ding Ning still vividly recalled Ruo Qi's terrifying demeanor at that time, feeling her spirit had been wounded, and often complained about Fat Wei and Chen Zhi's reluctance to visit. On this particular day, heavy rain poured outside. Perhaps due to the weather, no one entered the Su Ming Hall from morning till night, and the number of pedestrians on the street had significantly decreased. Ding Ning did not come today. Fat Wei, holding a toothpick, idly flipped through the account books at the counter, while Chen Zhi, as usual, leisurely sat in the lobby, perusing information online. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, followed by a sports car splashing through a puddle, halting in front of the Su Ming Hall's entrance. Today we have a fat customer, a rich second generation. Fat Wei leaned against the window, chuckling at the sight outside. Chen Zhi glanced out. It was a bright red luxury sports car, modified and quite expensive. A young man stepped out, sporting a trendy hairstyle, his face somewhat flushed and his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, darted around anxiously, as if he were being followed. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he approached the entrance of the Su Ming Hall and gently pressed the doorbell. "Welcome," Fat Wei greeted with a wide smile as he opened the door. They had hosted many young rich second generations before, most of whom had no serious business, typically looking to buy a bracelet to impress a female student. Yet they usually spent lavishly. "What would you like? Would you care to see our rose quartz bracelets? I guarantee they will fill your days with romance," Fat Wei remarked with a grin as he watched the young man step inside. The young man, his eyes shifty, glanced around and said, "I was referred by someone who mentioned that there is a Mr. Chen here who can handle some unsavory matters." Chapter 165. The Selfish Individual. What unsavory matters have you seen? Chen Zhi generally had little interest in such matters. Typically, these situations were a result of the individual's psyche, believing themselves to be haunted by malevolent spirits. In reality, it was merely their own mental demons at play. As he spoke, Chen Zhi continued to review his materials, barely lifting his eyelids. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the young man's face brightened, and he quickly approached. "Ah, you must be the esteemed Mr. Chen. For a long time, I have been aware of your reputation. Recently, I have encountered some rather peculiar matters. May I request a moment of your time for a private conversation?" Upon finishing his statement, the young man produced a stack of red banknotes from his bag, placing them beside Chen Zhi. "This is but a small token of my appreciation, an expression of my respect." Chen Zhi looked up at him with a hint of curiosity. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a slender face and a cunning glint in his eyes, his smile tinged with trepidation. He was adorned in high-end brands, his wrist showcasing an expensive watch, and his flamboyant hairstyle and attire suggested he was adept at charming women with fast cars. Typically, men of such stature are often arrogant and dismissive, seldom engaging in polite conversation. It was evident that he was genuinely anxious. "Rest assured, you are safe here, and your privacy will remain intact," Chen Zhi assured him, closing his notebook and gesturing towards his partner, the stout Wei. "This is my associate. Please, speak freely." Yes, the young man replied awkwardly, forcing a couple of nervous laughs before sitting down with an uncomfortable air, as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. Well, it's not a big deal. Some time ago, I started dating a girl, but we broke up due to personality clashes. However, he continued, a dry laugh escaping his lips. Afterward, she went missing. Yet, for reasons unknown, I still see her. Oh, Chen Zhi raised an eyebrow at the young man. That is indeed fortunate. If you can still see her, it indicates she has not truly disappeared. You should report this to the authorities and have her located. Well, the man hesitated, suddenly becoming evasive. Finally, he gritted his teeth and confessed, Master, to be honest, my girlfriend had an accident and passed away. But for some reason, I can still see her. Are you suggesting that you are being haunted? Wei interjected, his patience wearing thin as he observed the young man's stammering demeanor. There are two types of ghost hunting services. The on-site service is 18,888 plus travel expenses. The off-site service is only 5,800. I will provide you with a talisman to place under your pillow, ensuring the spirit departs. Having said this, Wei stood and turned towards the back room, where he had some talismans he had hastily drawn days prior. Master, I am not speaking nonsensically. I truly see her. Yet, others cannot, the young man implored. Clearly a seasoned manipulator who sensed Wei's dismissive attitude. He then turned to Chen Zhi, removing his sunglasses to reveal deep dark circles under his eyes, indicative of prolonged sleeplessness. Master, may I ask, do ghosts truly exist in this world? This is a question I ponder frequently, Chen Zhi mused, leaning back in his chair and scrutinizing the man's eyes. He was clearly a cunning individual. Although he was gazing at Chen Zhi, his eyes darted about, and his body swayed slightly. From a psychological perspective, these subtle movements indicated he was skilled at deception. What you just mentioned presents a glaring contradiction, Chen Zhi remarked, leaning back in his chair. You claimed your girlfriend is missing, yet you also asserted that she is dead. These are two entirely disparate concepts. A deceased person cannot be missing, nor can a missing individual be definitively declared dead. If you are certain of her demise, have you reported it to the police? No, I am not certain. She is merely missing. Perhaps I am overthinking this, the young man responded, his panic palpable as he gripped the car keys tightly, avoiding Chen Zhi's gaze. Very well, if it is convenient, allow me to examine your palm, to discern whether you have encountered any recent misfortunes, Chen Zhi suggested, extending his hand and fixing his gaze upon the man. After a moment of hesitation, the man extended his hand toward Chen Zhi. The instant Chen Zhi grasped his hand, a stream of energy surged into the man's body. However, the man's inner world was tightly sealed. His thoughts resisted, effectively blocking Chen Zhi's energy. Consequently, Chen Zhi was unable to perceive the entirety of his inner self. Yet, he could vividly glimpse fragments of the man's life, a life spent amidst indulgence and revelry, surrounded by women, adept at socializing and charming them. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi felt a profound sense of fear emanating from the man's soul, a fear that teetered on the brink of mental collapse. In the following second, Chen Zhi discerned the man's aura. It was unremarkable, yet one defining trait of his character shone through: selfishness. Are you afraid of something? Chen Zhi inquired, looking up at the man. Did anything significant happen to you recently? Nothing at all. The man abruptly withdrew his hand, jumping up nervously. Perhaps I am merely overthinking things. Nothing is amiss. I must be going. Without another word, he turned and fled, leaping into a bright red sports car and vanishing into the downpour. Why let him go? Fat Wei muttered discontentedly. That was clearly a prime opportunity. A playboy like him must feel guilty about his ex-girlfriend, convinced he is haunted. Such individuals deserve to be taken advantage of. Why should we pass up easy money? Fear not. He will return, Chen Zhi quietly remarked, his eyes following the receding red sports car. I am intrigued by individuals of his nature. They love only themselves, viewing everything in this world as a mere performance, devoid of genuine emotion or any sense of guilt towards others. Such people, unless they truly witness something, do not experience fear. Chapter 166, The Selfish Individual, Part 2. Well then, you've let that prime opportunity slip away. Fat Wei grumbled, expressing dissatisfaction. You haven't made any progress during your time in Egypt, and now you pass up money that is practically within your grasp. It's all right. He will return, Chen Zhi murmured before continuing to search for information in his notebook. The limits of human restraint are finite, and though he still managed to suppress the fears swirling in his mind, it would soon become insurmountable. For the next few days, the city was drenched in relentless rain, as if the heavens themselves were leaking. The downpour persisted for a full 2 days, leaving the Fate Hall desolate and devoid of business. However, on the third day, just as dawn broke, the entire street was empty, with not even a vendor selling breakfast. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside the Fate Hall. Hearing the commotion, Fat Wei assumed someone was there to cause trouble. He hastily threw on a pair of flip-flops and rushed down the stairs, still clutching his oversized shorts. But when he lifted the rolling shutter, he was taken aback. "What on earth? Is that you?" he exclaimed. "Buddy, in just a few days. How have you changed so much?" Standing at the door was the wealthy heir who drove the red sports car. His hair was disheveled. His sunken eyes concealed by dark circles, and beads of sweat adorned his pale face, rendering him even more ghastly than a rice dumpling. "Master, save me. Please. I am going mad. I cannot endure this any longer." The man was no longer composed, appearing genuinely frantic as he clutched Fat Wei's arms desperately. "Let us talk inside," Fat Wei suggested, uncertain of what else to say, and welcomed him in just as Chen Zhi descended the stairs. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, the man rushed over as if he had spotted a lifeline, grasping Chen Zhi's hand tightly. "Master, please help me. I can't take it anymore. She haunts me every day. I am losing my mind. Yesterday, the last person died, and it won't be long before it's my turn. You must save me." The man was clearly terrified, his words tumbling out chaotically. "You mentioned that the last person has died? Who is it?" Chen Zhi inquired, fixing his gaze on the man's eyes. No, he stammered, lowering his head, his eyes darting around as if weaving a lie. "Let us sit down," Chen Zhi said, observing the man's shifty gaze. "If you wish for my assistance, you must speak the truth. What has transpired?" The man, slightly regaining his composure, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, taking a moment to steady himself before whispering, "Master, to be honest, I have a penchant for entanglements. But this time, I truly encountered a ghost. That woman has come for me." "Which woman? Your ex-girlfriend?" Chen Zhi asked. "No. Oh no," it's as he spoke. The man hesitated, his words faltering as he seemed to grapple with an unspoken fear. Chen Zhi could see the internal struggle playing out within him. "Orange, I'm coming," Fat Wei interjected, stepping forward and giving Chen Zhi a knowing look. He then patted the man's shoulder and offered him a cigarette. "Buddy, don't be afraid. Share with us what's going on with that woman. Surely, we men can't be cowed by a mere lady. I have never feared such wretches." That man seemed quite taken with Fat Wei's manner of speaking, his eyes betraying a menacing glint as he spoke harshly. Yet, to my dismay, I found myself ensnared by misfortune, truly haunted. The man then took a drag from Fat Wei's cigarette, exhaling heavily before recounting his tale. His name was Luo, a man not born into affluence, but rather one who had carved his own path to success, albeit through dubious means. A few years prior, he had become involved with an older woman, eventually marrying her. Luo possessed a knack for flattery, persuading the woman to alter her will, and upon her demise, he inherited a substantial fortune. By nature, Luo was quite the libertine. Handsome and fashionable, he charmed many young women. With newfound wealth, he reveled even more in the pleasures of the flesh, having dallied with numerous ladies over the years. During a trip to a mountain village, he fortuitously encountered a girl named Ji, who was quite lovely and devoid of guile. Luo pursued her fervently. "Brother, do you understand?" he implored Fat Wei with a pitiful gaze. "Such matters are mutually consensual. I did not force her. Besides, what era are we in? Must one marry after a single night together? And then?" Chen Zhi inquired, looking at Luo. "Did you have a confrontation?" "Oh, no, merely a minor squabble," Luo replied, clearly intimidated by Chen Zhi, yet he seemed to favor Fat Wei over him. "Just speak the truth, brother. We are not in a civility office here." Fat Wei jested. "And it is normal to have conflicts in a relationship. There is no need for subterfuge. Besides, today's women are all too eager for wealth. Upon seeing you, handsome and affluent, they flock to you. That is entirely natural." "Indeed," Luo exclaimed, buoyed by Fat Wei's understanding. He continued, "This woman, in her folly, came to the city claiming she was with child and demanding that I marry her. How absurd. Did she think herself a diamond?" In the ensuing argument, she even dared to strike him. I berated her. And then, what happened next? Fat Wei prodded. "Did she take her own life?" "No, I am uncertain," Luo replied, his complexion paling as he lowered his gaze, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "She returned to her village, and after some time, her mother sought me out, claiming her daughter had committed suicide and demanding retribution. Thus began an unending torment, her spirit ever lingering." As Luo spoke, his hands clenched into fists. His bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. So, this Ji, did she end her life due to your abandonment? Chen Zhi queried. What did you thereafter perceive that made you believe her spirit haunts you? At this juncture, Luo visibly grew agitated, drawing heavily on his cigarette, tugging at his ear, and finally murmuring, not long after her suicide, strange occurrences began at my home. In the dead of night, I would hear the doorbell ring, yet upon opening the door, no one would be there. My car inexplicably starts on its own, and I often feel as though a pair of eyes is watching me from behind. The back of my neck chills as if someone is blowing a cool breeze upon me. A cool breeze? When Fat Wei heard this, he lost interest somewhat, chuckling. So you've not even caught a glimpse of a ghost, yet you're terrified just because it feels like someone else blowing on you? Perhaps you simply left the air conditioning on in your car? After making this jest, Fat Wei stood up, amused. All right, I understand your situation now. It's still the same methods I previously mentioned. Call the ghost catcher at 18888. Since this ghost met an untimely death, you'll need to add an extra 5,000 as insurance. A friendly reminder, it's best to keep a low profile after the ghost is dealt with. As Fat Wei turned to return indoors to fetch those worn talismans, Luo called out loudly, No, I haven't finished speaking. In fact, I began truly seeing that woman 2 weeks ago. Chapter 167. The lover in the red wedding dress. What exactly did you see? Please clarify, Fat Wei said, somewhat impatiently, as he sat beside Luo, earnestly studying his face. I must tell you, brother, did you actually see a ghost, or merely sense its presence? There is a fundamental difference between the two. Moreover, you must be completely honest with us, leaving nothing concealed. Don't make us guess, it's too exhausting. I'm not trying to frighten you, but if we abandon you, I fear no one else in this world will be able to save you. I truly saw her. Luo's face broke into a sheen of cold sweat, and he insisted, I saw her clearly. She was standing right before me. Where did you see her? On the street? Fat Wei inquired further. No, it was in my own home, in my bedroom, Luo replied, his eyes filled with terror. At first, while washing my face, I always felt someone watching me from behind, but upon closer inspection, I found nothing in the mirror. Initially, I thought I was imagining things, so I didn't pay much attention. However, shortly thereafter, I noticed that the bathroom door would inexplicably swing open in the middle of the night. No matter how I tried to shut it, the lock was functioning properly. That was when everything began. 2 weeks ago, in the middle of the night, while I was sleeping soundly, a strange song suddenly filled the air, ethereal and haunting, almost like a ghostly wail. When I opened my eyes, the sight nearly terrified me to death. I saw a woman standing at the foot of my bed, clad in a vivid red wedding dress, her face pale and gaunt, staring intently at me. Ever since then, at midnight each night, the bathroom would suddenly illuminate, and that peculiar song would echo forth. The bathroom door would then burst open, and a figure in a red bridal gown would emerge, demanding something from me. What does she want from you? Fat Wei, exasperated by Luo's hesitant speech, was on the verge of losing his temper. She wants a ring. After Luo finished speaking, he gripped his hair tightly, his face a portrait of terror. The woman appeared exactly as she had in life, clad in a vivid red wedding gown, a chilling smile adorning her face as she extended her hand towards me, demanding a wedding ring. Each encounter left me utterly petrified, retreating beneath the covers, too frightened to move. Once the music ceased, I emerged to discover the bathroom door firmly shut, devoid of anything within, even the windows securely sealed. How eerie. Upon hearing this account, Fat Wei couldn't help but express his astonishment. Well, I'm merely speculating, but could it be possible that the girl never actually died? Perhaps she was merely pretending to be a ghost to frighten you? Nowadays, with security bars on windows, she could have climbed in from outside. Impossible. Luo adamantly shook his head. I reside in a high-end apartment on the 24th floor, surrounded by flat glass windows. No one could possibly scale those unless they were a ghost. As he uttered these words, Luo's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling. How fascinating, Fat Wei remarked, turning to Chen Zhi with a smile. If that's the case, this girl indeed seems to be quite the lovesick spirit, haunting her jilted lover after death. In this day and age, such a devoted girl is a rarity. You mentioned that you met her while traveling? Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before inquiring. Could you describe the place? Shui County, Luo responded. It's a relatively remote mountain village in the northwest. The mountains there are perpetually isolated from the world, and the locals are quite rustic, but the scenery is lovely. I visited a few months ago. Were you alone? Chen Zhi continued his questioning. Yes, Luo nodded slightly. That's where I met the woman. She was a local, 17 years old, and that's where our relationship began. I see, Chen Zhi nodded thoughtfully. You mentioned hearing strange songs in the middle of the night. What kind of songs were they? Can you describe them? I don't know. I've never heard anything like it, Luo replied disdainfully. The melody was peculiar, almost like a ghostly wail, and it made me feel utterly uncomfortable. Oh dear. This is quite a predicament, Pang Wei mused, then added with a smile. A girl in a red wedding dress, haunting you for a ring after her death? I must ask, brother, did you promise her something? Perhaps you agreed to marry her? Who would take such frivolous talk seriously? Luo grimaced in distaste, glancing at Pang Wei for help. Come on, when we flirt with girls, who doesn't say such things? If we actually got married, we wouldn't have room for them all. That's a crucial point. Chen Zhi turned to Luo and asked, have you ever made her any promises or given her anything of a commitment, like a wedding ring? As Luo paused, he awkwardly bit his lip, his eyes darting around as if contemplating a fib to evade the truth. However, upon meeting Chen Zhi's gaze, he opted to abandon the pretense. To be candid, master, in order to manage these women, I have invested quite a bit, Luo expressed with evident regret. I once purchased a 5-carat diamond ring to propose to these women, but it was merely to placate them. Who would take it seriously? They all understand that our gatherings are simply for amusement, a fleeting charade. In this day and age, who doesn't indulge in such frivolity? You certainly have a way with things, Pang Wei chuckled, observing Luo. A single ring for multiple girlfriends, playing the groom every day and swapping brides nightly, flashing such a large diamond. It's no wonder the ladies are relentless in their pursuit of you. Is that ring still in your possession? Chen Zhi inquired further. Indeed. Luo nodded affirmatively. After our breakup, I reclaimed the ring. Understood, Chen Zhi replied with a slight smile. Now, let us focus on this ring. Since the ghostly bride in red has appeared before you, demanding it, why not give it to her and observe her reaction? Luo hesitated at this suggestion, his eyes reflecting trepidation. Do not fret, Chen Zhi scoffed. We shall accompany you. I am genuinely intrigued to see what this specter clad in red bridal attire looks like. Chapter 168. The Lover in the Red Wedding Dress, Part 2. After Luo had conveyed these matters, he adamantly refused to return home, insisting that it was unsafe and demanding to remain at the Fate Hall. Chen Zhi and the others had no choice but to gently persuade him to purchase some items for the evening's ritual, promising to reconvene at the Fate Hall once night fell. After finally sending Luo on his way, Pang Wei, from behind the glass, watched the silhouette of the red sports car with disdain. Damn it. In this day and age, even a pretty boy can be so brazen. What a disgrace. Just wait. I'll swindle him out of 100 or 200,000, then slip him some drugs to ensure he is haunted by that ghostly bride every night. He may not be plagued by nightmares, Chen Zhi replied calmly. Didn't I mention that day? She is devoid of a soul. A soulless being feels no guilt. And without guilt, how could one have nightmares? What else would it be if not nightmares? Could it truly be a ghost? Pang Wei scoffed. I've been in this trade for years, encountered plenty of oddities, but never a ghost. If I do see one this time, it would certainly be an eye-opener. Huh. Yet these young ladies are quite daring, willing to approach a handsome man driving a nice car, allowing these fellows to take advantage of them. I should get a car too, take a spin around town. With my looks, I'd surely flutter through the blossoms without a single petal touching me. I foresee that ghostly bride might be coming for you next. Chen Zhi shot a stern glance at Pang Wei. Before the day had fully elapsed, around 2 in the afternoon, Luo returned, bearing the traditional Chinese medicinal materials and incense burner that Chen Zhi had requested. At that moment, Luo's countenance had turned a shade of ashen gray. He confessed that as soon as afternoon arrived, he began to tremble, haunted by the dread of nightfall. He insisted that Chen Zhi and Pang Wei accompany him home. With no other recourse, Chen Zhi reluctantly closed the door early, as Luo's sports car was a 2-seater and could not accommodate all 3 of them. Thus, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei drove their own vehicle, trailing behind Luo's car as they made their way to his residence. Luo resided in an affluent neighborhood, the most prestigious district within the city, where security measures were exceedingly stringent, allowing few outsiders entry. As they approached the entrance of the community, just as they were about to pass the security barrier, for reasons unknown, Luo did not slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, launching forward with reckless abandon. This sudden maneuver startled both Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, as a figure unexpectedly darted from the roadside, nearly colliding with the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi recognized the figure as an elderly woman, likely in her 50s, with graying hair, seemingly attempting to halt Luo's car, but failing. She followed behind, vociferously shouting, "Beast! Beast! Return my daughter's life. You shall not escape retribution. It will come to you sooner or later." The elderly woman continued her tirade, though her words grew indistinct as the community's security personnel intervened. She showed no intention of leaving, instead positioning herself in the entrance, entangled in a struggle with the guards. What on earth is wrong with that woman? Is she not afraid of being hit by a car? Fat Wei remarked, glancing through the rearview mirror towards the entrance of the community. Chen Zhi turned to look as well, noting the woman's peculiar attire. A silver necklace adorned her neck, and her garments bore ancient embroidery, reminiscent of ethnic minorities. She fought desperately against the security guards, her gaze fixed intently on the interior, as if yearning to breach the threshold. She undoubtedly has a story to tell, and it is likely intertwined with Luo. We must inquire upon our exit, Chen Zhi whispered. The parking lot was situated underground, with an elevator providing direct access to the residents' quarters. Once they entered the parking area, Luo's anxiety escalated. After securing the car, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei accompanied him to the 24th floor, where Luo's home awaited. It was indeed an exquisitely furnished high-end apartment, replete with upscale, fashionable furniture. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, multi-layered curtains, a leather sectional sofa, and a complete wine cabinet stocked with an array of foreign wines and crystal glasses. Even the carpet underfoot exuded opulence, imparting an air of extravagance. As Chen Zhi surveyed the apartment, he noted that Luo's residence was airy and well-lit, with three sides basking in sunlight. A bastion of positive energy according to feng shui principles, certainly devoid of any spectral presence. At the rear of the living area, there lay a substantial room, dominated by a large billiard table, its cues showing signs of wear. Nearby, a card table held a deck of bridge cards, surrounded by several chairs. "Do you often have guests over for games?" Chen Zhi inquired, glancing at the bridge set upon the table. No. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, Luo's face momentarily betrayed a hint of barely perceptible panic. "I am quite indifferent by nature and possess few friends. Everything here is in disarray. By the way, master, I have procured the rhinoceros horn you requested. What should I do now?" Noting Luo's attempt to divert the conversation, Chen Zhi refrained from further probing and calmly replied, "Oh, place the rhinoceros horn in the southeast corner, then ignite it, allowing the smoke to fill the room. There is an ancient Chinese saying, the rhinoceros horn bridges the realms of yin and yang. Humans may communicate with spirits. If, indeed, there are lingering resentments from the deceased in your home, lighting the rhinoceros horn will allow us to perceive her presence. However, rest assured, that entity is not a ghost, but rather a mere reflection, a gas that dissipates upon contact, devoid of any harmful intent. Thus, there is no need for alarm." After speaking, Chen Zhi donned his coat. "It is still quite early. You should remain here. We shall return around 11. Tonight, you may sleep as usual, and we shall handle the matter." "Master, this seems rather inappropriate." As soon as Chen Zhi's words escaped his lips, Luo shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattled drum. "Master, I am truly terrified. What if that woman appears again? I do not wish to perish. Please, both of you stay with me. I will pay any fee required." Luo appeared genuinely desperate, pulling open the drawer beside the bed, which was filled to the brim with cash. Observing Luo's frightened demeanor, Fat Wei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You, my friend, are surprisingly timid. Had I known you would be so terrified. Why did you provoke that girl in the first place? You have the audacity to seek trouble, but lack the courage to face it. Who sees ghosts during the day? You were delivering takeout, for heaven's sake. No, that female ghost could emerge at any moment. She is not an illusion. She is indeed a spirit. Regardless, I cannot allow you to leave," Luo exclaimed, stubbornly refusing to let Chen Zhi and Fat Wei depart. With no choice left, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained. As the hours slipped by, perhaps influenced by Luo's dread, time seemed to accelerate, and darkness soon enveloped the sky. Chapter 169, The Lover in the Red Wedding Dress, Part 3. Chen Zhi and the others remained vigilant in the apartment while Luo trembled in fear. As midnight approached, the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness, and silence reigned. At that moment, the rhinoceros horn was lit, releasing a peculiar smoke that permeated the room. During this interval, Chen Zhi glanced at the ring Luo had used to woo the girl, a lavish platinum diamond ring inscribed with "Love you for a lifetime." Nothing else was particularly remarkable about it. "Now, you must pretend to sleep on the bed while we conceal ourselves. Otherwise, the female ghost will not reveal herself," Chen Zhi instructed, returning the ring to Luo. "If you truly encounter her, remain calm and present the ring to her. Observe her reaction." Naturally, Luo was filled with trepidation, but Chen Zhi assured him that they would hide in the rear corner, where a spacious closet provided ample room for concealment, enabling them to monitor the situation closely. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's assurance, Luo finally mustered the courage to lie down on the bed, while Chen Zhi extinguished the light and, along with Fat Wei, took refuge in the closet. Luo's home featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing the moonlight to flood the room, ensuring that even in darkness, visibility remained. Concealed behind the closet doors, which were slatted wood, Chen Zhi silently observed the tightly shut bathroom door, awaiting the stroke of midnight. Meanwhile, Fat Wei, in a less decorous manner, shone his flashlight around the spacious wardrobe, discovering an array of tantalizing and risky items, alongside reels of pinhole cameras. "This rascal shares an intriguing hobby with Mr. Chen," he muttered under his breath. After what seemed like an eternity, the clock's hands finally aligned at 12 o'clock. Midnight had arrived. Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixed on the bathroom door, but after a prolonged silence, it remained unopened. Suddenly, a haunting melody wafted through the air. "Mother, guard my red wedding dress. Do not let me perish too soon. A night of passion is not my fault." The eerie, sonorous singing filled the bedroom, as if it were being sung directly into his ear, yet its source was indiscernible. "The wedding dress is red. The poison is white. Mother, guard my red wedding dress. Do not let me perish too soon. A night of passion is not my fault." As the unsettling song resonated, Luo began to tremble beneath the covers. Ultimately unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a piercing cry and sat bolt upright in bed. However, upon glimpsing the figure by the window, a horrified scream escaped him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. It was then that Chen Zhi and Fat Wei beheld the scene. In the corner by the window stood a woman clad in a blood-red wedding dress, the fabric adorned with sanguine embroidery, her long, dark hair obscuring her face. Her body appeared damp, and she extended a pallid hand toward the panicking Luo, whispering, "Ring. Give me the ring. No, no, don't entangle me. Spare me, please." Luo was instantly petrified, his limbs rendered immobile. "Come on, coward, why panic? Just give her the ring." Fat Wei hissed through clenched teeth, though he dared not raise his voice. "Master, come save me." Luo had completely forgotten their prior plan. Shouting desperately toward Chen Zhi hidden in the wardrobe. At the sound of Luo's terrified cries, it seemed the specter sensed something amiss. With a horrifying crack of bones, her head twisted a full 180 degrees. Upon catching a glimpse of the ghost's visage, Chen Zhi frowned deeply. This was no mere reflection. It was a corporeal entity. The woman's eye sockets were deeply sunken, yet her eyeballs protruded ominously, as if they might burst forth at any moment. There was not a trace of black in her eyes. All that was visible were the ghastly white of her irises, as the female ghost had already discovered them. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had no choice but to leap from the closet. However, in the next instant, the ghost swiftly dashed into the bathroom, followed by a series of strange sounds. When Chen Zhi and the others rushed into the bathroom, they found it utterly devoid of any presence. "Master, did you see that? It's a ghost, truly a ghost." Luo, rolling and scrambling, rushed to Chen Zhi's side, clutching his leg and weeping, "It has come for my life. What shall we do now?" Fat Wei whispered, surveying their surroundings. "Is it really a ghost?" Chen Zhi pondered, gazing at the empty bathroom, and gently shook his head as he retrieved his phone. The device was equipped with a blue luminescent aperture, a peculiar assembly from a previous encounter with a madman. This blue light could emit rays capable of revealing hidden traces. Chen Zhi turned off the bathroom light and directed the blue beam onto the floor, revealing several distinct footprints emerging from the shadows. The footprints led straight ahead, vanishing into the drain. "She came up through here," Chen Zhi remarked softly, glancing at the drain pipe, which was less than 10 centimeters in diameter. "How is that possible?" Fat Wei exclaimed in disbelief. "A living person could not possibly crawl through such a narrow pipe, unless she has transformed into a snake." "She is indeed alive, but not necessarily human," Chen Zhi observed. Regarding the footprints, it appears this entity has truly come seeking someone. By this time, Luo had completely succumbed to terror, refusing to remain in the house. insisting on fleeing outside. Chen Zhi picked up the ring once more, and in the moonlight, it appeared strangely vibrant, enveloped in a potent aura of intention. In other words, the ring bore the resentment of many souls. How many women have you given this ring to? Chen Zhi inquired. I can't recall, Luo replied. His eyes glazed over, devoid of the will to deceive any longer. I bought it when I married that old woman, and subsequently, I often gave it to other women. I can't remember how many hands it has passed through. You really have no sense of decency, Fat Wei remarked, feeling somewhat nauseated. Using your wedding ring to deceive women and not even keeping track of how many. How could I remember so many? Luo, having been startled, no longer feigned innocence. All those women are the same. They revel in pleasure when they spread their legs, yet pretend to be pure when they close them. If I don't promise them marriage, they'll continue their charade. Such a person truly exists in this world. Fat Wei, incensed, stood up to leave. Master, wait. Luo, noticing Fat Wei's agitation, quickly embraced him. Let us not be angered by a few women. Given the circumstances, please help me find a way out. All my money is yours. If you help me through this ordeal, I promise to change, truly. Chen Zhi tugged at Fat Wei to have him sit down again, then turned to Luo and asked, Do you recognize the elderly woman who stopped your car outside? No, I do not know her. Upon hearing this, Luo's expression immediately changed. Chapter 170. The Embroidered Village. No, I do not know her. When Luo heard Chen Zhi's inquiry, his countenance shifted dramatically. He composed himself and firmly asserted, There are far too many envious individuals nowadays, particularly among the elderly who are quick to extort money. I do not recognize that old woman. She is likely just a schemer. Very well, if that is your stance, we shall take our leave. After hearing Luo's words, Fat Wei let out a cold snort. At this juncture, you still refuse to speak the truth? Then we shall no longer concern ourselves with you. Just await your fate with that female specter. Wait. Luo immediately panicked, his demeanor shifting. Masters, let us be frank. You operate a fortune-telling establishment merely for profit, so do not feign nobility. I have money, state your price, and assist me in banishing that female ghost. Ideally, I wish for her soul to be shattered, never to be reborn. I will pay whatever you ask. Huh, you dare to pretend to be affluent before me? Let me tell you, your paltry wealth does not impress me in the least. Fat Wei, incensed by Luo's brazen attitude, turned and strode towards the exit. Chen Zhi glanced back at Luo with a faint smile, placing the ring into his pocket. Very well, I am aware of your situation. You should seek refuge in a hotel for the night. Do not worry, she will not pursue you again. However, I must retain this ring for now. Masters, where are you going? Please do not abandon me. Upon hearing that Chen Zhi intended to leave, Luo grew frantic and chased after him. But Chen Zhi ignored his pleas and continued out with Fat Wei. Once outside the community, Fat Wei could not contain his disdain. Bah, scum like him. One less is one less. Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks he can flaunt it. Chen Zhi, let us return home and disregard him. Let him deal with the ghost himself. However, Chen Zhi shook his head. We must clarify this matter. For now, we cannot allow him to perish. Why bother with such filth? Let him fend for himself. Fat Wei was perplexed. I am not seeking to save him, but rather to uncover the truth behind this affair. Chen Zhi replied. Who are you looking for? A demigod? Fat Wei chuckled at the notion. You witnessed the grotesque appearance of that female ghost. She is likely not a spirit, but rather a monster. If she looks like that, how could she possibly be a demigod? Aesthetics do not determine divinity. Beauty does not guarantee sanctity, nor does plainness negate it, Chen Zhi replied indifferently. Now, let us return and deliberate further. Thus, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei made their way to the community entrance. It was the dead of night, and not a soul was in sight. Even the security guard was asleep in his post. As they exited the gate and entered the landscaped area, they noticed a figure lying within the flowerbed of the rockery. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the elderly woman they had encountered earlier, still waiting at the entrance. It appeared she had nowhere else to go. Having taken refuge in the flowerbed, the night air was chilly, and dew began to fall from the sky. The old woman curled up in the hollow of the rockery, exposing half of her body, shivering from the cold. Alas, the poor elderly woman truly evokes pity. Upon seeing her, Fat Wei could not suppress a sigh. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon her tattered attire, which, despite its dilapidated state, was adorned with exquisite hand-embroidered patches. The colors had faded due to exposure to the elements. Yet the craftsmanship was evident, distinctly different from the renowned four great embroideries, possessing a unique charm of its own. Chen Zhi removed his coat and stepped into the flower bed, intending to cover the woman, but she startled awake, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses in a dialect that left Chen Zhi and the others bewildered. "Auntie, do you happen to know the man who just drove by?" Fat Wei inquired, approaching her. Yet, the old woman continued her tirade, seemingly in a state of great alarm, retreating as she scolded. Eventually, Fat Wei was on the verge of giving up, and the woman, too, exhausted her vocal strength, her throat hoarse, glaring at Chen Zhi with fierce, unyielding eyes. "Auntie, you must be from the Grey Clan, am I right?" Chen Zhi spoke softly, striving not to frighten her. Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated, her initially irate expression softening slightly. "If I am not mistaken, you are indeed from the Grey Clan, correct? Did you embroider the garment you wear?" He continued gently. "I have heard that the Grey people are simple and kind-hearted, residing primarily in the mountainous northwest, seldom venturing into the mainland. You must have come here to voice some grievance, am I right? Please, feel free to share your troubles with me. I shall assist you in seeking justice. Do you truly mean it?" The woman's dialect was thick, and she regarded Chen Zhi with disbelief. "Yes, I speak the truth," Chen Zhi replied with a smile. "Moreover, Auntie, it is quite chilly here, and given the late hour, that man is unlikely to return. Let us find a place for you to rest, and perhaps have a warm meal to nourish your body." No. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's suggestion, the elderly woman immediately shook her head. "I cannot leave. I must remain here." "Why is that? Do you have a deep-seated enmity with him?" Chen Zhi asked. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the woman's fury reignited, her swollen eyes turning bloodshot. "That scoundrel has wronged my daughter, bringing shame upon our entire family in the village. My husband died of grief, and my daughter has gone missing. I have traveled great distances to confront him, even if it costs me my life. I shall demand justice from that ungrateful wretch." As she spoke, the woman visibly trembled, whether from overwhelming sorrow or sheer exhaustion. She began to convulse, froth forming at her lips. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei hurriedly assisted her into the vehicle, applying pressure to her temples and the philtrum. The elderly woman had likely endured a prolonged period of homelessness, for her body reeked of mud and water, and her hands and feet were icy cold. Following an emotional outburst, she fainted, rendering a visit to the hospital unnecessary. They drove her back to the Fate Hall, where Fat Wei provided her with a warm towel to place on her forehead and some medicinal tablets. After sipping on hot water, she gradually regained her composure. "Oh, my poor daughter." The elderly woman wept profusely. "Why are the hearts of these people as venomous as serpents? Why do they speak with such deceit? Why do they harm those who have saved them?" Chapter 171. The Cost of Kindness. "Indeed, I belong to the Grey Clan. My family is part of a minority ethnic group, residing far from here. Had it not been for this unfortunate incident, I doubt I would have ever set foot in the city in my lifetime." The elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, struggled to recount her daughter's story to Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, but her dialect was thick and her Mandarin was unclear, forcing them to listen and infer as best they could. Her daughter was Guizhi, merely 17 years old, the blossoming age of youth. Guizhi possessed a kind heart and was the only daughter in her family. In their mountainous region, marriages occurred early, and Guizhi was at the stage of courtship, seeking a suitable match. However, 6 months prior, she encountered an unforeseen calamity. The Grey Clan resides in a grand mountain in the northwest, living off hunting and farming for generations. Their village, known as Qingshui, is home to fewer than 20,000 people, all dwelling in close-knit communities. The customs of Qingshui are simple and sincere, and they are renowned for their ethnic embroidery called Grey Stitch, celebrated for its vibrant and exquisite craftsmanship. Though the output is limited and unsuitable for commercial sale, each woman in the Grey Clan is skilled in embroidery, beginning with their own wedding garments as children and later crafting dowries, with each piece being a testament to artistic mastery. Yet, the traditional values held by Grey women are quite stringent, a rarity in contemporary society. Any improper conduct before marriage would lead to scorn from the community. Due to governmental protections for minority groups, news from the outside world rarely penetrates the village and the remote location of Qingshui, with its rugged mountain paths and lack of tourist attractions, ensures that few travelers ever visit. In this secluded mountain realm, the Grey Clan led a life of tranquility, untouched by the world. However, one day, a young traveler inadvertently stumbled into the village. having lost his way and sustaining an injury that caused him to faint by a mountain stream. The villagers found this unexpected outsider intriguing. The Grey clan harbored little apprehension towards outsiders. Gui's father, a barefoot doctor in the village, took pity on the young man and invited him into their home to tend to his wounds. Little did he know, this moment of compassion would ultimately lead to his own downfall. The young man stayed with Gui's family for a month, during which they treated him with kindness, providing food and medicine without asking for any recompense. Ji, in particular, was quite taken with him. He was a lively conversationalist, and she often listened intently as he recounted tales of the outside world, bringing her joy and laughter. The villagers began to whisper that Ji was destined to marry someone from beyond the mountains. The young man resided in the village for a month, and after healing his foot injury, he departed. However, it wasn't long before Gui's parents noticed something amiss with their daughter. She often sat lost in thought, inexplicably yearning to escape, and when questioned about her destination, she would silently weep. As a barefoot doctor, Gui's father grew suspicious. He observed that she had become excessively drowsy and experienced bouts of vomiting. Months later, her abdomen began to swell. Upon reaching this point in her tale, the old woman was overwhelmed with tears, her face etched with shame. Such occurrences had never transpired in their village. The girls of the Grey clan would never yield themselves before marriage. Even in the face of mountain bandits, they would rather perish than submit. Consequently, once Gui's condition became evident, the villagers turned against her family, expressing disdain for their daughter. The elders insisted that her father clarify the situation, threatening to expel them from the village if he did not. "Is the child that young man's?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Indeed," the old woman affirmed, her tears flowing freely as she recounted the story. At this juncture, Ji could no longer conceal the truth. She confessed to having wed the young man, who had bestowed upon her a family heirloom ring as a token of their engagement, promising to return for her after notifying his parents. When Ji insisted on keeping the ring as a memento, the young man claimed it was too old and needed cleaning before it could be used for their marriage. According to village customs, once a token was exchanged, the engagement was deemed binding. Thus, under the young man's repeated insistence, Ji surrendered herself to him. "Oh my goodness! I must say, you Grey clan people are far too earnest," exclaimed Fat Wei, nearly beside himself with indignation. "Aunt, I mean no offense, but in this day and age, even a marriage certificate can be reneged upon. A mere trinket is hardly sufficient for an engagement. Moreover, he took the ring away, and you've lost your daughter for nothing." "Do not interrupt," Chen Zhi interjected, nudging Fat Wei to allow the old woman to finish her account. The old woman continued, "Since my daughter has made this declaration, the villagers felt compelled to act. Yet, as none had seen that ring, the absence of a tangible engagement token left the matter unclear. Therefore, her father confined Ji at home, awaiting the young man's return. With hands marked by hardship, she wiped away her tears, her eyes filled with sorrow. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he never returned. My daughter grew frantic, withering away to a mere shadow of herself, her hair turning white from worry. It was a pitiful sight. Her father and I felt humiliated. We had not spoken kindly to her during those days. And soon the villagers began to cast doubt. They scorned my daughter, labeling her as someone who had been used, a girl with child, bringing shame upon the entire village. On a stormy night, Ji clandestinely slipped away, and her absence stretched over 20 agonizing days, leaving both her father and me in a state of despair. When she finally returned, her appearance was utterly pitiable. The old woman wept inconsolably, recounting how her daughter's belly had vanished, her body drenched, her legs stained with blood, and half of her hair turned white, all at the tender age of 17. Our hearts sank, for we surmised the dreadful truth. She must have sought that man, who had reneged on their union, resulting in her miscarriage. In a fit of rage, her father struck her, then seized a sickle, intent on confronting the man. I chased after him to the village entrance, only for him to suddenly cough up blood and collapse, lifeless on the ground. The old woman covered her face, lamenting how the villagers shunned us, neglecting her father's funeral. I had no choice but to hastily bury him, but from that moment, Gui's mind began to unravel. "Has her madness manifested in any particular ways?" Chen Zhi inquired. The elderly woman, her nose reddened from weeping, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. "She no longer comprehends human speech," she lamented. "No matter what I say, she doesn't understand, wandering about in a daze, donning the red wedding gown she made. My daughter possesses such skill. She is the most adept girl in the village, her wedding attire exquisitely embroidered, clad in her gown. She converses with herself and ignores everyone around her. Yet at times, she confides in me her desire to retrieve the ring and seek vengeance on those men. The men? Chen Zhi discerned the implication. Auntie, you mean Ji seeks revenge on those men, not just one, correct? Did you understand her clearly? Indeed. The old woman replied with conviction. At that time, I was perplexed as to why Ji mentioned those men. Wasn't he at just one? Yet she persistently spoke of them, as if she had lost her mind. And what happened next? Fat Wei pressed. Did she truly go after that man? No, the old woman lamented, covering her face with her hands and crying out. Heaven would not allow my daughter to live. On another stormy night, Ji suddenly ran into the deep mountains alone, dressed in her red wedding gown, claiming she was in search of the flesh Buddha to seek his aid in her vengeance. I could not stop her. Later, I implored our kin to venture into the mountains in search of her, but all they found were 2 embroidered shoes. Since then, Ji has vanished without a trace. I know in my heart she perished in those mountains. Flesh Buddha? What is the flesh Buddha? When Chen Zhi heard those words, he was inexplicably reminded of the master Puhong, who had sold his soul to Yamo. He recalled the master's radiant aura that resembled a deity, as well as his extraordinary power despite being a mere mortal. Chen Zhi exchanged a glance with Fat Wei, signaling him to offer a cup of hot tea to the elderly woman. He then found 2 chocolates, rich in calories, and personally handed them to her. Taking the woman's gradually warming hand in his, Chen Zhi remained silent for a moment before speaking. Auntie, please take your time, and then tell us about this corporeal Buddha. Is he a deity worshipped by your people? Oh, how would I know about deities? But this corporeal Buddha is our mountain's protector, a legend from long ago. The elderly woman replied, sipping her tea and rambling on. I can't recall the exact year, but I have heard since childhood that one of our ancestors from the Grey clan was a revered monk. This monk dedicated himself to rescuing people from peril. We, the Grey clan, held him in the highest regard. One year, a sudden plague swept through the village, claiming many lives. Our mountain is so remote that the emperor was completely unaware, and no one came to our aid. The villagers suffered greatly, with waves of deaths occurring. The corpses piled up in the mountains, and it seemed as though our clan was on the brink of extinction. At that moment, the esteemed monk proclaimed that the illness was a malevolent affliction sent by the mountain god, who was angered and demanded the flesh of the living as a sacrifice to end the calamity. This compassionate monk volunteered to offer himself for the sake of the community. He instructed the villagers to bind him, place him in a jar, and present him to the mountain god. The Grey clan, holding him in deep respect, complied with his wishes. They bound him, severed him into pieces, placed him in a large jar, and buried it underground, erecting a temple above it. Miraculously, the plague ceased thereafter. The later generations of the Grey clan expressed their gratitude, dubbing him the corporeal Buddha, believing that his compassion had moved the heavens, transforming him into a true Buddha. The temple of this corporeal Buddha still exists deep within the mountains, though it has been a long time since anyone visited. Is this legend true? Fat Wei interjected. Have you witnessed the corporeal Buddha manifesting? Who can say what is true? Manifestations are elusive, the elderly woman responded. However, a few years ago, a heavy rainstorm collapsed the old temple, revealing a large jar beneath the ground. It was said to be taller than a man, covered in holes, with ropes and monk robes inside that turned to ash upon exposure to air, yet no bones were found. It seems the flesh of the corporeal Buddha was indeed consumed by the mountain god. Ah, the corporeal Buddha? Such selfless sacrifice, what a beautiful tale. Chen Zhi silently mused. Well, regardless, you shall stay here for now, Fat Wei said to the elderly woman. Look at the storm outside. If anything were to happen to you, we could not bear the responsibility. That won't do. The elderly woman immediately retorted. I must return to find that man. What if he escapes? My daughter is currently missing, and I must confront him for an explanation. If necessary, I might even demand his life in return. There is no further discussion to be had. At this moment, Chen Zhi turned to the elderly woman and said, Auntie, as you mentioned earlier, your daughter has indeed passed away. You need not concern yourself with what follows. There will be others to exact justice upon that man, but it is not your burden to bear. This evening, I can arrange for you to see your daughter one last time. After that, you must return home and refrain from coming back here. You do not belong in this place. The elderly woman clearly felt a deep sense of reluctance, but upon meeting Chen Zhi's gaze, she swallowed her retort. Fat Wei then handed her a dry towel, saying, Auntie, please wipe your face. Do not rush. We will help you clarify this matter. For now, stay with us for the night. No need. The elderly woman quickly shook her head. I cannot trouble you any further. I am aware that accommodations in your city are exorbitantly expensive. I will manage to endure the night among the flowers outside. That is out of the question. Fat Wei insisted, disregarding her protests as he gently but firmly led her upstairs to find a room for her. He provided her with some bedding, for the elderly woman had indeed endured much in the tempest over the past few days. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, she succumbed to sleep. By this time, dawn began to break softly. Upon descending, Fat Wei ambled over to Chen Zhi, lighting a cigarette. Damn it, after a night like that, I'm utterly exhausted. I tell you, Chun, it's not our place to intervene in such matters. Ultimately, this is a mutual affair. That lad has committed no crime. He did not force her. He merely deceived the girl into sharing a bed. Such occurrences are rampant these days, and let us not forget, this girl is equally reckless. It's hard to assign blame. How can there be no crime when a life has been lost? Chen Zhi mused, fiddling with a ring in his hand before looking up at Fat Wei. Let us go. It's time we have a serious discussion with him. Chapter 173, The Flesh God Buddha, Part 2. The skies soon brightened, and vendors began setting up stalls for fried dough sticks and soybean milk, calling out loudly to attract customers. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had a simple breakfast at one of the stands before driving off to find Luo. After the fright he experienced the previous night, Luo was indeed too fearful to stay at home. Chen Zhi located him after a phone call. He was hiding alone in a nearby hotel, unable to sleep, his face pale and drawn, dark circles under his eyes making him resemble a refugee from Africa. Upon the arrival of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, Luo appeared unfazed, instead addressing Chen Zhi with a tone of disdain. Master, you've returned. What is it? Have you found that my money is easy to earn now? Without engaging in further banter, Fat Wei kicked Luo into the room, and then he and Chen Zhi entered, locking the door behind them. I have questions for you. You need not answer if you choose not to, but do not lie, Chen Zhi stated, pulling a chair over to sit directly in front of Luo. Upon arriving at the quaint village of Kingshuazai, what was your purpose there? I have already stated that I merely went there for tourism, Luo replied, clutching his abdomen, which throbbed from a painful kick, his eyes darting around in search of an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Fat Wei struck him. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of Luo's mouth, and one of his molars was knocked out. I previously mentioned that you need not answer if you are unwilling to speak, yet please refrain from fabricating lies, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile. Given your reluctance to divulge the truth, allow me to share a story instead. Of course, this is merely speculation without any legal grounding, so there is no need for alarm. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he leaned closer to Luo, observing, your home is adorned with ostentatious designer furniture, and every item you possess exudes extravagance. This suggests a deep-seated insecurity within you, compelling you to cloak yourself in such finery. I surmise that you are not particularly favored by those wealthy second-generation heirs, are you? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Luo's face as he nodded slightly. Chen Zhi continued, in this city, the affluent are few, and the circle is rather small. It is likely that many are aware you married an older woman to inherit your wealth, thus the wealthy scions likely look down upon you. Consequently, in an attempt to ingratiate yourself with them, you strive to cater to their sordid tastes. What is the most effective way to win favor with men? Naturally, it is through women. I have heard tales of individuals who drive flashy cars to entice female students, subsequently bringing them back to engage in relations, broadcasting the encounters to entertain these wealthy heirs. Under secure conditions, they may even take turns with the woman, as most female students are timid and reluctant to report such incidents, making it challenging to gather evidence. Thus, many cases remain unresolved. I imagine you have participated in such activities, haven't you? At this point, Chen Zhi fixed his gaze on Luo, whose face had turned as pale as parchment. He neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Chen Zhi then continued, manipulating women is your forte, and it is precisely for this reason that you managed to infiltrate the circles of the affluent. However, as time passes, the allure of toying with these female students has waned. Perhaps it was a novel suggestion from the wealthy heirs, or perhaps in your quest for their approval, you set your sights on that remote town, Kingshuazai, where chastity is held in the highest regard. As Chen Zhi spoke, a faint smile graced his lips. This is the age of the internet, Information about King Zhi is readily available online. Numerous news reports have highlighted that the women of the Hui ethnic group in that village hold their chastity in utmost importance. Should a woman lose her purity before marriage, she faces scorn from the community and may even be subjected to vigilante justice by her kin. Therefore, for you, the women of King Zhi represent a formidable challenge. Perhaps at that moment, you found the situation amusing. Perhaps it was a wager, a gamble on whether you could infiltrate that village, deceive an unmarried girl, and ultimately claim her body. In the end, you succeeded. Nonsense. Such a thing has never occurred. Ro-Oh's face contorted as he vehemently denied it. I merely traveled there. Who knew the women there could feign such propriety? I had no prior knowledge of that Qingshui town. You possessed no inclination for travel. How could you possibly venture into a remote, impoverished village without reason? Chen Zhi gazed at Ro-Oh with a serious demeanor, his eyes sharp as daggers. I have already stated that you need not answer what you are reluctant to acknowledge, but do not lie to me. After Chen Zhi spoke, Fat Wei approached, raising his hand to deliver 2 more slaps. However, Ro-Oh, being a clever individual, swiftly grasped Fat Wei's arm. Master, please do not strike me. My frail constitution cannot withstand much. Ask your questions. I shall no longer dare to retort. Very well, Chen Zhi nodded slightly. Yet, the women from that village are far more conservative than you can imagine. No matter what methods you employed, you could not entice them. Ultimately, you resorted to an old trick, offering a wedding ring to Guizhi, thus fabricating a false marriage. But what you never anticipated was that this girl would become pregnant and later come to the city in search of you, demanding the ring to fulfill the engagement. Perhaps this girl piqued your friend's interest. Maybe you all found it thrilling and engaged in a reckless act by violating Guizhi. Ro-Oh's body began to tremble. He turned away, his expression one of sheer terror, yet his lips remained sealed, offering no explanation. Thus, Chen Zhi continued, after Guizhi was violated, she must have suffered greatly, likely resulting in a miscarriage, and returned to Qingshui village. You believed she would, like previous female students, consider herself unfortunate and refrain from reporting the incident. From that moment, everything unraveled. You began to see apparitions 2 weeks ago, yet you have refrained from confiding in others or revealing the truth to us, for you are aware that such acts are criminal and cannot be disclosed. So, when did you start to find it unbearable? It likely began with the disappearance of several of your friends, did it not? After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he stood and walked before Ro-Oh. The billiard table and the bridge table at your home bear evident signs of wear. Those marks are quite regular, indicating that you frequently entertained a fixed circle of friends. Yet now, you utter not a word about them. If I am not mistaken, they must be deceased, correct? Recently reported were cases of several affluent youths mysteriously disappearing from their homes. Were they not your friends? Master, please save me. Ro-Oh completely broke down, collapsing to the ground, clutching Chen Zhi's leg. Master, everything you say is true. Please save me. I am so frightened. They are all dead. And I do not wish to die. Chapter 174. The Mortal Art of Deification. What delusions are you indulging in? After committing so many wicked deeds, how could you expect to escape death? Fat Wei grasped Luo by the collar, delivering a forceful kick to his abdomen that sent him sprawling beneath the table. To exhibit such disgraceful behavior, even the spirits would bow in respect to you. You dare call yourself a man? Allowing a pack of beasts to father children with a woman? Your audacity is astounding. Just the sight of you makes me nauseous. After uttering these words, Fat Wei relentlessly kicked Luo's belly several times, leaving him in agony, crying out in pain. Yet, being a man of prudence, he refrained from uttering a single harsh word or retaliating, instead clinging desperately to Fat Wei's thigh. Brother, I am not human. I truly am not. But this was not my idea. Those several individuals had already commenced such actions. They have toyed with countless female students without consequence. Those wealthy second-generation heirs look down upon me. I am merely a victim of their coercion. If you could assist me in overcoming this predicament, I promise to engage in more virtuous deeds. I will compensate that woman's family. She merely seeks some financial support. I will donate to that village and pledge to lead a respectable life, steering clear of women henceforth. Enough of your sweet talk. Do you take me for one of those gullible fools? Fat Wei raised his fist, poised to strike Luo's face, but was intercepted by Chen Zhi. Leaning closer, Chen Zhi surveyed Luo, now resembling a battered pig, and said with a smile, "You just expressed a desire for repentance. Is it genuine?" Yes, it is sincere. Master, you must save me. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Luo felt a glimmer of hope, his eyes lighting up as he clung tightly to Chen Zhi's leg. Master, if you rescue me this once, I shall surely amend my ways and perform good deeds. You need not concern yourself with my future endeavors, nor feel compelled to repent. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. However, at present, I require your assistance with a task. Should you fulfill it, I shall aid you. What task? Luo implored earnestly. Master, just say the word. I shall do whatever is within my power. Tonight, you will assist me in staging a performance, an emotional scene, one in which you excel. Since that female spirit seeks you out, you shall present her with the ring and honor your engagement, engaging her in conversation. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety throughout this process. Do we have an accord? What? You want me to converse with that female spirit? Luo was taken aback. But upon catching sight of Fat Wei's furious expression, he swallowed his words. I agree. Master, I will do as you instruct. Preserving my life is all that matters. After wiping away the blood trickling from his mouth, he nodded reluctantly. Thus, Chen Zhi whispered the plan for the evening into Luo's ear. An hour later, both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exited Luo's hotel, with Chen Zhi remaining silent throughout the journey, while Fat Wei expressed his confusion. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. What exactly are you after? Fat Wei looked at Chen Zhi with a hint of confusion. I say orange. If you truly possess an unwavering sense of morality and cannot stand the sight of such disrespect towards virtuous women, why not simply have old Jean find a couple of men to give that scoundrel a good beating? Why expend so much effort? This is hardly a grave matter that necessitates your esteemed presence as the clan leader. Chen Zhi smiled faintly upon hearing Fat Wei's words, his eyes momentarily reflecting a deeper understanding. Have you ever pondered the nature of the woman in red we encountered that night? We are all aware that ghosts, as commonly conceived, do not exist. Yet, that woman was not merely a figment of imagination, she was undeniably real. So what exactly is she? Whatever she may be. She certainly isn't the demigod you seek, Fat Wei remarked as he drove. I just grasped the situation. That girl is likely seeking revenge on that man. Perhaps even offering herself to the mountain deity, much like a corporeal Buddha. Who knows what sort of entity has manifested from that? Indeed, the corporeal Buddha. Chen Zhi responded thoughtfully. Isn't that what we witnessed in the red-clad ghost? If this is indeed the case, then what exactly does she represent? After a moment of silence, he continued softly, I have always been curious about one thing. Can humanity truly transform into divine beings? We have all witnessed the noble presence of Master Pu Hong and how he dedicated himself to others. I have seen firsthand how, despite being human, he emanated an aura as magnificent as that of a deity. During this time, I have exhausted every means to alter the attributes of my aura. Yet I still cannot generate an aura akin to that of a divine entity. In other words, I am unable to attain the divine ordination. I have also contemplated the tale of Jiang Ziya's canonization from 5,000 years ago. Perhaps it is merely a legend. The bloodline of the divine is innate and cannot be artificially created, and the true deities have long since perished, never to return. However, after encountering Master Pu Hong, I have regained hope. If an ordinary mortal can, through their cultivation, transform their aura to resemble that of a deity, then it affirms that the legend of Jiang Ziya's canonization is indeed true. If I can discover the correct method, I too can achieve divine ordination. Do you think there is a resemblance between that corporeal Buddha and Master Pu Hong? Fat Wei inquired. Absolutely, Chen Zhi replied. Master Pu Hong has passed, and his body is nowhere to be found. Yet this corporeal Buddha stands before us in the flesh. Thus, I must uncover the clues within her. How amusing. So, it appears the condition for us mortals to become celestial beings is to serve the people wholeheartedly? Fat Wei quipped, casually steering the wheel. But I find that quite absurd. If that were the case, Comrade Leifeng would have long since ascended to divinity. How could he have met an untimely end? I seek to clarify, Chen Zhi softly replied. If the legend of the corporeal Buddha holds any truth, then tonight, the red-clad specter must possess the answers I seek. Chapter 175, The Night Meeting with the Bride. Special thanks to the generous patron of 20,000. My heartfelt gratitude. Upon returning to the Fate Hall, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei discovered that the elderly woman from the Grey clan had already descended the stairs and was preparing to leave. Oh dear aunt, why the haste to depart? Fat Wei stepped forward, grasping the old woman who was about to step outside, pulling her back. Ah, thank you. But I dare not impose further, the old woman said, tears glistening on her face. I am but a poor widow, lacking both wealth and influence. I cannot accept your hospitality without offering something in return. I was restless inside, unable to sleep. Your city's bed is too soft for my humble frame, and I find no solace in it. Moreover, dawn has arrived, and I must seek that man. He is likely to venture out in his vehicle, and I intend to wait for him at the door. There's truly no need for that, Fat Wei sighed. Aunt, I must not anger you, but we have already encountered him. This evening, we shall all go to his residence. Perhaps tonight you and your daughter shall finally reunite. Moreover, consider this, your daughter, in her living days, yearned for recognition. I have already dealt with that young man, compelling him to agree to a posthumous marriage with your daughter. Thus, when you return to the village, you will have a narrative to share, and you can bring back that engagement ring for the villagers to see. Before we depart, I shall ensure this young man offers some blood in compensation. Posthumous marriage? My daughter truly? The old woman gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. It is indeed true, Chen Zhi said, looking at her with a calm demeanor. Therefore, you cannot leave just yet. This evening, we shall go together, and you will have the opportunity to bid farewell to your daughter for the last time. At a loss for words, the old woman silently wept. Her gaze turned to the heavens, unable to utter another sound. Thus, they lingered in the fete hall for the entire afternoon. During this time, Luo incessantly called, expressing regret, suggesting that they abandon the idea of the posthumous marriage. He would prefer to offer a substantial sum to the old woman to take her deceased daughter away. However, Fat Wei vehemently berated him, and after the scolding, Luo ceased his protests. The day swiftly passed, and twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. As the number of pedestrians dwindled, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei drove with the elderly woman towards Luo's residence. Upon entering the room, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The old woman glared furiously at Luo, her fists clenched tightly, wishing to rend him asunder. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had previously prepared her for this moment, confiscating the small knife she had hidden, for otherwise, a bloody confrontation would have ensued. Luo dared not meet the gaze of the elderly woman. His countenance shadowed as he sat in the bedroom, silently awaiting the stroke of midnight. As the seconds ticked by, an increasing tension enveloped him, beads of perspiration, akin to yellow soybeans, trickling down his forehead. The hour approached. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei concealed the woman within the large closet, peering through the crack of the door to assess the surroundings. Everyone watched as the clock's second hand inched forward, ultimately resting at the 12 o'clock mark. Mother, safeguard my red wedding gown. Do not let me perish too soon. The chilling melody reverberated once more, resonant and mournful, akin to a spectral lament, sending shivers down the spine. The bathroom door stood ajar. This time, they refrained from locking it, opting instead to illuminate the room and cover the windows, allowing a clear view of the bathroom's interior from the engulfing darkness of the bedroom. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the drain, an unsettling creaking that suggested something, perhaps a rat, was seeking to emerge. After a series of disconcerting noises, the drain cover was abruptly flung open, revealing a slender, serpentine entity slowly extending from below. It was a long, fleshy appendage, writhing like a snake as it coiled upon the floor. Gradually, more of these appendages congregated, forming a grotesque mass that writhed repulsively, until it ultimately transformed into a naked woman, curled upon the ground. The woman slowly rose, reaching into the drain to retrieve a damp, crimson wedding gown, which she then donned. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Luo felt as though he might faint, while Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained hidden in the closet, holding their breath in silence. The wedding gown is red, the poison is white. Mother, safeguard my red wedding gown. Do not let me perish too soon. A night of spring romance is not my fault, the woman sang hauntingly, her lips sealed, the sound seemingly emanating from within her very being. The gown draped blood-red upon her, her head bowed, bare feet leaving damp footprints as she staggered toward the pitch-black bedroom. At that moment, Luo, seated upon the bed, was utterly paralyzed by fear, clutching a ring box, trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. My ring. Give me my ring. The woman's voice was chilling, her pallid visage resembling that of a corpse unearthed from the earth. Here, Luo stammered, mustering his resolve. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had repeatedly instructed him during the day, and he felt a flicker of courage knowing they were concealed in the closet. That, Ji, I am your brother Ruao. Here, I offer you the ring. Let us wed. After Luo finished speaking, he trembled as he opened the ring box and presented it before the female ghost. Upon hearing the words marriage, the ghost in red was instantly filled with excitement. Her face lifted, the corners of her eyes torn and stained with blood. She stared intently at the ring, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, as if burdened by endless grievances. Marriage. I have a ring now, marriage. Yes, marriage. Luo stuttered, reciting the lines he had rehearsed earlier, then extending his hand towards the ghost. Ji, I will take you to the city to live a good life. Come with me. I love you. In the darkness, a flicker of light shimmered upon Luo's palm, an incantation drawn in red cinnabar by Chen Zhi just an hour prior. The ghost in red seemed moved, her terrifying gaze fixated on the ring, before she extended her hand towards Luo. As her hand grasped his, Chen Zhi's heart-entrancing spell, aided by the power of the divination, swiftly entered the body of the red-clad ghost. Chapter 176. The figure in white as Chen Zhi's heart-entrancing spell gently flowed into the red-clad ghost's body. The residual consciousness within this fleshly form unfolded before Chen Zhi's eyes like fragments of an ancient, incomplete scroll. The corpse does not lie, and what remained upon it was not solely Guizhi's memory. The first vision that Chen Zhi beheld was that of an ancient battlefield, depicting the Mongolian army rampaging through the central plains. From the attire and adornments of the people, it was evident they belonged to the late Song and early Yuan dynasties. The Mongolian soldiers were merciless, burning, killing, and pillaging without sparing a single soul, akin to ferocious beasts. Yet, the owner of this memory was a devout monk, clad in tattered robes with worn-out straw sandals. Clutching a gleaming black prayer bead, he traversed the land of Huaxia, preaching to the populace to abandon their swords and embrace goodness, hoping to enlighten all beings. However, during that tumultuous time, war raged and plague spread. Wherever the Mongolian army tread, not a blade of grass would grow. The common folk lived in despair, starving amidst the corpses strewn about, their faith in compassion utterly shattered. The monk continued his journey, relying on alms for sustenance, shedding tears that dripped into his begging bowl. Overwhelmed by despair as he beheld the countless dead, he began to implore the heavens for mercy. Day and night, he prayed, yearning for his benevolent thoughts to summon a divine being to quell the chaos of war and restore peace to the land. One day, amidst his fervent prayers, a figure clad in white, with flowing white hair, appeared before him. This apparition placed a hand upon the monk's shoulder, gently stirring his aura. From that moment forth, the monk began to undergo a transformation, akin to the master Pu Huang. His aura expanded boundlessly, becoming radiant and magnificent. In that instant, the monk distinctly felt his change. People began to believe his words, and the wealthy were willing to fund his charitable endeavors. He utilized his energy to spread kindness, ultimately becoming a renowned, enlightened monk of that era. The figure cloaked in white departed, destined to undertake a grander mission, one that could genuinely rescue the masses from peril. As he left, he whispered softly into the monk's ear, suggesting that adherence to his words could lead to divine enlightenment. The visage of this white-clad figure eluded Chen Zhi's clarity, yet the words spoken resonated distinctly in his mind. To achieve what others cannot, the remnants of memory are fragmented. It appeared that the white figure had succeeded, momentarily quelling the raging fires of war. The monk remained haunted by the image of this spectral being, for he had conjured a miracle in that era, the decree to cease hostilities. This term, the decree to cease hostilities, subsequently permeated the memories of all, embodying the hope for survival. As time marched on and the monk aged, he returned to his homeland, the Grey Clan's Clearwater village, where a plague ravaged the community. It was rumored that laying the enlightened monk's remains in a shrine and burying them would appease the mountain spirits and bestow peace. The subsequent memories aligned with the legends of the Grey Clan, but were tinged with the imagery of ropes and sharp blades. After the recollections of the old monk faded, Chen Zhi beheld the final moments of Guizhi. The Grey Clan woman, in her last moments, was consumed by indignation and humiliation, overshadowed by an overwhelming dread. Chen Zhi witnessed her unwillingness and disgrace as she entered the shrine, suffocated by darkness and terror. Chen Zhi's eyes fluttered open, his clairvoyance shattering instantaneously. Before him stood the ghostly figure in red, clutching Luo tightly, her damp visage pressed against his. Luo struggled desperately beneath her, his face pale with fear, screaming for help in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Go, Chen Zhi commanded, extending 2 fingers to gently flick, unleashing a gust of energy that propelled the red specter away. Startled, the ghost transformed into a slender, serpentine form, slithering into the sewer and vanishing in an instant. Oh my heavens! Help! Help! Luo was thoroughly distraught, drenched in the ghost's viscous residue, his mouth smeared with the remnants of her ghostly kiss. How was that? Quite the bride, isn't she? Fat Wei sneered as he approached, showing no intent to assist, reveling in Luo's terror. I warned you about playing with women. Soon, you'll be so frightened at the sight of one that you'll soil yourself. At that moment, Guizhi's mother lunged forward, having found a fruit knife from an unknown source, frenziedly charging at Luo. You beast! I will exchange my life for hers. With my daughter gone, I shall follow, the old woman cried, brandishing the knife and aiming it at Luo. Still reeling from his earlier fright, Luo was paralyzed with fear, unable to evade her. Fat Wei swiftly restrained the woman, seizing the knife from her grasp. Aunt, did we not agree just moments ago? Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of your daughter, one realizes that exchanging one's life with such a person is not worth it. Yet, the elderly woman, unwilling to accept her fate, struggled fiercely, attempting to lunge at Luo. Her strength was formidable, and it took the combined efforts of Fat Wei to drag her away. Ultimately, the room was left with only Chen Zhi and Luo. Chen Zhi stood by the bed, his gaze lowered upon Luo, who lay drenched like a drenched dog, his face a portrait of terror and trepidation, utterly paralyzed by fear. Look at yourself, Chen Zhi remarked coldly, disdain evident in his voice, an aunt. After uttering this, he turned and exited the room, ignoring the desperate shouts from Luo behind him. Chen Zhi, accompanied by Fat Wei, escorted the elderly woman downstairs and helped her into the car. On this occasion, Chen Zhi took the wheel, with Fat Wei seated in the back with the weeping Guizhi. The elderly woman was in a state of great agitation, consumed by a desire to fight to the end. It seemed as though she truly wished for death. Instead of heading to the Fate Hall, Chen Zhi drove directly to the train station. Upon entering the parking lot, he halted the vehicle, turned back, and spoke to the elderly woman in a matter-of-fact tone. You may disembark here. We shall take you no further. The remainder of the journey is yours to undertake. I will not return, the elderly woman shouted, her voice filled with fervor. My husband and daughter are both dead. What purpose does my return to the mountains serve? I must confront that man. Woe is me. I am determined to risk my life for this. My Guizhi was only 17. He has murdered my daughter. That man did not kill your daughter. He merely lured her. Chen Zhi replied coldly. The one responsible for your daughter's demise is you. What? Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the elderly woman, then turned to Chen Zhi, astonished and at a loss for words. At that moment, Chen Zhi's icy gaze bore into the elderly woman as he spoke softly. What you have said is largely true, including your rescue of the man named Luo, and the fact that he seduced your daughter, deceiving her with a ring. Your daughter did indeed venture to the city to seek him out and suffered indignities. Upon her return, she may have truly lost her sanity. However, there is a crucial detail you have misrepresented. She had no intention of seeking the body of the Buddha on the mountain. It was you who harbored that desire. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the elderly woman remained unresponsive, her gaze cast downward at her clothing, silent as a statue. It was then that Chen Zhi continued. Do you know when I realized you were lying? You claimed your daughter ran to the mountain in the dead of night, yet you did nothing to stop her. This is utterly implausible. From the moment I encountered you, I perceived your immense strength, greater than that of any average adult male. You could have easily restrained a girl intent on seeking her own demise, especially one as dear to you as your own daughter. Thus, you had no desire to prevent her because you were the one who led her to the mountain. Is what you say true? Fat Wei widened his round eyes in astonishment as he gazed at the elderly woman, his mouth agape in disbelief. Aunt, what on earth is wrong with you? You brought your own daughter to the mountain, transforming her into that abominable thing? Have you lost your mind? She had not lost her sanity. Rather, she was excessively concerned with her family's reputation. Chen Zhi silently observed the old lady, continuing, I have perceived many thoughts within your daughter's mind. Foremost among them is the disgraceful abuse she suffered from you and your husband after her fall from grace. Your village is steeped in feudalism, imposing harsh expectations on women. When Guizhi committed such a scandalous act, your family lost all face in the community, rendering it impossible for you to remain there. Thus, to you, this daughter is better off dead. Yet Ji does not wish for death. After being toyed with by men and humiliated in the city, she returned home seeking a glimmer of hope. Instead, you regard her as a source of shame, subjecting her to further humiliation. Ever since your husband died in a fit of rage, you have sought a way to cast your daughter away, yearning to exact revenge on that man. That fleshly Buddha was likely your last hope. On a stormy night, you deceived your own daughter into the mountains, using your masculine strength to bind her and confine her within that vessel, ultimately burying her alive in the earth, transforming her into a fleshly Buddha. What? Fat Wei was rendered speechless, his rising fury directed at the elderly woman. You, old hag, do you even consider yourself human? Your daughter has suffered, and instead of offering her comfort, you brutally killed her. You are truly worse than a beast. Even if I do not kill her, she cannot survive. The old woman lifted her pale face, directing her gaze at Chen Zhi, her eyes devoid of tears. We, the Grey Clan, are not like you city-dwelling Han people. Once a woman of our clan is tainted, she must die. Guiji's disgrace is an affront to our ancestors and deities. Our clan cannot harbor her. We had not dealt with her previously, believing she had a husband in the city. But upon her return, without a child, everyone knew she had been deceived by a man. The clan's folk would not spare her. After my husband passed, I was forewarned that they would seize Guiji at night and cast her into the pond to feed the fish gods. Such fates have befallen other girls of our clan who were sullied. None escaped. At that juncture, Guiji would not only meet a gruesome end but a senseless one, while that wretched man continues to live. But you cannot kill. Murder is a crime. Fat Wei shouted in anger. What does it matter? It is merely death. If I fear not death, then what is there to dread about legality? The old woman calmly regarded Fat Wei, her eyes betraying no fear. From the moment Guiji returned from the city, I knew everything was lost. My family's honor was in ruins. My husband died in a fit of rage. And if Guiji is drowned, what meaning is left in my life? Therefore, it would be better for the entire family to perish together. After transforming into a corporeal Buddha, Guiji sought that man daily. I too wished to confront him about life and death, to exchange my fate with his, thus avenging myself. Upon finishing her words, the old woman numbly raised her face to Chen Zhi. You claim I am in the wrong, but I wish to ask you urban dwellers, why do you treat the lifelong affairs of young girls as mere playthings? Why do you toy with the lives of entire families? Having clearly accepted the engagement dictated by the ring, why is it disregarded? After speaking, the old woman wiped her eyes with the corner of her garment. Having played with someone's daughter, leading to the ruin of their family, he feels not the slightest remorse. If such a person meets a good end, then heaven truly is blind. Since the heavens do not punish him, let the corporeal Buddha do so instead. You are not mistaken, Chen Zhi suddenly interjected. That man indeed deceived your daughter, yet life in this world inevitably brings various harms. Thus, we must learn to be resilient. Your daughter did not wish to take her own life. She longed to survive. The true killer was you, her own mother. You could have taken her from the village to start anew, but you chose instead to confine her in a jar to salvage your pride and seek revenge. In other words, it was your selfishness that led to her demise. After speaking, Chen Zhi opened the car door. Step out. We shall not assist you further. Leave this city and return to the mountains. Do not seek vengeance on a man. To take his life now would be to grant him a favor. One thing I can assure you, his future days will be filled with suffering. The old woman paused at Chen Zhi's words. She lifted her gaze to him, then glanced at Fat Wei, inexplicably finding herself trusting Chen Zhi's words. Silently, she exited the vehicle and walked away. Upon witnessing her departure, Chen Zhi paid her no further heed, instructing Fat Wei to close the car door and drive out of the parking lot. The old woman remained in the darkness, watching their vehicle disappear, the aged embroidery on her garment appearing almost bloodstained in the dim light. Orange, you just transferred the spell into that female ghost, didn't you? What did you see? Is that corporeal Buddha a deity? Fat Wei inquired from the back seat. He is no deity, Chen Zhi replied quietly. The affair of the corporeal Buddha is, in fact, a satire. In the final moment before the villagers buried him underground during the late Song dynasty, the enlightened monk regretted his decision to sacrifice himself to quell the plague. Observing the cold, damp earth beneath, he began to feel fear. He dreaded the suffocating darkness below and did not wish to die. Initially seated in meditation within the jar, upon his change of heart, he crawled out from it. However, by that time, The villagers had been driven to madness by the plague. They rebound the enlightened monk who had crawled out and forcibly shoved him back into the jar. The monk wept and howled within the confines, cursing the villagers as beasts. In response, they slit his throat with a sharp knife. In his final moments, the monk's aura gradually dissipated, filled with hatred as he was buried in the earth. The plague was quelled, yet this corporeal Buddha did not ascend to divinity. He perished with resentment, ultimately transforming into a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost, which we might aptly refer to as a spirit. It turned out to be a sordid affair, compelling the old monk to sacrifice himself. Damn it! These wretched descendants of the Grey clan truly lack decency, cursed Fat Wei. Humanity is inherently selfish. Few are willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Such is human nature. Chen Zhi quietly remarked as he drove, yet humans revel in claiming moral superiority. Faced with their own mortality, the lives of others become inconsequential. Moreover, when collective crimes occur, humanity tends to forgive itself, easily concocting grandiose justifications. For instance, drowning a woman who has lost her virtue is deemed a matter of family honor, a defense of morality. Burying the enlightened monk alive was purportedly to save the entire clan and eradicate the plague. Subsequently, they erect temples and build archways of chastity for these sacrificial victims, which is nothing more than a collective act of selfishness, far more vile than blatant crime. And what of that Luo? Fat Wei suddenly recalled the young man who had just kissed the female ghost. After committing so many wicked deeds, leading to the demise of that poor girl and her family, would he simply be allowed to live? Wouldn't that be too lenient? I say, whether killing one person or two, it's still murder. It might be better for Guizhi's mother to return and eliminate him. I suspect that after going back to the mountains, she wouldn't wish to live any longer, either confessing or taking her own life. Luo will undoubtedly face retribution. We need not concern ourselves with that, Chen Zhi stated. In truth, death is a form of liberation. Allowing him to die so easily would be too merciful. The days that follow will be a living hell for him. Stop being so cryptic. What the hell do you mean? Fat Wei's patience was wearing thin. He chuckled softly, tapping the steering wheel. Since he has consented to a ghostly marriage with Guizhi, that corporeal Buddha is now his wife, and there will be no need to return to the mountains. Are you implying? Fat Wei's eyes widened. Yes. Chen Zhi smiled, affirming that from now on, that corporeal Buddha would be forever entwined with him, day and night. As long as he lives, they would remain together, inseparable, even by sorcery, which could not alter this union of the dead. Damn, you truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Fat Wei laughed, cursing. This is indeed a form of murder without a trace. The mere thought of that corporeal Buddha sends shivers down my spine. Even a giant rice dumpling would appear more appealing. Huh. I suspect that old rascal shall undoubtedly revel in his newfound existence. It was truly deserved. The two individuals continued their conversation as they drove back to the Fate Hall. In the days that followed, Luo incessantly called them, inundating them with messages. Most of the content was a desperate plea for help, expressing that he could no longer endure his existence. The female ghost, who had initially appeared only at night, now tormented him even during the day, driving him to the brink of madness. On certain mornings, he would awaken to find himself drenched in a sticky sweat, only to discover that the ghost lay beside him, soaked and eerie, her terrifying visage enough to drive one to insanity. Luo could no longer bear this torment. He declared he would prefer death. Despite this, Chen Zhi persistently ignored his messages and refrained from answering his calls. He even cast a memory-blocking spell, erasing the Fate Hall from Luo's consciousness, ensuring he could never find his way back. As foretold, within a month, news appeared in the newspapers. The notorious romantic Luo had leapt from the balcony of his apartment on the 20th floor. When he died, he was soaked and emaciated, his face a portrait of indescribable terror, as though he had glimpsed into the abyss of hell itself. Following this brief episode, Chen Zhi resumed his routine, awaiting updates from the organization regarding the investigation into the legendary figure, Ma Liang, while also perusing the documents concerning the killing prohibition order. During this time, old Jindo made several calls, all concerning the whereabouts of Appa's son, Oba. After leaving Egypt, Oba was sent to live in the United States by the Bao family, where he re-enrolled in university, pursuing a degree in law. His proficiency in English allowed him to integrate swiftly into his new environment. Appa possessed considerable wealth in his Egyptian accounts, and from that point on, Oba's life mirrored the aspirations of Appa, belonging to a society defined by civility and law. However, the investigation into the legend of Ma Liang proved to be exceedingly challenging. Initially a mere fairy tale, the author of this tale had been located, and through his revelations, it was disclosed that the story was based on folklore. There once existed a prodigy whose drawings came to life, a legend well known across the land of Huaxia. Yet its origins remained elusive. Despite the deployment of numerous individuals to search for answers, progress was far slower than anticipated, and it was likely that a lengthy wait lay ahead before any news would surface. Amidst these days, however, a shocking revelation emerged within the organization. The red-belted warrior, the nephew of the former leader, Gui Dao, had defected. This news took everyone by surprise, including Chen Zhi. For a considerable time, he had sensed Gui Dao's melancholic demeanor. The betrayal of Ji Ying had deeply affected him. Yet, with his strong will and resolute faith, Chen Zhi had deemed it impossible for such a person to defect. Nevertheless, the event had indeed transpired, causing significant turmoil within the organization, instilling fear among the warriors. Bao Ping ordered Chen Zhi to return immediately to discuss the grave matter at hand. Meanwhile, a nationwide manhunt was issued within the organization, compelling its influence across the country to collectively apprehend the traitor Ji Ying. Should there be any resistance, immediate execution was mandated. Chapter 179. Meeting Bao Ping. The news of the Ghost Blade erupted like a colossal bomb, shattering the long-held uncertainties within the organization. Much like the exiled Ji Ying, the Ghost Blade was a red-belt grand warrior, embodying the purest lineage of the Ji royal bloodline. His convictions were expected to be unwavering. If he too had defected, what dire issues plagued the organization? Was its decline imminent? Furthermore, the Ghost Blade's departure was distinctly different from Ji Ying's. Ji Ying had left due to discord with the new leader, while the Ghost Blade had consistently supported him. What could have prompted such a drastic change? Was it truly as rumored that Jiang Zia's barrier was merely a fabrication, a deceitful ruse spun for selfish gain, undermining the organization, which had endured for over 5 millennia? The bond between the Ghost Blade and Chen Zhi, as well as Fat Wei, was profound. Upon hearing this news, Fat Wei found it difficult to accept. However, the manhunt was far more terrifying than anticipated. The organization had thrived for thousands of years, deeply rooted in the land of Huaxia, with intricate networks that were countless. Images of the Ghost Blade were disseminated nationwide. Due to his exceptional status, the Red Belt warriors within the Western Qi royal city were granted special leave to venture into the outside world to capture him. Before ascending to their ranks, these warriors had deposited their blood in the Jiang clan's grand shrine, entrusted to the spiritual guardians. Should any warrior betray the organization, their blood would reveal their whereabouts. Aso and Ji Ying each led a team, armed with blood locator talismans inscribed by the Grand Sorcerer, scouring for traces of the Ghost Blade. Upon capture, if resistance was encountered, immediate execution was to follow. The atmosphere across the world had turned exceedingly tense. Upon receiving the news, Chen Zhi returned to the organization that very day. However, upon entering, he discovered that the defenses at the entrance had become unprecedentedly stringent. Shadows of numerous black-clad figures filled the darkness, and heavy weaponry was strategically positioned at the tunnel's forefront, prepared to thwart any external invasion. This display was far more formidable than during Ji Ying's departure. Chen Zhi followed Lang Tu into the Western Qi royal city, their expressions grave, especially Lang Tu, who furrowed his brow in silence throughout the journey. Upon entering the royal city, guided by the lantern bearer, Chen Zhi found the entrance to the royal hall brimming with blue belt warriors, many of whom he recognized from his previous encounters at the retreat pavilion. All red belt warriors had been dispatched, leaving only blue belt warriors to guard the royal city. To ensure the leader's safety, Bao Ping's most trusted confidants remained within the royal court, elite forces loyal to him, prepared to sacrifice their lives in the face of danger. Navigating through layers of warrior guards, Chen Zhi reached the heart of the hall. Behind the 9 tripods stood the immense jade throne of the former leader, its vibrant hues shimmering like a myriad of colors amidst swirling mist, exuding an aura of royalty. Yet, Bao Ping did not occupy the throne. Instead, he sat in a cushioned chair beneath it. Bao Ping appeared somewhat leaner than before, sitting there in solitude, exuding an air of profound loneliness. Upon your arrival, he noticed Chen Zhi entering and waved a hand, his expression remaining tranquil as if nothing had transpired. However, he seemed to detest the chaotic atmosphere within the palace. gesturing to the surrounding warriors, who promptly retreated, rendering the room eerily silent, though they did not leave the hall. They persistently worried about my safety, vigilantly guarding this place day and night. Their anxiety made me feel akin to a prisoner. Bao Ping offered a wry smile to the blue-clad warriors before turning his gaze back to Chen Zhi. How have you been? I envy you sometimes for having those leisurely days. Has Gui Dao truly defected? Chen Zhi inquired, observing the dark circles beneath Bao Ping's eyes. Did he leave any words before his departure? Did he meet with you privately? Upon hearing this, Bao Ping's gray eyes scanned Chen Zhi's face. What? You know about his private meeting with me? That is merely my conjecture, Chen Zhi replied softly. Gui Dao appears cold on the surface, yet his loyalty runs deeper than anyone's. He is a person of unwavering principles, unlikely to be swayed easily. Based on my understanding of him, he would never abandon the organization simply due to Ji Ying's defection. Even if his spirit were deeply wounded, he would not betray us. Something of greater significance must have compelled him. Something of greater significance? Like what? Bao Ping leaned back in his chair, gazing at Chen Zhi. For instance, Chen Zhi hesitated before continuing. He may have discovered a secret, one that cannot be disclosed to others, or perhaps he believes that revealing this secret poses a danger, necessitating his departure with it. But as a warrior, one's lifelong creed is to remain loyal to the leader. Gui Dao holds this belief in high regard. I do not think he would waver. Therefore, it stands to reason he would seek you out before leaving, to share the secret he harbors. After listening to Chen Zhi, Bao Ping's gray eyes gradually shifted in hue. He gazed intently at Chen Zhi, as if peering into his very soul. Chen Zhi had always found Bao Ping's intense scrutiny disconcerting, sensing that within those deep gray eyes lay a wealth of unspoken truths, and that his somber gaze could penetrate the depths of one's heart. You possess an uncanny ability to swiftly discern the essence of matters and articulate them candidly. This is clever yet perilous, Bao Ping remarked before slowly lifting the teacup from the table, removing its lid to reveal the vivid crimson of the blood crystal within. He brought the cup to his lips and took a slow sip. Are you still consuming this? Chen Zhi asked. Yes, Bao Ping replied nonchalantly. I've grown accustomed to it. It is difficult to quit now. Does it have any effect? Chen Zhi inquired tentatively. Perhaps it does, Bao Ping said, gradually placing the teacup back on the table. Though frequent consumption certainly has its benefits. After Bao Ping finished speaking, he cast his gaze downward, seemingly lost in thought. He remained silent for an extended period, during which the entire hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Nearly 100 blue-clad warriors held their breath, and the fall of a single pin could be heard. Chen Zhi refrained from interrupting him, as if patiently awaiting his decision. Eventually, Bao Ping lifted his head, gazing at Chen Zhi, and softly inquired, Do you wish to know why Ji Ying departed? Chapter 180. The Royal Gate. After posing this question, Bao Ping glanced at Chen Zhi before continuing. Do you recall the sudden assault by the Dark Faction on our organization during the last battle? Certainly, Chen Zhi replied. At that time, our primary focus was on locating the Fire Spirit Stone, yet the organization was unexpectedly attacked by the Dark Faction. In that confrontation, 2 red-clad warriors perished, and 100 blue-clad warriors defected, resulting in significant losses. The former leader was grievously injured in that battle and later succumbed in the underworld. Indeed, Bao Ping nodded gently. But have you considered this? The organization has always maintained tight security. The entrance you use to enter the Western Qi Royal City is, in fact, a misaligned space that would instantly dissolve in the face of danger. Even if you, as the leader of the Qin clan, were to suddenly betray us, that space would immediately transport you into a void, preventing any assailant from breaching the royal city. So, how did the Dark Faction manage to infiltrate the Western Qi Royal City? I have heard a bit about that, Chen Zhi responded. It is said that there exists an ancient backdoor within the Western Qi Royal City, a gateway that was utilized during King Wu's campaign against Zhou. However, after the establishment of the Western Zhou, that door was sealed by magic and may only be opened in emergencies. As the war has been won and a new era commenced, necessitating a change in the direction of the royal city's entrance, that gateway from the past, belonging to the era of warfare, was reserved for the Ji family royalty to escape in times of peril. That is precisely the issue, Bao Ping said, his gray eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi. Many are aware of the existence of this gate, yet few have actually seen it. The organization maintains strict discipline, and the location of this gate is a closely guarded secret. Only the red-clad warriors of the Ji family know its whereabouts and have the ability to open it. Yet, the dark faction managed to enter through that back door, which indicates that among the red-clad warriors, there must be one who is affiliated with the dark faction. This implies that, to this day, there remains a traitor of the Ji lineage within our organization. If we do not root him out, the organization faces imminent disaster. At this point, Baoping looked at Chen Zhi again and smiled, saying, "Come, clan leader Chen, I shall take you to see that gate." After speaking, Baoping stood, patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder, and began to walk toward the rear. All the warriors immediately wished to follow, but Baoping turned and made a gesture. Though he uttered no words, his command was unequivocal. No warrior dared to advance any further, and all retreated beyond the 9 tripod. At that moment, Baoping beckoned to Chen Zhi and proceeded towards the throne. Chen Zhi followed Baoping closely as they advanced, the imposing throne vividly materializing before his eyes. This was the first occasion he beheld the throne from such proximity. It was a magnificent seat hewn entirely from 7-colored jade, resembling more a colossal jade sculpture than a mere throne. The structure soared to a height of several meters, resplendent with a riot of colors, adorned at its base with carvings of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts. At the pinnacle of the jade, a throne of rugged design was intricately carved, exuding an ethereal charm that suggested it had formed naturally. The craftsmanship employed a technique reminiscent of ancient artistry, likely predating the Western Zhou dynasty. Yet the origins of this jade remained enigmatic, its beauty akin to the dawn's glow on the horizon, splendid and breathtaking, with hues and mists emanating from below, as if one were seated amidst the clouds. As Chen Zhi and Baoping approached, the enveloping mists obscured them from view entirely. This throne belonged to the Ji royal lineage, which had been inherited for millennia. Gazing at the colossal seat, Baoping softly remarked, "My adoptive father once mentioned that this stone fell from the heavens when Nuwa mended the sky, eventually finding its way to the royal city of Shiqi, where it was sculpted into the throne of its sovereign. The veracity of this legend remains uncertain, yet this throne indeed upholds the rulers of Shiqi through the ages." After speaking, Baoping stepped beside the throne, his hand resting upon it. Almost immediately, crimson lines began to seep from the point of contact, swiftly spreading forth. Chen Zhi observed as a hidden wall behind the throne silently revealed itself, unveiling a dark passageway before them. "Let us proceed," Baoping whispered gently, striding forward. Chen Zhi followed closely, and as he entered the passage, an overwhelming stillness enveloped the world. Time itself seemed to halt, transporting them back 5 millennia. Faint lights flickered along the sides of the dark corridor, illuminating gradually with each step they took, a phenomenon produced by self-luminous lamps igniting along the walls. Flanking the passage stood rows of ancient warriors clad in the heavy armor of the Western Zhou, their skeletal structures subtly different from modern humans. Some towered over 2 meters, while others possessed bizarre physiques, resembling beasts. Yet their visages were vividly lifelike, as though animated. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi noted the warriors' eyes, predominantly a pale gray, with pronounced veins coursing through their petrified forms, which had long since turned to stone, standing like specimens in a display, their expressions resolute and unyielding. "These are the meritorious subjects from the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou," Baoping explained as they progressed. "Some you may recognize, others you may not. The Ji royal family has governed through martial prowess across generations. The entire dynasty has been sustained by the unwavering beliefs of these warriors. Whether sovereign or general, they remain steadfast, resolute until death." With each step, Baoping trod upon square stone tiles, intricate with ancient, elaborate patterns, though most were cracked and worn. The grand scale of the passage suggested it had once been the approach to the imperial palace during the Western Zhou period. They proceeded forward, and in the distance, they beheld a formidable, closed black iron gate. This gate towered to the heavens, and at its center lay a vast circular disc. The diameter of this disc was approximately 5 or 6 meters, grand and round, entirely crafted from black iron, its surface gleaming with a polished sheen. Resembling the helm of a great ship, intricately inscribed with numerous incantations, all written in divine script. This was the mechanism for opening the gate. Baoping gazed up at the enormous black disc and remarked, "This black magical disc was crafted by Jiang Zia himself 5,000 years ago, concealing boundless spells within." He declared that this gate was left to safeguard the Ji clan, and thus, the Jiang family refrained from involvement. Henceforth, only the valiant warriors of the Ji bloodline, bearing the red sash, could unlock this gate. You mean to say that one among Gui Dao and Ji Ying must be a traitor? Chen Zhi, having heard Baoping's words, was no longer inclined to be circumspect. Indeed, Baoping suddenly turned, speaking with unwavering conviction. Currently, the Ji clan's red-sashed warriors include only Ji Yang, Ji Ling, and Ji Ying. During the last ambush on our organization, Ji Yang was absent from the royal city. Thus, one of Ji Ling or Ji Ying must have secretly opened the gate for the Dark Department. Chapter 181. The final choice upon hearing Baoping's statement. Chen Zhi did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, he scrutinized the massive black disc once more. Its sheer size indicated a weight of considerable magnitude. Such a heavy mechanism could not be turned by mere mortals, but required the strength of a distinguished warrior. Baoi, I merely propose a conjecture, Chen Zhi gently addressed Baoping. Is it conceivable that both individuals are innocent, and that the former leader, for some reason, opened the gate himself? Certainly. I do not doubt the former leader. If the head of the organization wished to betray us, it would be exceedingly simple, requiring no such method. What I suggest is that perhaps he did not foresee the Dark Department launching an assault from this very entrance. Moreover, there exists another possibility. At this juncture, Baoping turned his gaze towards Chen Zhi, a flicker of deep gray intrigue shimmering in his eyes, as if he were captivated by what Chen Zhi was about to articulate. Chen Zhi continued, another possibility is that Ji Yang, with his capabilities, could stealthily return to the organization while on an external mission and, without detection, open this gate. Let us not forget, he is currently a banished warrior. His loyalty is indeed suspect. Absolutely not Ji Yang. To Chen Zhi's astonishment, Baoping resolutely shook his head. I can assure you it is not him. Yet, I too have pondered your suspicions about the former leader, though I recently discerned that such a possibility no longer exists. Having spoken, Baoping raised his hand to point at a corner of the black disc and continued, your mobile device should emit a blue light, correct? Illuminate that area. Illuminate there? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, he retrieved his smartphone and activated the blue light feature installed by the madman, directing it towards the spot where Baoping's finger pointed. As the azure beam fell upon the right corner of the dark law disc, an unmistakable handprint materialized on the obsidian surface. Chen Zhi scrutinized the print. It bore no fingerprints, indicating that the individual who had turned the disc was wearing thin rubber gloves at the time. This person clearly wished to conceal their identity from us. Baoping, gently speaking from behind Chen Zhi, remarked, after this grand door was surreptitiously opened, my adoptive father sensed the presence of a traitor within the organization. However, he instructed me to remain tight-lipped, for unfounded suspicions would only sow discord among the ranks. Since this traitor has previously accessed this door, it is certain they will attempt to do so again. Following his words, Baoping approached and caressed the enormous law disc. Every red-banded warrior was aware of this door's significance, yet they remained oblivious to a crucial secret known solely to the leader. The organization's chief possesses the authority to seal this escape route, rendering it permanently inaccessible. Turning to Chen Zhi, Baoping continued, since my ascension, I have discreetly sealed this door, a fact unknown to anyone. Nonetheless, I enter this place daily to inspect the switch, and at last, I discovered this handprint. In other words, just days prior, that traitor attempted to open the door again, but ultimately failed, quietly retreating thereafter. Impossible, Chen Zhi exclaimed, utterly astonished. The defenses of the western Qi royal city are formidable, especially around the leader's court, which is guarded with utmost vigilance. Not even the faintest sound escapes the keen ears of the warriors, who could move so freely, as if traversing a deserted realm. Did the guards not notice? No, Baoping replied, shaking his head gently. During that time, none of the warriors by my side detected any disturbance. That individual departed like a specter, their movements swift and silent enough to evade the ears of the other warriors. This is a practitioner of speed-based martial arts, an exceptionally formidable warrior. The fastest among us is Ghostblade. Do you still harbor doubts about him? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at Baoping. I do not know, Baoping said, regarding Chen Zhi with a look of bewilderment. Ghostblade was the first red-banded warrior assigned to protect me. We have been together for a long time. He has saved me countless times. If he sought my life, he would not have waited until today. It is safe to say that even in moments of self-doubt, I have never doubted him. What did he say to you before he left? Chen Zhi pressed. At this point, Baoping's expression turned grave. his deep gray eyes coldly fixated on Chen Zhi. Ji Ying reported to me that he is certain the red-banded warrior Ji Ying is an undercover agent, urging me to immediately order her execution without delay. Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi felt as though his heart had been encased in ice. You did not acquiesce to his request, did you? Indeed, Bao Ping replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. At that moment, I had refrained from accepting his request, stating I would deliberate carefully. Little did I anticipate that he would depart that very night, leaving behind Gui Dao and Ji Ying. Could it truly be one of them? Chen Zhi furrowed his brow tightly, an ache beginning to throb within his mind as their faces, particularly that of Gui Dao, uncontrollably flashed through his thoughts. Memories of the past 2 years spent together surged forth, and when the notion of betrayal intertwined with their names, Chen Zhi felt as if his heart had been encased in ice. What do you mean? Chen Zhi directed his gaze toward Bao Ping. Given the current situation, Ji Ying has been confirmed as a traitor. You have issued a bounty for him, declaring him kill on sight. But do you genuinely believe he is a traitor? I do not know, Bao Ping responded, his gray eyes fixed on Chen Zhi for a prolonged moment before he spoke slowly. Since aligning myself with the organization in my youth, my adoptive father never taught me martial arts or incantations. Yet he imparted to me the most vital skill of all, the ability to discern character. I have always been able to see through those around me, to perceive the fears concealed within their hearts, even those arrogant descendants masquerading as beasts. For no matter how adept one is at disguise, one cannot transform pretense into reality. Yet, this time, I find myself unable to discern. However, I am certain of one thing, regardless of which of the two is the traitor. Allowing either to remain will spell disaster for the organization, potentially leading to its ultimate demise. Bao Ping's gaze lingered meaningfully on Chen Zhi. So, Chief Chen, as leaders of the organization, how shall we decide? Chapter 182. The Final Choice, Part 2. May I venture a guess regarding your decision? Chen Zhi suddenly turned to Bao Ping, his eyes steely and resolute. Certainly, Bao Ping nodded slightly in response. If it becomes impossible to ascertain the truth, in the interest of the organization as safety, you would choose to forsake both of them, would you not? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Bao Ping's demeanor turned grave. He regarded Chen Zhi with a cold stare for an extended moment before finally uttering, I believe this is a choice we both share. Once Bao Ping finished speaking, the two fell into a profound silence within that secret space, as if grappling with the weight of the world's most arduous decision. Yet they shared a common understanding. When all impossibilities have been eliminated, the remaining truth, no matter how incredulous, must be acknowledged. As Chen Zhi and Bao Ping emerged from the hidden passage, the stone door closed silently behind them. The mechanism was indeed ingeniously crafted. When the door shut, not a whisper of sound could be heard. The blue-clad warriors stationed outside remained oblivious to their brief sojourn in another realm. Bao Yi, I have another matter to discuss with you regarding the forgotten art of sealing the gods, Chen Zhi stated as he settled into a chair, turning to face Bao Ping. You see, I have been diligently researching the lost techniques of sealing gods, yet progress has eluded me. On a serendipitous occasion, I encountered the thoughts of an individual who lived during the transitional period between the late Song dynasty and the early Yuan dynasty. A person who once had the opportunity to ascend to divinity. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Bao Ping's interest was immediately piqued. A mortal becoming a deity? Fascinating. Do you know how he altered his identity? The majority of the prerequisites stemmed from his cultivation, Chen Zhi whispered. However, at the final juncture, a figure clad in white appeared, subtly adjusting the aura surrounding that individual, thus initiating a transformation in his essence. Yet, for various reasons, this individual ultimately did not achieve godhood, leaving us with a clue. That enigmatic figure in white must have been extraordinary, possessing the ability to create a divine aura. Did you see the visage of that white figure? Bao Ping inquired. No, Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Yet I am aware that he once performed a deed of monumental significance, the order to cease slaughter. Elaborate on that. Bao Ping seated himself, delicately sliding the lid of his teacup, attentively listening to Chen Zhi's narrative. The order to cease slaughter, Chen Zhi began, originates from a true historical anecdote. Historical records indicate that by the end of the Song dynasty, the 62-year-old Genghis Khan had swept through Central Asia, galloping across Europe. While the Mongol forces ravaged the Central Plains, treating the Han people with utter contempt, committing acts of arson, murder, and humiliation with extreme brutality. After each victory, they would first slaughter the cities, and countless Han people were mercilessly killed, leaving the land strewn with corpses, a sight too horrific to behold. However, at that juncture, a plague ravaged the nation, and the Mongol warriors were not spared. Witnessing his valiant soldiers succumbing to the disease, Genghis Khan was suddenly gripped by the fear of death. Like many emperors throughout history, he yearned for the elixir of immortality. At the time, the renowned Taoist master Qiu Chuji was rumored to have lived for 300 years, possessing knowledge of life and death, as well as governance. He resided in the Haoyan Temple in Shandong, and both the Jin and Song emperors had sent emissaries to invite him, all of which he declined. Upon learning of this, Genghis Khan commanded Liu Zhonglu to journey thousands of miles to seek out Qiu Chuji for an audience, to spare the common people from the torment of war. The elderly and ailing Qiu Chuji traversed over 30,000 miles on foot, ultimately meeting Genghis Khan in Central Asia. Through his benevolent thoughts, he persuaded Genghis Khan to abandon his ruthless ways and to cherish life instead of indulging in slaughter. From that point forward, Genghis Khan issued the order to cease slaughter, resulting in a notable reduction in the Mongol army's carnage and a significant decline in the sacking of cities. Is that so? Bao Ping sipped his tea and mused. So, according to you, Genghis Khan relinquished his penchant for slaughter due to Qiu Chuji's benevolence? Humanity often romanticizes history, Chen Zhi replied with a cold chuckle. How could a bloodthirsty individual simply lay down his blade and attain enlightenment upon hearing a few words from a Han Taoist? Historical records reveal that Genghis Khan was a man who, in his youth, killed his own brother. Such a nature is unlikely to be easily swayed. What then, do you believe compelled him to issue the order to cease slaughter? Bao Ping lifted the teacup and took a sip, inquiring, it must be a transaction, right? Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly, I suspect that when Qiu Chuji visited Genghis Khan, it was not with benevolent intentions to sway him, but rather to propose a deal that ultimately secured a glimmer of hope for the Han people. The leverage in this transaction must have been something that rulers throughout the ages have yearned for, such as eternal life. Those who desire immortality must inevitably fear death. Upon hearing this, Bao Ping set down his teacup, remarking that the pursuit of eternal life might be humanity's most foolish desire. They fail to realize that nothing in this world is truly immortal. If something were genuinely immortal, then this world would surely perish. After articulating this thought, Bao Ping turned to Chen Zhi and said, let us return. Remember our resolution. Do not hesitate when the time for decision arises. Understood. Chen Zhi replied with a slight nod, his expression solemn as he cast a meaningful glance at Bao Ping, his eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. After departing from the royal court, Chen Zhi made his way to the Jiang clan's great law shrine, where he gleaned some information from the Grand Shaman Naya. Ever since the ghost blade discreetly left the western Qi royal city, unrest began to spread within the organization. The Grand Shaman Naya detected significant fluctuations in people's sentiments during this period, with many doubting whether the barrier established by Jiang Zia for humanity was, in fact, a ruse. Even the shamans began to waver, privately speculating that the barrier, which resembled an infant, was merely an illusion. Chen Zhi summoned all the shamans together, issuing a stern decree. The shamans must never question the authenticity of the barrier, nor discuss it. Those who do shall have their tongues severed. After leaving the organization, Chen Zhi returned to the Fate Hall in a speeding black Audi. This time, the previously silent driver suddenly spoke, his voice reminiscent of a creature unearthed from a grave. Chief, may I pose a question? The driver's voice was hoarse, laden with a tone of utmost humility. The hierarchy within the organization was clear. Figures like the lamp attendant and driver were never permitted to question Chen Zhi, and indeed, he was uncertain whether they were even human or something else entirely. Speak. Chen Zhi replied calmly from the back seat. The old servant is dull-witted, having served the organization for nearly a century without notable merit or fault. I do not seek reward. However, I must clarify one matter. Is the Jiang clan's barrier, which I have served for generations, genuine? After the driver posed this question, he suddenly turned his face towards Chen Zhi. In the dim light of the vehicle, Chen Zhi clearly discerned that it was indeed not a human visage. Chapter 183. Niu, it was a beastly countenance, reminiscent of an ancient saber-toothed tiger, with orange-red pupils that blazed like flames, exuding a fierce and savage demeanor. Droplets of saliva dripped from its exposed sharp teeth, while a thick, crimson tongue flicked out from between its fangs, resembling nothing short of a wild beast. What are you? Chen Zhi silently stared at the so-called driver before him, furrowing his brow. Over the past 2 years, each time he had ridden in a vehicle, he had imagined the visage of this driver. Yet, to his astonishment, when the figure finally turned around, he was met with such a countenance. "You cannot be human," Chen Zhi calmly inquired. "I am but a foolish servant, a lowly orc," the driver replied, applying the brakes to halt the vehicle abruptly and glancing back at Chen Zhi. "My ancestors were of humble origin. During the time of the Martial King's campaign against Zhou, the war chariots were too vast for ordinary humans to control. Thus, the revered Jiangshang employed divine methods to transform several lions in the forest into chariot slaves, among whom was my forefather. Grateful for Jiangshang's grace in allowing us beasts to transcend our former selves, to stand and walk as humans, my lineage has willingly served as slaves in the city of Shiqi for generations. By the time it reached my generation, countless generations had passed." Orcs, Chen Zhi pondered, recalling that he had heard whispers of many members within the organization possessing mysterious identities, some of whom were not even human, but rather remnants of the bizarre beings from the era of the Martial King's rebellion. Yet today marked his first instance of conversing with a living orc. As the dialogue progressed, the orc laboriously recounted tales of his ancestry, emphasizing their belief in the sanctity of their labor. They served the magnificent barrier, which adhered to the heavenly principles and liberated humanity, representing the most sacred force of time. This was the reason for their enduring servitude, as well as their faith in existence. In conversing with this orc, Chen Zhi swiftly discerned that despite the orc's human-like appearance, he remained a creature of rather simplistic intellect. Their thought processes were linear and straightforward, devoid of doubt or deceit. If something appeared to be a certain way, then it was indeed so, with no other possibilities. Thus, if one made assurances to them, they would readily believe without skepticism. "Chief, I wish to hear it from your own lips," the orc said, swallowing hard as he spoke with great effort. "The barrier established by Jiangshang is not a lie, is it? If that barrier were to be breached, this world would truly fall into ruin. Be it gods, humans, or orcs, all would suffer immeasurably, forever trapped in despair, would they not? You wish for me to provide you with an answer directly, but have you considered that my words might deceive you?" Chen Zhi smiled at the orc, finding him quite intriguing. "If the chief claims not to deceive me, then I shall believe that the chief speaks truthfully." The orc's reaction was not as intense as Chen Zhi had imagined. His eyes drooped submissively. Despite possessing a beastly visage, he appeared remarkably simple-hearted. The elder slave's ancestors had imparted wisdom to him. "Lord Jiangshang is a deity worthy of trust, and we need only heed the commands of the divine. For such a noble god would never utter falsehoods, and his descendants would likewise be truthful. Yet, does a deity truly never lie?" Chen Zhi cast a profound glance out the window, where darkness enveloped the surroundings, the night within this peculiar space as fluid as water. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally turning his gaze back to the orc. "Firstly, I must inform you that Jiang Zia is not a deity. His true identity is that of a son of the divine, while I am merely a bastion of the divine lineage. However, I solemnly assure you that the barrier is real. If the barrier were to be destroyed, this world would cease to exist." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's assurance, the orc's countenance instantly brightened with joy. He swallowed hard, his eyes radiating a simple and joyous light. The elder slave knew that Lord Jiangshang would never deceive his ancestors. Should anyone dare to utter falsehoods about the barrier again, the elder slave would not hesitate to sever their throat. "I beg your pardon, esteemed chieftain." After expressing this, the orc turned back to resume driving, uttering no further words. The vehicle sped along swiftly, soon arriving before the Fate Hall. Chen Zhi opened the car door and, before stepping out, turned back to inquire of the orc. "What is your name?" The orc shuddered slightly at the unexpected question, seemingly caught off guard. He turned to face Chen Zhi, a hint of bashfulness evident on his rugged features. In response to the chieftain, "My status is humble, unworthy of a name." However, the previous chieftains referred to such orcs as Niu Lu. "Ah, then I shall call you Niu Lu from now on," Chen Zhi declared before exiting the vehicle and shutting the door behind him. Yet, this time, the Audi did not depart immediately. It lingered for a moment as if contemplating something, before gradually driving away. Upon returning to the Fate Hall, Chen Zhi was taken aback to find Lao Jindo seated in the main hall. Upon seeing Chen Zhi enter, Lao Jindo hastily rose and waved him over. "Ah, Chen Zhi, you have returned. The outside world has descended into chaos these past few days, with everyone frantically brandishing knives. and no one has been investigating the matters concerning the divine Brush Malyang. However, I have received news regarding the matter you previously tasked me with. The wife of that individual, though an orphan since childhood, was raised by her grandmother. Through our efforts, we have managed to locate her grandmother. The wife has living relatives? Chen Zhi's heart jolted with surprise. This was entirely unexpected. During their time in Egypt, the wife had clearly exhibited signs of trouble. Although her aura was not as diminutive as Ruachi's, her weight was noticeably light, suggesting she might be a fabricated entity, much like Ruachi. Logically, all her familial ties should have been fictitious, and that so-called grandmother ought to be non-existent. Yet, astonishingly, such a person truly existed. Indeed, old Jindo responded. However, this elderly lady has long severed ties with the outside world. We exerted considerable effort to locate her. She resides in a secluded nursing home in the southern mountainous region and is already 87 years of age. According to our reports, this is a private nursing facility, hidden deep in the mountains, without any registration information. The lady's life in the nursing home is extravagantly luxurious, with dignitaries visiting her daily, which is truly astonishing. Yet, when our team finally found her, that nursing home suddenly vanished into the mountains. Chapter 184. The Golden Cavern in the Mountains. I remarked. What in the world is happening? You still have the luxury to discuss such matters? Before Chen Zhi returned, Fat Wei had been engrossed in conversation with old Jindo about the current predicament of Ghost Blade being pursued. Hearing old Jindo mention Chen Zhi's grandmother, he could not help but rise. I said, your hearts are quite large indeed, to still have time for such trivialities. Ghost Blade is currently being hunted. Who knows when he might lose his life? You all know that those ruthless scoundrels in the organization are devoid of familial ties. At such a time, should you not be devising ways to help your brother instead of indulging in these idle matters? Oh, what can I do? Old Jindo replied, expressing his helplessness when mentioning Ghost Blade. Wei Zi, you know the organization's nature. They are utterly heartless. Although Leopard has become the leader, I have always managed the Bao family's business and rarely intervened in organizational matters. To put it plainly, even if I wished to intervene, I would find it impossible. A few days ago, I heard that Ghost Blade had gotten into trouble and was issued a nationwide arrest warrant. I was terrified. A nationwide warrant is like an invisible net. Not even a fly could escape, and those wanted typically find no path to survival. I told Leopard that there must be some misunderstanding, and he should not be so harsh on Ghost Blade. But Leopard disregarded my plea and sternly warned me to stay out of the organization's affairs. To this day, I have not dared to utter a word. Damn it. Old Jintu, you only know how to play the coward. Whenever a crisis arises, you hide away. Fat Wei exclaimed loudly. If it weren't for Ghost Blade saving you in Japan, you'd have long turned into a ghost yourself. Could you have survived to this day? At such a critical moment, you don't even dare to speak up. Moreover, what gives that damned organization the right to pursue Ghost Blade? If he wishes to resign, cannot he do so? Must one face assassination for leaving the organization? This is utterly unreasonable. The situation is not as simple as you think, Chen Zhi interjected, his head beginning to throb as Fat Wei mentioned Ghost Blade. Frowning tightly, he took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and spoke softly. What has transpired with Ghost Blade is extraordinary. The organization is pursuing him not because he abandoned them, but rather because he may have betrayed them and committed a grave error. You speak nonsense. Ghost Blade a traitor? Not even the underworld would believe that. Fat Wei retorted vehemently. Leopard himself seems to have forgotten that without Ghost Blade, he would have perished countless times. Is this not the classic case of killing the donkey after the grind? Furthermore, can someone like Ghost Blade truly be a traitor? I believe Leopard has become muddled. This is utterly outrageous. Old Jindo sternly reprimanded him. Do you wish to court death? Do you think me deaf? For this instance, I shall pretend I did not hear. Never again shall you speak ill of the leader. After delivering his admonition, he turned to Chen Zhi and said, I have recently come to learn that the previous attack on our organization was not without cause. Initially, our defenses were impenetrable. Yet, someone surreptitiously opened the back door. Did they not? It was this very act that led to the demise of our former leader. I have also heard that only the Red Belt warriors can access that door. Indeed, Chen Zhi replied, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved before lowering his voice to recount the events that transpired at the organization. However, he chose to withhold the secret agreement he had with Bao Ping. The Red Belt warriors surnamed Ji? Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening. So, the one capable of opening that grand door is indeed a Ji? This simplifies matters considerably. Oh, Pray, elaborate, Chen Zhi urged, looking towards Fat Wei. Are you all fools? The identity of the traitor is painfully obvious. It must be that old rascal Ji Ying. The last time we were in Wushan. He did not even blink as he severed the throat of that knife-wielding fool. The traitor is undoubtedly him. It is not Ji Ying, Chen Zhi asserted firmly. Elder Bao has verified that it was not him. He was on a mission at that time, away from the scene. Moreover, I have a gut feeling that this incident has nothing to do with him. Another red belt warrior must have activated that switch. If your intuition is so precise, then who else could it be? It certainly cannot be the knife, Fat Wei said, turning to Chen Zhi. Are you implying it is Ji Ying? At the mention of Ji Ying, Chen Zhi felt a tightening in his heart, her beautiful and pure visage resurfacing in his mind. At present, we cannot deduce the identity of the traitor. Since we cannot ascertain it, we should refrain from making baseless assumptions, for it is an undeniable fact that a traitor exists. After stating this, he turned to old Jindo. From now on, let us withdraw from matters concerning the ghost knife. He is a warrior of the Ji clan, and it is best left to the Ji royal family to handle. Fat Wei seemed inclined to speak further, but Chen Zhi silenced him with a glance, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Frustrated, Fat Wei turned and ascended the stairs. At this moment, Chen Zhi redirected his attention to old Jindo. Uncle Jean, you mentioned that your wife's grandmother has been located. This elderly lady resides alone in a mountain retirement home, yet her lifestyle is exceedingly lavish, is it not? Indeed, this matter is rather peculiar, old Jindo remarked, observing Fat Wei's retreating figure before shaking his head and taking a seat. However, upon hearing Chen Zhi broach the subject, his expression turned serious. We found her in a private retirement home nestled in the mountains. The old lady is quite discreet, rarely interacting with outsiders. Nevertheless, the locals are aware that she has constructed an extraordinarily opulent villa deep within the mountains, and she has taken in many homeless elders. In the beginning, the villagers believed this elderly lady to be a wealthy benefactor who, out of benevolence, transformed the nursing home to shelter the homeless and the frail. However, they soon discovered that this establishment was far from a peaceful sanctuary for the elderly. After old Jindo finished speaking, he coughed a few times and took a sip from his teacup. According to the locals, trucks laden with supplies incessantly traversed the mountainous terrain, bearing contents unknown to anyone. The heavy tire tracks left behind were a testament to their frequent passage. Subsequently, the nursing home began to employ outsiders to serve the elderly. Among them were some villagers from the mountains, as well as young maidens. Yet, those who emerged from the nursing home spoke of a vibrant and extravagant world within, more opulent than a royal palace, where flowers and gourmet delicacies were plentiful, fresh fruits rolled about uneaten, and fine foreign wines flowed as freely as water, offering an endless indulgence in exquisite cuisine. As time passed, luxurious vehicles of considerable expense began to traverse the depths of the mountains, carrying individuals who appeared to be of high stature. Although the inhabitants of these mountains were merely villagers, the advancement of the internet allowed information from the outside world to seep into their lives. Consequently, some of the younger villagers recognized the visitors as affluent socialites and prominent figures, all wealthy individuals. They continually entered the nursing home, their purposes remaining a mystery. Have you dispatched anyone to investigate? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed, old Jindo nodded. Our family, the Baos, disguised themselves as tourists and infiltrated the nursing home. They managed to send back a single message before communications were abruptly severed. Oh, what did it say? Chen Zhi pressed for details. At that moment, old Jindo set down his teacup, his gaze turning enigmatic as he looked at Chen Zhi. The message read, "They are all too light.